Chapter 1. The Crossing. In the year 2016, Earth 199999, in the darkness, this city, renowned as the Pearl of the Orient, which should have been a dazzling spectacle, now resembled a hellish nightmare. Buildings crumbled, houses were engulfed in flames. Chunks of neon lights plummeted to the ground. Severed wires dangled helplessly, sparking as they fell. The flames illuminated the earth, while a few undamaged streetlights struggled to emit their feeble glow. Yet, these flickers of light were utterly insignificant against the overwhelming darkness. The darkness spread across the land. Zhang Zheming half-kneeled amid the ruins, gazing at the colossal black void above, which relentlessly devoured everything in its vicinity. The dark clouds churned at the edges of the void, and through the rift, Zhang Zheming glimpsed another dimension. Celestial bodies, ensnared by darkness, radiated an array of bizarre hues, creating an unsettling spectacle. Deep within the void, an enormous planet morphed into a grotesque visage, adorned with magical flames and vertical stripes. I could see the sight of this face. Zhang Zheming felt as though his blood had ceased to flow, every hair on his skin standing on end. His throat rasped, and his heart raced violently, as though it would leap from his chest at any moment. This scene was far beyond what a newly appointed field agent of the Divine Spear Bureau, like Zhang Zheming, could handle. He was but a mere mortal. Yet, he summoned his courage and resolutely stood before the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu. In the next instant, he was consumed by darkness. Damn it. Why? This was Zhang Zheming's final thought. Almost everyone fled towards safety. However, a handful of individuals charged towards the widening rift. Green runes swirled around Stephen Strange's wrist, forming an intricate magical array. With a wave of his hand, everything around him seemed to rewind. The expanding dark dimension shrank at a visible pace, and the collapsed buildings reassembled and returned to their original state. A cloaked figure soared into the sky. Dormammu, I have come to negotiate. The bustling city regained its former tranquility. Yet, Zhang Zheming, who should have been saved by the reversal of time, had vanished without a trace. On a summer afternoon in 1984, in Godric's Hollow, England, raindrops fell in unbroken lines. Cascading from the heavens, the rainwater flowing off rooftops nearly formed streams on the ground. The dark clouds stretched toward the horizon, making it impossible to discern when this torrential downpour would cease. Dazed and disoriented, Zhang Zheming forced his eyes open, the pain coursing through him repeatedly jolting his mind. He stumbled along the street, but his deteriorating condition caused him to collapse after only a few steps. Before succumbing to complete darkness, he saw a figure approaching him. As Zhang Zheming's consciousness gradually stirred, he opened his eyes to light streaming through his pupils. He realized he lay in an unfamiliar room, the rain outside still falling, albeit much lighter. The pain in his body had diminished significantly. He threw off the covers and struggled to sit up. Using the light from the window, he examined his body. Is this my body? Zhang Zheming stared at his noticeably smaller hand, lost in thought. The occasional pang of pain felt like a pulse, reminding him that this was no mere illusion. Have I crossed over? With a creak, the door to the room suddenly swung open. Child, you're awake? A middle-aged man entered, impeccably groomed and sporting orange sunglasses. Hearing the man speak in English, Zhang Zheming instinctively asked, Where is this? His voice trembled slightly. This is my home. I found you unconscious at my doorstep. Thank you for saving me. He expressed his gratitude. Though astonished by the notion of crossing over, his training as an agent allowed Zhang Zheming to swiftly accept the reality of his situation. I remember nothing. I don't even know who I am. Zhang Zheming shook his head, his tone laden with melancholy. Then, if you don't mind, stay with me for a while. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Brad Stokes. Half an hour later, Zhang Zheming stood before a mirror, lost in thought. Oh no, he should now be called Albert Stokes. I in the mirror, a young boy with golden hair and blue eyes, his features exquisitely delicate and skin fair. Albert's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Clearly pleased with his newfound appearance, he stepped out of the room, curiously surveying his new home. Just a moment. Dinner will be ready soon. Brad's voice rang from the kitchen, accompanied by the sounds of clattering utensils, creating a lively atmosphere that drew Albert's attention. As Albert reached the kitchen door, he was taken aback. Brad was inside, wielding a wooden stick about 10 inches long, while a large steak gracefully soared onto the counter. A knife hanging on the wall wobbled and flew over to slice the steak. Several jars hovered in the air, sprinkling seasonings onto the meat before it was sent into the oven. Witnessing this scene, Albert was instantly reminded of his beloved Harry Potter novels, a whirlwind of realization stirring within him. The tempest in his mind stirred the objects around Albert. The chandelier in the living room swayed without wind, creaking as it strained against its connection to the ceiling, while chairs and tables lifted into the air amid the storm. Albert, Brad noticed the commotion in the living room and peeked out from the kitchen. Albert could no longer hear Brad's words, as he found himself trapped in the eye of the storm, utterly unable to move. Deep within Albert's consciousness, a mysterious ancient tome emerged, its surface shimmering with radiant light, yet Albert had no time to focus on it. This is a surge of magical energy. Albert quickly understood the phenomenon occurring within him. Taking a deep breath, Albert endeavored to calm himself, and the surge of magic swiftly subsided. As the magical support faded, the previously erratic chairs and tables crashed to the floor with a tremendous noise. Back to normal, Brad's voice echoed, as the living room, now in disarray from Albert's magical surge, seemed to rewind as if a button had been pressed. The dining room was filled with a rich, enticing aroma in celebration of Albert's arrival. Brad had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Succulent beef, charred and glistening with juices, wafted a delightful fragrance, while pies encased in golden syrup, crispy fried cod, and a salad cloaked in a generous layer of dressing completed the feast. During the interlude of their evening meal, Brad elucidated to Albert the events that had just transpired. S.O. Does this recent surge of magical energy signify that I possess the potential to become a wizard? Albert inquired, feigning ignorance. Brad smiled and nodded. The sheer devastation wrought by such a magical upheaval clearly indicates that your innate talent is quite remarkable. He then patiently expounded upon the rudiments of the magical realm, embellishing his narration with tales of his own past. Brad Stock, a German national, had once attended the esteemed Durmstrang Institute of Magic. The Stock family had been among the most fervent followers of the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. In the days before Grindelwald's downfall at the hands of the legendary White Wizard, Albus Dumbledore, the Stock family thrived in prosperity. Yet, it was both Grindelwald's rise and his subsequent fall that shaped their fate. Following Grindelwald's defeat, the loyal Stock family swiftly fell into decline, facing retribution for their allegiance. Decades later, Brad Stock remained the sole survivor of his lineage. Upon graduating from Durmstrang, as the last scion of the Stock family, Brad embarked on a journey with the remnants of his family's dwindling fortune. After traversing more than a dozen nations, fortified by his formidable prowess, Brad ultimately settled in the tranquil valley of Godric in England. As night enveloped the world, Albert lay upon the soft expanse of his bed. The rain, which had poured incessantly throughout the day, relented just before dusk, allowing the clouds to part and reveal a moon radiating a silvery luminescence. Albert delved deep into the recesses of his consciousness, where a mysterious tome emanated a soft glow. This thick volume had suddenly materialized in the depths of his mind following his earlier magical outburst. The cover of the book seemed to bear inscriptions, though the brilliance emanating from it rendered them difficult to discern clearly. After gazing at it for an extended period, Albert finally managed to make out the words, "The Book of Ashanti." Chapter 2. The admission notice. Albert endeavored to control his consciousness as he touched the book, using his mind to turn to the first page. The table of contents bore a design resembling a pair of glasses, a deceptively simple motif that exuded an aura of profundity and obscurity, continuously captivating Albert's attention. From this emblem, he sensed an ineffable force, as if time itself were hastening its passage. Even within the realm of his consciousness, he could not suppress a shiver and hurriedly diverted his focus. Unbeknownst to Albert, the Book of Ashanti that had manifested in his mind was significantly altered in content from the original found in Kamar-Taj, perhaps due to the nature of his crossing over. After all, the authentic Book of Ashanti from Kamar-Taj could not possibly encompass the magic of the Harry Potter universe. Indeed, aside from the spells of Kamar-Taj, this version of the Book of Ashanti also contained arcane knowledge unique to this world. The table of contents succinctly divided the ancient tome into 3 sections: the spells, potions, and alchemy. This is akin to an encyclopedia of magic, Albert mused to himself. He concentrated and continued to flip through the pages, discovering that the initial sections of the spells contained simple incantations, such as the Lumos charm, the levitation charm, and the water summoning charm, fundamental spells learned by fledgling wizards. However, as he turned further, he found the content obscured by a radiant light, indicating that he had yet to meet the prerequisites to study such forms of magic. Indeed, the acquisition of magic must follow a progressive path, Albert thought. The spells belonging to the Marvel Universe were similarly veiled in this luminous barrier, and he was temporarily unable to peruse them. The authentic spells of Kamar-Taj required the harnessing of dimensional demonic energy as a foundation for casting spells. While in the Harry Potter universe, each wizard possessed their own source of magical power. Though not vast, it sufficed for the execution of spells. As a dimension devoid of a master, yet imbued with mysterious forces, the Harry Potter world might one day yield its secrets to Albert. However, that was a matter for another time. Treatment for scabies potion. Ingredients: dried nettle, crushed snake fangs, boiled slug with antennae, porcupine quills. Note: the porcupine quills must be added after removing the pot from the fire. The potion formulas for higher grade studies were not obscured by the light, but they were limited to those taught within the school. Further advanced recipes were entirely concealed, rendering them unreadable. With immense curiosity, Albert flipped to the final section on alchemy. To his dismay, he found that not even the first page of the alchemy section was accessible. Eagerly, Albert exited the realm of consciousness, longing to begin his studies of the spells inscribed in the tome. However, upon his return, he suddenly realized, "Where's my wand?" It dawned on him that as an unregistered young wizard, he did not yet possess a wand of his own. The body he inhabited, having crossed over, bore no memories of its original owner. Was it not said that one would inherit the memories of the body's previous inhabitant upon such a transition? This has led him to a state of uncertainty regarding his exact age, as he can only determine it by the time he receives the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Albert sighed, lamenting that he would have to borrow a wand from Uncle Brad for practice. In 1987, in the Valley of Godric, he inquired, "Uncle, is my letter not yet here?" "No," came the reply. "Do you really think you look like an 11-year-old? A certain boy left in disappointment. In 1988, he asked again, "Uncle, is my letter still not here?" "No," came the brusque response. "Are you even of age? Do you not have any self-awareness?" In 1989, Albert, half exhausted, reclined on the sofa in the living room and posed the same question. "EVOL, for the past 5 years, you have asked me this question every May until September, inquiring daily whether an owl has delivered a letter. You have posed the same question for 5 years. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 5 years?" Suddenly, a series of tapping sounds against the glass interrupted Brad's incantation. A magnificent owl was perched outside the window, pecking at the glass with its beak. Upon seeing this owl, Albert, invigorated by a surge of excitement, immediately sprang up, forgetting any discomfort, and hastily opened the window. The owl flew in gracefully, dropping a pale yellow envelope onto the dining table. Even with his past as an agent, Albert could hardly contain his exhilaration. Brad, however, was irked by the interruption of his spell and rudely tossed birdseed in front of the startled owl, causing the poor creature to flinch. The letter was addressed to Mr. Albert Stokes, residing in the living room of the Stokes household in Godric's Valley. Albert eagerly tore open the red wax seal on the envelope and extracted the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Having once dwelled in the mundane world, he had often fantasized about receiving a letter from a magical school, and now that dream had finally come to fruition. His eyes, however, remained honest as they scanned the acceptance letter, which read, "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, International Confederation of Wizards President, Wizarding Association President. First Class of the Order of Merlin, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. Dear Mr. Stokes, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed, please find a list of required books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Following this was a lengthy list of textbooks and necessary supplies. For first-year students, the uniform requirements included 1. 3 plain black robes. 2. A plain black pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. A pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. A black winter cloak with silver fastenings. Please note, all students' clothing must bear name tags. Textbooks. All students must prepare the following books: Standard Spells, Beginner, by Miranda Goshawk. History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot. Albert had scarcely managed to peruse the lengthy list of books when his acceptance letter was snatched away by Brad. Brad cast a glance at the textbook for the defense against the dark arts course listed on the document. Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection. Is this it? This is the textbook for your school's defense against the dark arts class? It pales in comparison to what I studied at Durmstrang. Brad scoffed, disdain evident in his expression, as he carelessly returned the acceptance letter to Albert, who was rolling his eyes beside him. Albert, unable to retort due to his pre-enrollment status, lowered his head in silence and continued reading the details on the back of the letter. Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emmerich Switch. 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, by Philetus Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions, by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newt Scamander. Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, by Quentin Trimble. Additional equipment: a wand, a standard-size cauldron, type 2 pewter, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are specifically advised that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Albert read through the letter swiftly, unable to suppress a smile. The magical world awaited him. However, a slap from Brad on the back of his head abruptly interrupted Albert's delightful daydreams of punching Dumbledore and kicking Voldemort. All right, although, let us go. We need to head to Diagon Alley to gather your school supplies. Shall we take the night bus? From that moment onward, he envisioned countless scenarios where he would master the alchemical arts and transform a magical car into a magnificent vehicle. You foolish spendthrift. Do you have any idea how expensive a ride on the night bus is? We'll use flue powder. Brad's irritation was palpable. He dragged the somewhat reluctant Albert towards the fireplace, wand raised, unleashing flames that ignited the hearth with a crackling roar. In Britain, young wizards are required to prepare their school supplies before enrollment. The only place in the wizarding world where they can procure the necessary items is Diagon Alley. A burst of emerald flames enveloped Brad, and he vanished instantaneously within the fire. Albert was not fond of traveling via flue powder. Every time he emerged from the fireplace, he found himself covered in soot. He was capable of cleaning up with a spell, but alas, he currently lacked a wand and had yet to master such advanced wandless magic. Chapter 3. Children should not read this. Albert stumbled out of the sooty fireplace, cursing as he brushed the cold dust from his clothes, following Brad towards the counter. As described in the original text, the leaky cauldron is both dim and squalid. Beneath the flickering candlelight of a chandelier, Albert discerned the scant patrons lingering within the tavern. The clientele was a motley assortment of wizards of all kinds. In a shadowy corner, 3 furtive figures, shrouded in dark robes, huddled together, gesturing at a piece of parchment laid out on the table before them. As Albert passed by, he overheard their hushed conspiracies. Mike, once we pull this off, the galleons we earn will suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. Trevor, listen to me. Albert had no desire to entangle himself in their mischief and swiftly maneuvered around the trio, who appeared poised to rob Gringotts, and caught up with Brad. Hey, Brad, how about a drink? Inquired the tavern's proprietor, Old Tom. His face resembled a withered walnut, with scant hair remaining atop his head. At that moment, he was vigorously scrubbing a beer mug with a grimy cloth. No thanks, Tom. I brought this lad to purchase school supplies, Brad replied, giving Albert a friendly pat on the shoulder. Though Brad's tone was courteous, Albert could detect a hint of disdain lurking beneath. It was hard to believe that the usually fastidious Uncle Brad would have any inclination to drink in such a filthy establishment. How time flies. Little Ivor is already of school age. Albert made an effort to present himself as the polite child he was expected to be, greeting the others. After exchanging pleasantries, Brad led Albert towards the back door of the tavern, arriving at a small courtyard enclosed by walls on all sides. Brad produced his wand and approached a trash bin in the corner, tapping a particular brick on the wall. The brick quivered and began to shift, revealing a small opening in the wall. The gap widened, and before long, they stood before a broad archway wide enough for a half-giant like Hagrid to pass through. Following Brad through the archway, Albert found himself in the bustling Diagon Alley. The cobblestone streets buzzed with activity, adorned with an array of peculiar shops boasting styles vastly different from the modern world. Diagon Alley truly lived up to its reputation as the most vibrant commercial street in the British wizarding community, with wizards flowing in and out, their voices creating a cacophony of sales pitches. Although it was not Albert's first visit to Diagon Alley, he never grew weary of it. He relished the magical world he was about to enter. Albert soon located the apothecary's cauldron shop, the nearest establishment to the leaky cauldron. This shop offered a variety of cauldrons in different shapes and materials. Golden sunlight bathed the sign hanging outside. Cauldrons of all sizes, pure copper, brass, tin, silver, self-stirring, and expandable. Ivor, you need to buy one, but first we must retrieve some money, Brad remarked, following Albert's gaze toward the cauldron shop. They then approached a towering white building that loomed above the neighboring shops. The shimmering bronze door stood tall, guarded by a fairy sentinel-clad in scarlet adorned with golden embellishments. As Albert and his companions arrived at the entrance of Gringotts, the fairy guardian bowed in deference. They ascended the white stone steps to the second grand door of Gringotts, whereupon the silver portal bore an inscription that read, "Enter, stranger, but beware. Greed will lead to dire consequences. To take without labor will invite the harshest of punishments. Thus, if you seek to pilfer from our subterranean vault's wealth that has never belonged to you, thief, consider yourself warned. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution." Upon gazing at these words, Albert was struck by a bold notion. 2 fairies guided Albert and his companions through the second silver door, into a spacious marble hall. There, Albert observed around 100 fairies seated behind a long counter, hastily recording entries in a large ledger. Some were weighing coins on scales, while others inspected gemstones with magnifying glasses. Numerous doors branched off from the hall, each leading to different destinations, with fairies directing wizards in and out of these various passages, creating a scene bustling with activity. Brad approached the counter and presented his wand. "I wish to withdraw 200 galleons." Subsequently, Brad escorted Albert to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, the favored destination for most Hogwarts students seeking robes. While the young wizards donned a limited selection of garments at school, Madame Malkin's robes were reputed to be of the finest quality. "Hey, Albert, what kind of look is that? I certainly don't have enough money to take you to a high-end tailor," Brad jested. Albert, feeling somewhat embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile before stepping into the shop. Madame Malkin was a short, plump witch with a warm smile, clad in purple attire. The crafting of the robes was evidently a meticulous process. After taking Albert's measurements, he and Brad ventured next door to Flourish and Blots. This large wizarding bookstore was crammed with shelves stretching to the ceiling. Flourish and Blots offered introductory wizarding texts and was perhaps the only establishment supplying Hogwarts students with their textbooks, despite the curriculum requiring materials beyond their stock. Having quickly gathered his first-year textbooks, Albert stood in the store, surveying his surroundings. Was it not said that every traveler would encounter pivotal characters from the original narrative while shopping in Diagon Alley? Why, after such an extended period of wandering, had he yet to encounter a single significant character, aside from a few shopkeepers? While the main characters eluded him, Albert stumbled upon a clandestine exchange between Uncle Brad and the proprietor of Flourish and Blots. He fixed his gaze intently on the parchment bag in Brad's hand. He had just witnessed a hushed conversation between Brad and the shopkeeper in a dimly lit corner. Brad had parted with a considerable sum of galleons in exchange for the modest bag, and both participants wore enigmatic smiles during their transaction. Just moments ago, the sum of gold galleons Brad spent was more than sufficient to procure brand new textbooks for two young wizards attending school. Observing the thickness of the paper bag, it likely contained no more than a couple of books. Albert speculated that the contents might pertain to either a tome on biological knowledge or a book of dark magic. However, considering Brad's graduation from Durmstrang, the bag could only contain the former. Meeting Albert's intense gaze, Brad bashfully tucked the bag deeper into his robes, muttering that such items were unsuitable for children. "By the way, have you acquired your textbooks?" Brad's tone had never been so amiable. Albert diverted his gaze from the concealed bag beneath Brad's robes, and Brad visibly exhaled in relief. 20 minutes later, Albert hurriedly exited Gig's apothecary, arms laden with an assortment of potion ingredients. In the original narrative, this apothecary was depicted as a charming establishment brimming with an array of fascinating items. Barrels of viscous substances lined the floor, while walls were adorned with various jars of powders, herbs, and bundles of feathers, with sharp teeth and claws dangling from the ceiling. However, Albert was quite disillusioned. The promised charm was overshadowed by the pungent aroma that permeated the air, reminiscent of rotten eggs and overripe vegetables. It was no wonder Brad had insisted he procure the potion materials alone. In his private ledger, Albert made a note of Brad's transgression, feeling somewhat guilty for having led Albert astray, and having recently found himself in a precarious situation at Lehan Bookstore. Brad decided to gift Albert a delightful round-faced plump owl as a token for their schooling. What a jest. Am I Albert? A mere owl who could be so easily bought? He fumed. In truth, even if Brad had not offered the owl, Albert would have ultimately had to acquire one for the sake of correspondence with home. Filled with indignation, he gesticulated animatedly, preparing to chastise Brad. This, coupled with a box that had been subjected to the undetectable extension charm, sealed the deal. Albert accepted the owl from Brad, resolving to name it Zephyr. He had no intention of keeping a pet, or at least not one as mundane as a toad, cat, or mouse. He believed that a true man should, much like Newt Scamander in Fantastic Beasts, nurture formidable magical creatures such as the Niffler, Thunderbird, or Graphorn. Eventually, Albert found himself standing before the door of Ollivander's wand shop. This cramped, narrow, and dilapidated establishment bore a faded gold sign that proclaimed, Ollivander, St. 382 BC, Master Wand Maker. Inside the glass display case, at the entrance, a solitary wand rested upon a weathered purple cushion. With over 2 millennia of expertise in wand-making, Albert silently scoffed, pushing open the creaky wooden door that seemed on the verge of collapsing. The tinkling of wind chimes rang out as he entered. The shop was filled with towering shelves that reached the ceiling, crammed with thousands of wands encased in long, narrow boxes. The sound of wheels rolling on the wooden floor echoed through the dimly lit shop, where a venerable elder with silver hair stood atop a ladder, emerging from behind a stack of cardboard boxes. His silver-hued eyes shone like 2 luminous moons, and he greeted Albert, who was curiously surveying the shop, with a warm smile. Ah, new face. You must be one of the new young wizards enrolling at Hogwarts this year. Chapter 4. The Wand That Grants Longevity. Most protagonists in time travel narratives possess some form of advantage, and in the realm of Harry Potter, the wands crafted by the esteemed Mr. Ollivander serve as the quintessential boon for every British wizard. Mr. Ollivander has an impeccable memory for every individual who has procured a wand from him. The wands he offers are both affordable and of exceptional quality, each priced at merely 7 galleons, a promotional offer for first-time buyers. 7 galleons translates to approximately $50 or about 350 yuan. In the magical community, wands hold a status akin to firearms in the Muggle world. In contemporary America, the average price for a standard handgun is around $100, while a rifle typically costs about $250, not including the price of ammunition or accessories like scopes. Wands, however, are far more effective than firearms. Yet, the decor of this shop does not quite reflect the esteemed reputation of the Ollivander family's wand-making expertise. Good day to you, sir. Albert introduced himself. I am Albert Stokes. Ah, a remarkable young wizard, Mr. Ollivander replied as he descended from the ladder, producing a silver measuring tape from his pocket. Now let me see. Which hand do you prefer to use? The right, sir. The silver tape floated effortlessly before Albert, measuring the length of his arm, from shoulder to fingertip, from wrist to elbow, even encompassing his head in its measurements. Albert found it perplexing that a wand purchase necessitated measuring his head circumference. As Mr. Ollivander recorded the measurements, he murmured enigmatically, "Each Ollivander wand is imbued with potent magical substances, which is the essence of their power." Albert suspected that Mr. Ollivander recited this same phrase to every wizard who entered his shop. I typically use cores made from unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings, among other materials. Each Ollivander wand is unique, for no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. As he spoke, Mr. Ollivander navigated the shelves with ease. Of course, if you were to wield a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, the results would be far from satisfactory. At that moment, Mr. Ollivander retrieved a box from the shelf, unveiling a wand crafted from beechwood, paired with dragon heartstring, measuring 11 inches. Those suited to beechwood wands are often more astute than their peers. Here, give it a try. Albert took the wand and waved it. But aside from producing a faint spark, it exhibited no further reaction. Hawthorn, unicorn hair, 15 inches. A hawthorn wand is most compatible with wizards who possess a contrasting personality or are navigating their tumultuous phase. The performance of this wand in Albert's hands was even less impressive than the previous one. While the last wand could at least emit sparks from its tip, this hawthorn wand showed no response whatsoever. The process of selecting a wand was exceedingly lengthy and tedious, yet there was no trace of impatience on Ollivander's face. Rather, he appeared increasingly exhilarated. It had been a long time since he encountered such a discerning customer. Ah, no matter, let me ponder. A smile grew more pronounced on Ollivander's face. The more fastidious the customer, the more likely a wand that perfectly harmonized with him could be found. Do not rush, Mr. Stock. Here, we shall surely discover a wand that is utterly perfect for you. Suddenly, Ollivander's voice rose with enthusiasm. Eureka! An extraordinary combination. How could I not have thought of this before? Applewood, a toad's nerve, 9 3/4 inches. Seemingly struck by a revelation, Ollivander slapped his forehead and dashed to the shelf to retrieve a long box. In a state of fervor, he thrust a gray-brown wand, round on one end and square on the other, imagine the shape of chopsticks, into Albert's hand. He raised the wand, and magical energy coalesced at its tip. With a gentle flick, Albert sent forth a dazzling orb of light from the wand's end, illuminating the dimly lit wand shop in an instant. The orb burst into splendid fireworks in the air, and then tranquility returned. Splendid. Absolutely perfect. A wand that is a flawless match. Ollivander was elated to find a master for the wand he had meticulously crafted, his silvery eyes fixed on Albert. Wands made of applewood were rare, known for their tremendous power, particularly suited for those with noble ideals and aspirations. It is said that the holders of applewood wands are deeply loved and enjoy longevity. Your wand is your most trusted companion. Please cherish and care for it dearly, Mr. Stock. The door to the wand shop swung open once more. Good day, Mr. Ollivander. I am here to purchase a wand. A clear voice resonated. Albert turned to see a young wizard clad in an ornate robe standing at the entrance. Half of his figure bathed in sunlight, while the other half lingered in shadow. As the young wizard stepped into the wand shop, Albert gradually discerned his features. With long black hair that bore a slight curl, and the occasional rebellious strand catching the sunlight, he wore a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. The youth's attire was both elegant and understated, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, with impeccable manners to match. "Greetings, I am Waslinhart." The boy extended his hand to Albert, who had just completed his wand selection. "Albert Stock," replied Albert as their hands clasped. It was the first meeting between the two young men. After retrieving their pre-made garments from Madame Alkin's tailor shop, Albert and Brad felt no desire to continue wandering Diagon Alley. For the past 5 years, he had practiced the spells from the magical tome using Brad's old wand. Perhaps due to the wand's lack of compatibility, even the simplest incantations proved exceedingly challenging for him to execute. The challenge of casting spells with a wand that did not resonate with his essence successfully dissuaded Albert from the notion of mastering the spells available in the curriculum prior to enrollment. Instead, he began to practice the fundamental gestures of wand movement and their derivative actions, thereby establishing a solid foundation for his spellcasting. In his previous life, while perusing the pages of Harry Potter, Albert had discerned numerous inconsistencies within the narrative. A persistent question lingered in his mind. Why must wizards in the magical realm accumulate their magical prowess solely through the passage of time? Over the years, had no wizard devised methods akin to meditation to enhance their innate magical abilities? Indeed, in the world of Harry Potter, these practitioners of magic, referred to as wizards or bloodline sorcerers, displayed peculiarities. The protagonist, Harry, during his childhood visit to the zoo with the Dursleys, managed to make the glass of the exhibit vanish without a wand. However, after acquiring his wand and beginning his education, he seemingly lost the ability to perform magic without it. This contradiction left Albert in a state of deep contemplation. Did wizards truly lose their connection to their inner magic without a wand, or were they incapable of directing it? Why was he able to feel his magical essence so distinctly? Albert pondered further. His acquaintance with wizards was limited to Uncle Brad, and he had never inquired about the nature of magical power. Long ago, he had attempted to channel his inner magic without a wand. Initially, he believed this would be an insurmountable task, but he was mistaken. With concentrated effort, he found himself capable of manipulating his magic sans wand. Though ultimately he failed, was the difficulty in controlling magic without a wand the reason wizards struggled to cast spells unassisted? Albert relinquished his musings, dismissing J.K. Rowling as merely a novelist, indifferent to the intricacies of Harry Potter. After a prolonged period, the room finally settled into silence. The disarray of the furnishings resembled the aftermath of a rampaging buffalo. Strewn with chaos, and a few suspicious stains marred the floor. In a state of reflection, Albert lay in a star shape upon his bed, his gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling, feeling a profound sense of ennui. This was the after-effect of expending his magical energy. The clarity of water, the cleansing renewal, the obstacles looming ahead, the flickering light, Alohomora, the dance of the Tarantella, all fragmented. The perfect synergy with his wand allowed him to cast spells with effortless precision, a joy he could not experience when wielding Brad's old wand. Ultimately, the exhilaration of spell casting led to the depletion of his magical reserves. Nevertheless, this experimental endeavor provided Albert with insight into the current state of his magical aptitude. Chapter 5, Platform 9 and 3/4. Time passed swiftly. Over the past month, Albert, now in possession of his wand, had immersed himself in the study of the magical arts as outlined in the Book of Vistan. However, Albert felt an inexplicable disquiet. The wand in his hand seemed to siphon away his time, reducing each minute to a mere 59 seconds. As the end of August approached, he found himself at King's Cross Station in London. "All right, young Ivor, this is where I leave you. You can enter the station on your own." Albert carried a small box, magically expanded to hold more than it appeared, while the owl, Zephyr, perched on his shoulder. Leaning casually against a nearby pillar was Brad, sporting an unconventional look that surprisingly drew no attention from passers-by. Was it the effect of a muggle-repelling charm? Despite his usual gruff demeanor, resembling a local curmudgeon, Brad revealed a tender side as Albert prepared to embark on his educational journey. "If it gets cold, remember to take out the blankets I packed for you. Did you bring the snacks I prepared? You can share them with your classmates on the train. Be cautious when practicing spells at school. A spell gone awry can lead to grave consequences, so always know your limits. Avoid exhausting your magical energy like you did last time at home. Remember to be polite. Greet your professors. Forge good relationships with your peers, and try to avoid conflicts." Albert nodded in resignation. Brad's incessant ramblings reminded him of the character Xianglin saw from Lu Sun's writings. He did not find this endless chatter irksome. Rather, he felt a stirring of gratitude. Yet, the transformation of the usually brusque Brad into someone so sentimental was somewhat overwhelming. Glancing at his watch, Albert noted the time. The Hogwarts Express was soon to depart. "I must be off," he declared, striding briskly with his suitcase through the wall. As he passed through, he instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself on the platform of the Hogwarts Express. A large sign prominently displayed the words, "Hogwarts Express departs at 11 o'clock." The platform was a bustling hive of activity, with students and their parents weaving through the throngs. Thick steam from the locomotive swirling above the cacophony of voices and the clatter of heavy luggage. Owls hooted sharply, echoing the farewells of some who leaned out of the windows to bid their families goodbye. The scene, once only a figment of his imagination seen in films, now unfolded before Albert in vivid reality. What a lively place, he mused inwardly. With suitcase in hand, he made his way toward the rear of the train, searching for an unoccupied compartment. Eventually, he stopped at the door of one compartment, where a dark-haired boy was quietly engrossed in a book. "Hello, Waz. It's good to see you again," Albert greeted as he opened the door. Waz rested a thick tome upon his lap, and Albert cast a fleeting glance at its contents. The material within was hardly befitting of a first-year student. Waz diverted his gaze from the book and greeted him with a simple hello. The two young wizards exchanged pleasantries, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. After all, it was rather improbable to expect a young man, who had lived 2 lifetimes and was nearly 30 in total years, to find common ground with an 11-year-old boy whom he had met only twice. This train, famously known as the Hogwarts Express, was ironically slow, as depicted in the films. It departed at 11 in the morning, and by the time it reached Hogwarts, darkness had already descended. Thus, the lengthy journey necessitated some literary diversion. Clearly, Albert and Waz shared a similar inclination, as Albert also produced a tome titled Standard Spells, Beginner. However, his attention was not anchored on the textbook in hand. Instead, he was delving deep into his consciousness, perusing the pages of the Book of Vis Sandy in his mind. The air in the compartment grew increasingly oppressive. With a sudden clatter, the sliding door swung open. "Hello, may we come in?" 2 boys with vibrant red hair and a sprinkle of freckles stood at the threshold, their likeness to one another unmistakable. These were none other than the infamous Weasley twins, destined to become the most mischievous duo in the wizarding world. Yet at this moment, they had not yet evolved into the notorious troublemakers known for their indomitable spirit in Gryffindor. They hesitated, seemingly daunted by the studious aura that permeated the compartment. "Please, come in. There are 2 vacant seats here," Waz beckoned, raising his head to invite the twins. "Hello, I am Fred Weasley, and this is George Weasley." "No, I am Fred Weasley," they chimed in unison. The initial awkwardness did not faze the Weasley brothers. Even before embarking on their academic journey at Hogwarts, they had already begun to display their playful nature upon encountering fellow students. "I am Reinhardt Waz, a first-year student. Albert Stokes, but you may call me Alvo." Each introduced themselves in turn. The Weasley twins truly embodied the spirit of Hogwarts. Their presence dissipated the lingering awkwardness that had enveloped the compartment. "The surname Reinhardt is quite rare in the British wizarding community," George remarked. "I hail from a wizarding family in Germany. I was meant to attend Durmstrang, but my father desired for me to come to Hogwarts." Speaking of families, I recall that the Weasley family is among the few remaining pure-blood families in the magical realm. Waz interjected. "Ah, yes, indeed. Outside, they refer to us as the largest trader family of pure blood," Fred quipped. "And you, Alvo?" "I too was raised within the wizarding community." When Albert mentioned that he was taken in by Uncle Brad and was unaware of his biological parents, the other 3 wisely chose to sidestep the topic. "I suppose you 2 have learned many spells by now?" Fred remarked, eyeing the 2 books titled Standard Spells beside their seats. "We spotted you as soon as we entered, one of you engrossed in a book. George and I were even concerned about interrupting your earnest studies." Fred and George seamlessly exchanged banter, their connection so profound that they didn't even need eye contact to continue each other's thoughts. Was this the telepathic bond shared by twins? Upon hearing the Weasley twins, Albert and Waz simultaneously reached for their wands at their sides, sharing a knowing smile. "After you," Albert gestured graciously. Without hesitation, he retrieved a coin from his pocket and pointed his wand at it. Wow, the Hogwarts crest. This transfiguration clearly surpassed the skill level expected of a first-year student. Fred and George had practiced transfiguration at home, struggling for ages to slightly alter a matchstick. Albert and Waz exchanged glances, relishing the thrill of impressing their newfound friends. They couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that beneath Waz's aloof exterior lay a playful spirit? Albert mused quietly. The 4 soon grew comfortable with one another, engaging in spirited conversations within their compartment. The long whistle of the steam train echoed, signaling the Hogwarts Express's departure amidst the lively exchanges of the 4 young wizards. As the train gradually accelerated, It carried them toward Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, filled with their hopeful aspirations for the future. The quartet transitioned from discussions about family to spells, then to Quidditch, and finally to the Sorting Hat ceremony. Albert recalled Hogwarts' notorious initiation ritual. For reasons unknown, perhaps stemming from a desire not to be the sole victim of such pranks, every wizard who had experienced the sorting ceremony shared an unspoken agreement to reveal nothing about the process to newcomers, save for fabricated tales. Fabrications such as having to battle dragons during the entrance ceremony, racing against werewolves, and the annual casualties among first years, alongside threats of expulsion for the unqualified, were concocted by these unscrupulous wizards. Upon mentioning the sorting ceremony, the twins' faces turned ashen. Albert indignantly questioned, "Is this truly acceptable? Is it amusing to you?" Observing the twins' expressions shift to fear, despite their previously unruly demeanor, Albert couldn't help but think, "Well done." At that moment, was thoroughly frightened, pressed himself against the corner of the compartment, visibly apprehensive. Consequently, Albert became even more animated in the discussion, as it seemed that the more chaos, the better for those merely observing. Chapter 6, The Lumos Conjuring Spell. The steam train billowed white smoke, rumbling along the tracks. The trees flanking the railway receded one by one, while a few white clouds leisurely drifted across the sky. Albert leaned against the train window, gazing at the verdant hills in the distance, his mind swirling with thoughts. I wonder if I will ever be able to create a magical version of the Harmony train? The twin brothers, true to their reputation as future mischief makers, had caught on to the absurd tales Albert spun about the sorting ceremony. Upon noticing their exchanged glances, Albert abandoned his intent to continue the frivolous banter. It was already a pleasant surprise that his fabricated tales about the sorting ceremony had amused them for so long. The twins eagerly took it upon themselves to deceive the new students, launching into their own fanciful fabrications. Perhaps they had gone a tad too far, for Waz soon detected the inconsistencies in their words. Unfazed by their exposure, the twins deftly shifted the blame onto Albert, each taking turns to cast him in an unfavorable light. The other three occupants of the compartment fixed their intense gazes upon Albert. "What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face?" he retorted, unabashed. He knew that once the train arrived at Hogwarts, he would be greeted by Dumbledore's penetrating gaze. Although this might sound exaggerated, it was prudent to exercise some caution. Albert summoned the skills he had honed as an agent. He had once persuaded numerous criminals, holding hostages, to lay down their weapons with the power of his words. However, those who ultimately chose to surrender were few and far between. More often than not, it was Albert alongside his colleagues who charged in and, after a barrage of gunfire, managed to physically subdue the perpetrators. "You know, have you ever noticed that we have never heard of young witches and wizards being persuaded to withdraw from Hogwarts?" He continued. "George, Fred, even to your older brothers, all successfully enrolled? On another note, having perused several books about Hogwarts, I've found that over the years, the number of students expelled from Hogwarts is negligible. Thus, the sorting ceremony should not pose too much difficulty for us young witches and wizards." Just as Albert was laboriously conjuring a plausible explanation, the sound of wheels rolling from a snack trolley echoed from outside the compartment, accompanied by a knock. The door swung open, revealing a smiling woman with dimples. "Would you like to purchase some snacks, dear?" George and Fred appeared slightly embarrassed, and in an instant, Albert grasped their predicament. Well aware of the Weasley family's financial situation, he knew that these two brothers were the type whose pockets were emptier than their faces. He reached into his pocket for the pocket money Brad had given him. "We'll take all these snacks." Quicker than Albert, Waz, the affluent companion, generously acquired all the snacks from the trolley: chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, bubblegum toads, and licorice wands. Although it was not his first encounter with these treats, they still held an inexplicable allure for Albert. However, George and Fred hesitated to reach for the treats. Despite their strong desire to indulge, they were unwilling to take advantage of their companions. Beside them, Albert harbored no such reservations, seizing a chocolate frog and unceremoniously biting off half of its head. Unbeknownst to those around him, the letters ones floated continuously above Albert's head. Waz placed the open snacks in front of George and Fred, suggesting they share, as he could not possibly finish so many treats alone. "No, thank you. We brought our own," George and Fred replied with awkward smiles, producing sandwiches crafted by Mrs. Weasley. Albert rummaged through the box he carried, producing snacks prepared for him by Brad, thrusting them into the twins' hands before snatching the sandwich from George. Without waiting for a response, Albert took a hearty bite of the sandwich. "I haven't had a sandwich in ages. Did your mother make this? It's delightful." Waz also took a sandwich from Fred. For sharing snacks is a most effective way to bridge the gap between friends. After Albert and Woz devoured their sandwiches, they eagerly turned their attention to the snacks on the table. Long ago, in a distant land to the east, a wizard by the name of Wong discovered a law from which no one could escape. He named this law the law of true aroma. True aroma. George and Fred savored their snacks with joy. "Hey, George, which house do you think you will be sorted into?" Woz inquired. "Gryffindor, I suppose. Bill, Charlie, and Percy are all in Gryffindor, so we likely will be as well. I think you two will be sorted in a Ravenclaw, given your enthusiasm for learning," Fred remarked. Of course, Woz might end up in Slytherin, considering Reinhardt is a pure-blood noble. Albert winked at Woz. "However, I would prefer not to be sorted into Slytherin. I have an aversion to green. They say the Slytherin dormitory is underground, and I do not wish to live like a mole for the next 7 years." Albert seemed to forget that the Hufflepuff common room was also located underground. "I would rather be sorted into Hufflepuff. I hear their dormitory is closest to the kitchen." It was surprising to discover Woz's hidden penchant for food. "Regardless of which house we are placed in, it will not affect our friendship, right?" As the little wizards engaged in their spirited discussion, the daylight gradually waned. The Hogwarts Express, racing through the landscape, began to slow down, and the announcement echoed through the carriage. "Dear passengers, we are approaching our final destination, Hogsmeade Station. Those disembarking at Hogsmeade should prepare their belongings and get ready to alight." Back to reality. The twins' brother, Percy Weasley, appeared from seemingly nowhere, reminding his younger siblings to change into their uniforms. "Hello, I'm Percy Weasley." Subsequently, he turned to the twins, recalling his mother's explicit instructions before their departure to take good care of the two of them. However, Albert felt that it was Percy who truly needed tending to. In a matter of moments, Albert and the twins shed their outer garments and began donning their wizarding robes. "Woz, what are you still standing there for? Change into your school uniform." Clearly, the young master of the Reinhardt family had never experienced changing clothes in front of others. A pair of unnatural crimson hues crept onto his face as he stared at the school uniform in his hands, at a loss. The other three could not contain their laughter and, once they were properly attired, exited the compartment, granting Woz some solitude. At that moment, the train's aisle was filled with many students who had already changed. Some were adjusting their uniforms while others cradled pets, waiting for the train to come to a halt. With a cacophony of screeching wheels against the tracks, the train finally came to a stop, and students jostled one another as they disembarked. Awaiting them on the platform was a giant, estimated to be 4 meters tall. He sported a mane of hair that would evoke envy in future programmers, though its lack of proper care rendered it somewhat unkempt. Coupled with a scruffy beard and a rather disheveled appearance, Albert immediately recognized this giant. Rubeus Hagrid, a half-giant by birth, master of the 8-eyed spider and the 3-headed dog, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and a trusted confidant of old Dumbledore. At this moment, he stood holding a lantern on the dark and dilapidated platform. "First years, over here. Hurry up. Don't be shy, first years. Keep up." The stark contrast between the darkness outside the carriage and the warmth within was palpable. In September, the temperatures in Britain had already plummeted considerably, especially now that night had fallen. As the twins and Woz stepped into the cold air, they could not help but shiver, instinctively wrapping their robes tighter around themselves. Albert, however, remained composed. Even though he had traversed into a magical world, he had not neglected his physical training over the past 5 years. Rising early for morning runs had been a habit he maintained since his previous life. It is worth noting that running in the winter's early chill was far more frigid than this moment. After a brief interval, Hagrid confirmed that all first-year students had assembled. Observing the chattering little wizards, a smile crept onto his face. "Follow me. First years, be mindful of your footing." Hagrid led the newcomers down a steep and narrow path. The road was rugged and slippery, with dense branches on either side obscuring the already dim moonlight, making the already treacherous path even more difficult to navigate. Darkness enveloped them, with only Hagrid's dim lantern illuminating the way for the young wizards. The lantern-bearer, Rubeus Hagrid, Albert mused to himself. This is certainly the most unfortunate instance of a lantern-bearer. Nightingale being overshadowed. After all these years, has Dumbledore not considered repairing this path? Albert internally lamented as the wand materialized in his grasp. While he shielded his eyes with his other hand, the air shimmered. A beam of light erupted from the tip of the wand, piercing the heavens like a formidable sword, seemingly threatening to puncture the very clouds above. The emanating brilliance dispelled the surrounding darkness, illuminating the once obscured path as bright as day. Even Professor McGonagall, stationed at the entrance of Hogwarts awaiting the arrival of the new students, beheld the soaring column of light. Chapter 7. The Sorting Hat, Azkaban. The sudden radiance nearly blinded the young wizards nearby, with Woz, Fred, and George being the first to suffer its blinding glare. Tears flowed uncontrollably from their eyes as they momentarily lost their sight, everything around them becoming an indistinguishable white. "Those pesky nuisances. They infuriate me," Was exclaimed, unleashing a classic German curse. "Oh dear, I seem to have overdone it with the magic." Albert feigned an apology, his heart brimming with joy from the playful mischief. As he reduced the magical output, the beam of light began to retract, its intensity gradually waning. Ultimately, the glow emitted from Albert's modified Lumos charm diminished to the level of a mere flashlight, a tactical version of the charm. Once their vision returned, Waz shot Albert an indignant glare, his clenched teeth conveying a silent promise. "Just wait, I will find a way to get you back." Albert regretted having introduced the concept of a Luba to the trio during their train journey. After the initial chaos subsided, the young wizards rallied around the four who maintained the Lumos charm, as if they had found their guiding light. Hagrid beamed at the scene before him, noting that this year's crop of young wizards appeared far more exceptional than those of previous years. The four continued to uphold the Lumos charm for an indeterminate duration, their arms growing weary from holding their wands aloft. The once quiet procession of new students, initially subdued by fatigue, erupted into lively chatter again. At the end of a narrow path lay a shimmering expanse of a dark lake. On the opposite shore, a grand castle loomed atop a steep hillside, its towers reaching skyward and windows twinkling under the starlit sky. Albert gazed in awe at the ancient castle he had long yearned for in his past life. "All right, we shall take the boats across. Remember, no more than 4 persons per boat," Hagrid bellowed, gesturing toward the small vessels docked at the lakeside. "Unless you fancy singing with mermaids in the Black Lake." Mermaids, the enchanting half-human, half-fish beauties? Not left and right, but up and down, with long hair and exquisite figures. Albert's imagination ran wild. The 4 close friends were determined to share the same boat. "Is everyone aboard?" Hagrid scanned the crowd, and upon confirming that all new students had settled into their boats, he embarked on his own vessel. "Let us set sail. Let us row, wait." Hogwarts boats do not require oars. They glide forth on the waves. The small boat moved of its own accord, gliding across the mirror-like surface of the water. As they sailed, the towering Hogwarts castle drew ever nearer. As the lead boat approached the cliff, Hagrid bellowed, "Duck!" The young wizards promptly lowered their heads, save for Albert, who remained unfazed, preoccupied with stirring the lake's waters. In truth, among all present, only Hagrid truly needed to heed the warning. After navigating through a pitch-black tunnel, the fleet docked at a location resembling an underground wharf. Subsequently, under Hagrid's guidance, they ascended a winding path carved into the rock, arriving at a grassy expanse before the castle. Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked upon the castle's grand door, which was promptly opened from within by a tall, dark-haired witch clad in a deep green robe and sporting a pointed wizard's hat. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," Professor McGonagall replied, and Hagrid hurriedly turned to depart. Despite McGonagall's junior status in the hierarchy, Hagrid could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation in her imposing presence. Leading the young wizards through the entrance hall, they arrived at a grand door. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall proclaimed. "The feast is about to commence. However, before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first undergo the sorting ceremony to determine which house you will join for your studies. This ceremony is of utmost significance, for during your time at Hogwarts, your house will serve as your home. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in your house's dormitory, and spend leisure time in your house's common room. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts its own illustrious history and has nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. During your tenure at Hogwarts, exemplary performance will earn your house points, while any infractions of school rules will result in point deductions. At the conclusion of the term, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that, regardless of which house you're sorted into, you will bring glory to it." Professor McGonagall's gaze swept over the assembly of young wizards. Moments away, the sorting ceremony would commence. "I suggest you take a moment to tidy yourselves up and present a more spirited appearance while you wait." With that, she turned and entered the hall. As her formidable presence faded from view, the young wizards, momentarily subdued, began to murmur once more. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out again. "Are we all prepared? Now, form a single line and follow me." In her hand, she now held a piece of parchment. The young wizards crossed the threshold into an opulent hall. Their eyes were immediately drawn to 4 long tables representing the 4 houses where older students sat, grinning as they regarded the newcomers. It was evident that they were poised to relish the amusing antics of the first years, conveniently forgetting that they, too, had once been in their shoes. For tables were adorned with gleaming golden platters and elegant goblets, and Albert's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the exquisite tableware. How many gold galleons could one fetch by pilfering and selling such treasures? However, he wisely dismissed the thought, for above him, Professor Dumbledore was observing them intently. With his long white beard and half-moon spectacles, Dumbledore sat at the head of the dining hall, smiling warmly at the incoming first-year students. Beside him was Professor Snape, characterized by his greasy black hair, hawkish nose, and sallow complexion. Next to Snape was a short wizard, Professor Flitwick, accompanied by another wizard whom Albert did not recognize. Likely the defense against the dark arts instructor for the semester. The hall's ceiling was enchanted, revealing the star-studded night sky beyond the castle, with floating candles seemingly suspended in midair. Albert overheard his neighbor, Waz, whispering enviously, "My dining room's ceiling is enchanted too. Damn it, do the wealthy ever have enough?" Professor McGonagall led the young wizards to the front of the staff table, where a small stool awaited them, topped by a tattered old sorting hat resting quietly. As the first-year students approached, the hat split open, revealing its mouth, and began to sing the entrance song it had composed over the course of the year. Albert had little inclination to listen to the hat's peculiar melody. His mind was preoccupied with the thought of the accumulated dandruff and grease from countless students over the ages that now adorned the hat. The idea of such a historically laden artifact resting upon his head made him feel quite uneasy. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, announcing, "When I call your name, you shall don the hat, sit upon the stool, and await your sorting." Agitio auditora. After a brief silence, the sorting hat boomed, Slytherin. Applause erupted from the Slytherin table, welcoming the new student, Wazlinhart. At last, it was Albert's dear friend's turn. Professor McGonagall placed the hat atop Waz's head, and the hat began to mutter, "Ah," a thirst for knowledge coupled with ambition. Ultimately, it declared Ravenclaw, Albert Stock. Albert had assumed that as a traveler from another world, he would be recognized by the hat and perhaps engage in some conversation. But as soon as the hat touched his head, it proclaimed loudly, Slytherin. Albert's heart sank in disbelief. He barely had time to stifle the hat's mouth before it announced the result. In that moment of shock, he was already ushered off the stool by Professor McGonagall. As he made his way to the Slytherin table, he remained dazed. The sorting ceremony continued in an orderly fashion, and the world did not cease its rotation simply because Albert was sorted into Slytherin. George and Fred were unsurprisingly sorted into Gryffindor, currently seated at the table, helplessly listening to Percy's incessant chatter. From afar, Waz at the Ravenclaw table could only cast them a distant glance, wishing them good luck, though separated by an aisle. They might not even notice. As for Albert, he remained bewildered as to why he had been placed in Slytherin. He had intended to join Hufflepuff, not this. Chapter 8, Slytherin. The sorting ceremony swiftly concluded amidst Albert's confusion. Dumbledore rose, his face beaming as he gazed upon the new students. Nothing delighted him more than this scene. He welcomed everyone to Hogwarts, ushering in the new academic year with open arms. Now, let me say a few words. Albert's anticipated lengthy speech did not materialize. The feast commenced officially, and an array of delectable dishes appeared on the table, the enticing aromas wafting throughout the hall. The house elves had prepared traditional British cuisine. Albert spotted the legendary Starry Sky dessert on the table, which he regarded with reverence. Having subsisted on snacks and sandwiches throughout the train journey, Albert, famished after a long day, launched an assault with his knife and fork upon the steak and roast pig before him. One might ponder if he were to bring a Chinese cookbook to visit the house elves in the kitchen, would he eventually find beloved dishes like Kung Pao chicken, Dompa pork, spicy fish head, or Westlake vinegar fish gracing the table? Perhaps the house elves will be driven to madness by the phrases, such as a pinch of salt or appropriate soy sauce, found within the recipes. As everyone dined heartily, the remnants of food on the table abruptly vanished, and the utensils gleamed as if brand new. A variety of desserts appeared, puddings, pumpkin pies, fruit salads, and donuts, but alas, there was no fizzy drink, which drew criticism. The atmosphere at the table was vibrant, continuing until the last morsel of dessert disappeared. Dumbledore rose from the staff table. "I trust everyone is sufficiently nourished, and now I would like to share a few words. First, let us welcome our new defense against the dark arts professor, Emerson Fry." The newly appointed professor stood as Dumbledore uttered his name. At this moment, Albert finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the professor. He was quite tall, with a pale complexion marred by wrinkles and scars. His unkempt, grizzled beard suggested neglect. His wizarding robes were dirty and tattered, appearing as though they had not been mended or washed in over a decade. Dumbledore's voice resonated once more, first-year students. Heed this warning. The forbidden forest near the castle is off-limits to any student. If you wish to avoid misfortune, be sure to remember this. As for Hogsmeade, no students below 3rd year may venture there, and those in 3rd year or above must obtain permission from a guardian. Additionally, our castle caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind everyone that magic is not to be used in the corridors during breaks. Mr. Filch has also issued bans on several items. Please take note. Students, the countenance of every professor at the faculty table stiffened. Undeterred, Dumbledore drew forth the Elder Wand, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, a long golden ribbon spiraled upward, coiling like a serpent above the grand dining table, inscribing lines of text in the air. This was troublesome. Old Bumblebee had lost his mind again. Professor McGonagall hastily summoned her wand to cast a sound-dampening charm upon herself, closely followed by Snape. Everyone, choose your favorite tune. Dumbledore exuberantly exclaimed. Eager to create a sensation, Albert brandished his wand, bestowing upon himself a resounding vocal enhancement. Ready, sing. Dumbledore waved his wand as if it were a conductor's baton. As the pear blossoms bloomed far and wide, delicate gossamer floated gracefully over the river. Albert completed the school's somewhat embarrassing anthem to the melody of Caduceus. With his amplified voice, he drowned out the collective sound of 7 years' worth of students, leaving them all in stunned silence as they beheld his solo performance. Dumbledore, beaming with delight, conducted him with his wand, and when Albert finished, a hush enveloped the room. It was only Dumbledore who initiated the applause, soon followed by the students, filling the hall with enthusiastic clapping, with Dumbledore's applause resonating the loudest. Unbeknownst to him, Albert had somehow ascended onto a stool, bowing to the audience. Thank you. Thank you. Perhaps the pressures of being an agent necessitated a touch of levity, and Albert, having joined the ranks only a few years prior, had transformed into a jester himself. His antics were no surprise. What a splendid performance. Dumbledore watched Albert with a twinkle in his eye, and through his crescent-shaped spectacles, Albert caught a wink from the venerable wizard. Just as he began to bask in his moment of glory, a chilling gaze pierced through him. Mechanically, he turned his head slightly to discover, oh no, how could he have forgotten this individual? Beside Dumbledore, a sullen old bat was coldly scrutinizing him. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The once exuberant Albert slinked down from his chair, blending into the ranks of the younger students as he followed the head of Slytherin out of the Great Hall. Along the way, head boy Helson Kenway enthusiastically introduced the newcomers to Slytherin House. I'm delighted to welcome you to Slytherin. Our house emblem is a magnificent serpent, the wisest of creatures. Our colors are emerald green and silver, and our common room entrance is hidden away in the basement. There are some facts about Slytherin that you ought to know, and conversely, some rumors you should dismiss. Firstly, you may have heard the gossip that we revel in the study of dark arts, or that Slytherin only admits students from renowned wizarding families. You should not believe the tales spun by our rival houses. I do not deny that our house has produced some dark wizards, but the other 3 houses have also had their share. They simply refuse to acknowledge it. Indeed, we do exhibit a proclivity for admitting the offspring of esteemed wizarding families. However, one can readily observe that numerous Slytherin students have at least one parent of Muggle origin. The password for the common room is altered bi-weekly, so do take heed of the announcements. It is strictly prohibited to bring students from other houses into our common room or to divulge our password to them. A cadre of new Slytherin students followed their prefect to a hidden stone door concealed within a damp stone wall in the basement. As Hail Sun recited the password, the door creaked open, releasing a wave of humidity. Hail Sun guided the boys to their dormitory, while the girls, under the leadership of their prefect, ventured in another direction. Upon the wall adjacent to the dormitory door hung bronze plaques inscribed with the names of young wizards, signifying their respective dormitories. Albert quickly found his designated dormitory by following these bronze markers. His belongings and pets had already been delivered to the foot of each student's bed by house elves. The dormitory boasted a splendid atmosphere, with traditional 4-poster beds adorned with green silk drapes and embroidered with silver thread. Medieval tapestries depicting the illustrious adventures of Slytherin adorned the walls, while silver lanterns dangled from the ceiling. A piece of parchment lay quietly on the bedside table, detailing the week's class schedule. Albert exchanged a brief greeting with his roommate, Agio Auditoria. What distinguishes Slytherin from the other 3 houses is that while the dormitories of the latter consist of 4-person chambers, Slytherin's accommodations are uniquely designed for 2. Albert, however, felt little inclination for slumber. Instead, he reclined upon his bed, perusing the magical encyclopedia within his consciousness. After 5 years of diligent study, Albert had unlocked many spells documented in the book's latter pages. He had self-taught himself all the incantations to be learned in the first year, and had even dabbled in the spells of the second and third years, having improved upon several. The spell he had mastered most adeptly, and to the greatest extent, was the Lumos spell. He could even manipulate it to conjure a lightsaber-like beam at the tip of his wand. May the Force be with you. Though this wand version of the lightsaber was merely a facade, Potions class felt to Albert akin to brewing soup. In his previous life, as a native of Guangdong, he excelled in the art of culinary broth making. The admission letter had merely requested that new students procure a cauldron. Yet Albert had ultimately acquired 3. A standard-sized cauldron for Potions class, another crafted from pure copper, and a lidded purple clay cauldron. At home, he had practiced with various potion ingredients collected by Brad, finding many basic potions relatively simple. He had never attempted to concoct advanced potions, and thus remained uncertain, as such endeavors require a wealth of costly potion ingredients. Being under someone else's roof, he felt reluctant to utilize Brad's precious materials, opting instead for the more affordable options. What truly exhilarated Albert was the revelation of the alchemical manuscript that had eluded him for 5 long years, its obscured contents now laid bare. The most enigmatic art of alchemy had finally unveiled its secrets to him. Chapter 9. The Magical Cooking Class. Early the next morning, the twins appeared before Albert, who was engrossed in his breakfast while perusing the Daily Prophet. The newspaper, casually placed on the dining table, prominently displayed the headline announcing a robbery at Gringotts, perpetrated by 3 nefarious dark wizards who had been apprehended on the spot. They eagerly invited Albert to join their expedition team to explore the castle. As the twins planned to delve into the historical depths of this ancient magical fortress during the relatively relaxed first-year classes. However, they failed to notice the expression on Albert's face, as he thought to himself, I have faced countless battles and seen much more. Hidden passages within Hogwarts Castle, Snape's storeroom, Dumbledore's office, the Chamber of Secrets. He had encountered them all. Yes, indeed, you're absolutely right. Splendid, Albert replied, dismissively while retrieving his class schedule. 2 red-haired heads popped up from behind him. Most classes for Slytherin and Gryffindor were shared, with only a few courses attended by all 4 houses together. Perhaps this was due to the historical rift between the founders of the 2 houses, Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin, who had fallen out, resulting in a perpetual cycle of rivalry. Nonetheless, this rivalry held little significance for Albert. In his view, they were all students of the same school, and there was no need for discord. The twins, sorted into Gryffindor, did not engage in any quarrels with him merely because he belonged to Slytherin. The Sorting Hat's decision did not affect their friendship in the slightest. In contrast to the tension between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the atmosphere among Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was decidedly more amicable. This might be attributed to the fact that Ravenclaw students were often lost in their studies, while Hufflepuff students harbored no desire for mischief, unlike the brash Gryffindors. Ultimately, after finalizing their schedules, Waz walked away dejectedly. Among the 4 of them, his classes were nearly solitary, while the other 3 shared almost identical schedules. The first challenge the freshmen encountered was the labyrinthine staircases of Hogwarts. With a total of 142 staircases, some were grand and wide, while others were narrow and precarious. Some changed their destinations every Friday, while others would mysteriously vanish halfway up, requiring one to remember where to leap. Furthermore, numerous doors awaited them. Unless one politely requested their opening or precisely poked the correct spot, these doors would remain shut. Some were not doors at all, but merely solid walls masquerading as such. Remembering where things are can be quite challenging, as everything seems to be in constant flux. The individuals in the portraits frequently visit one another, making it hardly surprising that first-year students often find themselves lost. At such times, the advantages of rising early become evident. Albert and his peers have ample time to navigate their way to the potions classroom. This classroom, situated in a basement, is illuminated by many braziers. Yet their flickering flames fail to dispel the chill in the air. At this moment, only a handful of students occupy the room, suggesting that most are still en route, with some perhaps still ensconced in their warm beds. After a while, students trickle in one by one. The classroom is distinctly divided into 2 sections according to the respective houses. Suddenly, the basement door swung open with a loud bang, and a large bat flitted in. In my classroom, you are not permitted to wave your wands indiscriminately or chant spells without cause, Severus Snape declared, striding purposefully towards the podium. He turned, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon the young wizards below, particularly targeting the Gryffindor side. In truth, I suspect very few of you appreciate the profound science and intricate craft of potion making. However, for those select few among you, the exceptional students, after casting a menacing glance at the Gryffindors, he shifted his scrutiny to Albert, who had garnered much attention at the opening feast the previous evening. For those rare individuals with genuine talent, I can teach you how to enchant the mind and snare the senses. Those Snape's words bore no threat. Albert felt a chill creep down his neck. I will instruct you on how to forge a reputation, brew brilliance, and even stave off death. Perhaps due to Albert's affiliation with Slytherin, Snape refrained from making things difficult for him. Snape diverted his gaze from Albert and commanded, "Put down those useless textbooks." This book is an antiquity from decades past. Potion making is an ever-evolving discipline. While the information in the textbook is accurate, many of the techniques have become outdated. The content on the blackboard differs somewhat from what is recorded in the book. Simply follow what is on the blackboard. Snape ruthlessly criticized the textbooks held by the young wizards, yet he was indeed a master of potions. He retrieved his wand and tapped the blackboard, causing white lettering to appear. Albert had brewed the Scabbers potion many times before. The process of potion making resembled the chemistry experiments he had conducted in a previous life. It was more akin to the soup making familiar to those from Guangdong. Although Albert had not excelled in chemistry, particularly in practical experiments, he was well versed in cooking. In his former life, he often took advantage of spare moments to prepare meals and soups for his attractive female colleagues. So crafting the simple Scabbers potion was effortless for him. After casting a glance at the blackboard, Albert picked up a cauldron and began his work. He skillfully set up the cauldron, ignited the fire, brought the water to a boil, and handled the potion ingredients. In the dimly lit underground classroom, Severus Snape glided about like a large black bat, cloaked in his dark robes. For students outside of Slytherin House, potions class was akin to a hellish ordeal. At this moment, Snape stood beside the twin brothers, spewing venom. "Fools, is this how you handle a serpent's venom?" 5 points from Gryffindor. Albert, meanwhile, stirred his potion leisurely, taking the time to turn and exchange knowing glances with the twins. Snape, noticing only the focused diligence of Albert as he brewed his potion, turned back to berate the Gryffindor students. After meandering around their side of the classroom and causing 5 or 6 cauldrons to explode, Snape, satisfied, approached the Slytherin students. Having grown accustomed to the classroom's oppressive atmosphere, Albert remained unflustered, especially upon realizing that Snape bore him no particular malice. He added 4 boiled and tinnied slugs into his cauldron, waiting for them to dissolve before lifting the cauldron from the flames. Then he tossed in 2 quills from a porcupine, stirring 5 times clockwise before waving his wand. Snape, standing beside Albert, did not disrupt his meticulous actions. Completed, Snape leaned in to inspect the potion Albert had brewed, which had transformed into a vibrant blue. A whiff of decaying cabbage wafted from the still-warm potion in the cauldron. "Ah yes, that's the scent," Snape declared, awarding Slytherin 10 points. Although several young wizards had blown up their cauldrons, ultimately, all students managed to concoct the Scabious potion, as it was merely a rudimentary potion with simple steps. As a compulsory subject, potions class at Hogwarts lasted 2 hours, including the waiting time before class began. The young wizards endured over 2 hours in a classroom that resembled more of a dungeon than a learning space. For George, Fred, and their fellow Gryffindors, this was sheer torment. When Snape announced the end of class, they scarcely waited for Albert before bolting from the potions dungeon. The quartet quickly reconvened in the hallway. "Hey, mates, this is Cedric, whom I just met in Charms class." Waz introduced the companion beside him. "This is Albert, and these are George and Fred." Waz hesitated momentarily while introducing the Weasley twins, unable to distinguish between George and Fred. In fact, the twins were already acquainted with Cedric, as the Weasley family resided in a modest home to the south of Ottery, St. Catchpole Village. This village, located in Devon, England, was home to both wizards and muggles. The Diggory family also lived nearby, albeit a few miles further away. Cedric's father, Amos Diggory, and the Weasley brothers' father, Arthur Weasley, both worked at the Ministry of Magic. However, the former is employed in the Department of Magical Creatures Management and Control, while the latter serves as the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Muggle Artifacts. It is hardly surprising that the two families are acquainted. Indeed, the camaraderie between the twin brothers and Cedric suggests they must have visited each other frequently before their enrollment. Albert observed this quintet, a modest gathering that encompassed all 4 houses. If only a member from Azkaban were present, it would have been perfect, perhaps even summoning a dragon. Chapter 10. Uneventful and Monotonous Days. The twins were venting their grievances to Waz and Cedric, embellishing their tales of the inhumane treatment they endured at the hands of Snape during potions class, which left the two concerned about their impending lesson. As Waz recounted their experiences, Albert felt a growing anticipation for Professor Flitwick's Charms class later that afternoon. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to the dining hall. Indeed, the dining hall, According to Hogwarts curriculum, young wizards are required to attend only one class in the morning. Thus, after the morning session concludes, it is time for lunch. The Weasley twins, having endured the rigors of potions, were ravenous, seeking solace in a hearty meal to mend their battered spirits. Hogwarts afternoon classes commence at 1 o'clock, lasting from 1 p.m. to 3 o'clock p.m., with a half-hour break allowing students to transition to their next class. Typically, evenings are devoid of scheduled lessons, save for astronomy, which is only held once a week to observe celestial phenomena. Therefore, nighttime is reserved for the students' personal pursuits. Most choose to linger in the common room, engaging in wizard chess or completing assignments set by their professors. A daring few embark on nocturnal explorations of the ancient castle, with many of them being Hufflepuffs seeking out the kitchens. Meanwhile, Quidditch players from each house seize every opportunity during their free time to train, striving to secure the Quidditch Cup for their respective houses. Perhaps due to the nature of the food, after all, the dish is the original sin. There exists a small faction of insufferable couples, often found in pairs along the edge of the Black Lake, engaged in activities best left undescribed. As the five-member group entered the dining hall, they dispersed, unconcerned with the gaze of others, though instances of mingling at tables had been rare over the years, particularly between Slytherin and Gryffindor. As newcomers, they would do well to avoid challenging tradition. Professor Binns glided through the blackboard into the classroom, startling everyone. Numerous legends surround Professor Binns at Hogwarts, the official narrative being that this unscrupulous Dumbledore even exploits the deceased, leaving one to wonder whether Hogwarts has continued to pay Professor Binns' salary all these years. If there were Professor Binns as a ghost, wouldn't be able to spend a single galleon. One wonders where such funds might be concealed. If not, the wretched capitalists. Albert had no interest whatsoever in Professor Binns' monotonous lectures on the history of magic, which merely consisted of reciting from the textbook. However, he was quite intrigued by the prospect of the professor's potentially accumulated wages over centuries. Before even entering school, Albert had perused the history of magic from the Stock family collection in Brad's study, one of the few volumes that had escaped confiscation during the post-war purges. Moreover, the Stock family's collection contained numerous apocryphal accounts, such as the secrets that must be discussed between Slytherin and Ravenclaw, and shocking, the historical King Arthur may actually have been a woman. How much more thrilling than the official history? Albert was confident in Umbridge's character, assuring that his approach to these historical texts had been one of earnest scholarly inquiry. Soon, lulled by Professor Binns' droning, he succumbed to slumber. The little serpents of Slytherin, under the influence of Binns' hypnotic magic, lost their inclination to oppose Gryffindor. They were simply too fatigued. George had rested his head on Fred's shoulder, and the two slept in a peculiar pose, leaning against one another. Time swiftly elapsed in the realm of dreams, and the ringing of the class bell roused the young wizards from their slumber. Albert felt as though he had merely shut his eyes for an instant before reopening them to find that the history lesson had concluded. Where had the time gone? He pondered this while gazing at his wand, crafted with a core of dragon heartstring. In the classroom, Professor Phileas Flitwick, the charms instructor, stood upon a pile of books, clutching a piece of parchment. After calling the roll, he waved his wand, causing a cluster of feathers on the podium to rise and gracefully float to each young wizard's desk. The incantation for the levitation spell was Wingardium Leviosa. Now, allow me to demonstrate. Please pay attention to the motions. A swish, then a flick. The atmosphere in Charms class was far more vibrant than that of potions, as evidenced by the enthusiasm of the neighboring Gryffindors, who eagerly brandished their wands at the feathers. In the morning's potions class, they had been thoroughly intimidated by Snape. Albert could hardly be bothered to draw his wand. A levitation spell? Wasn't it merely a matter of having hands? Although he found it challenging to control the magic within him without his wand, years of practice had enabled him to perform a few simple spells wandlessly, levitation being one of them. Albert focused intently, yet feigned nonchalance as he gently tapped the feather before him with his finger and raised it slightly. The feather floated in accordance with his gesture. A silent and wandless incantation. The twin brothers seated beside him were nearly agog. Wasn't a basic spell like levitation achievable by mere hand movements? The words of Albert incited a desire to strike him. The twin brothers were resolute in their determination to seize an opportunity after class to conspire with Waz and Cedric to exact vengeance on Albert. Their fingers traced circles in the air, with the feather mirroring the movements of Albert's hand. Professor Flitwick soon took notice of their antics. What a splendid display of silent, wandless magic. I have never encountered a young wizard with such remarkable talent. Slytherin earns a full 10 points. Professor Flitwick approached Albert, who was feigning the demeanor of a diligent student. Albert, during this morning's charms lesson, I overheard was mentioned that the beam of light outside the castle last night was conjured by you. Would you be willing to demonstrate it to me after class? As the bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson, the young wizards welcomed their first weekend since the start of term amidst Professor Flitwick's assignment instructions. After the other young wizards departed, Albert showcased his modified Lumos charm to Professor Flitwick. The professor, a master of charms and a former champion of dueling tournaments, immediately discerned the essence of the spell, even though Albert employed wandless, silent casting. Professor Flitwick showed no concern that Albert was not a student of Ravenclaw. He enthusiastically engaged him in a discussion about further enhancements to the Lumos charm, beyond merely emitting a bright light. He instructed Albert on how to incorporate additional effects into the spell. Adding such effects requires extraordinary talent. However, for a first-year student capable of wandless, silent casting, this should pose no challenge. As their conversation flowed, they lost track of time until a loud rumble from Albert's stomach interrupted them. What was meant to be a dialogue had turned into a one-sided lesson from Professor Flitwick. "All right, my dear boy, you must go eat, lest you miss dinner." The professor leapt from his chair. "Thank you for your guidance, Professor Flitwick." Albert bowed deeply to the man who had imparted wisdom to him. At that moment, only a handful of wizards remained in the dining hall. Rushing towards the dining area, Albert nearly collided with Waz and the others as he entered. "George has been wondering where you were all this time after Professor Flitwick kept you behind. We feared you might miss dinner, so we were about to bring you some food." Fred chimed in, echoing George's concern. Seeing that Albert could still make it in time for dinner, the four friends said no more. After agreeing to meet at 9 o'clock outside the Hufflepuff common room, they departed the hall. Albert rested his chin on one hand while using a silver spoon to scoop a generous portion of pudding into his mouth. He has contemplated the enhancements he wishes to incorporate into the Lumos spell. However, what he currently lacks is a suitable venue for experimenting with the incantation. Yet, prior to this, he must visit the library to consult some references. The pirated edition of the Book of Vissandia, in his mind, merely instructs him on how to cast spells, lacking any guidance on how to refine them or elucidate the principles of magic. Thus, he remains reliant on the vast resources of the Hogwarts library. Moreover, even if the Vissandia tome could serve as a substitute for the library, he would still not forsake his visits. For it is within the library that he might encounter enchanting witching maidens, a possibility that the Vissandia book could never provide. Chapter 11. A must-visit location for travelers from the Celestial Realm. With little appetite, Albert hastily satisfied his hunger, his mind consumed with thoughts of improving the Lumos charm. After inquiring about the library's location from senior dining at the same table, Albert hurriedly departed the hall, making his way to the second floor of the castle. He aimed to borrow the books on spell analysis from Professor Flitwick's reading list before the library closed at 8 o'clock. While the Vissandia tome had taught him the art of spellcasting, it had not imparted the underlying principles of magic. If Albert did not venture to uncover the secrets of magic himself, he might become a wizard as formidable as Voldemort or Dumbledore. Yet he would never surpass them to become the most powerful sorcerer. The Hogwarts Library, situated on the second floor of the castle, boasts thousands of bookshelves filled with countless tomes. Students at Hogwarts may read or borrow books here, either for academic pursuits or mere leisure. The librarian, Madame Pants, cast a skeptical glance at Albert as he nervously handed her the parchment. After years of service, it was the first time she had seen a young wizard visit the library to borrow books on just the second day of school. Moreover, Albert sought books on spell analysis, typically reserved for upperclassmen, which only heightened Madame Pants' suspicions. Nevertheless, she dutifully retrieved the requested volumes for him. At 9 o'clock that night, outside the Hufflepuff common room, four shadowy figures congregated, seemingly conspiring. "Where is Avu?" came Cedric's voice. Apologies, I'm late." A fifth figure joined them. Soon, the nocturnal exploration team arrived at their first destination in the castle, the kitchen. The entrance to the Hufflepuff common room is located in the corner of the corridor leading to the Hogwarts kitchen. It took only a few steps for them to reach the door. "This is what the upperclassmen told me. They often come here for late-night snacks," Cedric remarked, standing before a portrait of a silver bowl brimming with fruit. He reached out and scratched the pair depicted in the painting, which stirred to life, giggling before transforming into a large green handle. Cedric grasped the handle and opened the door that led to the Hogwarts kitchen. The kitchen boasts a lofty ceiling, its expanse rivaling that of the Grand Hall above. Surrounding stone walls are adorned with numerous gleaming copper pots and basins, while at the far end stands a grand brick fireplace. In the heart of the kitchen, long tables are arranged in a manner identical to the dining tables of the four houses in the hall above. Although mealtime has long since passed, a flurry of house elves busily tend to their tasks within the kitchen. These diminutive creatures possess large, bat-like ears, eyes that bulge like tennis balls, and long, flat noses. The entrance of 5 individuals startled the diligent house elves, prompting one to approach them timidly and inquire, "Good day, sirs. How may we assist you?" Before Cedric could respond, Albert intervened, eagerly extracting a large stack of books from a bag he had been carrying. In addition to the recipes from the 8 major Chinese culinary traditions, he had amassed a collection of gastronomic magazines. This endeavor had commenced upon his realization that he had entered the world of Harry Potter, a project he termed the Hogwarts Kitchen Renovation Plan. The house elves paused in their duties, gazing at Albert, or more precisely, at the tomes spread out before him. With a mixture of confusion and curiosity, Albert knelt down, striving to soften his expression into one of warmth. "These are gifts for you," he announced. "The recipes contained herein are said to originate from a mysterious ancient Eastern land. I believe this could provide Hogwarts students with a broader array of dining options." Despite being entrenched in the frightening realm of dubious culinary delights in his previous life, the fare offered at Hogwarts was commendable, thanks to the house elves' exceptional culinary skills. Nevertheless, for Albert, who hailed from a land of gastronomic abundance, the meals at Hogwarts lacked novelty. He recalled his university days, where even the most exquisite dishes could become tiresome after 4 years of repetition, leading him to rely heavily on takeout during his senior year. Upon hearing Albert's words, the house elves stood in stunned silence. After years of service at Hogwarts, they had never received gifts from wizards, not even a cookbook bestowed out of self-interest. Overwhelmed by gratitude, the house elves expressed their heartfelt thanks, prompting Albert to once again reach into his 4th-dimensional pocket. This time, he produced a pure copper cauldron. Thus, the group's inaugural night excursion met an untimely end amid the bubbling sounds of a hot pot, as they found themselves too stuffed to continue. Albert and Cedric fared slightly better, as their dormitories were located in the castle's lower levels, sharing the same floor as the kitchen. However, the twin brothers and Waz faced a more arduous trek, as their dormitory resided at the very top of Hogwarts Castle. In the depths of night, Albert lay with narrowed eyes upon the soft, expansive bed in the Slytherin dormitory. Having indulged excessively, sleep eluded him entirely. Rejecting his roommate Egio's invitation to a game of wizard chess, Albert instead rummaged through the alchemical sections of the Book of Essandia in his mind. At the forefront of the alchemical chapters lay the methods for wand crafting, which Albert merely skimmed over. To him, mastering the art of wand-making offered no enhancement to his prowess. At best, it seemed a trivial pastime. Wait, what is this? Flipping past the contemporary wand crafting techniques, the ancient lore of wands captured Albert's attention. Following that, he encountered the enchanted broomsticks, not only the models already in existence, but also the yet-to-be-released firebolt. Next came the invisibility cloak. Albert's earlier dismissiveness of the alchemical text began to wane. These were exquisite treasures, he mused. However, bereft of any magical materials at hand, he could only drool over the alchemical wonders detailed within the tome. As he delved further, Albert was astonished to discover Horcruxes, time-turners, and the pinnacle of alchemical mastery, the Philosopher's Stone. This legendary stone was said to grant immortality and wield astonishing magical power. It could transmute base metals into gold and concoct elixirs of eternal life, bestowing immortality upon those who consumed them. The pursuit of immortality has long been an enduring subject, with Voldemort in the Harry Potter universe yearning for it above all else, relentlessly seeking means to achieve everlasting life. Yet, the Philosopher's Stone was not the conclusion of the alchemical chapters. Beyond it lay many pages still veiled in obscurity, beyond Albert's current comprehension. With a sense of regret, he withdrew from the realm of consciousness, realizing that his plans for acquiring wealth must be prioritized, perhaps setting a modest initial goal, such as robbing Gringotts. The following morning, as Albert stepped into the Great Hall, he was ambushed. Years of unwavering physical training had honed his reflexes, allowing him to swiftly execute a left kick followed by a right sweep, knocking 2 assailants to the ground. However, 2 more attackers lurked behind. Seizing the opportunity during Albert's moment of respite, caught off guard, he failed to evade their onslaught. Waz secured his arms from behind, while Cedric grasped one of his flailing legs. "Goodness, you young rascals lack any sense of martial decorum. Ambushing an 11-year-old. I advise you, release me at once." The downed twins quickly regained their footing. George assisted Cedric in restraining Albert's other leg, while Fred halted his struggle against Waz's grip. They spread Albert's legs apart. "What do you intend to do? This is outrageous." Albert collided heavily with the wooden doors of the Great Hall. 10 minutes later, at the Ravenclaw table, having recovered from the exertion of the ambush, Albert grasped Fred's neck with both hands, shaking him vigorously. "This is because of you. You overindulged and almost got us caught by Filch." So you decided to pin this on me. Fred, how dare you wield my magic against me? Have you forgotten who led you to the kitchen to savor the delightful hot pot? You repay kindness with ingratitude. At this moment, Cedric, who had been striving to diminish his presence, spoke up. It was I, George, unable to contain his laughter, chuckled, prompting Albert to turn and shout at him in anger. What are you laughing at? George covered his mouth, desperately trying to stifle his mirth. I recalled something joyous. What joyous thing? That we were not caught by Filch. This time, it was not Fred who responded, but was. We were cornered by Filch and his cat on the 8th floor of the castle, and we thought we were doomed. Suddenly, a door appeared on the wall beside us. We managed to slip inside, evading Filch, but when we emerged, the door had vanished. It seems this is the legendary Room of Requirement. However, the pursuit of the Room of Requirement must be set aside for now, as Albert cast a dark glance at Cedric, who, despite not being cornered by Filch, had participated in the recent Aruba incident. Do not come near. Cedric, danger. Chapter 12. The Room of Requirement. Late at night, 5 individuals roamed the 8th floor, initially discovering the Room of Requirement, searching for that non-existent door. This is a magical room, sometimes present, sometimes absent, accessible only when one truly needs it. When it appears, it is always arranged to perfectly suit the needs of the seeker. It is said that once, after a soiree, Dumbledore urgently sought a restroom, and a door suddenly materialized in the wall. Upon entering, he found a room filled with luxurious chamber pots. For Albert and his companions, who had yet to master the disillusionment charm, nocturnal explorations were perilous. Therefore, they needed to enter the Room of Requirement as swiftly as possible. Albert feigned a search alongside Waz and the others, pretending to accidentally discover the entrance to the Room of Requirement. I need a place to practice spells, he thought thrice. A circular archway materialized on the wall. The 4 stood behind Albert, exclaiming cool. However, this room is different from the one we entered last time. The last time we entered was an enormous storeroom. Waz and the others had previously encountered a vast space resembling a city surrounded by towering walls, with streets flanked by precariously stacked broken furniture. There were thousands of books, undoubtedly forbidden tomes, defaced or stolen, slingshots with wings and flying discs. Some still weakly hovering over the heaps of contraband, broken vials containing congealed potions, as well as hats, jewels, and cloaks. I had just been thinking that I needed a place to practice spells, and, after wandering in front of the wall a few times, the door opened. The 5 exited the Room of Requirement, eager to experiment further. Albert was well aware of the method to enter the Room of Requirement, but he could not disclose it, so he accompanied the others in their folly. Eventually, they finally understood the way to access this room and how to create different functional spaces within it. When their needs evolve, for instance, transitioning from practicing spells to concocting potions, they need not step beyond the confines of the room. By merely contemplating their desires, the Room of Requirement transforms in accordance with their thoughts, adapting and expanding. This feature proves remarkably pragmatic. Thus, during daylight hours spent within, the necessity to repeatedly enter and exit the chamber diminishes, reducing the likelihood of being observed by fellow students. The myriad secrets of the Room of Requirement await further exploration throughout their prolonged journey ahead. Presently, however, they are preoccupied with more pressing matters. They intend to establish this wondrous chamber as the clandestine meeting place for their secret society. The paramount task at hand is to determine a fitting name for their small group. The 2 previous Dark Lords, Gellert Grindelwald and Voldemort, along with the inaugural White Lord, Albus Dumbledore, each commanded their own factions. The followers of the former 2 were known as the Saints and the Death Eaters, respectively, while the latter's followers constituted the Order of the Phoenix. The nomenclature speaks volumes. Voldemort's taste, akin to that of a village-level terrorist, is lamentably lacking. Thus, the significance of a name cannot be overstated. The contrast between the 2 Dark Lords is stark and utterly incomparable. First and foremost is their appearance. Grindelwald graces the scene adorned in a stylish shirt, silk scarf, and elegant boots, standing out as the most dapper wizard in the fashion capital. In contrast, Voldemort, clad in a tattered black shroud throughout 8 films, presents a grotesque visage, bald and devoid of a nose, his nostrils resembling dual sockets. While it is true that Voldemort possessed a modicum of charm in his youth, the disparity remains pronounced. Next, consider their adversaries. Grindelwald faced adult wizards from Europe and America, ultimately clashing with the greatest white wizard in history, Dumbledore. Audiences eagerly anticipated the tension of their romantic rivalry. Conversely, Voldemort spent 8 films battling primary school children, culminating in his downfall against Harry Potter, a fate befitting the age-old adage regarding the left side of a duel. Moreover, The followers of each Dark Lord present a stark contrast. Albert recalls the exquisite French lady, Vendor Rosier from the films, while Voldemort's minion, the deranged Bellatrix Lestrange, is less than admirable. Consequently, when Fantastic Beasts, The Crimes of Grindelwald premiered, Voldemort's dwindling fanbase defected to Grindelwald's side. After a fervent discussion, the five decided to temporarily set aside their disagreements. The matter of naming could be approached leisurely. Strength is a temporary affair, while elegance is eternal. On Sunday, Albert and his four companions spent the entire day within the room of requirement, rising early, while the majority of students remained ensconced in slumber. They ascended to the 8th floor of the castle. The room of requirement was arranged into an expansive chamber featuring a relaxation area, a library space, a potion brewing zone, and a spell practice area. They even resolved to take their meals within its confines. Their breakfast consisted of provisions brought by Cedric from the kitchen. Evidently, the little kitchen sprites have yet to master the art of Chinese cuisine. In the room of requirement, Albert is absorbed in refining his Lumos charm. Here, he can freely wield his magic without the worry of causing damage to his surroundings, although the Lumos charm itself poses no threat. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, stimulated by witnessing Albert's prowess in charms class, are eager to elevate their own skills. Consequently, they diligently practice spells, aiming for 3 days of silent incantation and 5 days of wandless magic. Cedric, a studious Ravenclaw, is also engrossed in the vast collection of magical tomes housed within the room of requirement, unable to extricate himself from their allure. It must be said that the room of requirement is a veritable treasure trove, containing numerous magical texts, some of which are not even available in the library, including tomes on dark magic. Observing his four companions lost in their own worlds, Cedric begins to practice transfiguration, his favorite subject. In just 2 years, the main storyline of the Harry Potter universe will commence. Albert harbors no interest in Dumbledore's plan to cultivate a savior. He has no intention of participating. To him, Voldemort is merely a village-level terrorist. Even without intervention, Voldemort is destined to fail. Albert is solely interested in exploring the mysteries of magic. Harry has his own fate, and that is for him to navigate. Coincidentally, the two characters who perish in the original narrative are his friends. Albert is determined to alter their destinies, perhaps as a means of atoning for regrets from his previous life. However, he cannot realistically serve as their bodyguard indefinitely. Additionally, the butterfly effect raises concerns about whether altering the plot will invite greater dangers, a risk he cannot guarantee against. Thus, he cannot eliminate all threats in their infancy. What he can do is guide those around him as best as he can, striving to enhance his own abilities to ensure he has sufficient means of self-defense when peril arises. Practicing magic in this room is merely the first step. Hey, George, Fred, shall we engage in a wizard duel? 1 against 2? Are you sure, Albert? Allow me to be your assistant. Waz, engrossed in his reading, is drawn in by Albert's proposition. I shall serve as the referee. Cedric, clearly intrigued by the idea of a wizard duel, chimes in. The Weasley twins consent, eager to discern the difference between themselves and these two academic prodigies. Now then, may both parties bow to one another. Those present, all hailing from the wizarding world, are familiar with the etiquette surrounding duels. In a cleared space at the center of the room, both sides raise their wands to their chests and bow to one another. The moment Cedric declares the duel to commence, Albert lunges forward, brandishing his wand while closing his eyes. Lumos, this time, rather than a beam of light. He conjures a dazzling strobe of brilliance that envelopes the space without leaving a shadow untouched. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of brilliant light from the twin brothers' spells, Albert did not evade their magic. In such blinding radiance, even aiming proved impossible. The light swept past him, far from striking its mark. Standing nearby, Waz also fell victim to Albert's attack, receiving a knee strike right between his legs. Take that, Aruba, Albert exclaimed, then propelled himself towards the Weasley brothers like a rocket, delivering a blow to each of them. A call for suggestions for the protagonist group's name was made. Should no suitable names arise, I would be left to choose from a hodgepodge of titles like Hydra, Daisuke, Brotherhood, Knights Templar, Kamar-Taj, or Karazhan to bestow upon the protagonists. Major announcement. The group name has been finalized as the Akatsuki. Chapter 13. A wizard only needs to master the stunning spell. Among the myriad of courses offered at Hogwarts, the one that piqued Albert's anticipation the most was the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, known for its ever-changing professors each year. His curiosity was piqued as to what kind of curriculum could attract talents like Quirrell and Lockhart to teach. On Monday morning, the young wizards from Slytherin and Gryffindor made their way to the 3rd floor of the castle, to Professor Emerson Flitwick's Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Professor Flitwick still donned his tattered wizard robes, his hair a disheveled mess. He had not even bothered to tidy himself for the important occasion of the opening feast, so one could hardly expect him to present himself differently during regular classes. Inside the classroom, the young witches whispered and speculated about Professor Flitwick. He had not brought any textbooks, holding only a wand in hand. I trust many of you have reviewed the material in the book. However, I must inform you that the theoretical knowledge alone is insufficient for mastering the magic required to protect yourselves. Put down your textbooks and take out your wands. In my class, practical experience outweighs theory. The prospect of using wands in class filled the young wizards with immense excitement. For them, the primary purpose of attending a magic school was to learn how to cast spells, rather than enduring the caustic remarks of the old bat while brewing potion concoctions with bizarre ingredients. According to the many Muggle-born students, such experiences felt decidedly unmagical. Professor Flitwick did not disappoint them. With a flick of his wand, he inscribed the spells of silencing, obstruction, shattering, disarming, and protective armor upon the blackboard. He used his wand like a pointer, tapping the board. Listen closely. These 5 spells encompass the realms of control, offense, and defense. If you can master these 5 incantations, I believe you will possess a certain degree of self-preservation when faced with dark magic. Of course, the latter 3 spells may prove somewhat challenging for you first-year students, and they are not what you will be focusing on just yet. However, this does not prevent you from jotting them down. Upon hearing this, the young wizards bowed their heads earnestly, diligently inscribing the incantations and their pronunciations onto parchment. The casting of magic is a solemn affair, and those gifted young wizards who wish to practice the forthcoming spells would do well to do so under my supervision to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Professor Fry observed as the young wizards completed their notes, then waved his wand to erase the 4 spells from the blackboard. Subsequently, he magically rearranged the desks and chairs around the room, clearing a space in the center. He fortified himself with a protective armor spell. What you are to do is to use the spells you have just learned to attack me. Rest assured, given the limited potency of the spells cast by you young wizards, you shall not harm me. Professor Fry boldly set the stakes, declaring that if anyone could strike him, he would award 30 points to their respective house. Now, everyone stepped forward. The young wizards lined up in groups of 5, taking turns to cast the silencing charm at Professor Fry. As the professor had indicated, their spells lacked the strength to penetrate the seemingly thin yet remarkably sturdy armor shield. Professor Fry leaned against the podium, displaying an expression of boredom as he maintained his defensive magic. The spells merely caused minor ripples upon impact with the barrier. None had succeeded, he mused. Soon, it was Albert, who had been hiding in the crowd, to take his turn. After attempting the silencing charm, he did not retreat like his 4 classmates. Do you have any questions, young man? Professor, may I inquire if any spell is permissible, as long as it strikes you? To earn extra points? Ah, indeed. Are you eager to win those 30 points for Slytherin? Yes, Professor, I would like to give it a try. Professor Fry set aside his lackluster demeanor and re-established his armor shield. Very well, proceed. Upon hearing Albert's words, whispers filled the room. George and Fred, lurking at the back, exchanged mischievous grins, sensing the impending drama. They cautioned their fellow Gryffindors nearby. You best close your eyes. Yet, no one heeded their advice. The young lions were too eager to witness Albert from Slytherin make a fool of himself. Damn it, Albert raised his wand, Avada Kedavra. A brilliant green beam shot forth from the applewood wand's tip. What the? Professor Fry gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening. He could not have anticipated that a first-year wizard would unleash the killing curse, the most notorious of the unforgivable curses. It was known that his protective armor could not withstand such formidable power. In a split second, Professor Fry dove-sighed, adopting an ungraceful posture to evade the radiant green light, which struck the podium beside him. The killing curse can be obstructed by solid barriers, such as walls and shields. However, it can also inflict damage upon these objects. Yet, the podium showed no signs of harm whatsoever. Professor Fry suddenly realized that this was merely a somewhat unique Lumos spell. He had been deceived. The killing curse requires formidable magical power as its foundation. How could a first-year student possibly wield such a spell? Even if attempted, it would likely only cause a nosebleed to the victim. Coming to this realization, he glared fiercely at Albert. Professor Fry raised his wand, preparing to re-enchant himself with protective armor. Suddenly, dawn broke. A light, reminiscent of creation itself, emanated from the tip of Albert's wand, accompanied by an ear-splitting sound exceeding 180 decibels. Gazing directly at the dazzling brilliance from Albert's wand, Professor Fry felt as though his vision had been obliterated, and a piercing tinnitus sent waves of dizziness through his head. In comparison, the young wizards standing behind Albert fared somewhat better, as they were not facing the blinding light directly. Nevertheless, They were shaken by the tremendous noise, swaying unsteadily. Only 3 individuals remained standing in the classroom. Aside from Albert, the Weasley brothers, having foreseen the chaos, had closed their eyes and covered their ears from the very beginning. A silencing spell struck Professor Fry. The door to the Dark Arts Defense classroom burst open, and in rushed Professor Flitwick, drawn by the overwhelming noise. Having heard a tremendous explosion during his class, he hastily abandoned his teaching to investigate the source of the commotion. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall, who had been conducting a transfiguration class on the first floor, arrived as well. The 2 professors stood in stunned silence, gazing at the disheveled students and the incapacitated Dark Arts Defense professor on the floor, who could explain to them what had transpired. On the 8th floor, in the headmaster's office, a spacious and beautifully circular room adorned with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all gently snoring in their frames, awaited. A massive table with clawed legs occupied the center. Among the items displayed were the silverware collected by Dumbledore and a pensieve, while behind the door, Dumbledore's pet phoenix, Fawkes, perched on a shelf. I must say, Mr. Stock, that was the most spectacular Lumos spell I have ever witnessed, Dumbledore remarked playfully, winking at Albert. However, Professor Fry's expression was far from pleasant. Still reeling from the blinding light, his eyes were bloodshot, and he struggled to suppress his rising anger. Albert's Lumos spell, more accurately described as a flashbang, left his mind buzzing even now. He had been outdone by a first-year student. Professor Flitwick observed Albert with a smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction at how swiftly Albert had improved his Lumos spell under his guidance. The Weasley twins stood cautiously to the side, the only 2 remaining upright in the classroom. They were soon escorted to the headmaster's office by professors who had arrived in response to the commotion. After mustering their courage to explain the circumstances to the professors, the twins fell silent. Albus, now is not the time for discussion, spoke Professor McGonagall, whose extensive teaching experience at Hogwarts had exposed her to countless classroom mishaps. Regrettably, this incident was unprecedented. She pressed her lips tightly together, contemplating how to manage the situation. Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House, regarded Professor Flitwick with a hint of schadenfreude. For years, Snape had petitioned Dumbledore to teach the defense against the dark arts class. But due to the curse placed on the subject by Voldemort, Dumbledore had repeatedly denied his requests. Thus, Snape viewed every professor who held that position as his adversary, and witnessing Flitwick's current state brought him a measure of satisfaction, though he concealed his emotions behind his perpetually stoic expression. I believe we should award Albert his 30 points. Snape remarked. This was a promise made by Professor Flitwick during class, and surely he would not renege on it. Albert nodded vigorously in agreement, while a grim-faced Flitwick stiffly acknowledged the suggestion. Then let us proceed as Severus suggests. Disregarding Flitwick's visibly distressed demeanor, Dumbledore smiled at the young wizards. Children, you may leave now. I have matters to discuss with a few professors. Laughter echoed outside the headmaster's office as the trio's figures gradually faded from view amidst Albert's boastful chatter. Inside the office, McGonagall remarked, Albus, this method of combat reminds me of that individual. Minerva, perhaps you're merely being overly sensitive. Albert's Lumos charm was refined under my guidance. It may simply be a coincidence. Enough, Minerva. Phileas, Dumbledore interjected. I have used the pensieve to examine the incident. Mr. Stokes exhibited no abnormalities. The news of Albert single-handedly defeating the defense against the dark arts professor spread swiftly throughout Hogwarts, and during lunch, nearly every student in the Great Hall was discussing it. At the Slytherin table, Albert helplessly watched as his fellow snakes raised their goblets in his honor, compelling him to reciprocate with his own cup of pumpkin juice. Upperclassmen also approached to pat his shoulder in encouragement. On the Gryffindor side, the twin brothers boisterously bragged to their fellow lions, as if they were the ones who had vanquished the defense against the dark arts instructor. However, their claims held some truth, for they had indeed been dragged along by Albert, serving as practice dummies for an entire afternoon. Has Professor McGonagall still not arrived? George casually inquired after finding a seat. Glancing at the podium, Albert beheld the striking tabby cat perched upon the podium, a creature of exquisite beauty, adorned with a distinctive pattern around its eyes reminiscent of a pair of spectacles. This was Professor McGonagall's Animagus, a highly sophisticated form of transfiguration that enables a wizard to transform into a non-magical creature. In this century, only 7 wizards have been officially documented to have mastered this enchantment, and Professor McGonagall is one of them. At that moment, the venerable feline was intently fixated on Albert, seemingly warning him with her gaze not to cause any mischief in her classroom. Unperturbed, Albert met her stare with equal intensity. Just as the tension in the air threatened to spark, a brave little Gryffindor lioness suddenly leaped onto the podium, extending her paw towards the tabby cat with impudent intent. What did she intend to do? As a seasoned caretaker in a previous life, Albert could readily answer this question. The kitten was simply too adorable, and one couldn't resist the urge to reach out and pet it. Albert covered his eyes, unwilling to witness the impending calamity, though the narrow gap between his fingers hardly sufficed to block his view. In the moment when the lion cub's paw was about to make contact with the tabby, the cat vanished, replaced by Professor McGonagall, who bore an aura of commanding authority. The young witch, startled, fell onto the ground in shock. Professor McGonagall, transfiguration, she declared, would be the most intricate and perilous magic you would learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who misbehaves in my classroom shall be asked to leave and shall never return. I warn you in advance. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall produced her wand from her robes. With a flick, the podium transformed into a plump white pig, which she then transfigured into a majestic lion. Instructor, I wish to learn transfiguration, while demonstrating sophisticated transfiguration magic to the young wizards. She also elucidated the precautions necessary when performing such spells. Incomplete transfigurations often yield dire consequences. She cited examples of creatures like the Erumpent and the Siren, which were the unfortunate results of wizards failing to execute human transfiguration properly. However, the young wizards in attendance gazed in astonishment at the podium transformed into various creatures, leaving it uncertain whether they absorbed Professor McGonagall's warnings. Remember, the transfiguration spell cannot conjure food. A wizard cannot create delicacies out of thin air, nor can one transform objects into food. If you were to turn a piece of wood into a loaf of bread and consumed it, once the magic dissipates, the bread absorbed by your body would revert to splinters of wood, leading to a most tragic demise. Glancing over the assembly of young wizards, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat. The food you enjoy in the Great Hall is not conjured from nothingness. It is prepared by the house elves within the castle and magically transported to your tables. After cautioning the young wizards about the perils of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, distributing matches to each student. Slytherin earns 5 points. However, upon discovering that Albert had devoted considerable time to studying transfiguration even before his enrollment, Professor McGonagall's initial astonishment waned. Albert's aptitude for transfiguration surpassed that of the average young wizard only slightly, and he could hardly be deemed a prodigy. Nevertheless, his talent did not diminish Professor McGonagall's admiration for him. It was rare to encounter a wizard of his age capable of restraining their restless spirit to dedicate time to practicing magic rather than indulging in frivolities. In stark contrast to Albert, the Weasley twins exhibited a markedly superior talent in transfiguration. They had also practiced the subject with their wands prior to their admission. But after a few attempts that yielded only minor alterations to a matchstick, their interest waned. This weekend, however, they resumed their transfiguration practice, and within just one day, they could successfully transform a matchstick into a small iron rod. Observing the Weasley brothers' progress, Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly, awarding Gryffindor an additional 4 points. Professor McGonagall had no intentions of teaching Albert more advanced transfiguration spells, at least not in the current classroom setting, leaving Albert in a state of idleness. It is human nature to seek out tasks when none are at hand. Albert rummaged through the pocket of his undetectable extension charm, retrieving a collection of small, square wooden blocks intended for his transfiguration practice. Contemplating what to transform these blocks into, a brilliant idea suddenly flickered through his mind. With a flourish of his wand, and as the magical light shimmered, the blocks began to twist and morph. Moments later, an antique revolver materialized in Albert's grasp. In his previous life, he had harbored a fondness for firearms, particularly vintage models. Agents of the Bureau of Magical Law Enforcement possessed legal permits for firearm possession. Casting a glance at Professor McGonagall, who was still instructing other young wizards on the nuances of transfiguration, he reassured himself of the absence of any spies. Safe to proceed. His magical energy was insufficient to maintain the transfiguration for an extended period, necessitating haste. Albert swiftly retrieved a bullet from his pocket and loaded it into the chamber. Holding the familiar object, the skills he had honed as an agent became evident. He was well versed in the structures of most individual firearms, despite having only served as an agent for a few years before his unexpected journey into this world. His hands moved with such agility that they seemed to create afterimages as he loaded the bullets. These bullets had been procured by Brad from the Muggle world. Initially, he had sought to have Brad acquire a handgun for self-defense. It was essential to recognize that the magical realm was not inherently safe, and for a young wizard like him, possessing few offensive spells, a handgun seemed far more practical than a wand for personal protection. However, He had overestimated Wizard's understanding of Muggle items. Ultimately, Uncle Brad had only managed to bring him a substantial assortment of bullets in various calibers. "Where's my gun?" "What gun?" "Isn't this precisely what you requested?" Ultimately, Albert relinquished his splendid notion, deciding instead to remain at Hogwarts, refraining from causing any disturbances, until Harry entered his second year. Hogwarts was relatively safe. Uncle Brad had provided him with a formidable stockpile of ammunition, towering like a small mountain, which even included mortar shells. However, it was evident that mortars were not toys suitable for use within the confines of classroom. As he opened the safety lock, the transfiguration spell still holding for a few minutes, Albert hesitated, contemplating whether to pull the trigger when a hand reached over from the side, seizing the pistol he had laid upon the table. In a moment of negligence, Albert had unwittingly afforded George an opportunity. "What is this?" George inquired casually, handing the object to Fred. "What are you doing?" Fred exclaimed, startled by Albert's sudden outburst. The voice of Professor McGonagall unexpectedly resonated from behind him, causing him to jump and inadvertently drop the pistol. Bang! The firearm clattered to the ground, discharging in the process. Chapter 15. Entering the headmaster's office was akin to returning home. "Professor Dumbledore, we meet again," Albert mumbled, his eyes cast downward, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a naughty schoolboy caught in the act, standing before Dumbledore. Behind him, the Weasley twins trembled, their bodies shaking at a rate of 200 times a minute. This marked their second visit to the headmaster's office that day. The familiar surroundings and faces greeted them once more, though this time, Professors Flitwick and McGonagall had been replaced by a rather displeased Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. 30 minutes earlier, in the Transfiguration classroom on the ground floor, it was fortunate that the discharged pistol had not harmed anyone. The sound of the gunshot was accompanied by Professor McGonagall's furious roar. "How dare you!" The three were promptly ushered into the corridor outside to await their fate, while McGonagall swiftly exited the classroom, having declared the young witches and wizards to study independently. Accompanying her was a small Slytherin snake, whom McGonagall had tasked with notifying Professor Snape in the potions classroom. Yet, with his grim demeanor, one might have mistaken him for a soldier heading into battle. Now what transpired? Professor Snape's icy gaze bore down upon the trio, causing the Weasley twins to tremble even more fervently. A rather ingenious plan for destroying evidence, Albert offered with a sycophantic smile, cautiously approaching the headmaster's desk. "Professors, may I demonstrate?" Moments later, a weapon materialized upon the headmaster's desk. What a remarkable concept, a splendid idea from the Muggle world. The elderly man scrutinized the pistol through his half-moon spectacles with piercing blue eyes, immediately discerning it as a weapon from the Muggle realm. One perilously dangerous for young witches and wizards of their age. "Albus," Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. "Oh, I know, Minerva," he replied. Dumbledore turned to Albert, stating that such a device, known as a firearm, was far too perilous for individuals of their kind. "Consequently, I must confiscate all the ammunition in your possession. Furthermore, within the confines of the campus, you are prohibited from using transfiguration to create firearms. In addition, you shall each receive a 3-day confinement penalty, to be enforced by your respective heads of house. Lastly, both Gryffindor and Slytherin will each incur a deduction of 30 points. "I have no objections," remarked the perpetually brooding head of Slytherin, Snape, in a subdued tone. Albert began to unload from his bag a series of crates containing various calibers of ammunition. Soon, a modest mound of wooden boxes formed in the center of the office. Observing this scene, Snape's eyes twitched slightly, pondering the nature of the student his house had admitted. The gentle smile on Dumbledore's face also began to falter. The cold sensation caused Albert's hand, which was delving into the bag, to suddenly pause as he encountered several round objects. Ultimately, Albert was unable to retain the grenades and shells concealed in his pockets. Fortunately, he understood the wisdom of not placing all his eggs in one basket. The bulk of the ammunition in his bag consisted of various models of pistol and rifle cartridges. The most significant stock of powerful rockets had been left in the trunk beneath his dormitory bed, as they could not be carried around. He accompanied 2 despondent little lions to the greenhouse for their herbology class. Regardless of the gravity of recent events, lessons must continue. The little lions appeared listless due to the point deductions, and as the instigator of their misfortune, Albert could hardly voice an opinion. The plump and short Professor Pomona Sprout had already heard of the notorious trio from Slytherin and Gryffindor, who had made frequent visits to the headmaster's office. Originally regarded as the kindest professor at Hogwarts, she could not help but emphasize the importance of classroom discipline before opening the greenhouse doors. Albert would never admit to being at fault. It was Professor Flitwick who had stated that one could earn points by attacking him in defense against the dark arts. And the mishap and transfiguration was caused by the twins' meddling. Professor Sprout, the herbology teacher at Hogwarts and the head of Hufflepuff House, was a witch with flowing gray hair. She typically wore a patched-up thick hat and was often covered in dirt, as she spent her time in the greenhouse tending to the plants. She was an optimistic and compassionate individual. Inside the greenhouse, Albert contemplated the lush magical plants behind Professor Sprout. However, what she failed to notice was that, out of her sight, one magical plant after another was vanishing from Albert's grasp. Tonight's hot pot vegetables were secured. After gathering enough ingredients to eat, Albert decisively withdrew his hand. This was not an act of moral awakening. Rather, he lacked the means to store ingredients for an extended period. And produce harvested now would not taste as good in the next hot pot. The time spent in the herbology class swiftly passed, and as the young wizards departed from the greenhouse, Professor Sprout's gaze lingered upon the retreating figures of 3 students. They did not appear to be as mischievous as the rumor suggested, Professor Sprout mused. The great hall erupted once more into a cacophony of noise. At the Slytherin table, Albert wore a look of exasperation as he dealt with the surrounding young serpents, who had come to console him upon hearing that he had lost 30 points. In truth, Albert was indifferent to the honor of the House Cup, yet he could not allow this sentiment to show. Moreover, in just a few days since the term had commenced, he had already earned a total of 50 points for his house, with the most significant contribution coming from the unfortunate Professor Emerson. The punishment Albert received that afternoon merely offset the points he had garnered earlier in the day. He felt no sorrow whatsoever. However, his fellow Gryffindors, particularly the Weasley twins, held a different opinion. Percy stood beside his brothers, vociferously reprimanding them for bringing shame upon Gryffindor's honor, threatening to write home to their mother. Unbeknownst to Percy, his words seemed to have the opposite effect, provoking George and Fred's rebellious spirits, who now looked up at him with grins, relishing his vexation. Perhaps this was a form of reverse consolation? In the request room at 9 o'clock in the evening, the aroma of hot pot wafted through the air. Albert, having spent several hours in Snape's office handling potion ingredients, bore an expression of fatigue. Anyone confronted with a vat of slimy slugs would hardly feel at ease. Furthermore, the events of the day had been overwhelming. A powerful Lumos charm with explosive effects had drained much of his magical energy that morning. Before he had the chance to recover, he had performed 2 successive transformations in the afternoon to create gun parts, nearly exhausting his remaining magical reserves. He felt he deserved a hearty meal as a reward. The fresh leaves of an unknown magical plant, plucked from Professor Sprout's greenhouse, proved to be remarkably delicious in the hot pot. Although his mind had wandered during the lesson, he distinctly recalled Professor Sprout mentioning that this plant was non-toxic and edible. Although, could you teach me the improved Lumos charm? I could offer a spell from the Reinhardt family in exchange. This proposal came from Was. Cedric appeared somewhat intrigued as well, though he had no family spells of note to present. Sensing Cedric's hesitation, Albert casually remarked to the group, I can teach you the dazzling charm, and as for exchanging family spells, that one be necessary. What I envision is that within our little group, we can share knowledge freely. For instance, I would be glad to share my improved Lumos charm without charge. In return, you might share your own modified spells or transcribe and share any family spellbooks you possess. Of course, this is entirely voluntary. Knowledge should not be hoarded. Magic can only advance through mutual exchange. The Weasley brothers exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in agreement. They were unconcerned about the potential repercussions from Arthur Weasley once he discovered their actions. Was retrieved a somewhat worn black notebook from his pocket and held it up for the others to see. This is my father's old school notebook. He was quite the knight adventurer during his time at Durmstrang. Inside, it contains a spell that could be immensely beneficial to us, the disillusionment charm. However, the complexity of this spell is rather high. I have been studying it for quite some time, and I've only just begun to scratch the surface. The original notes are in German, but do not worry, I have provided English annotations alongside. Feel free to ask me about anything you do not understand. He then placed a notebook on the shelf nearby. Albert had initially pondered where to obtain the learning methods for this spell, so he was pleasantly surprised when Was produced it. It was indeed a stroke of fortune. The content of the Book of Vistan had yet to unlock details regarding the disillusionment charm, perhaps deeming Albert unprepared to meet the spell as requirements. Regardless, this charm was precisely what the knight adventurers desperately needed at that moment. Albert picked up a slice of lamb and dipped it into the boiling broth, smiling as he observed the group animatedly discussing the sharing of knowledge. This was a promising beginning. The diligent student, having little desire to study over the past few days, was finally able to compose more words. Chapter 16, Alchemical Aspirations. A week swiftly passed, Each time he entered the classroom, all the students would gaze at him with amusement. Some would call out, "Professor, you have a new scar on your face." The students would deliberately shout, "I heard you were taken down by a first-year student." Professor Fry widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can you tarnish my reputation with such baseless accusations?" "What reputation? I witnessed you being treated in the infirmary, having been fed potions by Madame Pomfrey." Professor Fry's face turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he retorted, "I was merely caught off guard. It doesn't count as being taken down by a student." He continued with a barrage of convoluted phrases, such as "no sense of decorum" and "rat's tail juice," which elicited laughter from everyone present. The classroom was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Albert restrained his mischievous inclinations, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy throughout the week. Of course, some unexpected incidents were beyond Albert's control. During Wednesday's flying class, Mrs. Hooch, with her strikingly unique yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, strode purposefully toward a young wizard. "All right, what are you all waiting for?" she commanded, her short gray hair framing her authoritative demeanor. "Everyone stand next to a broomstick." Casting a glance at the tattered broomstick at his feet, Albert harbored doubts about its safety. "Extend your right hand, place it upon the broomstick, and then say, 'Up, up.'" The broom at Albert's feet remained utterly still. The Weasley brothers, however, showcased exceptional flying talent. With just a call, their broomsticks obediently soared into their hands. "Add a bit of feeling to it, Mr. Stokes." Mrs. Horky urged Albert to rise, her voice resonating with emotion. The broom remained perfectly still. Albert, hands on his hips, glared menacingly at the broken broom on the floor. "If you don't get up, I shall toss you into the kitchen stove to burn." The broom sprang up with remarkable speed, striking Albert sharply across the face. Quick-witted, Albert seized the broom, declaring, "Since you refuse the invitation, you shall face the consequences." He positioned the broom horizontally before him, asserting that there was but one answer to this predicament. "Mr. Stock, what are you doing?" Mrs. Horky briskly approached Albert, correcting his grip on the flying broom. Once everyone had summoned their brooms, Mrs. Horky stood at the front of the line, calling out, "All right, everyone listen. When I whistle, you must push off the ground with your legs." As Mrs. Horky blew her whistle, the young wizards wobbled uncertainly into the air on their brooms. Contrary to their expectations, the sensation was not jarring. It felt somewhat akin to sitting on a bicycle seat. Was this the legendary cushioning charm? It was rumored that every year's flying lesson claimed a fortunate student as a sacrifice, and Albert felt a pang of disappointment, having not witnessed any broom spiraling out of control. Oh, but wait, there was indeed chaos. The jester was none other than himself. Albert had to lean his body down onto the broom to prevent being thrown off. He struggled to control the broom, executing a splendid Pugachev cobra maneuver in midair. "Glimma, I refuse to be bested by you." While soaring through the air, Albert forcefully pressed down on the broom's head, plunging towards the ground. Below, Mrs. Horky's face turned ashen. As his speed diminished, Albert pushed off the broom and leaped into the air. Wingardium Leviosa. 2 spells shot forth. One struck Albert, while the other narrowly missed him. The twins on the ground had drawn their wands unbeknownst to him. "Oh, Merlin, what have I done?" Mrs. Horky rushed over. "Child, are you hurt?" After a thorough examination, she sighed in relief. "Thank goodness you are unscathed." She turned to the Weasley twins behind her. "Excellent levitation charm. Gryffindor earns points." Albert sighed in resignation. Oftentimes, it was not his desire for trouble, but rather trouble sought him out. Friday night, just as Albert was about to sneak out of bed, he felt a gaze fixated upon him from behind. "Evo, are you going out again?" His roommate, EGO, suddenly inquired. "May I join you?" "I cannot give you an answer just yet. I must confer with a few others," he replied. "The room of requirement. It is a good fortune that someone wishes to join us, especially one from a wizarding family, which signifies an expansion of our pool of knowledge." Was agreed, mentioning that some of his roommates were also interested in joining. Cedric had no objections either. After some contemplation, George suggested, "We need to assess the intentions of the students wishing to join. At the very least, we cannot bring them to the room of requirement just yet. We could find an abandoned classroom to gather in instead. They will serve as auxiliary members of our small group." Fred suggested, by the way, that we should consider bestowing our group with a resounding name. This reminded me of a rather silly novel I encountered in my previous life, and I proposed naming our team the United Wizards of the World, becoming one family. Albert was promptly dismissed with a slap. The group bickered without reaching a consensus, and ultimately, the matter was shelved once again. After the commotion, Albert sank into the soft embrace of the sofa, his fingers unconsciously caressing the book resting on his lap, clearly not focused on reading. In truth, Albert was contemplating where to direct his energies at present. Learning more spells seemed unnecessary. Confined by the limited magical capacity within a young wizard, no matter how many spells he learned, he could hardly cast them effectively, which offered little enhancement to his combat prowess. Improving his potion-making skills would also yield minimal benefits unless he could brew the legendary elixir of amplification. The Book of Wisdom contained a recipe for this potion, and Albert had considered pursuing this avenue. However, upon researching the necessary potion ingredients in the library, he was met with disappointment. Many of the required materials had long since vanished into the annals of history, and unable to gather the ingredients, he abandoned this plan. As for transfiguration, he was limited by his innate talent, which was not as pronounced as his aptitude for spellcasting. Regrettably, among the 5 present, the other 4 possessed superior transfiguration abilities. In the short term, he could not significantly advance his skills in this area. So, was alchemy his only remaining option? Albert turned his gaze to the alchemy section of the Book of Wisdom. It is well known that alchemy is costly. The immediate concern is how to acquire funds. The gold galleons required to support Albert's studies in alchemy would be considerable. As a traveler who has weathered the storms of the 21st century internet, surely he would not be stumped when it comes to devising money-making schemes? He waved for the others to gather around. What do you think about combining Shaolin Kung Fu with football? Is there potential in that? Utter nonsense. He rummaged through the clutter hidden in the room of requirement and unearthed a piece of battered wood, which he transformed into a rudimentary square terrain model using his rather limited transfiguration skills. One diagonal of the model featured a shallow river created with his water summoning charm. The other diagonal appeared to be a broad road, accompanied by 2 additional paths along the edges of the model, connecting 2 corners of the square layout. At these corners stood a high ground. Indeed, this was the legendary magical version of the Summoner's Canyon. With Waz's assistance, Albert continued to shape the terrain using transfiguration, quickly adding trees, shrubs, defense towers, and the high ground crystal to the map. The red and blue dual buffs, the wild monsters, heroes, and the shrouded fog of war that will soon be added to the map are beyond the capabilities of their current transfiguration skills. Nevertheless, this does not deter Albert from elucidating the gameplay mechanics of League of Legends and Honor of Kings to his companions. He emphasizes the strategy of offering the game at a low initial price, while subsequently selling skins at exorbitant rates. In addition to the 5v5 mode, we could also introduce 3v3 and 1v1 maps. Perhaps in the future, we could even unveil a remote multiplayer mode. I understand, Ivo, Cedric exclaimed excitedly, his arms waving fervently. This game will undoubtedly become the greatest alchemical product of this century. Chapter 17, Surprise and Delight. Whenever Waz desires, he can have a Reinhardt family transform this game into an alchemical product. Although he has entertained such thoughts in the past, he was met with refusals from a few individuals. They are determined to create this alchemical product through their own efforts. Albert advised Waz that relying solely on the strength of others will hinder personal growth. When Arthur Weasley received a letter from the twins, he felt a sense of nostalgia. It had not been long since they started attending Hogwarts, and the 2 most mischievous children at home had finally come to their senses, truly a blessing from Merlin. Among the 5, Cedric, who possessed the most exceptional talent in transfiguration, devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering the art, even refraining from dozing off during Professor Bin's history of magic class. Instead, he clandestinely practiced transfiguration spells in the back row of the classroom. He frequently visited Professor McGonagall's office during his spare time to seek guidance on various issues he encountered in transfiguration, which brought great joy to Professor McGonagall. As a professor, she relished seeing eager students approach her for assistance and was more than willing to offer her help. Albert, along with 3 other financially challenged classmates, pooled their meager savings over the years and ordered a batch of relatively inexpensive alchemical materials from Diagon Alley through Owl Post, intending to hone their skills. The 5 of them were busily engaged in their endeavors, seemingly forgetting something important. Until one night, as Albert was preparing for a nocturnal adventure, his roommate, Egio, called out to him, "Ivo, what about my joining situation?" In reality, the others he referred to as just one person, Waz's roommate, Dennis Wright. The 5 found an empty room on the 5th floor of the castle, resembling an abandoned classroom. Many desks and chairs were piled against the wall, casting large, dark shadows. And there was also an overturned wastebasket. After swiftly cleaning the abandoned classroom, they began to arrange it according to their desires. According to Albert, the initiation ceremony for new members must possess an air of grandeur to impress the novice entrants. As the appointed time approached the following night, Egio eagerly dragged his enthusiastic sponsor, Albert, out of bed. Together, they made their way to the empty classroom they had discovered the previous night. "Well, it seems there are others more impatient than they are," Woz and his roommate have already been waiting outside the classroom. "Now, gentlemen, do come in," Woz said as he opened the door. Peering into the classroom from the threshold, they were met with an abyss of darkness. The gaping door resembling the terrifying maw of a monstrous black hole, as if entering it would lead to their utter obliteration. Dennis and Agio hesitated before stepping into the pitch-black classroom. The moment they crossed the threshold, eerie green flames suddenly ignited along the walls, illuminating the room's peculiar decor. Oddly shaped, monstrous stone statues lined the sides of the classroom, while chains dangled from the ceiling, binding grotesque puppets with horrifying visages. A carpet stretched toward the innermost depths of the room. The two men swallowed nervously, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. 3 ghastly green flames flickered in the farthest corner, revealing 3 figures cloaked in black. Suddenly, the classroom door slammed shut behind them, startling them to the core. Unbeknownst to them, Woz and Albert had also donned black robes, their faces obscured by hoods, each holding a candle flickering with green flames. "Move forward," Albert commanded in an icy tone, instilling doubt in the two about their participation in some nefarious organization. Their bodies trembled as they exchanged a stiff glance. Reluctantly approaching the 3 figures at the back of the classroom, Albert and Woz bypassed them and ascended to the platform where the lectern once stood. The moment they heard those words, their bodies shook even more violently as the 5 figures before them suddenly removed their hoods. To their horror, they discovered that where the pupils should have been, there were only 2 eerie red dots. The 5 grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, their smiles appearing grotesque under the eerie green light. Unable to withstand the fright, the 2 fainted. "Aver, quickly dim your luminescent spell. That red light is blinding me," Cedric exclaimed. Woz removed the sharp teeth from his mouth. "These dentures are unbearable." Fred hastily shed his cloak. "The light here is already dim, and this wretched hood obstructed my view." George and I nearly stumbled down the stairs. A radiant sphere of light hung in the center of the classroom ceiling, illuminating the once dark room as bright as day. The torches along the walls, previously ablaze with green flames, had now extinguished. It was merely an ordinary flame spell, altered in color. The abandoned classroom regained its original appearance. The 2 men on the floor began to stir back to consciousness. The mischievous group approached with smiles. For after their prank, the business at hand still awaited. These 2 had yet to officially join, and they had already fainted from fright. As they awakened, it was time to reveal the truth to them and welcome them aboard. However, a few underestimated the potency of their prank. The 2 who had just regained consciousness frantically fled at the sight of them, shouting for help as they escaped. The remaining pranksters exchanged glances within the classroom. The following morning, Albert, departing from the Slytherin dormitory, encountered Woz, who appeared lost in thought outside the Great Hall. He approached and gently tapped Woz on the shoulder. "Hey, Woz." Woz's reaction was peculiar. The warmth he usually exuded was absent as he raised his hand and pointed towards a distant corner. Following Woz's gesture, Albert's gaze fell upon the 4 house hourglasses. To his dismay, he noticed that the gemstones in the Slytherin and Ravenclaw hourglasses had mysteriously diminished by half. Inside the hall, Albert still could not find his roommate, Egio, nor was there any sign of Dennis Light at the Ravenclaw table. The group finished their breakfast with unflinching composure. Just as they stepped out of the hall, they encountered Professor Snape, clad in his ever-present black cloak. "Good morning, Professor Snape," they greeted. The response came in Snape's ominous tone. "Your actions have come to light. Follow me to the headmaster's office." The brothers felt no trace of the anxiety they had previously experienced during their visits to the headmaster's office. They even found the time to console Woz and Cedric beside them, remarking on how charming and eloquent the professors were, making the headmaster's office feel like home. "Mr. Weasley, I appreciate your kind words regarding my office," Dumbledore said gently, seated behind his desk and indulging in a mound of cockroaches. Egio and Dennis, who had been missing for an entire night, stood timidly before the desk, casting wary glances at the 5 pranksters. Dumbledore rose from his chair and approached Albert. "This is our 3rd meeting, Mr. Stokes." "Indeed, Professor Dumbledore. You may call me Avu." Then Avu, could you please elucidate the events of last night? It took great effort for Albert to convince the terrified duo that they were not demons from the underworld, luring and harvesting the souls of wizards. Their apprehension was understandable, given the frightful setup they had created in the classroom. After explaining the sequence of events, Albert leaned in closer to Dumbledore. "Professor, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, about the house points deducted last night." Dumbledore's lips curled into a smile. "While the misunderstanding has been resolved, the matter of your nocturnal escapade remains unaddressed." Upon hearing this, Albert wasted no time and swiftly exited the headmaster's office, not forgetting to drag along his four bewildered friends who remained rooted in place. Given that your nighttime activities contravene school regulations, your four houses will each face deductions. Dumbledore announced as he paced around the room, returning to his desk. Just as he turned back around, he found the space empty. Where have they gone? I find myself weary. These past few days have been filled with visiting relatives, either hosting them at my abode or traversing to theirs. Each encounter with unfamiliar relatives leaves me feeling rather disheartened, an utter squandering of life's precious moments. In the 18th chapter, the emergence of the League of Legends unfolds. Professor Flivy extends his assistance, guiding Albert and his companions in the intricate art of solidifying a repair spell that activates at predetermined intervals upon meeting specific conditions. This expertise allows them to adeptly tackle the formidable challenges of character resurrection and the respawn of wild creatures. Over time, they diligently overcome various other minor obstacles. Currently, the only remaining task is the design of characters. The classification of heroes remains unchanged, divided into 5 categories: warriors, assassins, mages, marksmen, and supports. It is evident that they cannot simply replicate the heroes from their previous Life S games. Albert proposes the idea of crafting heroes based on renowned figures from European history. How reminiscent of the ideas behind Honor of Kings. However, when it comes to the creation of King Arthur, Albert voices his dissent, insisting that Arthur should be represented as a woman. The other 4 vehemently disagree with his proposed alteration, citing various historical texts and engaging in fervent debate. Albert draws from the eclectic tales he had encountered in Brad's study. Yet, no matter how compelling his arguments, the 4 remain steadfast in their opposition. Unable to resolve the matter through reason, Albert resorts to action. As the sound of his brush glides across the paper, a vision of a delicate, fair-skinned maiden with cascading golden hair and emerald green eyes emerges. The girl depicted in the illustration, adorned with blue ribbons that bind her hair, embodies the elegance of a noble woman from medieval European courts, exuding grace and poise. A playful tuft of hair stands upright atop her head, adding a charming touch to her appearance. Fred, one of the twins, slams his palm on the table, declaring his support for Albert. Who is in favor? Who is against? George rises in opposition, only to be swiftly silenced by a well-placed slap. Soon, the character card for the girl named Artoria Pendragon is crafted. In designing the heroes, Albert and his companions opt for a card format, encapsulating character models within magical cards. During gameplay, users need only insert the cards into the slots beneath the Summoner's Rift's game board to summon the corresponding character at their fountain. They plan to introduce various skin cards for the heroes in due course, according to their vision, by inserting both the skin card and character card into the slot. Players can utilize the skin. After obtaining the professor's consent, they also prepare character cards for the heads of the 4 houses at Hogwarts, including the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore. Ready for integration into the game, the group visits Dumbledore's office, and upon explaining their purpose, even the portraits of past headmasters hanging on the walls awaken from their feigned slumber, requesting that their likenesses be included in the game as well. In the principal's office, was proposed designating Dumbledore as the mightiest wizard-class hero, inadvertently elevating their beloved headmaster's status. Observing Dumbledore's beaming smile, it was evident he relished the praise. Albert pondered whether to include Dumbledore's former lover, Gellert Grindelwald, in the mix as well. Several original heroes, such as the warrior Connor Kenway, the assassin Altair Ibn Lahad, the archer Sylvanus Windrunner, and others, were gradually conceived by Albert. Indeed, they were original creations. Albert stood confidently with hands on his hips, asserting their uniqueness in this world. The greatest challenge they faced was the fog of war. After extensive deliberation, they were unable to resolve this issue, and even Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, whose expertise did not lie in alchemy, could not offer any useful advice. Ultimately, with Dumbledore's assistance, they penned a letter to the greatest alchemist, Nicholas Flamel, and through his remote guidance, they managed to overcome the obstacle. Flamel even mentioned in his correspondence that should the game come to fruition, he would appreciate a copy sent to his old bones. This was merely a prototype, and considerations of portability were unnecessary. Future iterations would see a reduction in size. Following the banquet in the Great Hall, Albert, having projected his voice robustly, climbed atop a stool. Just as he had done during the opening feast, he loudly invited the entire school community to the empty classroom on the 5th floor to play a game called the League of Legends. Dumbledore watched with delight from the staff table, and even the usually stern Professor McGonagall permitted their antics. The once abandoned classroom on the 5th floor was now brimming with students. Woz explained the game rules to the eager participants and randomly selected 10 fortunate spectators from the crowd for an exhilarating match. As for the question of why there were 2 gaming setups but only 10 players chosen, the other was reserved for the professors. Dumbledore, enthusiastic, was eager to engage in a match, even dragging the somewhat reluctant Snape along. Surprisingly, even the perpetually stern Professor McGonagall wore a smile as she joined in. The Weasley twins crowded around the gaming setup, shouting excitedly, "Top lane support. Why aren't you jungling? Why are you crowding the mid lane? Marksman, engage in team fights. Support, move forward. What are you hiding at the back for?" Albert lingered for a moment, asking Dumbledore his thoughts on their creation. "I must admit, this is far more enjoyable than Wizard's Chess. The game you have crafted is truly remarkable," Dumbledore replied, grateful for the praise from numerous professors. The group thanked them and subsequently departed the classroom, chattering excitedly about when they could purchase the game and the price point that concerned them most. Woz, the affluent one, had already written home, requesting his family to acquire a shop in Diagon Alley, and it would soon be operational. According to their pricing, the finalized game, Sand Table, measuring 12 meters by 12 meters, will be sold at the price of 5 gold gallons each. In reality, the cost of the Sand Table is not exorbitant, being less than 2 gold gallons, were it not for the accompanying war, fog effect, and the consideration of portability. Along with the solidified shrinking spell that wizards could actively trigger, the cost of the Sand Table could be further reduced to just 15 silver coins. Moreover, with mass production, the price could be lowered even more. The greedy capitalists. The purchase of the game Sand Table comes with 5 basic character cards, covering the 5 classifications of heroes. Including these complementary character cards, the cost amounts to less than 3 gold gallons. It is worth noting that Albert charges a minimum of 10 silver coins for character cards beyond the basic ones, while certain premium character cards, such as those of the Dean-level wizards, are priced at 3 gold gallons each. Legendary cards, like that of the renowned wizard Dumbledore and Albert's meticulously designed fluffy King Warrior card, cannot be acquired with mere gold gallons. The unscrupulous Albert has thoughtfully introduced a lottery service for users, where those fortunate enough to invest a few gold gallons may win legendary character cards, while the so-called luckiest of the lucky could even draw miracles. Of course, for the less fortunate, it might cost dozens to hundreds of gold gallons. Their lottery pricing is 5 silver coins per draw, and 2 gold gallons allow a player to partake in a 10-draw event, without any guaranteed outcome. For your reference, 1 gold gallon equals 17 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 29 copper nats. They have designed over 150 character cards. Simply selling hero cards alone will surely yield them substantial profits. Not to mention the skins, which start at the price of 2 gold gallons. What? You assert that the attribute bonuses from skins are unfair? Well, players who invest in the game naturally deserve privileges. If you have the means, then invest as well. What? You say you lack funds? Apologies, but without investing, how do you expect to enjoy a good gaming experience? Dream on. In their respective public lounges, several individuals received a large stack of orders after announcing that League of Heroes was open for pre-order. Although the 5 gold gallon entry fee may be somewhat steep for some wizards, one must recognize that this is a 5v5 multiplayer game. They could easily crowdfund to purchase a game Sand Table for their lounge, each contributing just 3 silver coins to additionally acquire 5 basic character cards. Such a low price is not a result of Albert's sudden conscience. He merely seeks to allow a batch of free-to-play players into the game, enhancing the experience for those who spend. In his vision, this game will eventually introduce online multiplayer functionality, as opposed to the current face-to-face combat. That night, Albert slept soundly, dreaming a splendid dream in which he donned resplendent robes and a crown, seated upon a throne of gold gallons. Even the mightiest of wizards prostrated themselves at his feet, reverently calling him Your Majesty. Unbeknownst to him, drool dampened his pillow. Chapter 19, The Assault. The following day was Saturday. For an extended period, Albert had adhered to the habit of rising early to engage in physical exercise. However, on this particular day, he astonishingly emerged from the cocoon of his bed, which emanated a powerful allure, only after the sun had risen high in the sky. With classes awaiting him, the curriculum for first-year wizards, though relatively lenient, was densely packed each day. It had been quite some time since they had enjoyed a proper dinner in the Great Hall. Instead, they often rushed their post-class, hastily consuming a few bites before discreetly slipping away from the gaze of others, hastening towards the room of requirement, located on the 8th floor of the castle. Thanks to Cedric's excellent rapport with the house elves of Hufflepuff's kitchen, they were spared the trouble of trekking down to the underground kitchen for their late-night snacks. Every evening at 9 o'clock, the house elves would deliver their supper to the corridor on the 8th floor of the castle. These delightful house elves were the primary reason they had not starved during these past few days. Mr. Diggory, do take a moment to reflect with that intellect of yours, which is hardly superior to that of a troll. Surely, you cannot believe that such a rudimentary disillusionment charm could deceive a professor? Professor Snape, while disregarding Albert's equally feeble attempt at the charm, only deducted points from Hufflepuff. The double standards were glaring. The relentless intensity of their training had begun to wear down the others as well. When Albert eventually made his way to the Great Hall for lunch, he discovered that, apart from the exuberant pair of Gryffindors, the other two were absent. However, even the most spirited of individuals have their limits. George and Fred appeared somewhat drained, evidently still recovering from the aftermath of their rigorous training. Since the tumultuous events of the initiation ceremony, his roommate, Egio, had developed a profound fear of him. In light of Egio's vehement resistance, the school had no choice but to assign him a new roommate. As for the vacancy left behind by Egio's departure, it seemed to have been forgotten, allowing Albert to relish the joys of single-room living. Waz had also mentioned that he had acquired a new roommate. By the time the group reconvened, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They gathered around a bonfire by the Black Lake, where Hogwarts in December was draped in a silvery shroud. The gentle afternoon sun bestowed a warm, pleasant glow devoid of any oppressive heat. Waz squatted beside the fire, molding a snowball, seemingly indifferent to the discussions unfolding among the group. Albert and the others were deliberating the division of profits from their venture into the League of Heroes. Given Waz's status as a wealthy landowner, it was hardly surprising that he showed little interest in the matter of finances. He had never even handled money. Nevertheless, the share of galleons due to him would still be allocated, as it was a matter of principle. The most significant creative input had been provided by Albert, while Waz had contributed a plethora of alchemical tomes for their research. Furthermore, to ensure the successful sale of their product, Waz had acquired a shop in Diagon Alley. The subsequent production would be entrusted to the Reinhardt family, allowing the group to be free of responsibilities other than collecting their earnings. The personnel hired by the Reinhardt family would manage everything efficiently. The success of the game League of Legends can be attributed to two indispensable individuals. Ultimately, a few decided that Albert would claim 40% of the profits alone, while Waz, after much reluctance, yielded to the others and accepted his rightful 30%, leaving the remaining 3 to divide the final 30% among themselves. Avu, do you have any brilliant ideas? Having accomplished my goal, I now feel as though I have lost my direction in life. Albert playfully compacted a snowball and smeared it across Cedric's face. Do you think inspiration is as abundant as cabbages lying about? Cedric chuckled awkwardly, his seemingly honest and simple smile concealing a devious nature. In the next moment, he brandished his wand, and the snow on the ground splattered all over Albert. Thus, a chaotic snowball fight erupted by the Black Lake. At the same time, in the Forbidden Forest, even on a day of clear skies, the sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting little light upon the leaf-strewn ground below. The forest was shrouded in darkness and silence. Deep within this blackened thicket, a figure emanating a sinister black mist stood quietly in a clearing, cloaked in a dark robe. The figure's face remained obscured by the shadow of the hood, revealing only 2 glimmers of red light. Those were the eyes of the mysterious individual. Professor Flitwick, responsible for teaching the Dark Arts Defense class, was currently kneeling before this enigmatic figure. My lord, I have observed the child you mentioned for over 2 months and found nothing remarkable about him. Do not underestimate him. The scar on my face is entirely his doing. The mysterious figure removed his hood, unveiling his true visage. From one side, he possessed a strikingly handsome profile, complemented by a mane of platinum hair. However, the other side bore a shocking scar, as if his cheek had been scorched, marred by an array of red-brown scars of varying depths and shapes, resembling a child's chaotic crayon scribbles across a canvas. Professor Flitwick lowered his head deeply, unable to meet the gaze of the figure before him. You are to remain hidden within Hogwarts. Do not act impulsively. I will handle this myself. He is my prey, understand? The tone of the mysterious figure was calm. Yet the more tranquil he appeared, the more fear gripped Flitwick, who had witnessed his other side. Beads of sweat formed on the back of Flitwick's neck. I understand, my lord. When Flitwick raised his head, the mysterious figure had vanished. He inhaled deeply, his legs trembling as he struggled to rise and depart from the spot. Minutes later, several centaurs arrived at the clearing previously occupied by the mysterious figure. The leading centaur was strikingly handsome, with eyes as blue as sapphires. Even in the dim light of the Forbidden Forest, his platinum hair shimmered, while his lower body gleamed silver, trailing a long silver tail behind him. What an ominous presence. Firenze, what should we do now? The centaur named Firenze turned to his companions, saying, I sense a perilous presence. I must inform Dumbledore that a formidable dark wizard has entered the Forbidden Forest. No sooner had he spoken than, before the centaurs could react, a colossal fireball erupted from the other side of the forest. The flames were not the ordinary orange-red, but a vivid crimson reminiscent of blood, with dark veins flickering within the fire. As the trajectory of the fireball began to tilt, it became apparent that its ultimate destination was Hogwarts Castle. A piercing cry resonated from afar, even reaching the centaurs deep within the Forbidden Forest. A magnificent scarlet bird, as large as a swan, burst through the glass of the headmaster's office, gradually transforming in flight into a creature akin to a pterosaur. Its peacock-like tail trailed behind, while its claws shimmered like gold under the sun. It was Fawkes, the phoenix of the Dumbledore family, in a twist of space. The sound of rending air heralded Dumbledore's apparition outside the castle, landing in the snow. His expression grave. He gazed at the approaching fireball and drove his elder wand forcefully into the ground, declaring, "Finite incanatum." The earth cracked open, and golden light surged forth from the fissures, forming an indomitable golden barrier. The incoming red-black fireball collided violently with the shield, creating a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout Hogwarts, scattering the snow that blanketed the castle. All students loitering outside were awestruck, gazing at the clash of golden light and crimson flames. Professors hurried out from the castle to lend their support, forming a large circle in various positions, drawing their wands and plunging them into the ground. Finite incanatum! Finite incanatum! Golden flames erupted, relentlessly battling the towering crimson fire above. Fawkes, soaring in the air, sang an enchanting melody, his voice calming the panicked young wizards. Empowered by the Phoenix's blessing, the professors intensified their magical output, the golden radiance pressing forward until it swiftly extinguished the blood-red flames. Once the crimson inferno was quelled, Albert, who had raced to the castle's entrance with his companions, was astonished to discover a shadow emanating black mist where the fireball had once been. The professors stood flanking Dumbledore, confronting the shadowy figure in the air. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Albert felt as though the figure cast a glance in his direction before departing. Originally intending to proceed with the main storyline, he realized the pace was accelerating too quickly. Alas, it prompted a desire to indulge in filler. Chapter 20, Cornelius Fudge. The once tranquil campus was anything but peaceful at this moment. Students, confined to the Great Hall by their professors, buzzed with speculation regarding the recent attack. However, there was little panic on their faces, for their headmaster, Dumbledore, was esteemed as the greatest white wizard in the world. Just moments ago, their headmaster had repelled the dark wizard who had attacked Hogwarts. At least, that was how it appeared to them. The dark wizard had been thwarted. The atmosphere in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor was far from the jubilant ambience of the Great Hall. Rather, it was frigid to the core. Dumbledore, who had just repelled the mysterious dark wizard, did not appear to have vanquished the enemy with the ease the students had envisioned. On the contrary, his pallid complexion and slightly trembling hands revealed that he was in a rather dire state. After all, Dumbledore was an elderly man of 108 years. Severus. It must be him. Dumbledore's voice bore the weight of a decade's age. The fireball he had just conjured was undoubtedly more formidable than it seemed. Even wielding the most powerful wand, the Elder Wand, and with the assistance of over a dozen professors, it had demanded an immense exertion of power to withstand the attack. In this moment, having expended a considerable amount of magical energy, Dumbledore appeared exceedingly frail. Professor Snape silently withdrew a vial of potion he had brewed from his robes, uncorked it, and offered it to Dumbledore. "Thank you, Severus." After consuming the potion, Dumbledore's complexion improved slightly. Professor McGonagall, her lips pressed tightly together and a look of concern etched on her face, finally spoke. "Albus, the individual you mentioned is Minerva, you know, over a decade ago. Based on his understanding of the Harry Potter world, this was certainly not a narrative found in the original text. Was it truly the butterfly effect? With the matter of the galleons resolved, the next order of business was to rapidly enhance his strength. Lying on his bed, he began to peruse the Book of Ashandi, seeking methods to augment his power. His skills in transfiguration and alchemy had significantly advanced, as these were frequently employed. The section on spells had also unlocked numerous advanced incantations, including the Patronus Charm and the Disarming Charm, which he could now begin to learn. However, Albert still had not encountered the fire-making spell, which he yearned to master. The Disarming Charm would indeed prove beneficial, effectively compensating for Albert's current deficiency in offensive spells. While the potion section contained various recipes for enhancing strength, Albert found himself unable to concoct any of them. Where could he procure the long-extinct potion ingredients? With eager anticipation, he opened the section on alchemy, eager to discover what new magical artifacts might be unlocked following the completion of the Heroic League's creation. Yet upon a single glance, he was left dumbfounded. There lay a peculiar pendant, adorned with a gem emitting an ethereal green glow, its shape resembling a tic-tac-toe grid. What captivated Albert was not the pendant itself, but the inscription beneath it, the artifact of time control, the Eye of Agamotto. Albert remained in a stupor for a full minute, exiting the realm of consciousness and shaking his head in an effort to regain clarity. He then re-entered the conscious space, determined to ascertain whether he had misread the inscription. After repeatedly exiting and entering the realm of consciousness for a refresh by pressing F5, Albert confirmed with unwavering certainty that he had not misread. Indeed, it was inscribed that one could manipulate time. Overwhelmed with excitement, Albert extended his trembling mental tendrils towards the Book of S.M.A.S.H, intending to delve deeper into the crafting method of the Eye of Agamotto. The first line beneath the name of this magical artifact distinctly recorded, "Require materials. One infinite time stone materialized from the laws of cosmic time." The reason for Albert's exclamation was painfully evident. Where could he possibly procure such a thing? If he possessed a treasure formed from the manifestation of cosmic laws, he would have long since subdued Voldemort and quelled the chaos of Azkaban, instead of languishing here, straining to enhance his own power. The Book of S.M.A.S.H did not leave him without alternatives in the absence of the Time Stone. In the absence of the Time Stone, the creator could inscribe their understanding of time magic onto a powerful magical gem, using it as a substitute for the Time Stone to be embedded into the Eye of Agamotto. However, the ultimate product would result in a diminished effect when assisting its owner in wielding time magic. This revelation left Albert in despair. Where would he acquire such an understanding of time magic? He had never even heard of such a concept existing in the world of Harry Potter. No, wait. The Time Turner. According to the original text, the Time Turner appeared as a small, luminous golden hourglass with a long, delicate chain. Each turn of the Time Turner allowed the user to rewind time by 1 hour. When utilizing the Time Turner, the user would feel as though they were swiftly flying backward in time, with various blurred shapes of clouds passing by, a cacophony ringing in their ears, drowning out their own voice. To obtain a Time Turner, professors had to write numerous letters to the Ministry of Magic, assuring them that the owner was an exemplary student who would never use it for anything other than academic purposes. In the original narrative, Professor McGonagall succeeded in securing a Time Turner for Hermione in her 3rd year. So, must I wait another 2 years? Albert thought despondently. Moreover, even after 2 years, would he be able to glean any understanding of time magic from the Time Turner? Albert did not believe he possessed such capabilities. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, he exited the realm of consciousness, his initial eagerness to learn evaporating. Learn? What nonsense! Sleep. At that moment, as Albert buried his head under the covers in frustration, a burly little man stormed through the main entrance of Hogwarts Castle, accompanied by a throng of adult wizards. Cornelius Fudge, the stout man leading the group, was in an exceptionally foul mood. In his many years at the Ministry of Magic, he had never encountered a situation as distressing as this. Dark wizards attacking Hogwarts. The commotion of the battle was so pronounced that even the wizards residing in Hogsmeade could perceive it clearly. Since the fall of the Dark Lord Voldemort during the Second Wizarding War, the wizarding world has been graced with a precious yet fleeting peace. This realm maintains a delicate and fragile equilibrium, wherein the Ministry of Magic does not require an assertive and radical minister, but rather a lackluster one who governs with a hands-off approach. Thus, Cornelius Fudge, a mediocre talent, is poised to ascend to the position of Minister of Magic, thanks to Dumbledore's endorsement. His longtime rival, Bartemius Crouch, has forfeited a chance for promotion due to his son being implicated as a Death Eater. In the original narrative, Fudge initially harbors doubts about his own capabilities, relying heavily on Dumbledore's guidance. However, as he remains in the ministerial position for an extended period, his confidence gradually swells. Though he continues to seek Dumbledore's counsel, the frequency diminishes, and he begins to believe in his own aptitude for the role. He becomes enamored with the sensation of being the Minister of Magic and the privileges that accompany it, leaning towards those families of purported pure bloodlines. Consequently, Harry Potter's words are dismissed as the ramblings of an attention-seeking, perhaps unstable youth. Now, in the final months leading up to his appointment as minister, the British wizarding community has been relatively uneventful. The recent capture of 3 robbers, with no significant damage inflicted, seems inconsequential. Yet, the sudden emergence of a grave incident stirs feelings of anger and fear within him, as it threatens to impact his upcoming tenure. Dressed in a pinstripe suit adorned with a vibrant red tie, he enters the castle accompanied by a cadre of aurors. ascending to the 8th floor and heading directly to Dumbledore's office. Fudge, initially intent on vociferously demanding an explanation, finds himself inexplicably subdued upon meeting Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze through his half-moon spectacles. Instead, he timidly inquires, "Professor Dumbledore, could you enlighten us as to what transpired at Hogwarts?" Dumbledore rises from behind his desk and approaches Fudge, stating, "Cornelius, as you can see, this was an attack, a direct assault on Hogwarts." Internally, Fudge reflects on the implications for his career, yet he dares not voice his concerns. "Professor, then the dark wizard who attacked Hogwarts, is this true?" he asks, seeking confirmation. "Indeed, more than a dozen professors present can attest to this," Dumbledore replies. Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, arrives at the headmaster's office upon hearing of the ministry's visitors. A series of gasps emanate from the Aurors gathered behind Fudge, a reaction he hesitates to provoke further. Fudge nervously fiddles with his round-top hat, realizing that the situation may be more complicated than he had anticipated. "Professor, you must be jesting. He was supposed to be dead," exclaims one of the Aurors in disbelief. "This is not a time for jest, delirious," Dumbledore admonishes. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes, peering through half-moon spectacles, fixated on the speaker, seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment that rendered Delirious mute. After a brief pause, Dumbledore continued, "In truth, such a formidable wizard does not easily meet his demise, even in a cataclysmic confrontation. What shall we do then?" Fudge stammered. "Inform Minister Millicent and elevate the ministry's vigilance. We cannot ascertain whether that individual will target the ministry following his assault on Hogwarts. Ladies and gentlemen, I fear that war is imminent." At the mention of war, the countenance of everyone present shifted, Fudge appearing as if scorched by a red-hot iron, his face flushed with color. This attack on Hogwarts was merely a harbinger. Before Dumbledore could finish, the door to the headmaster's office swung open once more, admitting a cadre of wizards clad in finely tailored and exquisitely crafted robes, the Hogwarts Board of Governors. A man with flowing, pale golden hair and a somewhat pallid complexion stepped forward, navigating through the Aurors, wielding a serpent-carved staff. "Dumbledore, I believe we require an explanation." Professor McGonagall glared at Lucius Malfoy with disdain and retorted, "Explanation? There is nothing to explain." She unabashedly displayed her contempt for these impeccably dressed wizards, her wand gripped tightly, as if poised to expel the uninvited guests from Hogwarts at any moment. Lucius, seemingly oblivious to McGonagall's wand, directed his gaze past her, settling squarely on Dumbledore. Another wizard stepped forward to stand beside Malfoy, his demeanor relaxed as he remarked, "Esteemed Professor McGonagall, it is a pleasure to see you." Yet, the hand he had behind his back trembled slightly, betraying a tension incongruous with his tone. "Do take it easy, Minerva." Dumbledore gestured for McGonagall to lower her wand and turned his attention to the wizard. "Mr. Greengrass, you have already discerned the truth, have you not?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's earnest proclamation, Greengrass's hand trembled even more violently. Lucius's earlier nonchalance evaporated, replaced by a hint of terror as he inquired, "Is it the Dark Lord?" Dumbledore withdrew the Elder Wand and pressed it against his temple, strands of silver light emanating from him. "See for yourselves." The Elder Wand flicked in the air, conjuring a luminous curtain, revealing the earlier scene where the shadowy figure assailed Hogwarts, showcasing the united effort of over a dozen professors to repel the attack. Voldemort, born Tom Marvolo Riddle, was once a distinguished graduate of Hogwarts. Upon graduation, he sought a position teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts and submitted an application. However, he was denied by the then headmaster, Armando Dippet, a decision influenced by Albus Dumbledore's growing wariness of him. Some of these wizards endorsed his ideology of pure-blood supremacy, advocating that the status and power of pure-blood wizards should transcend those of wizards of Muggle descent, mudbloods, and Muggles themselves, reducing them to the status of slaves. Others sought to acquire greater power, while many were compelled to join out of fear of his retribution. The followers of Voldemort refer to themselves as Death Eaters, employing various forms of coercion and enticement to strengthen their ranks, gradually revealing their violent tendencies. They ruthlessly wielded the unforgivable curses against those who opposed them, spreading terror and committing numerous murders of Muggles in the name of amusement. Each Death Eater bore a dark mark branded on their arm, depicting a skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth, resembling a tongue. With each act of murder, the Death Eaters would unleash this mark above the scene, composed of countless emerald green, star-like entities, radiating a blinding light amidst a cloud of green smoke, instilling a profound sense of dread in onlookers. At this juncture, Voldemort appeared more formidable than any wizard alive, and the majority of the wizarding community avoided speaking his name, referring to him as the Dark Lord or he who must not be named. The Death Eaters reverently addressed him as the Dark Lord. Voldemort's reign was characterized by devastation, marking the darkest decade in the magical realm. During this time, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry stood as the sole sanctuary, with many speculating that Voldemort harbored a deep-seated fear of Albus Dumbledore, recognizing his efforts to counteract him. While Dumbledore safeguarded Hogwarts from the incursions of the Death Eaters, he established the Order of the Phoenix, comprised of resolute wizards dedicated to resisting Voldemort. The First Wizarding War erupted, with both sides suffering casualties in a conflict that persisted for 11 years. However, this world starkly contrasts with the one depicted in the original narrative. In this reality, at the culmination of the First Wizarding War, two exceptionally gifted and powerful wizards emerged. One emanated an ominous black mist, while the other radiated a holy silver light. The dark mist and silver glow obscured their visages, leaving the wizarding world oblivious to their true appearances and origins. They appeared as if conjured from thin air. During their time on Earth, these two formidable wizards engaged in a monumental duel that persisted intermittently for several months. In those months, the Dark Wizards faction allied with the Death Eaters, not so much joining as merely seeking a temporary refuge, while the figure who seemed to embody the White Wizards sought the Order of the Phoenix. Even at the height of his power, Voldemort was no match for the enigmatic Dark Wizard. The two, imposing figures dominating the wizarding realm, showed little interest in the ongoing war, their sole focus fixated on each other, eager to eliminate one another at any cost. Ultimately, in a cataclysmic duel, the two vanished into the depths of the vast ocean, leaving behind only the names that would echo through the magical realm, the one and the next. Yet, akin to the name of Voldemort, no witch or wizard dared to utter these two monikers, even amidst the belief that the two had perished. The dread once felt by the Death Eaters towards the one far surpassed their fear of Voldemort himself. Upon witnessing the shadowy figure from Dumbledore's memory, the former Death Eater, Lucius Malfoy, nearly collapsed onto the floor of the headmaster's office, his wand barely supporting his trembling form. The expressions of the other board members were equally grim. As pure-blood aristocrats, they possessed a deeper understanding of the arcane secrets of the wizarding world and, consequently, a more profound awareness of that formidable figure's terror. Gentlemen, we remain unaware of that individual's intentions upon resurfacing to assault Hogwarts. However, I believe we must prepare ourselves for resistance, Dumbledore proclaimed, his voice resonating in the chamber. We do not know if another wizard capable of opposing him will emerge. This time, I fear we must rely on ourselves. Ignoring Dumbledore's words, Lucius Malfoy, now even paler than before, stumbled out of the headmaster's office. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, the members of the Ministry of Magic hastily exited Hogwarts Castle, retreating faster than they had arrived. The board members, each wearing varied expressions, departed in silence, their thoughts unknown. Meanwhile, the undercurrents of turmoil in the wizarding world had no bearing on the students within the castle. In the Great Hall, Hogwarts students were relishing a delightful dinner, pleasantly surprised by the evening's fare, which greatly differed from the norm. An hour prior, in the kitchen beneath the hall, Albert was wielding his wand like a maestro, directing an orchestra. "What do you mean by a pinch of salt? You don't just add it bit by bit and experiment with the outcome," he exclaimed. "The roasted pig must be sliced. Cut each piece into 8, totaling 32. Place the pig in a basin with the skin draped over it, accompanied by layers of pancakes, scallions, sweet sauce, and sugar. The prawns must be thoroughly cleaned. The shrimp veins, most importantly, the veins must be meticulously removed. Use your magic. The presentation must be exquisite. We strive for a harmony of color, aroma, and flavor. The taste must not only be exceptional, but the appearance must also entice the appetite. That one over there, the dompa pork, should be simmered gently. Gently. Who instructed you to turn up the heat?" 2 months prior, after providing the house elves with a comprehensive cookbook covering 8 major cuisines, Albert had yet to savor the Chinese dishes he longed for in the Great Hall. However, absorbed in his alchemical pursuits, he had not found the time to check on the elves' culinary progress. Following the recent attack, Albert deemed it essential to treat his classmates to a meal that far surpassed Western cuisine in flavor, aiming to soothe their shaken spirits. Bah, truth be told, he was simply craving it himself. Finally, in the kitchen, a satisfied Albert flashed a charming smile, declaring, "Tomorrow, I shall teach you how to prepare Sichuan cuisine." Unbeknownst to the house elves, he harbored an unspoken second half to his sentence, one that hinted at a spiciness of an extreme nature. Chapter 22. The Master of Time. Before dawn, Albert stealthily exited the Slytherin common room. having relished the Chinese delicacies he had long yearned for the previous day. He could not resist the urge to return to the kitchen, commanding the house elves to prepare his favorite breakfast from past life, the Cantonese dim sum. Dim sum, in truth, is often consumed closer to noon as a lunch. One advantage of the Slytherin common room is its proximity to the kitchen. Although not as close as that of Hufflepuff, it merely required a few additional steps to reach. "Good morning, chef. Good morning, chef," he called out as he stood in the midst of the kitchen, surrounded by a throng of house elves gazing at him with admiration. This scene left Albert feeling somewhat elated. "All right, everyone listen closely. Today we shall make half an hour later." Albert left the kitchen, thoroughly pleased. He had prepared dinner there the night before and was unaware of the students' reactions to the Chinese meal. Thus, today, he intended to enjoy the Cantonese dim sum in the hall, hoping to bask in the praise of professors and students alike, albeit as a secondary concern. However, he had barely taken a few steps from the kitchen when he spotted a figure descending the stairs, stealthily making their way toward the Slytherin common room. Perhaps sensing that it was still early and the students had yet to rise, the individual made no effort to conceal themselves. Despite the dim lighting of the underground corridor, the torches on either side illuminated the figure, revealing it to be Professor Flay. What was he up to? Albert observed Professor Flay as he stood at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, accurately uttering the password before entering. Not rushing to follow, Albert maintained his disillusionment charm with his wand, waiting at the entrance until he confirmed it was safe to enter the common room. Inside, he found no trace of Professor Flay. Where could he have gone in such a short span? Surely, he wouldn't dare to raid the girls' dormitory? Albert shook his head, dismissing the implausible thought. He had no desire to investigate Professor Flay's motives for infiltrating the Slytherin common room. He simply wished to remain safe within Hogwarts until he could confront Voldemort with strength. Yet, fate had other plans. After thoroughly confirming that the corridor outside the boys' dormitory was devoid of Professor Flay, he stepped toward his room, opening the door. Inside, a figure stood quietly by his bedside. With an exclamation of shock, Albert swiftly drew his wand, aiming a flashbang at Professor Flay. "Did you think I would fall to the same spell twice?" Professor Flay grinned, deftly producing his wand and extinguishing the blinding flash. In the next moment, his smile vanished as a blast of compressed air struck him just below the navel and above the knees, landing at the juncture of his left leg's right side and his right leg's left side. Professor Fry's face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp, as he hunched over and collapsed onto the ground. "Disarm your weapon. Quickly restrain, bind the throat and tongue," without affording Professor Fry any opportunity for retaliation. Albert unleashed a series of spells that nullified any possibility of counterattack. After a moment's contemplation, Albert released the binding on Professor Fry's throat, eager to hear his explanation for why he had appeared at this juncture. "Hey, Keith, hierbo no intentions." "If I had wished to retaliate, you would have already been down," Fry exclaimed. "I am merely acting on behalf of another. I have something for you, located in the pocket of my left waist." Rather than charging forward like a fool, Albert summoned the item with a spell. The cold sensation in his hand revealed a familiar pendant, a gem embedded at its center emanating a faint green glow. "The Eye of Agamotto. How did this come to be in your possession?" Albert mused, grappling with a suspicion he dared not believe. "I mentioned I was acting on behalf of another. Now, I have my wand back." Professor Fry rose from the ground, seemingly freed from his bindings, and extended his hand toward Albert. Albert smirked and forcefully slapped Professor Fry's wand into his palm. "I told you I meant no harm. Why do you refuse to believe me?" Suddenly, the hand of Fry, devoid of the wand, lunged at Albert, vigorously ruffling his hair. "Do you naively presume that as a first-year wizard, you could so easily defeat an adult wizard, especially one with extensive combat experience as a defense against the dark arts professor?" Albert swatted Fry's hand away. "A beggar like you thinks he can touch me? What an insufferable little brat you are. However, I must admit, that second spell was truly remarkable. Did you create it yourself?" "I merely extracted the explosive effect from the previous stunning spell that had taken you down." Professor Fry grimaced. "How can there be such a cunning little wizard as you? Remember, do not mention my visit here to anyone, and keep the pendant concealed from prying eyes. Who sent you? You will know in due time." With that, Professor Fry vanished into thin air, courtesy of a disillusionment charm. Disregarding his disheveled hair, Albert swiftly closed the door and sank onto the sofa. The moment he grasped the Eye of Agamotto, the Book of Ashanti in his mind began to tremble violently. Closing his eyes, he entered the realm of consciousness. Before Albert's mental energy could even graze the Book of Ashanti, it opened of its own accord to a page within the chapter of spells. The pages of the book reveal records concerning the magic of time. Albert, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, This knowledge would serve as his formidable ally in his future dominance within the wizarding world, where the illustrious supreme sorcerer of Kamar-Taj, Stephen Strange. To be aware of the events unfolding here, he would discover that what Albert perceived as mind was, in fact, the content regarding time magic from the illustrious book of Cagliostro. The execution of time magic is not intricate. Rather, it is astonishingly straightforward. No incantations or advanced casting techniques are required. A mere handful of gestures, complemented by the Eye of Agamotto, suffices. However, the prerequisites for its mastery are exceedingly high. The most fundamental requirement for any practitioner is the ability to perceive the timeline. This solitary aspect poses a challenge to 999 individuals. How does one attain such perception of the timeline? Albert withdrew from his meditative state, a complex expression on his face as he extracted his applewood wand. The wand of the Gorgon. His instincts were not amiss. He previously sensed an indistinct acceleration of time. Indeed, his 1 minute felt distinctly shorter than 60 seconds. After acquiring the Eye of Agamotto, this sensation became increasingly vivid, allowing him to discern precisely how much time had quickened, even down to decimal points. He could also perceive the Earth's rotation hastening. Upon reviewing the information regarding time magic inscribed within the Book of S.M.A.S.H, Albert activated the Eye of Agamotto that hung from his neck, following the gestures delineated in the tome. He casually seized an apple from the table, took a bite, and placed it a short distance before him. A luminous green magic circle materialized in the palm of his hand as he struggled to rotate it counterclockwise, experiencing immense resistance in his grasp. As the circle spun, the partially bitten apple astonishingly restored to its original form. However, Albert soon faltered. The magic circle disintegrated into specks of green light in his hand, and within such a brief span, his magical energy was completely depleted. Despite the seemingly simplistic method of casting time magic, it demands a substantial reservoir of magical power for support. The greater the extent of time manipulation, whether advancing or reversing, or the broader the range of control, the more magical energy is required. At present, Albert's meager reserves of magical power could only suffice to revert an object the size of an apple back a mere few seconds. This, evidently, offered no assistance in enhancing his combat prowess. Nonetheless, Albert could not contain his exhilaration. He leaped from the sofa and began to dance wildly around the room in a fit of exuberance. "Ha! Behold my lightning quintuple whip," he exclaimed. Thankfully, the soundproofing of the Slytherin dormitory was sufficiently effective, preventing his raucous revelry from disturbing his slumbering peers in the adjacent room. Albert danced energetically for over 10 minutes before finally pausing, only to be overtaken by waves of fatigue. Having expended all his magical energy, yet still managing to leap about for so long was purely a testament to his exhilaration. Now that the adrenaline had subsided, exhaustion swept over him in a rush. "I never expected you to possess such a facet." A voice, imbued with a hint of mirth, resonated beside Albert's ear. The sudden utterance startled Albert, who was already reclined upon his bed, causing him to leap 3 feet in surprise. "What on earth? You didn't leave?" Professor Fry, having dispelled his illusion, stifled his laughter with a hand over his mouth. "I am genuinely curious about the purpose of that pendant, which provoked such a reaction from you. Now I understand." He deftly evaded the fierce kick Albert aimed at him, turning to exit the room, his figure vanishing in an instant. "Farewell," he called, leaving Albert in the room, seething with frustration. Were it not for his current depletion of magical energy, he would undoubtedly have summoned his wand to pursue Professor Fry and cast a memory-erasing spell, obliterating every memory from his birth to the present, an irretrievable state of forgetfulness. Had Professor Fry not fled, administering a physical knockdown followed by a memory wipe would have sufficed. Initially, I intended for the time manipulation magic to emerge later, ideally in the 3rd year. Yet, I found myself unable to wait. I shall endeavor to maintain the power equilibrium within the HP universe. Wish me luck. Chapter 23. The restroom is particularly lively this evening. In the early evening, prior to starting dinner in the kitchen, Albert, who had spent the entire day resting in the dormitory, found the Weasley brothers engaged in a battle of wits with Peeves in a corner of the castle. The trio stealthily approached the door of Professor Frey's office. "Did you see that defense against the dark art, Professor? What do you think? Let us devise a way to give him a good scare," Albert declared, pointing at the firmly shut office door. "Are you sure, Alvo? After all, he's a professor. Did he offend you?" George nudged Albert. "What do you mean, Professor? I'm specifically targeting the professor. I shall not rest until I avenge this slight. I, Albert, vow to uphold my honor." Witnessing Albert's resolute demeanor, Fred nodded in agreement. "All right, Captain Albert, My brother, and I will follow your lead. They say the professor possesses formidable magical prowess. Yet in my eyes, he is merely a man like any other. A well-placed dung bomb would surely incapacitate him. No, no, no. Albert quickly shook his head. Using dung bombs is far too simplistic and easily traceable. Let's first visit the greenhouse, then proceed to the kitchen. Outside the castle, at the first greenhouse, Alhamra, the greenhouse doors swung open in response. Perhaps due to the non-threatening nature of the magical plants within the first greenhouse, Professor Sprout had not cast protective enchantments upon it. Fred, keep watch. George, come with me inside. It was a Sunday, and the greenhouse was devoid of any occupants, save for two aspiring thieves. No, can one truly call it thievery when it pertains to scholarly pursuits? Albert led George to a corner, where they began to harvest the red fruits born of a particular plant cultivated within the greenhouse. To his surprise, Professor Sprout had also planted Devil's Snare. How splendid! Although the devil peppers had not borne fruit at that time, Albert was still able to identify them. These plants were likely magically accelerated in growth. Otherwise, such a swift harvest would not have been possible. Nearby, George, intrigued, asked, Evo, are you certain this will cure Professor Fred? Albert feigned mystery, replying, you shall see shortly. 2 minutes later, as the wind howled, Albert made sure to lock the greenhouse door before slipping away. The three of them hurried, and by the time they arrived at the kitchen, the house elves were already busy with preparations. Everyone, cease your tasks. Gather around. Watching the multitude of house elves halt their work and surround Albert, George and Fred were astonished. My Albert, you wield quite the authority, Fred remarked with a sly grin towards Albert, who stood at the center of the kitchen. Oh, come now, spare me the sarcasm. Guido, how many chili peppers and Sichuan peppers do we have in reserve? The house elf, named Guido, responsible for managing the kitchen's storeroom as the logistical overseer of Hogwarts, raised his thin, gaunt hand in surprise when called upon. Chef, we have over 200 kilograms of chili peppers, but only a few dozen kilograms of Sichuan peppers. That will suffice. Tonight, I shall teach you to prepare Sichuan cuisine. The twins exchanged puzzled glances. Is this your idea of revenge on Professor Fred? Is this truly how you intend to get back at him? Patience, patience, the best is yet to come, Albert replied with a smile. At dinner time in the Great Hall, after sampling the kitchen's new offerings the previous night, the students of Hogwarts were delighted to find that the once monotonous breakfast and lunch had also introduced delightful new variations. This heightened their anticipation for dinner that evening. The packed hall was a testament to how these wizards, raised in the realm of dubious culinary arts, had succumbed to the culinary charms of the mysterious ancient Eastern dishes. Typically, only half the students would be present at such a time. The dining tables in the hall overflowed with exquisitely plated dishes, each exuding the unique aroma of Sichuan cuisine, enticing the surrounding wizards. Sichuan cuisine is not solely characterized by its spiciness. However, in retaliation against Professor Fred, Albert had selected only the most fiery and numbing dishes. Dishes such as mouth-watering chicken, spicy boiled meat slices, mapo tofu, and spicy chicken graced the tables. The plate of mouth-watering chicken, drizzled with a vibrant crimson oil, seemed to emanate a piquant aroma that tantalized the senses. The distinct spiciness and numbing sensation made one's mouth water uncontrollably. The other plates, too, glowed with a luscious red hue. The mapo tofu was artfully arranged in a flat square dish, with neatly stacked cubes of tofu. Beneath the small copper hot pots, flames flickered, and the bright red broth bubbled enticingly, releasing bubbles that burst forth in a delightful manner. Beside the hot pot lay an array of tripe and raw beef. Concerned that these wizards might be unfamiliar with the intricacies of hot pot dining, a handwritten card was placed next to each hot pot, detailing the proper way to enjoy this culinary experience. Considering the British palate's tolerance for spiciness pales in comparison to that of the gluttonous empire, Albert thoughtfully reduced the quantity of chili and Sichuan pepper, except for the serving in front of a certain individual. Albert led the Weasley twins into the kitchen to sample the dishes. At the teacher's table, the silver-haired Dumbledore appeared perpetually cheerful, hinting that the kitchen had once again provided us with a delightful surprise. He rose and waved to the students below, signaling them to partake. Glancing at the description on the card, Dumbledore speared a slice of succulent beef with his fork and dipped it into the copper pot before savoring it. A slight tingling spiciness blossomed on his tongue, evoking a sensation of open pores as the numbing heat stimulated his taste buds, followed by the exquisite flavor of the beef. Indeed, it was delightful, although slightly overwhelming for a centenarian such as himself. No sooner had Dumbledore spoken than the contents of a nearby plate subtly transformed. The broth was delicate and elegant, crystal clear. The vegetables were tender green and vibrantly shaped, evoking a refreshing clarity upon sight. a renowned dish from Sichuan cuisine. The boiled cabbage. This dish is crafted from the hearts of Chinese cabbage, accompanied by a broth simmered from chicken, duck, and pork bones, seasoned with a clear stock of finely minced chicken and pork. Finally, a drizzle of chicken fat is added to the broth. Upon completion, the dish exudes a fresh elegance, rich in flavor yet light and ungreasy. Truly consider it. After tasting the boiled cabbage, Dumbledore's smile broadened. While not overly fixated on Dumbledore's reaction, Albert discreetly cast a glance towards Professor Flitwick at the teacher's table. The rosy-cheeked professor was heartily indulging in the meticulously prepared delicacies, the spicy flavors proving irresistible. Utterly oblivious to the impending crisis. Estimating that the time was ripe, Albert signaled the Weasley brothers at the Gryffindor table to prepare for the spectacle. Suddenly, Professor Flitwick scooped several pieces of meat from the pot before him and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Moments later, his complexion flushed crimson as he gasped, sticking out his tongue and fervently drawing in cold air. His hand futilely fanning the air, as if it might alleviate the burn on his tongue as if scalded by a branding iron. Water. I need water. A glass of water materialized on the table before Professor Flitwick. As he grasped the cup, intending to down it in one go, the instant the water touched his tongue, he violently spat it out. Nearby, Snape observed Flitwick with disdain, having just witnessed a spray of water mist from Flitwick's mouth land in his pot of beef. Why is it hot? I want ice water. Ice water. The warm water in the cup vanished, replaced by the crisp sound of ice colliding with the glass. And the cup was refilled. Professor Flitwick gulped down a generous mouthful of ice water, yet it provided little relief. The icy water merely dulled the fiery sensation without extinguishing it. His tongue and lips had swollen significantly, rendering Professor Flitwick nearly incapable of articulating words. Originally, he had already consumed a substantial portion of his meal, and now, even merely sipping water felt satiating. Yet the searing sensation in his mouth and esophagus compelled him to continue, forcing him to gulp down icy water. With no more water to drink, Professor Fry resorted to holding ice cubes in his mouth, hoping that the burning sensation would soon subside. The contrast between the scalding hot pot and the chilling ice water left his stomach unsettled. He pressed his hands against his abdomen, bowed his head, and hunched over in his chair. Standing beside Professor Fry, Professor Snape bore a somewhat gleeful expression, leaning forward with his arms resting on the chair, bringing his face closer to Professor Fry. I have always wanted to witness this expression of yours, this expression of anguish, he remarked, rendered speechless. Professor Fry could only glare with indignation at the mocking Snape. Dumbledore, seated at the faculty table, could no longer bear the scene. Severus. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape retrieved a vial of potion from his robes, removed the cork, and seized Professor Fray's chin, forcefully presenting the potion to his face. The foul stench of rotten fish and shrimp from the potion made Professor Fry feel utterly repulsed. He endured the extremely unpleasant taste, swallowing the potion with great difficulty. After consuming the potion, Professor Fray's countenance shifted dramatically as he pushed Snape away and, with a speed unmatched even by a sprinter, dashed out of the hall towards the distant lavatory. Do not inquire why Snape possesses such an array of potions. After all, he is a master of potions and is permitted to carry a variety of concoctions. Goodness, even in tonight's battle royale, one encounters those who seem to have an unfair advantage. Truly, is someone in such a hurry to send the horse away just after the new year? Chapter 24. Surprise. Earlier, in the kitchen directly beneath the hall, Albert was crouched in a corner, with a cauldron in front of him simmering some suspicious red substance. What we need to do now is extract and concentrate the active ingredients from this sack of devil's peppers, Albert explained to the two others who were equally crouched beside him, to avoid being overwhelmed by the pungent aroma of the devil's peppers during the boiling process. All three donned protective suits and gas masks conjured through transfiguration. From a distance, the scene resembled a group of biochemical soldiers preparing for battle. Hadn't they noticed that not a single house elf in the kitchen dared to approach within 10 meters of them? Purification and concentration were methods taught long ago in potion classes, and even the most inept students like Neville Longbottom could manage such basic procedures. All right, that's concentrated enough. Fred's voice sounded muffled behind his gas mask. Albert examined the remaining liquid in the cauldron and replied in a deep tone, "No, we need to concentrate it a bit more." "You are quite heartless," George began, but he felt Albert's icy glare through the 2 layers of protective goggles. Instantly, he thought to himself, "I meant well done," observing the dwindling liquid within the cauldron. Albert extinguished the flames with immense satisfaction. He meticulously gathered the liquid, extracted from the devil's pepper, into a sphere of water, allowing it to levitate gracefully in the air. With his wand raised high, he maintained the levitation charm. George, lend a hand. Use your magic to encase it in water. But be cautious not to let the two liquids come into contact, he instructed. What's next? Albert turned to Fred. Freeze the water. A smooth orb of ice floated before the trio, refracting light into a mesmerizing display. Finally, I can shed this robe. I'm positively boiling. Albert sighed deeply. George picked up the ice sphere, its eerie crimson hue revealing Albert's intention to him almost instantly. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as there were numerous house elves bustling about in the kitchen. Kel, Albert called the nearest house elf over. Oh, chef, and the two esteemed Mr. Weasleys. Kel is delighted to serve you. Professor Fred had a penchant for spicier fare. Avoiding Kel's gaze, Albert placed the ice sphere into one of the copper hot pots, maintaining his composure as he spun a tale. I've added a bit more chili and Sichuan pepper to this pot. Ensure it reaches Professor Fred without error. Yes, chef. Kel will execute the task splendidly. Professor Fred relished his meal in the Great Hall, never having experienced the delights of hot pot before. Yet, as he savored each bite, the ice sphere within the pot slowly began to melt. When the icy barrier finally succumbed, the devil's pepper-infused liquid surged into the broth. Estimating the timing was just right. The mischievous trio closely monitored the head table, watching as Professor Fred dipped a piece of meat into the bubbling pot and then brought it to his lips. Albert, seated at the Slytherin long table, winced in sympathy for him. Goodness, Professor Snape is actually gripping Professor Fred's chin. Where's my camera? Suddenly realizing he had none, Albert pondered the possibility of sketching the scene instead. Having once drawn criminal suspects in a past life as a former agent of the Spear Bureau, he was well-versed in the arts, excelling in everything from music to martial skills. Whether it be cold weapons or firearms, including tanks and aircraft, he was adept at all. Nevertheless, Albert ultimately abandoned this tempting notion, fearing for his life at Snape's hands. After finishing his meal at a leisurely pace, he departed the dining hall with an air of indifference. In the first-floor corridor, Albert spotted Professor Fred, one hand braced against the wall and the other clutching a sensitive area, limp towards the stairs. The sensation of consuming an excessive amount of chili and then the thought alone sent shivers down Albert's spine on behalf of Professor Fred. Hot pot and ice water, alternating between extremes, combined with Professor Snape's potion, unexpectedly produced a potent laxative effect. A delightful surprise indeed. Time to slip away. I mustn't allow Professor Fry to catch me. Though he might suspect that the culprit behind this mischief is the unscrupulous Albert, without concrete evidence, he cannot take action against him. Revenge through pranks? Whether Professor Fry can outwit the notorious prankster quintet, led by Albert, remains debatable. Deducting points? Does Albert even care? Challenging him in class? Ah, that seems feasible. A smile reappeared on Professor Fray's face, but was swiftly replaced by grimace as a wave of searing heat washed over him. Damn Albert. Damn hot pot. I, Emerson, would rather starve, leap from the 8th floor of the castle, than consume another morsel from you. On Monday morning, in the dark arts defense classroom, Professor Fry grinned ominously from the podium. Albert shrugged. He had anticipated Professor Fry would concoct some sort of retaliation. Alas, when will this cycle of vengeance cease? You may employ any spell. I shall do my utmost to avoid harming you. Professor Fray's smile took on a sinister edge. Now, bow. I'll count down. 3, 2. Bang, 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 bang. Sparks erupted from the muzzle, bullets whistling through the air as a revolver inexplicably appeared in Albert's right hand. A shield formed from protective armor emerged before Professor Fry, deflecting the incoming bullets. I knew you would resort to such tactics. Now, it is my turn to strike back. He wildly waved his wand, beams of vibrant light shooting forth from its tip. Armored protection. Albert, wand in his left hand, struggled to conjure a defensive barrier before him, while his right hand retrieved a round, olive-green object from his pocket. Everyone retreat. He bit down on the pin of the grenade, yanking it with his right hand and tossing it forward. Boom! The spell that had been directed at Albert's shield abruptly ceased. Through the flames, Professor Fray's form became visible. Ultimate armored protection. An all-encompassing shield blocked the damage from the shrapnel grenade. The spell surged forth once more, but this time, Albert's protective barrier failed to buy him any time. The shield shattered instantly, and Albert's wand slipped from his grasp, landing in Professor Fray's hand. As if unable to halt his assault, several spells struck the fallen Albert in quick succession. Bruised and battered, Albert appeared to be ensnared by invisible ropes, suspended in midair. The classroom lay in disarray, and the young wizards, having retreated to the door, stared in astonishment at the fierce confrontation between Albert and Professor Fry. They had never witnessed such an intense battle, especially not involving a peer. Was this truly the prowess expected of their generation? Professor Fry approached the inverted Albert with a subtle smile, casually tossing the captured wand in his hand. It seems I have emerged victorious. Are you certain, Professor? Albert replied, drawing a revolver from his waist and firing the last bullet it held. As anticipated, the bullet was deflected by Professor Fry. Yet the force of the shot caused him to stagger back slightly. A sharp sensation underfoot prompted Professor Fry to lift his foot in curiosity. In that fleeting moment, a sense of impending danger surged within him. His years of combat instinct compelled him to conjure a protective armor just in time. Meanwhile, Albert, still suspended in the air, flashed a radiant smile at that very instant. Surprise! To his dismay, an explosive detonation did not ensue. Instead, a formidable shockwave erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar, sending Professor Fry hurtling across the room. The enchantment binding Albert was automatically lifted as Fry was propelled away. Struggling to rise, Albert felt dizzy from the blast. And as he fell, he lost control of his descent, landing heavily on the unforgiving floor, wincing in pain. The explosive device had been a half-finished creation from Albert's alchemical studies, producing only a shockwave without any additional effects. The recent skirmish illustrated that the firearms of the Muggle world held little efficacy against wizards, particularly those adept in combat. Albert had not expected the explosive to be the key to victory. He merely hoped it would disrupt his opponent momentarily. Nonetheless, it required further refinement and enhancement. Professor Fry, positioned closer to the blast, was less affected, quickly regaining his footing and adopting a combat stance. Observing Fry brandishing his wand in his direction, Albert raised his hands in a mock military salute, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Didn't he see that coming, did you? He. One must never let their guard down, Professor. Despite his bruised visage, Albert exuded an audacious defiance that rendered Professor Fry devoid of any sense of triumph. Instead, he clenched his fists, tempted to deliver a few well-deserved blows to Albert's battered face. Disrespecting a professor. 10 points deducted from Slytherin. Chapter 25, as the holidays approach. The atmosphere within the school felt somewhat restless, with students eagerly anticipating the upcoming break. Consequently, this week's classes saw a collective distraction among the pupils. Amid this festive anticipation, the notoriously sharp-tongued Snape exhibited no inclination to temper his remarks, intensifying his scathing critiques, particularly towards the Gryffindor students. As a result, the potion class saw chaos for Gryffindor, with potions frequently exploding. In contrast, Albert from Slytherin experienced no such troubles. Rather, he viewed Professor Snape as a truly benevolent figure. Although he sustained no serious injuries, merely minor bruises that Madame Pomfrey could remedy with a single vial of potion, the humiliation was profoundly distressing. Ivo, Snape suddenly interjected. Can you delineate the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Professor, both refer to the same plant, collectively known as aconite. Excellent. Slytherin earns 10 points. Without even a glance at Albert, Snape awarded him the points. After a long absence, the 5 friends gathered in the Great Hall. The keeper of keys and grounds, Rubeus Hagrid, was carrying a Christmas tree into the hall. George and Fred greeted him warmly. Hey Hagrid, need a hand? Oh, it's you lot. Thank you, but I can manage this on my own. Declining their offers of assistance, Hagrid set the Christmas tree against a wall in the hall. The Great Hall had been beautifully adorned, with colorful ribbons draping the walls and 12 Christmas trees, each richly decorated, standing along the sides. The stars atop the trees twinkled softly, evidently enchanted. Last night, while Fred and I were out on a nocturnal escapade, we were caught by Professor McGonagall. She punished us by making us find Filch and assist him in cleaning the castle. Can you guess what we discovered? The twins chimed in unison. The other 3, accustomed to the brothers' banter, found the deliberate suspense somewhat awkward as no one acknowledged their teasing. The best way to deal with those who enjoy creating suspense is simply to ignore them. They will inevitably reveal the details themselves. Fred produced a tattered piece of parchment from his pocket, blank and unmarked. Albert immediately recognized it as the legendary Marauder's map. However, Waz and Cedric were unaware of its significance, gazing skeptically at the worn parchment in Fred's hand. What else with those looks? Let me tell you, this is a mysterious magical artifact. When we went to find Filch, we noticed a drawer in his office labeled confiscated items, highly dangerous. We had to exert considerable effort to drive him out of his office with dung bombs. Upon hearing this, Cedric couldn't suppress his laughter. So you committed a dung-related crime? Albert, originally standing close to the twins, instinctively stepped back, distancing himself from them. So do you know what this is? Waz inquired, having drawn his wand and pointed it at the parchment. This was a spell used in alchemy to detect magical items. Delicate ink lines, reminiscent of a spider's web. emerged from the point of contact between the wand and the parchment, intertwining and extending to every corner of the parchment. As these lines continually appeared, the group began to discern the nature of this magical object. It was a map, one that George and I had long since discovered. "Please reveal the incantation," Albert requested. He shrugged, well aware of the command, having a profound understanding of the narrative, a facet that could sometimes prove tiresome. "All right then, let it be with me for now." Woz did not hesitate to accept the parchment, clapping his hands to capture the attention of the others. Albert lowered his voice and spoke conspiratorially. "You all know about my recent duel with Professor Fry, right?" The others nodded in acknowledgement. "I have noticed that during such intense magical confrontations, frequently exhausting and replenishing one's magical energy leads to a certain degree of enhancement in power. Despite never emerging victorious, Albert relished the challenge, which was the reason for his frequent pursuits of difficulty." Hearing Albert's words, Woz appeared somewhat unsettled. "Is that truly the case?" "To my knowledge, aside from accumulating over time and using magical enhancement potions, there are no other methods to augment one's magical capacity." He had perused numerous tomes in the Reinhardt family collection and found no such records. Cedric grinned widely. "Ivo, I recall the last time you faced a wizard, you." Before he could finish, Albert swiftly covered his mouth, mentioning that instance where he had used the blinding charm to take down 3 opponents in a 1-on-3 scenario. He thought he could evade repercussions. George and Fred exchanged glances, chuckling heartily. Albert tactfully distanced himself from the 4 and fled towards the hall. Aruba's scheme had failed, and the 4 pursued him, playfully bickering until they reached the entrance of the room of requirements. Inside, Albert retrieved his wand. Grasping it transformed his demeanor entirely, radiating a powerful and confident aura. "Come on, let's have a duel." The 4 before him brandished their wands in unison. "You wish to challenge all 4 of us." Today, I engaged in a conversation with a prominent figure and gleaned much wisdom. He. Chapter 26, Homecoming. A day later, the semester finally concluded. At the beginning of the term, they had traveled on the Hogwarts Express, and they returned by the same means. However, this time, an additional Cedric occupied their compartment. Albert produced 4 identical black notebooks from his pocket, distributing them to the others. "These are my study notes, replicated last night using the copying charm, containing several intriguing spells. Although the Ministry of Magic forbade underage wizards from casting spells outside of school, I imagine that each of you must have ways to circumvent that rule." Albert raised his eyebrows at the others, considering such violations of school regulations and ministry laws to be of little consequence. He paused momentarily, then continued. "The ironclad spell is an essential incantation that you must master, and it is imperative that you learn to cast it silently as soon as possible. You should instinctively employ the ironclad spell to shield yourself during combat. When I fought alongside Professor Fry, without the protection of the ironclad spell, I was unable to mount any counterattack. In this notebook, I have recorded some insights regarding the ironclad spell, which you may find useful." George shrugged. "Mother forbids Fred and me from casting spells outside school, but we can stealthily practice in our room." Woz also produced a notebook from his pocket, duplicating it effortlessly. The notebook transformed from 1 into 2, then 4. It contained several intriguing minor spells that you could experiment with. However, I must gently remind you that most of these are dark magic and should be used cautiously within the school premises. Albert grinned widely. "Dark magic? That's my favorite. I think you might particularly enjoy this," Woz said, turning to a certain page in the notebook and presenting it to Albert. "Indeed. You understand me well." Albert chuckled merrily. Cedric, standing nearby, rubbed his arms as goosebumps surfaced, sensing a rather peculiar atmosphere. "The fear spell is likely the easiest incantation among these. You can start your practice with this one," Woz advised the group. Albert flipped through the contents of the notebook, somewhat disappointed that there were no spells for giant strength or berserk. To him, a true wizard should wield a wand in one hand, casting the Lumos charm, while brandishing a sword with the other, clad in armor enhanced with giant strength and berserk, charging forth to strike. The group merrily indulged in snacks within their compartment, discussing magic animatedly. As time swiftly passed, the Hogwarts Express gradually approached its destination. The train finally came to a halt at platform 9 3/4. Since some students chose to remain at school, this journey was not as crowded as the start of term, and the platform lacked the usual throngs of people. The group passed through the ticket gate and arrived at King's Cross Station on the other side. "George, Fred, over here." Following the voice, Albert spotted a plump, middle-aged man with red hair waving at them from the crowd awaiting outside the ticket gate. The man was undoubtedly Arthur Weasley. Beside him stood a somewhat short and stout woman, holding the hands of 2 similarly red-haired children. It was Mrs. Weasley, along with Ron and Ginny. On the other side of Mr. Weasley stood a sharply dressed man in a black suit, who was presently smiling at the group of young wizards. "That is my father," Waz said, beaming at the sight of his family. "It seems my father had a pleasant conversation with Mr. Weasley. Goodbye, Cedric." Farewell, Al. Seeing their families, they waved goodbye to Albert and Cedric, turning to run towards their loved ones. Before long, the figures of George and Fred's two elder brothers, Charlie and Percy Weasley, appeared at the ticket gate. My father had also arrived. Cedric pointed to a nearby wizard with a brown, short beard and a ruddy face. Beside Mr. Diggory, Albert also spotted the figure wearing orange sunglasses. The parents of a few gathered together by chance, exchanging handshakes and engaging in brief conversations before parting ways. Outside the station, Brad was playfully ruffling Albert's hair. "Have you grown wings, you rascal? Not a single letter in months?" Albert grimaced under the tousle. Had it not been for the financial support from Uncle Brad over the years, he would have retaliated with a swift jab, taking advantage of their height difference. "Aren't you busy with your studies? You can fool others with that line, but you can't fool me. It was a waste to buy you that owl in the first place." Standing at the roadside, Albert brandished his wand and shouted at Brad, "Indeed, I have grown wings. Let me tell you, I am destined for greatness." Before Albert's actions could be halted, a thunderous bang echoed in their ears. A towering, vibrant purple bus appeared before them. The doors swung open, revealing a boy in a purple uniform, sporting large, flapping ears and a few small blemishes on his face. "Welcome aboard the night bus, an emergency service for witches and wizards in distress. Simply extend your wand and step aboard, and we shall take you wherever you wish to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I shall be your conductor." The bus driver was Ernie Prang, a slightly older wizard wearing thick glasses. Brad grumbled as he boarded the bus with Albert. The driver and conductor settled into the armchairs at the front, while the bus itself was devoid of regular seats, instead featuring 6 copper bunk beds on each level. Illumination came from candles inserted into wall sconces, and a small wooden staircase led to the upper floor. As the bus set off with a considerable jolt, it surged forward with astonishing speed, careening toward the sidewalk yet never colliding with anything. With a tremendous bang, it would suddenly leap forward a couple of 100 miles, this rapidity rendering it imperceptible to muggles. After a considerable time, the bus finally came to a halt. Brad disembarked with an extremely pale countenance, his steps unsteady as though he had been drained of energy. Supporting him was Albert, who displayed no signs of distress, rather brimming with excitement. "It has been ages since I last rode a bus. This feeling is simply marvelous. Ugh." Chapter 27. The holiday begins. Inside the home at night, even without special decorations, the atmosphere felt particularly warm and inviting. At the dining table, Albert chattered away to Brad about amusing incidents from school, how he met several friends, and collaborated with them on creating alchemical products. He recounted tales of outsmarting the professor of defense against the dark arts. Unbeknownst to him, Albert, who had found himself alone in this familiar yet alien world of magic, had come to regard Brad as his most cherished kin in this realm. On this rare occasion, Uncle Brad refrained from cursing, leaning back in his chair, puffing on a cigar with a grin, and listening intently as Albert chattered away. "You overthrew the professor of dark arts all by yourself?" Brad dismissed this as mere child's boastful exaggeration. In his eyes, a first-year student could hardly be formidable. Albert struggled to suppress a smile, bemused once again by how his age misled others. "Oh, do you care to try? Consider it a post-meal diversion." Leaving a chaotic dining table unattended, Brad accompanied Albert to the basement designated for practicing and experimenting with magic. Despite the ministry's stringent prohibition against the unauthorized use of the disillusionment charm, it was evident that few took this decree to heart. A glance at the Stokes' expansive basement, nearly 1,000 square meters, would reveal that should one delve deeper, Brad might find himself imprisoned in Azkaban for a lifetime. I recall that underage wizards are not permitted to cast spells off campus. Who adheres to such regulations? Did you ever abide by them at Durmstrang? "I do not comply, nor do I," they chorused, exclaiming pathetic. Brad produced an old wand and tossed it to Albert. "Set yours aside for now. I shall take care of the traces on it in the coming days." Using an old wand throughout the holiday would be quite inconvenient. The traces referred to a charm that detects magical activities by wizards under 17. The ministry employed it to monitor underage wizards' illicit use of magic off campus. This spell proved particularly unfriendly to wizards of Muggle descent or those residing in the Muggle world. In a densely populated magical area, the ministry struggled to pinpoint which wizard had cast a spell. Thus, the charm could not accurately determine if a young wizard had transgressed. In essence, those who hailed from wizarding families could freely practice magic during holidays, provided their guardians were willing to shield them. The efficacy of this regulation depended entirely on the guardian's conscientiousness. In the original narrative, Harry resided in a location devoid of any other wizards. Thus, he could not cast spells while at home during holidays. During his second year, even a magic performed by his house elf Dobby was attributed to him, leading to a warning from the ministry. Albert could not help but maliciously speculate whether this regulation was designed to afford pure-blooded wizarding children more opportunities to practice magic than their muggle-born counterparts. As time accumulated, the disparity in their abilities would widen, allowing purebloods or half-bloods to ascend above those from muggle origins. This thought led Albert to realize that he might indeed be among the beneficiaries of such a system. Since it did not directly concern him, he decided to let it be. Albert casually unleashed a series of spells against the protective barriers he had conjured around him, his wand familiar in his grasp. A silent incantation? Such prowess is not typical for a first-year wizard. Despite the simplicity of the spells, like the basic toothpick and fireburn curses, Brad found himself tempering his initial disdain for Albert, having adapted to a different wand. Albert lifted his gaze towards Brad. Ready? Then let us commence. With a swift flick of his wand, Brad silently cast the Iron Armor spell. The Iron Armor spell? Albert relished those who believed they could withstand his attacks merely by invoking that charm. After all, the Iron Armor could shield against spells, but not against light or sound. This time, Albert did not hastily resort to the Lumos spell. Instead, he too conjured an Iron Armor of protection. His mastery of the Iron Armor spell had yet to reach the level of silent casting. Both spells were unleashed nearly simultaneously, yet Brad's speed and incantation was decidedly superior. Brad refrained from launching an offensive. He wished to gauge Albert's true capabilities, opting to remain stationary after casting the Iron Armor. As a seasoned dark wizard, had he chosen to attack, Albert would have scarcely had time to cast even the Iron Armor before finding himself sprawled on the ground. After casting his armor of protection, Albert did not rush to employ his Lumos spell. Instead, he casually sent forth a few other incantations. Brad effortlessly dispelled the spells, only for a smoke bomb to materialize in Albert's hand, which he promptly hurled towards Brad. Brad waved his wand, striking the smoke bomb as it arced through the air. The smoke bomb erupted, releasing a cloud dense enough to obscure the forms of both combatants. A cylindrical object, differing slightly from the previous smoke bomb, pierced through the haze, prompting the cautious Brad to forego magical interception in favor of evasion. However, before he could act, the object detonated on its own. A blinding light illuminated the basement, and even through the smoke, Albert could perceive its dazzling brilliance. Accompanying the radiance was a deafening explosion that left Brad momentarily disoriented, his head ringing. Flashbang Alchemical Enhanced Version, 9-fold Flash. Maintaining his Iron Armor, Brad continuously cast spells towards Albert's last known position. This, however, achieved the desired disruptive effect for Albert, causing Brad's spells to lose their accuracy. Evading several errant spells, Albert dispelled his surrounding Iron Armor and cast a disguise spell upon himself. After a while, sensing no incoming attacks, Brad ceased his barrage and instead cast a healing spell upon himself. As his vision returned, he beheld Albert, now unable to maintain his disguise spell. Yet it was too late. With both hands gripping his wand, the tip of Albert's wand shimmered with brilliance. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. A water dragon surged forth from the tip of his wand, colliding forcefully with Brad's chest, much to his astonishment. A powerful impact sent Brad hurtling several meters away. Fortunately, thanks to the protective Iron Armor charm, he emerged unscathed. Well done, my boy. I now believe you could topple a professor, Brad remarked with a light-hearted tone as he rose from the ground. Yet, despite his words, his appearance belied his nonchalance. His ever-present orange sunglasses had been swept away by the water, and his meticulously styled hair was disheveled, with damp strands clinging haphazardly to his forehead. His impeccably pressed shirt was continuously drenched. Without showing my true abilities, you might think I'm boasting. Chapter 28. The Concept of Wandless Magic. Can New Year be called a New Year without firecrackers or fireworks? Thus, for the past few days, Albert had confined himself to the basement, diligently practicing magic. His wand had been taken by Uncle Brad to shield him from the trace, and Uncle Brad's old wand felt rather unwieldy, even after he had specifically practiced with it. This caused him a tinge of frustration. While this wand could indeed perform spells, it lacked the fluidity he experienced with his Applewood wand, which felt like an extension of himself. Fortunately, shielding from the trace required only a few days, a mere trifle compared to the month it took to brew advanced potions like the Polyjuice potion, which allows the drinker to assume another S form. Crafting such a complex and challenging potion poses a significant test even for adult wizards. One of the requisite ingredients, the lacewing flies, demands a painstaking 21 days of preparation. Ahem, it seems I have digressed. The disparity between the old and new wands spurred Albert to explore methods of maintaining his combat effectiveness in the absence of a wand. The simplest solution he could conceive was to carry a spare wand. Should he be struck by a disarming spell, with Albert's reflexes, he could draw the spare wand within a second to continue the fight. This, however, raised the crucial issue of compatibility between him and the spare wand. A wand with low compatibility, like the one he currently held, while still capable of casting spells, would diminish both the speed and potency of the incantations. This could prove to be a fatal flaw against experienced combat wizards. Albert had never set his sights on those who resided in their ivory towers, devoid of combat awareness, and who could barely conjure offensive spells. His aspiration was to become a wizard more powerful than the Dark Lord himself. Perusing the alchemical section of the Book of the Wishing Emperor, crafting a spare wand emerged as a viable option, ensuring at least some degree of compatibility. Thus, the notion of a spare wand was temporarily set aside. That left only the option of wandless magic. Wandless magic is an intricate and profound technique, one that Albert has spent considerable time mastering to conjure a few basic spells without a wand, such as the unaltered Lumos, Levitation Charm, and Aqua Eructo. However, the modified Lumos, or rather the Flash Charm, eludes him entirely in wandless practice. He can merely summon a faint sphere of light that hovers in his palm, far too dim to dazzle an adversary's eyes, and barely sufficient for illuminating his path at night. As for the Levitation Charm, it can only lift objects of feather-like weight. The Aqua Eructo follows suit, rather than conjuring a powerful jet of water. Albert laments that the minuscule stream produced by his wandless attempt pales in comparison to his own ability to relieve himself against a fierce gale. He wonders if other wizards can perceive the flow of magical energy within them as distinctly as he does. Yet he hesitates to broach the subject for fear that he may be an anomaly, risking exposure to dissection should he be found unique in his abilities. Even with this acute awareness of his internal magic, Albert struggles to manipulate it effectively without his wand. He had recognized this limitation long ago, leading him to ponder whether the primary function of a wand is merely to facilitate a wizard's command over their innate magic. Yet, he suspects the wand serves a purpose far beyond this, though such inquiries are not his current focus. With a furrowed brow and a mind swirling with thoughts, he contemplates wandless magic. In the original text, Harry's feats, making glass vanish and inflating Aunt Petunia, are manifestations of such magic. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that wandless magic does not inherently reflect a wizard's conscious intent. Hagrid once mentioned that a wizard's emotions, when heightened, can catalyze spontaneous magical occurrences, yet Harry did not consciously invoke the vanishing spell to make the glass disappear or utilize the transfiguration charm to inflate his aunt. This quandary is too intricate for Albert to delve into further. Suddenly, he recalls that J.K. Rowling had once revealed the existence of a magical school in Africa, named Waga something or other. While the specifics are trivial, what matters is that students there can perform magic without wands, employing gestures akin to a kind of ceremonial dance. Additionally, a history of North American magic indicates that indigenous wizards practiced wandless magic until the establishment of the Ilvermorny School by the British wizard Isolde Sayre in the 17th century. In his previous life, Albert had never taken the time to thoroughly explore these supplementary details. Alas, he now laments the lack of knowledge when it is most needed. Wait. He suddenly recalls Uncle Brad boasting of his wondrous adventures in Africa during a meal. However, Albert had never shown interest in these exaggerated tales, letting them enter one ear and exit the other. That evening, during dinner, Albert gazes at Brad with feigned admiration and inquires, "Uncle, during your travels in Uganda, did you happen to learn about the local methods of casting spells?" Uncle Brad, whose praises had been sung to the skies, suddenly changed his demeanor, chuckling awkwardly. "Ah, well." Albert's expression fell. It seemed his inquiry had been in vain. He turned away from the dining table. Brad, scratching his head in embarrassment, remarked, "I am not well versed in this, but I have a vague understanding that they employ a combination of specific gestures to guide the magical energy in casting spells." Specific gestures, you say? When casting magic, Albert could distinctly perceive the flow of magical energy within him. He discovered that each spell's execution involved a unique magical architecture formed by the mobilized energy. Hence, if one could guide the energy to establish a foundational structure with a specific gesture, Could it not be possible to utilize multiple distinct gestures to create a smoothly functioning, complete magical framework? Is this the method employed by African wizards for wandless spellcasting? More questions arose. First, how does one integrate gestures with the pathways of magical energy? Second, how many variations constitute a complete magical architecture? These two conundrums lay before Albert. Chapter 29. Mastering Mathematics and Science, Fearless in the Realm of Magic. When casting the levitation charm wandlessly, there were no convoluted intricacies. Perhaps this is due to the simplicity of the magical architecture underlying the levitation charm. Albert experimented several times with basic wandless spells, feeling no presence of any magical structure. He merely sensed the energy flowing directly from within him, along his arm to his fingertips, where, according to his will, it manifested as a stream of clear water or a dimly glowing sphere. No, there were subtle distinctions. After repeating the spell over 20 times, Albert discerned slight variations in the source of magical energy when casting different spells. Yet, these distinctions were so minuscule that he could only sense a difference without understanding its essence. He then retrieved his wand, ready to unleash an Avada Kedavra. Yet, recalling something, Albert put the wand away. Oh, this is his own room. He couldn't act recklessly. In the basement, disarm your weapons. Albert raised his wand, continuously casting the disarming charm at the wall before him. His eyes closed, fully concentrating on the source of magical energy within him. It was a three-dimensional structure, not overly complex. Albert scrutinized it, aiming to memorize its configuration swiftly. The sustained casting of the disarming charm at maximum power drained his magical energy rapidly. But Albert drew upon the intense focus he had developed while cramming for exams in his past life, quickly committing the spell's structure to memory. However, this rapid memorization method was not enduring. Typically, one would forget everything completely right after an exam. As Albert opened his eyes, he hastily grabbed a piece of parchment and began to sketch, striving to capture the image before his memory faded. The quill hesitated in the air. The one who had always prided himself on being multifaceted suddenly recalled he had never studied civil engineering and was incapable of drafting blueprints. What a calamity! Thus, one must first learn how to draft blueprints before being deemed worthy of studying magic. Is that the case? He is not one of those demolition geniuses from his previous life, who, upon encountering a building, would contemplate where to place explosives to bring down the entire structure with minimal detonation. With a heavy heart, he pressed on with his drawing, not striving for precision, but at the very least, ensuring that this incomprehensible sketch would be understandable to himself. Subsequently, he experimented with several spells capable of continuous casting, illustrating their magical structures in a manner that only he could decipher. Gazing at the wall adorned with dozens of parchment sheets, Albert began to mentally deconstruct and reorganize these spell structures. Alas, nothing was discernible. Gently stroking his luxuriant golden locks, he pondered whether he truly needed to study civil engineering. Farewell, my hair, Albert mused. He turned and exited the basement. Uncle, tomorrow I shall venture to London. Go if you must. Why tell me? Are you afraid of getting lost at your age? Albert lowered his head, his voice suddenly dropping an octave as he replied, It's not that. I just have no money to buy anything. Unfazed by being called out, Albert chuckled and scampered behind Uncle Brad, offering to massage his shoulders. Brad, ever vigilant, promptly snapped his book shut and tucked it away securely, leaving Albert with no opportunity to delve into knowledge. The next day, in the heart of London, Albert was nearly ejected from the night bus. As he embarked on his solo adventure, he liberated himself, incessantly questioning the bus driver, Ernplan, about the principles behind the bus's construction. Frustrated, Ernplan pressed the accelerator. Previously, he had never imagined a day would come when he would find the vehicle's speed lacking. Wishing to reach his destination sooner, when the bus came to a halt, the driver was almost ready to shoo him away with a broom. Embarrassed, Albert sheepishly touched his nose as he watched the bus speed away. Thankfully, he had not forgotten the purpose of his outing. The bus had conveniently stopped in front of a bookstore, which was exactly what Albert had requested. Other patrons glanced at him with curiosity. A boy of his age should be perusing fairy tales in the children's section, not here. Time passed, and Albert, now slightly headache-stricken, surveyed the towering stacks of books beside him, nearly as tall as himself. How could he possibly move these? He scanned the area. No spies, all clear. A portion of his wand peeked from the sleeve of his right arm, and with the grace of a sword fighter, Albert jabbed the wand's tip into the pile of books before him. Wingardium Leviosa. As for Professor Flitwick's instructions on the correct wand movement for the levitation spell, a swish and flick, what was that? Wasn't he magic simply about waving one wand and summoning whatever was desired. Cradling a stack of lightened books, Albert approached the counter, where the clerk stared in astonishment at the boy burdened with his literary haul. Could it be that this child was a natural-born titan of the literary realm? Hello, I would like to check out. Albert's voice shattered the clerk's chaotic thoughts. Upon discerning the titles of the books Albert intended to purchase, the clerk inquired, "Are you certain you wish to acquire these volumes? They may be beyond the comprehension of someone your age." The titles included 3 years of drawing, 5 years of labor, civil engineering, from introduction to interment, how to stand out before the sole girl in your department, hair care for adolescents, preventing baldness, rapid memory quantum wave speed reading, and Eastern feng shui, discovering an auspicious burial site. Seeing Albert's steadfast resolve, the clerk ceased her objections, obscured by the towering stack of books. Albert had to tilt his head at an awkward angle to navigate toward the exit. He needed to find a secluded alley to stow these tomes into his magically enhanced pocket. Suddenly, a small girl, carelessly dashing into the bookstore, collided with Albert, sending the books tumbling to the floor. In Chapter 30, the first encounter with Miss Beaver, a cry of pain escaped the little girl as she fell. Taken by surprise, Albert, unprepared, also toppled backward. With his view now unobstructed, he beheld the source of his misfortune, a girl in a pale yellow dress, with fluffy hair and 2 prominent front teeth. In an instant, Albert recognized her. To his astonishment, his inaugural meeting with Hermione Granger commenced in such a dramatic fashion. The girl, sitting on the ground with a pained expression and a flushed forehead, looked as though she might burst into tears. Evidently, the collision had been quite jarring. Hermione glanced up and saw a strikingly handsome boy smiling at her. His golden hair framed his face, with soft bangs brushing his forehead, and his features, a prominent nose and thin lips, harmonized beautifully, the gentle curve of his smile radiating warmth and grace. This smile seemed to pierce through the gloom, allowing sunlight to flood in. Captivated by the boy's exquisite visage, Hermione found herself momentarily entranced, the tears that had been welling in her eyes now stilled. The boy waved his hand in front of her face and repeated, "Are you all right?" I'm Fine. Grasping the boy's hand, a blush blossomed on Hermione's cheeks. With the support of his grip, she stood up, after helping her to her feet and noticing the bruise on her forehead. Albert discreetly cast a healing spell with his concealed wand. "I'm sorry for bumping into you," Albert said, extending his hand to gently rub the redness on the girl's forehead. This gesture caused Hermione's face to flush even deeper, leaving her momentarily speechless. To her surprise, as he touched her, the lingering pain in her forehead vanished. Disregarding the steam girl beside him, whose head was emitting clouds of vapor, Albert crouched down and silently gathered the scattered books that had fallen during their earlier collision before turning to leave. This left Hermione, who had intended to say something, momentarily speechless. She felt a twinge of annoyance, realizing she did not even know his name. Albert, however, felt no attachment to the encounter. Having lived 2 lifetimes, with a combined age nearing 30, he could hardly harbor any sentiments toward a girl not yet 10. He believed that emotions would only hinder his ability to wield his wand effectively. Devoid of feelings, his wand work would be seamless. As for the so-called copper refining, a minimum of 3 years, with the maximum penalty being death, to Albert, there was nothing commendable about such beginnings. Those individuals deserved to face the firing squad. He merely hoped he would not end up regretting his indifference. Albert had not ventured far when he paused at the roadside, extending his hand and holding his wand aloft. Bang! The wind howled as the night bus materialized before him. "Welcome aboard the night bus." 3 question marks slowly materialized above Albert's head. Had the driver blacklisted him? Thank goodness Hermione had not witnessed this scene. Otherwise, the image he had just established in her mind would have crumbled. At that moment, the dashing young man she had envisioned stood at the roadside, resembling nothing more than a ruffian cursing the streets. Fortunately, the leaky cauldron was not far from there. "Boss, I need to use the fireplace." The ambience of the leaky cauldron remained unchanged, filled with a motley crew of drunks slumped over their seats, tables cluttered with half-finished, unidentifiable drinks. Paying little heed to the patrons, Albert made a beeline for the fireplace. At the bar, the aged proprietor, Tom, was leisurely conversing with a strikingly beautiful young witch. Casting a dubious glance at old Tom, Albert maliciously mused whether the elderly man was still capable at his age. Wasn't that little Stokes? The flu powder was in the box above the fireplace. He could fetch it himself. Perhaps Brad was absent. Or perhaps the enchanting witch before him had captivated Tom's attention, as he showed little inclination to engage with the youthful Albert. Immersing himself, instead, in conversation with the young witch, Albert grimaced and muttered under his breath, "LSP." Why did my input method suggest Lou shiping first? His hand, reaching for the flu powder, halted abruptly as he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face in the bar. How had he overlooked Hagrid's immense stature? At that moment, Hagrid cradled a small wooden box in his arms, displaying a mix of joy and concern as he stealthily made his way toward the exit. "Hey, Hagrid!" The sudden voice startled Hagrid, who had just completed an illicit transaction. He relaxed only after recognizing who had called out to him. "Shoo," Hagrid said, drawing Albert closer by the shoulder, believing he was speaking in hushed tones. This isn't the place for conversation. However, no matter how much Hagrid attempted to lower his voice, it could not compete with his naturally booming tone. Albert was certain that the majority of wizards in the vicinity could clearly hear Hagrid's words. Following Hagrid to a secluded corner of Diagon Alley, Albert curiously inquired, "Hagrid, what is it that you are holding?" He had already surmised that it might be the hideous creature destined to guard the Philosopher's Stone within the castle. Yet he felt no hesitation in asking. Despite his considerable age, having attended Hogwarts during the same era as Voldemort, Hagrid occasionally retained the innocence of a child. Perhaps it was the giant blood coursing through his veins that fostered a particular fondness for certain magical creatures. To Hagrid, size equated to goodness and strength to beauty. Have you ever encountered a spider the size of a house? Aragog, the acromantula, resides in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid received Aragog as an egg from a distant traveler when he was still a student at Hogwarts, and it hatched in a cupboard. He nurtured it with crumbs of bread. Though Aragog's instinct was to feast on humans, he never preyed upon them at Hogwarts out of loyalty to Hagrid. However, when a monster from a Chamber of Secrets emerged and attacked a student, Hagrid and Aragog were wrongfully accused by Tom Riddle, who later became Voldemort. The populace believed Aragog to be the murderer of that student. Consequently, Hagrid was expelled, and Aragog was forced to flee to the Forbidden Forest, where he fed on the creatures inhabiting it. Hagrid became the groundskeeper at Hogwarts, yet they maintained their bond. Hagrid even found a mate for Aragog. They formed a thriving family, living peacefully away from humanity. Though not particularly familiar with Albert, Hagrid, after repeated requests and a solemn promise of secrecy, finally opened the wooden chest he held. A proud expression adorned Hagrid's face as he exclaimed, "It's a three-headed dog. I just purchased it at a great price from a Greek." Chapter 31. The Three-Headed Dog. Inside the chest lined with warm cotton, a puppy with 3 heads lay soundly asleep. It was evidently a recently born three-headed dog, still sparse in fur, its wrinkled body evoking little desire to interact. Albert reached out, poking the middle head of the puppy and gently stroking its dirty form. Even when disturbed from its slumber, the three-headed dog merely emitted a soft whimper, expressing its displeasure before returning to sleep. Albert mused that this three-headed dog was not much different from an ordinary dog. Perhaps he would feel the distinction once it grew older. Closing the chest, Albert looked up at Hagrid and suggested, "In such cold weather, it's best to keep him inside. We must be cautious not to let him freeze." Hagrid nodded in agreement, then shook his head, correcting Albert. "Not it, but he. Does he have a name?" Albert inquired, readily accepting the correction. "Louis. I intend to name him Louis. It is indeed a delightful name." Albert understood that the most effective way to bridge the gap with this hybrid giant was to praise the charming little creatures he tended. "This little fellow is destined to flourish into a grand and formidable three-headed hound. Ha ha, I concur wholeheartedly. I shall undoubtedly be a splendid mother." Hagrid bellowed with laughter, his thick beard quivering with each chortle. "May I visit you in the future?" "Of course, you are most welcome." Many young wizards at Hogwarts are somewhat intimidated by Hagrid's appearance and stature. Few, like Albert, are unafraid and eager to visit him. Hagrid readily consented. "May I bring a few friends?" Albert pressed for more. Hagrid hesitated. "The Weasley brothers, perhaps? And that child from the Diggory family?" "Yes, in addition to those 3. There is Weasley and Hart, whom you recently encountered in the Great Hall." After a moment's contemplation, Hagrid ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, no more than that." "Excellent," Albert nodded. "However, I believe you should discuss raising Louis with Professor Dumbledore. Three-headed hounds grow rapidly, and before long, your little abode may be unable to accommodate it." Ignoring Hagrid's suddenly pale visage, Albert continued unabated. "Furthermore, it is illegal to keep a three-headed hound. You surely wouldn't want Louis to face execution." At the mere mention of notifying Dumbledore, Hagrid appeared flustered, bidding farewell to Albert before swiftly disappearing down the alley. Given Hagrid's demeanor, it seems he will only disclose the situation to Dumbledore once he can no longer conceal it. Let us hope it does not precipitate any significant turmoil. He was counting on Hagrid to eventually take him into the Forbidden Forest to gather unicorn hair, not to find himself imprisoned in Azkaban once more. In Germany, on the outskirts of Berlin, there lies a castle concealed by magic, the residence of the Reinhardt family. Dolly. A gentle voice resonated. Madam, how may Dolly serve you? A house elf clad in a servant's uniform appeared silently before Cynthia Reinhardt. Do you know where Waz is gone? The young master is in the underground treasury. In the subterranean vault of Reinhardt Castle, Waz sat cross-legged upon the somewhat chilly floor, entirely absorbed in the parchment before him. The scrolls contained ancient spells passed down through the ages. However, their incantation procedures were exceedingly intricate and convoluted, rendering them a study that only the elder members of the family typically possessed the patience to undertake. The castle's underground treasury held not only these scrolls, but also a veritable mountain of galleons and a dazzling array of precious materials. Whether it be alchemical materials or potion ingredients, an extensive selection is available, even including some rare materials that have long since vanished from the magical realm. However, some of these items, due to the passage of time, have lost their original efficacy despite being protected by magic. If Albert were to behold these, he would surely lament in utter despair. What a waste! What a travesty! Materials capable of concocting enhancement potions have been allowed to expire. Waz, however, harbored no interest in such relics. To him, they were mere trifles, and only the magic he wielded held true value. Thus, he often ventured to this seldom-visited corner of the treasury, sifting through the stacks of parchment. Darling, isn't the floor cold? A soft, fair hand gently caressed Waz's hair, as Cynthia gazed fondly upon her diligent son. This exquisite cloak, crafted from the fur of a mythical creature dwelling in the icy plains, provided warmth even in the most frigid of climates. Yet, such a precious garment was used by Cynthia merely to cover the floor. Gulme, sit here if you wish to read. Cynthia beckoned Waz to sit upon the cloak. Thank you, mother. Waz looked up appreciatively at the woman before him, who shared his dark hair, relishing the tender affection of maternal love. The Reinhardt family, as a traditional German noble lineage, predominantly exhibited Aryan features, elongated skulls, narrow faces, and fair hair with blue eyes. However, such antiquated notions have faded. The modern Reinhardt family no longer espouses intra-family marriages to maintain a pure bloodline. Waz's mother, Cynthia, was an ordinary witch of Muggle descent who married into the Reinhardt family. Although there were whispers of dissent within the clan, they failed to stir significant uproar. As public opinion had shifted, perhaps due to Cynthia's robust genetics, Waz did not inherit his father's fair hair and blue eyes, but instead possessed slightly curled black hair and clear, dark eyes, much like his mother. Chapter 32, Elemental Magic. Mother, I just read about ancient wizards. Waz placed the parchment before Cynthia. According to this description, ancient wizards could harness elemental particles from the air to perform elemental magic, such as fire and water. Why is it that no one practices this magic anymore? Over the years, bolstered by the extensive collection of the Reinhardt family's library, Cynthia had become a formidable sorceress, enabling her to address Waz's inquiries without excessive difficulty. To wield elemental magic, the foremost prerequisite is the ability to sense the various elements in the air. I recall that our family possesses texts on how to cultivate elemental magic. At this juncture, Cynthia paused, gathering her thoughts. If one could master elemental magic proficiently, its power would indeed be tremendous. However, the cultivation of such magic is exceedingly challenging. Many in the family have attempted it, yet none have succeeded in mastering it well. Elemental magic, when wielded by them, pales in comparison to the improved incantations we commonly employ today. Thus, it becomes evident why such practices have fallen out of favor. Acknowledging this, I still harbor a desire to experiment. Cynthia affectionately patted Waz's shoulder, asserting that acquiring knowledge is always beneficial, albeit she wished for him not to expend excessive energy on this endeavor. Try it out. If it proves futile, then abandon it. All right, mother, Waz nodded in acquiescence. While Albert immersed himself in the intricacies of spell structures and Waz delved into the practice of elemental magic, unbeknownst to them, the castle of Nurmengard in Austria, which had imprisoned the first Dark Lord Grindelwald, stood desolate. With a touch of melancholy, he gazed at the handful of hair he clutched. For days, he had buried himself in tomes, and thanks to the adult soul within him, his pace of learning was commendable. After several days of diligent study, he finally managed to sketch the spell structure of magical energy in a manner that was relatively comprehensible, as opposed to the incomprehensible scrawls that only he could decipher at the outset. He did not aspire to delve deeply into the engineering discipline. Merely sketching the spell structure would suffice to achieve his goal. Thus, he could finally cease the burning of his own hair. Evidently, the analysis of spell structures necessitated a considerable amount of data for support. Presently, Albert could only depict a scant few spell structures. Consequently, he redirected a substantial portion of his efforts toward the study of incantations. Mastery of incantations, however, does not merely require the ability to cast them. Albert evidently harbored loftier aspirations. Therefore, he needed to investigate the principles of spell casting and the essence of magical energy, grappling with various philosophical queries. His parchment was filled with over 10 sheets documenting the questions he encountered during his research, which Uncle Brad could not elucidate. Uncle Brad, a seasoned combawiza, was not a master of incantations. Many questions regarding spells left him knowledgeable yet perplexed. In simpler terms, he could cast spells but lacked the understanding of why they functioned as they did. Could one reasonably expect a mere brawler to engage in scholarly pursuits? Despite relying solely on the spell structures of the 4 incantations, the disarming charm, the blasting curse, and 2 others, Albert managed to identify the foundational structures of 3 of them. As for additional structures, they were beyond the current capabilities of Albert. He commenced experimenting with the gestures commonly utilized by African wizards as instructed by Brad. Regrettably, these efforts yielded no results. After gesturing in the air for an extended period, Albert felt no stirring of magical energy within him. What Albert failed to notice was that during those days of deconstructing the spell structures, new content had quietly emerged in the Book of S.M.A.S.H. Meanwhile, Waz encountered his own challenges. Following the guidance of the magical tome, he began to meditate, striving to perceive the various elemental particles that roamed freely in the air. According to other family members, this is an arduous step. Many of them require several days or even weeks to perceive the presence of the elemental forces. The subsequent processes extracting, controlling, and forming elemental magic proved to be even more challenging. After months of effort, the fireball he painstakingly conjured lacked the potency of a mere flick of a wand that conjures flames. Thus, in the eyes of others, devoting time to this endeavor seemed less worthwhile than honing other forms of magic. Consequently, the methods for mastering elemental magic were relegated to gathering dust on the shelves of study. Waz sensed the fire element almost instantaneously upon entering a meditative state, indicating a remarkable affinity for it. Was it truly as difficult as others claimed? His curiosity piqued. He managed to extract the external fire element and form a fireball the size of a fist in merely 2 days. However, despite his relentless efforts thereafter, he found himself unable to expand the fireball even a fraction more. After numerous attempts, nearly depleting his internal magical energy, the fireball's power remained at a level barely sufficient to fry an egg. This seemingly comprehensive method for mastering elemental magic surely lacked certain steps. Waz felt strongly that elemental magic could not possess such limitations. After all, how did the ancient wizards described on the parchment cast cataclysmic elemental curses? Surely, the scribe of that parchment was not indulging in fanciful exaggeration. In the quaint village of Ottery St. Catchpole, George and Fred did not remain confined to their humble abode, as their mother, Molly Weasley, forbade them from practicing magic at home. Fortunately, the Diggory residence was not far from their home, and the 2 brothers frequently visited Cedric, gathering to explore transfiguration and alchemy. Although Mr. Amos Diggory was not entirely supportive of his son openly defying the Ministry of Magic's regulations, Mrs. Diggory held a contrasting perspective. She deemed her son's eagerness to learn a virtue, implying that it would be far worse for him to languish idly at home. While her words did not explicitly convey this sentiment, the essence was clear. Given that George and Fred refrained from involving Cedric in mischief, Amos allowed their gatherings to continue. Even during the Christmas holiday, the 5 of them remained diligent, each striving to enhance their abilities in their own ways. Chapter 33. The Gunfire of Godric's Hollow. Late at night, Albert, who had not accessed the realm of consciousness in a long while, once more stood before the Book of S.M.A.S.H. He had grown accustomed to the new content that appeared within its pages. The thrill of discovery had dulled with frequency. The peculiar new material following the section on spells did not document any magic that had ever existed in this world. At least in the original work, as perceived by Albert, there exists no such magic. However, this revelation does not astonish him greatly. Take, for instance, the Eye of Agamotto, which is also absent from the original text. Even back when the shadow assailed Hogwarts, Albert discerned a significant divergence between this world and the magical realm he had known. His initial plan was to linger in Hogwarts until the end of time, leading a tranquil life after vanquishing Voldemort. Yet, it appears that a transformation is now in order. The potions section remains largely unchanged, but upon turning to the alchemy chapter, Albert finds himself amused. The chapter reveals ancient runes and Vedic texts, topics that would not be introduced until their 3rd-year elective courses. It lists over 10 ancient scripts, and to his intrigue, Albert discovers Oracle Bone script among them. To think that Oracle Bone script could be considered a form of ancient magic writing. Further flipping through the pages, he unexpectedly stumbles upon the Qin script. Could it be that Emperor Qin Shi Huang was a formidable earth mage in his lifetime, commanding the Great Wall to rise with a mere gesture? Albert finds himself entertained by his own imaginative musings. Yet, as he reflects further, he becomes increasingly convinced of this possibility. After all, Merlin is a tangible figure in the annals of magical history. Thus, it is not entirely implausible that great water mages like the Yu, earth mages such as Ying Zheng, and the dual-element master Zhou Yu, who ignited the flames at Red Cliffs with the eastern wind, existed in the distant Orient. Not to mention the grand archmage Lu Xiao, capable of summoning meteor fire. He dedicates his attention to mastering spells and the ancient Qin script, gathering more structural knowledge of magic to support his analytical endeavors in the future. If he possesses sufficiently powerful magical artifacts for protection, he would not be rendered helpless when danger strikes. Yet, such a method of safeguarding oneself can be somewhat extravagant. Thus, the most vital and effective approach remains the cultivation of one's own strength, as reliance on external objects can only provide temporary solace. Albert is self-aware of this truth. On Christmas Eve, Albert, unusually, did not confine himself like a mole in the subterranean confines of his home. The usually composed and charming Uncle Brad, who prides himself on his maturity, resembled a child as he engaged in a snowball fight with Albert in the yard. Initially, Brad had declined, but after being bombarded by Albert's snowballs, he rolled up his sleeves and joined the fray. Their snowball duel was rather wild. While others might feel a mere sting from a snowball, the hits from these two were rather lethal. Albert wielded his wand, which Brad had properly attended to. With a flick of his wand, the fluffy snow on the ground swirled into the air, magically coalescing into a spherical form, which then continued to compress and take shape, until a remarkably solid snowball was formed, which was then abruptly hurled away. Though the process sounds lengthy, it was accomplished in the blink of an eye. Observe how the snowball, when propelled, creates small craters in the brick walls. Does this qualify as a snowball fight? No, this should be deemed a battle. Brad, fortified by his formidable armor, remained steadfast in his position. Indeed, he had resorted to employing his exceptionally powerful protective spell. After the last debacle, he had slightly tempered his underestimation of Albert's magical prowess. Yet, it was only a slight adjustment. He believed that his robust armor guaranteed invincibility. Consequently, he could scarcely be bothered to evade, merely pointing his wand forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of snowballs that rained down upon Albert, who was left scrambling for cover. In response, Albert swiftly conjured a defensive structure using a combination of water and ice spells. He leapt into a trench, leaning against the sturdy barrier, and retrieved a Remington M870 from his possession. Over the past few days, he had crafted an array of magically enhanced firearms through transmutation and alchemy, each adorned with runes such as strength, acceleration, and durability. The strength rune amplified the bullet's impact, acceleration hastened their exit from the barrel, while durability ensured the firearms would withstand the pressure without exploding. Additionally, he had produced a plethora of magical bullets, each imbued with various functionalities, including the ice blue shimmering bullet he was now loading into his firearm. The copper bullet felt chillingly cold in his hands, and once loaded, Albert blew on his numbed fingers. "What is the matter, Albert? Come out. Why are you hiding like a turtle?" Brad's taunting voice echoed from nearby. "Just wait. Soon enough, you shall not be laughing." The bullet was etched with the runes of sharpness, demon breaking, and freeze, marking it as the only bullet successfully inscribed with 3 runes over the past week. Albert had initially hesitated to expend such a precious bullet in what seemed like a frivolous snowball fight. However, lacking a means to preserve the magical bullet, he realized it could not remain viable for long. After all, the bullet would lose its potency due to the dissipation of magic if left idle. Thus, he resolved to grit his teeth and utilize it, eager to witness its effects. He suddenly rose from the trench. "Eat this, Brad," he declared, accompanied by a resounding gunshot. The bullet, imbued with the demon-breaking rune, instantly penetrated Brad's formidable armor. Fortunately, the bullet was composed of ordinary material as it breached the shield. Brad's protective magic dissipated it into the air. Otherwise, his knee would have surely been struck. Upon the bullet's destruction, the freeze rune, having lost its vessel, unleashed all its contained magic, firmly immobilizing Brad's legs. Startled by this unforeseen turn of events, Brad inadvertently strained his back. Yes, he truly did. In a reflexive response to the sudden attack, he attempted to retreat, but with his legs ensnared, only his upper body could lean back abruptly. In executing this tactical maneuver, he encountered misfortune. Crack! The sound was crisp and melodious, akin to the music of the heavens. Ultimately, this snowball skirmish concluded when someone unfortunately strained their back, heralding the return of tranquility to the Stock family in Godric's Valley. Chapter 34. Christmas Gifts. One bright morning, when Albert awoke, the first sight to greet him was a mountain of gift boxes piled beside his bed, all stealthily delivered by owls the previous night. It was indeed his first experience of receiving such an abundance of gifts, igniting a sense of excitement within him, especially after years of not receiving red envelopes in his past life, only to distribute them to his relatives' children. In his eagerness, he neglected even the most basic morning rituals, summoning a wave of freshness with a mere gesture before settling at the edge of his bed to unwrap his presents. The majority of the boxes contained chocolates, most notably sent by girls from Slytherin House, with a few from Ravenclaw girls interspersed among them. Summoning a mirror of water with a gentle wave, Albert admired his handsome visage, realizing he possessed quite a charm. Not only had he refrained from pursuing girls, but among his contemporaries, he either recognized their names without knowing their faces or was familiar with their appearances but not their names. Cedric had gifted Albert a Niffler, a burrowing creature native to Britain, entirely covered in glossy black fur, with a notably long snout and an insatiable affinity for all things that shimmered. At that moment, the little creature was curiously observing its surroundings from within its cage. This gift was procured by Albert's father, who works at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, simply because Albert had mentioned a desire to own a Niffler during a gathering. In return, Albert presented Cedric with a notebook, inscribed with notes he had transcribed from the Book of Wand Lore, covering the art of wand making, though it was limited to modern techniques. Omitting the methods of crafting ancient wands, Cedric had a keen interest in wand making. Otherwise, he would not have taken a summer job at Ollivander's wand shop during his second year. Without releasing the little creature from its cage, Albert continued to unwrap gifts from others. Fred and George had sent a large jar of candies, and Albert eagerly popped a red gummy into his mouth. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from his mouth, with thick black smoke billowing from his nostrils and ears. How amusing! This must be one of those prank candies. Albert's gift to the twins consisted of an assortment of vials filled with suspiciously colored liquids, concocted during his alchemical experiments. If thrown together, the bottles would shatter upon impact, releasing their contents to produce various effects such as freezing, burning, corroding, or causing intense itching. To prevent any accidental mishaps, clever Albert had thoughtfully included instruction cards, hoping these creations would escape Mrs. Weasley's scrutiny. As anticipated, the gift from Waz was a collection of books. It is presumed that Waz has sent everyone enchanting tomes, which prompted Albert to effortlessly decide upon books as a gift for Waz. However, considering the extensive library of the Reinhardt family, choosing the appropriate volume proved to be a considerable challenge for Albert. Ultimately, he resolved to present a set that Waz undoubtedly lacks: ancient magical inscriptions in Sheen seal script. What astonished him further was the gift from Hagrid, especially since Albert and Hagrid were not particularly close. Fortunately, Albert had prepared a gift for Hagrid as well: a substantial bag of dog food, along with chew toys and other canine essentials, primarily for Louis. Among all the gifts, Hagrid's was the most substantial, and Albert saved it for last to unwrap. The box had several holes, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Upon unveiling the gift, Albert's expression was nothing short of remarkable. Before him stood a large cage, within which a four-legged creature lay soundly asleep. Albert recalled their conversation in Diagon Alley. "Ever, do you enjoy having dogs?" "Indeed, but I prefer ferocious beasts like tigers and wolves." Next to the cage lay a card, inscribed with Hagrid's crooked and rather unrefined handwriting. As Albert scrutinized the creature that Hagrid referred to as a wolf pup, he grew increasingly suspicious. With its black and white fur, almond-shaped eyes, erect triangular ears, and a scythe-shaped tail resting against its back, he pondered, is this a wolf? Or is it a Siberian husky? Does Hagrid harbor a grudge against me? Is this truly a gift and not an act of vengeance? In that moment, Albert was tempted to draw his wand and cast Avada Kedavra upon the husky, for his aging frame could hardly withstand the creature's antics. It is well known that one husky is equivalent to 3 tigers. 3 huskies can sink a battleship, 5 can challenge a deity, and 10 can create a new Genesis. If this creature were to reside in his home, could Uncle Brad endure its destructive tendencies? Upon reflection, it seemed he could indeed cope, as nothing was beyond the restorative powers of a single spell. The combat prowess of a husky should not be underestimated. It might even prove advantageous for perilous transformations of dark magical creatures. Placing it before Voldemort could potentially send his minions, the Death Eaters, into disarray. Thus, considering this perspective, adopting the husky seemed a rather enticing decision. Consequently, Albert sheathed his wand. He also gifted Professor McGonagall a set of maintenance tools for flying broomsticks, as this aging cat lady was a fervent Quidditch enthusiast. For Professor Flitwick, he presented a finely crafted wand tip, shaped like a golden eagle with outstretched wings. However, Albert felt that it was highly unlikely Flitwick would affix it to his wand, as he had tried it himself and found it rather cumbersome. Surely he wouldn't. Albert mused, though he lacked conviction. He understood the principle that one should not court danger unnecessarily. Yet, the thrill of courting danger was exhilarating, at worst. It would lead to a demise he had already experienced before. Chapter 35. Have I arrived at the wrong set? Within the Christmas gift box presented to Albert by George and Fred, there lay an accompanying card, inviting him to visit their humble abode. The long-forgotten owl, Zaya, finally embarked on its inaugural delivery journey. In the coming days, the shop purchased by Waz and Diagon Alley would also open its doors. At that time, Waz would travel from Europe to London to inspect the sales of the Hero Alliance in the UK. Moreover, Cedric's family resided not far from the borough, allowing all 5 of them to gather there harmoniously. Immersed in the practice of magic, the 2 days swiftly passed. Rejected by the night bus, Albert had no choice but to utilize flu powder to reach the borough. During this period, the temporary flu connection from the Stokes to the borough had been established with the Ministry of Magic. The Weasley residence. Albert's figure vanished within the flames. When he emerged from the Weasley fireplace, he was greeted by a ball hurtling towards him. With quick reflexes, he caught the oncoming sphere, and a cascade of colorful streamers erupted from his fingers. Surprised? Astonished? It was undoubtedly the work of the twins. George, Fred. Mrs. Weasley's booming voice resonated. Is this how you welcome guests? She then turned to Albert with a gentle smile. You must be Alvo. George and Fred have spoken of you. Welcome to our home. In the blink of an eye, her expression shifted as she glared at the twins, hands on her hips, chastising them loudly. The speed of her transformation was astonishing, leaving Albert momentarily speechless. My apologies. Fred and George have always been like this. Albert turned at the sound of voice and saw a younger boy with a mop of red hair descending the nearby staircase. This was Ron, a member of the future trio of saviors. It's quite all right. If they weren't like this, we wouldn't enjoy each other's company. Albert reached into his pocket and retrieved a box, approaching Ron. You must be Ron. George and Fred mentioned you. This is a gift for you. Ron, pleasantly surprised to receive a present, exclaimed, thank you. As it was his first visit to the borough, Albert felt it inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. So he had prepared gifts for everyone. While placing items on the living room table, he took in the decor of the borough. On the opposite wall hung a clock devoid of numbers, with phrases inscribed on its face, such as time to brew tea, feed the chickens, and you're going to be late. A magical clock, perhaps. Nearby stood an old grandfather clock, which was entirely useless for telling time, but offered insights into various other matters. It possessed 9 golden hands, each engraved with the name of a Weasley family member. While the clock face bore no numbers, it indicated the whereabouts of each family member, showing home, school, and work. On the road, there were disappearances, hospitals, prisons. At the 12 o'clock mark on an ordinary clock, a warning of imminent danger was displayed. Goodness, none of the clocks in the Weasley household seemed capable of telling time. Albert's gaze swept towards a wooden rack affixed to the wall on the other side. Who could possibly explain why there were AK-47s and RPGs displayed on the shelf? Had I wandered onto the wrong film set? Arthur Osimir Ben Velshli. One could only imagine that in a few years, during the climactic battle at Hogwarts Castle, Mr. Weasley would wield destruction in one hand and annihilation in the other, unleashing a barrage upon the Death Eaters. Observing Albert's fixation on the firearms, Ron spoke up to introduce him. After reprimanding the twins, a now calmer Mrs. Weasley retreated to the kitchen, intent on preparing more food. The elder Weasley boys, Bill, Charlie, and Percy, along with the beloved youngest sister, Ginny, descended from their respective rooms upstairs. Bill Weasley, tall and adorned with the family's signature red hair, sported a long ponytail. An earring dangled from his ear, featuring a small fan-like ornament. Unlike the other members of the family, he could only be described as undeniably cool. Having recently graduated from Hogwarts, he had yet to secure a position as a curse breaker at Gringotts in Egypt. Charlie, currently a 6th-year student at Hogwarts, also held the esteemed position of captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He was the epitome of an outdoorsy boy, with a broad face weathered by the elements, dotted with freckles that had taken on a sun-kissed hue. His muscular arms bore a prominent scar, a testament to a fiery encounter. He was stockier and shorter than his brothers, Percy Weasley stood out as the only humorless oddity in the Weasley clan. Ron believed that even if he witnessed Percy dancing in a teapot warmer adorned with Dobby's visage, he would remain oblivious to the absurdity. With glasses perched on his nose, Percy was a stickler for rules, often overreacting to any breaches of school regulations while eagerly issuing commands to those around him. Albert's gaze shifted to Ginny, who resembled the enchanting little girl with an angelic face from the books, rather than the round-faced version from the films. When their eyes met, Ginny's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Albert quickly diverted his eyes. It was impolite to stare at a lady for too long. Besides, he was an alchemist, not a mere metalworker. After exchanging pleasantries, the twins led Albert on a tour of their humble abode. Outside the house lay an expansive garden, where trees wound around the walls, weeds thrived, and overgrown grass carpeted the ground. A large pond teemed with a multitude of gnomes frolicking about. Albert spotted a large shed outside the burrow. That is my father's collection of Muggle artifacts. Would you like to see? Fred stepped forward to open the shed's door. Wand. Activate. Upon seeing the vehicle parked in front of the shed, Albert could not help but utter a curse. What met his eyes was not the enchanting flying Ford Anglia from the original tale, but rather a formidable tank with 5 pairs of heavy wheels. The army green chassis, robust armor, elongated cannon, and a turret adorned with a red star framed in yellow left him astounded. Who could possibly explain why a T-34 lay concealed within the Weasley family shed? Albert's mind roared with confusion. What peculiar atmosphere enveloped this humble abode? Chapter 36. Whose welding skills are superior? On the day he was summoned to the headmaster's office for wielding a toy pistol in Transfiguration class, the twins exhibited a keen interest in the Muggle weapon referred to as a handgun. After much insistence from the twins, Albert retrieved the remaining box of ammunition from beneath his bed and ventured to the room of requirement. Thus, that night, the room was alive with the sounds of gunfire. Albert took the opportunity to enlighten his companions on the nature of Muggle warfare, the concept of an iron tide, and the notion of global nuclear annihilation. Unbeknownst to Albert, during their correspondence with their family, the twins had conveyed the knowledge he had shared with them to their father, Arthur Weasley, igniting his profound curiosity. So, the flying car from the original narrative had vanished, replaced by a formidable flying starfighter with 5 pairs of heavy wheels. Had it? One could only wonder if Ron would still pilot it to Hogwarts with Harry in his second year. Albert paused for 3 seconds of silence in memory of the original story's unfortunate Whomping Willow. It was said that the branches of the willow made excellent wand material. He hoped to one day encounter the remains. Whose house is that over there? Albert inquired, gesturing towards a peculiar structure that seemed to pierce the sky atop the hill. Behind the house, a massive black cauldron, ominous and adorned with a terrifying moon, hung beneath the afternoon sky. The twins followed his pointing finger. Oh, you mean that one? Fred wiped the gasoline accidentally smeared on his hands. That belongs to the Lovegood family. Xenophilius Lovegood? The eccentric one? Indeed. Their family possesses quite an oddity, George remarked. Hey, am I late, fellows? Cedric's voice echoed from outside the shed. You're not the last to arrive. Hasn't shown up yet, Albert replied, stepping forward to pat Cedric on the shoulder. Thank you for the Christmas gift. I absolutely adore it. The creature Cedric had gifted to Albert was named Kata, reminiscent of the Psyduck from the anime Pokemon, despite its color being slightly off. Thus, Albert decided to bestow upon it the name Kata. As if sensing someone calling its name, Kata peeked out from the pocket of Albert's robe, clutching a shiny golden galleon in its little hands. Your gift is truly the finest, it chirped. Thanks, Avu, Cedric replied, refraining from inquiring about the source of the wand-making method, for everyone harbored their own secrets. Do they not? What new magic are you referring to? George asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Albert clasped his hands together and drew them apart, conjuring a golden line that sparkled in the air. Impressive. Nonverbal spellcasting, Cedric exclaimed in astonishment. With his hands outstretched, he traced a circle in the air, and the golden line extended into a perfect circumference. A twist of his wrist produced a square, equally radiant with sparks, which materialized outside the nascent magic array. Numerous lines radiated from the circle at the center of the array. The outermost square, in harmony with Albert's gestures, split to reveal another square of equal size, rotated at a 45-degree angle, nesting perfectly within the original frame. Surrounding the principal array, intricate and irregular polygonal shapes emerged, while 7 circular smaller arrays encircled it in a celestial formation. A complex array composed of lines, circles, and squares unfolded before the onlookers. With his hands hovering over the array, Albert snapped his fingers, causing the array to gradually dissipate, leaving only a few sparks dancing in the air. Indeed, this was the renowned Kamar-Taj hand-spun welding spell. Albert had not invested much effort in this area. Thus, he had only mastered this introductory array of Kamar-Taj. His primary aim in studying Kamar-Taj magic was to grasp the nuances of nonverbal spellcasting techniques, which had evidently proven beneficial to him. "What kind of magic is this?" George exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. The expressions of the other two mirrored his astonishment. "Well, this is merely a basic introductory array, aside from its visual allure. It serves no other purpose. Are you implying there are more advanced spells to follow?" "Indeed," Albert responded, only to realize something was amiss. He turned to see Waz standing outside the tent, having arrived unnoticed. "Oh, Waz, when did you get here?" "Just now. Mrs. Weasley mentioned you were in the tent outside. Due to the crowd, it was impossible to accommodate everyone indoors, so she moved the dining location from the house's dining room to the garden." Fred and George's elaborate fireworks display heralded the commencement of dinner. Mr. Weasley's conjured candles illuminated the dark garden, allowing everyone to enjoy their meal al fresco. 2 tables groaned under the weight of the delectable dishes crafted by Mrs. Weasley's skilled hands, as the Weasley family of 9 and 3 guests settled beside them. It was unclear what magic had been employed, but the outdoor chill of December was dissipated by the warm atmosphere, leaving Albert feeling pleasantly warm. Dining beneath the clear, deep blue night sky was an exquisite pleasure, especially with such delightful cuisine. The Weasley household was home to tomes like Enchanting Your Cheese, The Magic of Toasting Bread, and Conjuring a Feast, which attested to Mrs. Weasley's culinary prowess. Even Albert, who had savored the delights of the gluttonous empire, was utterly captivated by Mrs. Weasley's extraordinary culinary artistry. At the dining table, Albert and Mr. Weasley were fervently engaged in a discussion about the integration of Muggle technology with magic. The two were completely oblivious to Mrs. Weasley, who was hesitating to voice her disapproval of Arthur Weasley's penchant for collecting and modifying Muggle artifacts. Candles danced around the table, their flickering flames casting a rosy glow upon Ginny's face. The little girl quietly consumed her mashed potatoes, occasionally stealing glances at Albert. Her thoughts a mystery. Charlie and the twins exchanged thoughts on Quidditch, with the second son of the Weasley family harboring high hopes for the twins. Charlie aspired for them to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team in their second year, having grown weary of the current lackluster players. Chapter 37. The Lackey Has No Home. Perhaps the more delightful the mood, the swifter time passes. The joyous dinner at the Weasley household came to a close. Over the past few days, Albert had successfully mastered the art of conjuring a Kamar-Taj shield, preparing to astonish Professor Fry in their defense against the Dark Arts class. He had deliberately sought out Uncle Brad to test the defensive capabilities of the shield charm versus the iron armor charm, and to his delight, he discovered that the magical shield offered far superior protection. As for the formidable iron armor charm, Albert admitted he had yet to acquire that skill. Currently, he could only conjure a diminutive Kamar-Taj welding shield, measuring merely 30 centimeters in diameter, though he could wield 2 shields with both hands, albeit with a lack of finesse. To determine how such a small shield could withstand Professor Fry's spells, he would rely on the combat skills inherited from his past life. As long as he could get close to Professor Fry, Albert was confident he could deliver a grand surprise. In his estimation, these wizards would be mere novices in close combat, rendered powerless without their wands. While Albert's combat skills might be considered average within the Spear Bureau, they would be overwhelmingly superior against wizards who were as helpless as Thor without their hammers. When Albert comes of age, he believed he could easily subdue Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald with a single hand in physical combat. You may argue that the latter two are centenarians, and question whether Albert, as a youth, lacks martial ethics. What martial ethics? What is its worth? Perhaps he should consider specializing in close combat, acquiring a plethora of buff-enhancing spells, as the Book of the Wishing Emperor contains numerous such incantations. Spells like the Giant Strength Charm and the Stone Skin Charm would allow him to don an armor weighing hundreds of pounds while moving with agility, and the latter would grant him enhanced resistance to both physical and magical damage. In battle, he would first bestow buffs upon himself, clad in armor inscribed with countless protective runes, rendering Voldemort's Avada Kedavra ineffective. Raising the sword of Gryffindor high, he would bellow Demacia, and charge forth with a silent whirlwind slash. Is there a suppression magic array within the Book of the Wishing Emperor? Quickly, search for it. If he could bring Voldemort and old Dumbledore down to the same novice level, then Albert could utilize his extensive combat experience to conquer them. As Albert indulged in his thoughts, his imagination soared beyond the confines of reality, and even while immersed in the realm of consciousness, saliva could not be restrained from spilling forth. On the Hogwarts Express returning to school, Albert and Waz found themselves in a compartment, engrossed in a discussion about magic. They had fortuitously encountered one another at the platform, neither having made a deliberate effort to seek out the other three companions. Knowing they would inevitably meet in the Great Hall, their conversation centered around Waz's attempts to practice elemental magic during the holiday. Its practicality was rather limited, an understatement, for to speak plainly, it was of little use. Consequently, elemental magic within the Reinhardt family was not regarded as a closely guarded secret. On the contrary, members of the Reinhardt family welcomed the sight of others laboring to master it, effectively diminishing their rivals' capabilities. When Waz proposed the idea of sharing his findings with their companions, his father, Karl Reinhardt, readily consented, cautioning Waz not to expend too much energy on it. Albert, with his hands clasped together, summoned a current of electricity dancing between his palms, an outcome of his recent explorations into elemental magic during his leisure time. He exhibited a notable affinity for the elements of lightning and water. Initially, Albert believed he possessed a connection to light magic, having transformed the Lumos spell in such a remarkable manner. It was perplexing that he was not a master of light. Albert, too, possessed a considerable talent for elemental magic, yet he encountered the same challenges that Waz faced. The current he conjured might not even suffice to perm Uncle Brad's hair. Could it be attributed to the differences in wands? One must remember that ancient wizards wielded towering staffs. Albert stroked his smooth chin, devoid of any stubble, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Do you think magical power corresponds to elemental attributes?" "What do you mean?" Waz replied, "When you conjure a fireball, you draw the free-floating fire elements from the air and reshape them into a fireball, correct? Additionally, you harness a portion of your internal magic, which I can perceive. Have you considered the issue of magical attributes? The magic within us should be attributeless. If there were a way to convert our internal magic into fire-attributed magic, then we could construct the foundational framework for fire magic, facilitating the attraction of more external fire elements and guiding their fusion to create more powerful elemental magic." True to the brilliance of a Ravenclaw student, Waz grasped Albert's concept before he could finish articulating it. He leapt to his feet in excitement. Yet, Albert tempered the enthusiasm with a dose of realism, stating, "Do not rejoice too soon. Converting magical attributes is merely one possibility. Even if you successfully find a method to transform your magical attributes, how much of your meager internal magic can actually attract external fire elements to coalesce into magic?" Albert's calm demeanor doused the flicker of hope in Waz, leaving him somewhat dejected as he slumped in his chair within the compartment. Albert rummaged through his belongings, producing a notebook which he tossed onto Waz, who was now slouched in a relaxed position. "This is a meditation method I have developed, designed to harness mental energy to sense the magical elemental forces in our surroundings, achieving resonance with them to enhance control over the elements, thereby surpassing the inherent limitations of elemental magic." Upon hearing this, Waz immediately resumed an upright posture. "Have you tried it? What is its efficacy?" Albert once again conjured a thicker and larger current of electricity with his hands. "It seems to have increased by about 1/5, and then it dissipated." "Dissipated?" Albert spread his hands. "Don't look at me like that. Isn't a 1/5 enhancement in just a few days sufficient?" Ignoring Albert, Waz reclined back into a more relaxed position, continuing his study of elemental magic. Bored, Albert began to weave one Kamar-Taj spell after another. In another compartment of the carriage, the twins were engaged in jovial conversation with several girls from Gryffindor. Unbeknownst to George, his good friend Fred harbored a gaze laden with unspoken depth towards the boisterous Angelina Johnson seated across from him. If Albert were present, he would have detected the palpable aroma of infatuation wafting through the air. Chapter 38, Dawn. As the students arrived at the Great Hall, they coincidentally joined the feast. At the Gryffindor table, George sat somewhat disheartened, prodding at his steak with a fork. Today, Fred was wholly engrossed in conversation with Angelina, completely devoid of their usual twin camaraderie. Even when George attempted to engage him, Fred appeared utterly oblivious. What happened to their telepathic connection? Did Fred not sense George's desire to slap him into realization? In George's view, the energy expended on courting girls would be better invested in crafting prank props. Women only serve to hinder the swiftness of drawing wands. The wand must remain distant from matters of the heart. Yet, every one of them lacked any semblance of skill, devoid of any gaming awareness. George cast a glance at the current match situation, feeling disinclined to intervene. He simply lacked interest in the prospect of bullying novices. The fact that so many game boards had sold indicated that there were indeed numerous wizards in the British magical community. According to the original author, Rowling, the British wizarding population is merely over 3,000. However, it is implausible for such a small number to have purchased over 700 game boards in just a few days, especially considering that each game board accommodates 10 players. Moreover, the popularity of League of Legends was just beginning to rise, with half the orders coming from Hogwarts students, with nearly 70 students in a single year at Hogwarts. And considering the 6th book mentions the Weasley Wizard Wheezes supplying 500 employees at the Ministry with spell-proof hats, along with professors, Hogwarts and the Ministry together account for nearly a third of the British wizarding population. This is evidently impossible. The British wizarding community must consist of at least several tens of thousands. The House of Requests. On the last day of 1989, the first general meeting of the Akatsuki organization was convened here. After a lengthy discussion, Albert and the others finally settled on the name of their small group, Akatsuki. The dawn, symbolizing the illumination that the 5 of them will bring to the realm of wizards and ninjas, heralds a new era of harmony. Woz produced 5 black wizard robes adorned with crimson clouds, custom-made by a tailor during his Christmas holiday in Germany. These garments would serve as the uniforms for their group. Albert also revealed several rings, crafted through alchemy, which currently possessed but a singular function, to summon members. By channeling magical energy into the ring, the others would feel a gentle warmth emanating from their own. According to their pact, this indicated a call for gathering in the Room of Requirement. Due to Albert's current limitations in alchemical prowess, he could not yet imbue the rings with additional capabilities, leaving that endeavor for the future. Each ring bore the same design, devoid of any engraved insignia, save for a blank space awaiting the eventual decision of their respective codenames. Among the 4, only the twins succeeded in this endeavor. Even Woz, despite his prodigious magical talent, could only conjure a mere spark. They were beset by an overwhelming array of topics to study. Cedric had completed the transformation knowledge designated for 3rd-year students and aspired to master at least the 5th-year curriculum before the end of the 1st year. This would enable him to embark on the path of becoming an animagus in his 2nd year. Although the twins' aptitude for transfiguration was not as pronounced as Cedric's, it was still commendable. Their studies were primarily aimed at complementing their alchemical pursuits, crafting whimsical magical devices such as candies that could induce transformation upon consumption. Their notebooks brimmed with a plethora of creative ideas, eagerly awaiting realization. Albert's responsibilities were even more burdensome, as he had yet to consult Professor Flitwick about a plethora of queries meticulously recorded on parchment, mastering spells, deconstructing incantations, constructing spell models, and analyzing their foundational structures. Additionally, he was delving into wandless magic, exploring the synergy between magical energy and gestures, alongside the study of the secrets of Kamar-Taj. Beyond their individual projects, they convened each evening in the Room of Requirement to practice magic extensively and engage in wizard duels. Practical experience remained the most effective measure of one's magical proficiency. The cycle of exhausting and replenishing magical energy contributed significantly to their rapid growth in power. The duels also refined their combat skills. Cedric had begun to incorporate transfiguration into his fighting style, compelling Albert to remain vigilant against spells deflected or repelled during their encounters. Those spells could very well be transformation charms. Albert, under the false impression of successfully defending himself, found spells striking nearby objects, which then morphed into chains that ensnared him. This marked Cedric's first victory over Albert in a one-on-one duel. Previously, Albert relied on his right hand to wield his wand and dazzle opponents while deploying a magical shield with his left for close combat. This unorthodox strategy exasperated the others, as they found themselves outmatched 4-1 against Albert amidst the blinding light and cacophony. Now, they have also discovered a means of counteraction. Woz has devised a spell that conjures a magical barrier before his eyes, capable of intercepting light that exceeds normal intensity, inspired by the concept of sunglasses. Consequently, Albert's blinding spell has become ineffective against them. At the very least, the unscrupulous Albert can no longer take on 4 opponents single-handedly. With distractions eliminated, Woz's odds of winning against Albert are roughly 50-50. Although the others may not match Woz's chances, they too stand a fighting chance against Albert. And the scenario is no longer one-sided. It must be said that the twins possess an extraordinary talent for combat coordination, and their synergy in battle has grown increasingly refined. In a 2-on-2 confrontation, the twins faced the strongest members of the Akatsuki organization, Woz and Albert, and managed to triumph several times through their harmonious collaboration, provided that Woz does not spend all his time guarding against Albert's buildup of powerful spells. Chapter 39. The Essence of Oil. Disarmament. Barriers galore. The Silencing Bind. Total petrification. In the dark arts defense class, Professor Fry once again demonstrated how to flamboyantly overpower Albert. Now he has become quite adept at dealing with Albert, first disarming him of his wand, then employing barriers to obstruct his movements, leaving him no opportunity to retrieve anything from his robes. The silencing bind rendered Albert mute. Professor Fry expressed his desire to avoid hearing Albert's sarcastic remarks, which could infuriate anyone. Finally, with a spell of total petrification, Albert was completely deprived of any chance for a comeback. Were it not for the rules, Professor Fry would have relished delivering an Avada Kedavra as well. During his time at the academy, Albert could only prepare his meals in the office, yet he was not well versed in culinary magic, resulting in dishes that were less than appetizing. Professor Fry turned to the young wizards below, proclaiming, "You see, offense is the best form of defense. Spending time on those superficial defensive spells pales in comparison to investing effort in offensive magic. As long as you eliminate your enemies, your safety is assured." Just as he was reveling in imparting his life lessons to the young wizards, Albert, who had been struck by the petrification spell, suddenly moved. A magical whip, sparking with golden fire, ensnared Professor Fray's right hand, which held his wand. The intense heat from the whip caused Professor Fry to cry out in pain. With a forceful tug, the wand slipped from his grasp. Gripping tightly, a magical shield, also spewing sparks, materialized, and Albert charged forward, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck Professor Fry squarely on the chin. The classroom filled with the sharp sound of Professor Fray's jaw colliding. Not pausing after his successful strike, Albert transformed the magical whip in his left hand into a magical shield, relentlessly pummeling Professor Fry, who was still airborne, with a barrage of punches. Ora, 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 ora. Just as the airborne Professor Fry was about to touch the ground, Albert, with his back turned to the young wizards, discreetly activated the Eye of Agamotto. Shatter Voluto. Everything in the classroom had come to a standstill. Even Professor Fray was suspended in mid-air, defying the laws of gravity. With the limited magical capacity at his disposal, if Albert wished to continue the Transfiguration class in the afternoon, he could only maintain the time freeze for a few fleeting seconds. In that brief interval, he swiftly ascended to the adjacent podium. Aim. Leap. Time resumed. The young wizards in the classroom merely blinked, witnessing Albert crashing down upon Professor Fray with an elbow strike to his abdomen, reminiscent of a mountain's weight. The dull thud of a heavy object striking the floor echoed throughout the room. All the young wizards stood agape, Fred and George's mouths agape, drooling in disbelief. It was only when Albert's voice broke the stupor that they snapped back to reality. Quickly summon Madame Pomfrey. Professor Fray is in dire straits. In the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore playfully remarked, "You always manage to surprise me with your antics." With a finger, he gestured in the air. "Is it merely the act of incapacitating a professor?" Albert, with a bashful grin, gazed at the headmaster. Dumbledore chuckled at Albert's words. "Incapacitating a professor, you say? Mr. Stokes, you must understand that Professor Fray possesses the strength to contend with 3 or 4 ordinary Aurors." "Please, just call me Avu," Albert replied, feigning modesty with a smile. "Mr. Weasley, could you kindly elucidate the circumstances of the incident?" George and Fred, accustomed to such situations, sat before the desk, casually munching on a pile of cockroaches laid out before them. After all, it was not they who had knocked out the professor. They were merely summoned for a routine inquiry, with little cause for anxiety, having faced off against Professor Fray numerous times. It was more accurate to say he had been subjected to one-sided humiliation. Albert had long since discerned Fray's patterns. He noticed that the final spell Professor Fray employed to subdue him invariably targeted his chest, perhaps a personal habit during combat. Such habits could be exploited easily. The silencing charm would not impede Albert from executing the secret arts of Kamar-Taj, so he conjured a small magical shield beneath his clothing. In his eagerness to educate, Professor Fray always articulated the names of his spells aloud during their duels. Thus, upon hearing him bellow "all petrify," Albert discreetly activated the stone skin charm, rendering his skin to appear as though it had turned to stone. He then stood still, pretending to be a statue. Indeed, Professor Fray failed to perceive the difference. Proud of his momentary triumph, he began to boast loudly to the students gathered below the podium. Unbeknownst to him, Albert swiftly unleashed a magical whip, ensnaring his wrist that clutched the wand. And then, there was nothing more. This was the consequence of underestimating one's opponent, Professor. To think he could simultaneously contend with 3 or 4 Aurors. Albert scoffed. "Please refer to him as Captain Ingwa." "Avu, I am quite intrigued by that wandless spell you executed. Might you demonstrate it for me?" The portraits of past headmasters hanging on the office walls awakened from their slumber. Albert nodded slightly, rose from his chair and approached the empty space. He crossed his hands over his chest and then assumed a fighting stance, conjuring two magical shields that materialized in his hands. However, the shield in his left hand flickered twice before vanishing. A hint of embarrassment crossed Albert's face as he shook his left hand, attempting to summon it again, but to no avail. His magical energy was waning. Ignoring Albert's antics, Dumbledore's expression turned unusually grave upon the appearance of the magical shields. "Mr. Weasley, you may take your leave. I have matters to discuss with Eva." As he spoke, Dumbledore waved his wand around, causing the portraits of the headmasters to drift into a deeper slumber. Albert was oblivious to Dumbledore's murmured thoughts and could not comprehend the seriousness with which Dumbledore approached the situation. Yet, he clearly recognized the expression on Dumbledore's face, one that mirrored the solemnity found in films when Dumbledore learned of Voldemort's resurrection. Shock, gravity, and a touch of concern. "Eva, who taught you this magic?" The elder fixed his intense gaze upon Albert, his azure eyes radiating an aura of penetrating insight, revealing that he discerned Albert's honesty. "Ah, I see. That explains everything. Professor, what exactly is being explained?" "Apologies, Eva, but we must go to a certain location now. I will explain everything along the way." Dumbledore summoned his phoenix, Fawkes, who alighted on his shoulder. Eva grasped my hand, although a bit bewildered. Albert complied and took Dumbledore's hand. A blaze of golden-red flames ignited, and the three figures vanished from the headmaster's office. Chapter 40. The Dark Lord arrival. Albert felt a brief blur before him, devoid of the discomfort associated with flu powder or apparition, and suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar place. It appeared to be the pinnacle of a tower, where he noticed a staircase winding downward, leading to an unknown destination. Dumbledore surveyed the surrounding desolation with a complex expression before stepping forward to open a wooden door. Behind it lay a narrow room, its windows mere slits in the black stone, containing a stone bed with tattered blankets, yet devoid of any occupants. Dumbledore's countenance darkened considerably. When did Grindelwald? In Berlin, Germany, on a bustling street, a kindly elderly man, his hair meticulously styled without a single strand out of place, stood. The silvery strands shimmered in the sunlight. His slightly sunken eyes, featuring mismatched irises, quietly narrated the passage of time. A faint smile graced his lips. "Dumbledore, is it only now that you realize?" He pointed his wand skyward, and dark veils erupted from its tip, soaring into the heavens. The muggles on the street remained blissfully unaware of the anomaly. Only those endowed with magic could perceive the translucent black veils drifting above. "Look at the sky. My goodness, what is that?" a wizard suddenly exclaimed. An aged wizard, upon hearing his words, cast his gaze skyward, his pupils narrowing. It was Gellert Grindelwald summoning his followers. The old wizard regarded the descending black veil, which enveloped the structures surrounding him, with a gaze fraught with complexity. Slowly, he extended a trembling hand to caress the veil upon the wall, his expression a mixture of nostalgia and exhilaration. Had this day finally arrived? A wand materialized discreetly in his palm, and with a swift and decisive motion, he rendered the young wizard unconscious, the space around him warping as the old wizard vanished from sight. As the black veil cloaked the entire city, countless wizards emerged from the shadows of every corner. They traversed various paths, whether on foot or through apparition, converging towards the location where Grindelwald had gathered them. The German Ministry of Magic, sensing impending peril, received news of the veil's emergence at the very moment it manifested. Nearly the entirety of the ministry mobilized, dispatching every employee capable of casting offensive spells as combatants to Paris Square in the heart of Berlin. Grindelwald's sole message to his followers was clear: meet me beneath the Brandenburg Gate. Upon their arrival, the Muggles had been expelled, leaving only a throng of wizards gathered at the site. "Grindelwald! Grindelwald!" The name of the Dark Lord echoed as wizards fervently called out. Others, as if entranced, murmured his name in hushed tones. In the face of the watchful German ministry, this assembly of saints, what the people called Grindelwald's followers, remained motionless, silently observing the unwelcome intruders. A slow, deliberate sound of footsteps resonated, and a solitary, somewhat gaunt figure emerged before the Brandenburg Gate. The once noisy square fell into an immediate hush. Over 40 years had elapsed since the last gathering, and Gellert Grindelwald's gaze swept slowly across the now familiar, yet strangely altered faces. The passage of decades had been so extensive that when Grindelwald and his followers reunited, the joy of such a reunion had dissipated, leaving only a profound silence. An elegantly attired elderly lady struggled through the crowd, her hair a cascade of silver. Time had etched her once beautiful visage with wrinkles, yet her bright eyes retained a spark, hinting at the beauty she once possessed. Gellert, Beta, it has been a long time. Vita Rogier's arrival shattered the tension in the air. Grindelwald turned his attention to the elderly saints before him. We have all aged, yet it brings me joy to see you once more. A smile graced Grindelwald's face as he stepped into the midst of the crowd, reminiscent of the days when he was surrounded by his followers. However, this was not a moment for reminiscing. Pressing matters awaited our attention. This was the very reason for my summons. Abernathy stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, gazing fervently into Grindelwald's mismatched eyes, reminiscent of their gatherings in the hall of Nurmengard half a century prior. Grindelwald, whatever your intentions may be, please do not abandon us once more. And myself, an elderly wizard with graying temples, emerged from the throng. Sacrifice for an ideal should not be your sole privilege. We too are capable. Videro Zier approached slowly, bowing slightly. Please give the command. What is required of us? An increasing number of wizards vocally expressed their loyalty, while the personnel from the German Ministry of Magic gripped their wands tightly, unease etched upon their faces. Is a magical realm on the brink of upheaval once more? Grindelwald's smile widened. With a band of like-minded companions, what could possibly worry him? As night descended, the shroud of darkness enveloping Berlin dissipated. The gathering of middle-aged and elderly wizards at Place de Paris had dispersed. The only remnants left were the incapacitated members of the German Ministry of Magic. No one knew where Grindelwald and his disciples had vanished. A sense of helplessness washed over Dumbledore as he sat behind his desk, casting a pleading gaze towards Albert. Ever, may I ask you for a favor? Professor, I do not comprehend. Dumbledore beckoned with a finger, and the eye of Agamotto soared forth from Albert's collar. Startled by the revelation of his greatest secret, Albert grasped the pendant in a panic. Do not fear, child. I harbor no ill intentions. Albus Dumbledore's tone was laden with remorse, his cerulean eyes earnestly meeting Albert's. Can you grant the request of this centenarian? I can elucidate all of this. Albert lowered his gaze, focusing on the eye of Agamotto in his hand, the embedded emerald gem radiating an ethereal green glow. Then he raised his head, locking eyes with Dumbledore, and nodded slowly. Before him, Dumbledore clasped his hands, conjuring two magical shields that erupted with golden sparks. Albert was so astonished that he nearly leapt from his chair. What are you? Chapter 41. The past? The future? Dumbledore sighed, tapping his wand against his temple, extracting a silvery mist that he poured into a nearby pen sieve. Ever, see for yourself. Albert, familiar with the use of the pen sieve, dove in. Grindelwald attended Durmstrang Institute, a school steeped in dark magic. Like Dumbledore, he exhibited exceptional magical talent at a young age. At 16, Durmstrang could no longer turn a blind eye to Gellert Grindelwald's malevolent and chaotic experiments, leading to his expulsion. To date, the verifiable records concerning Grindelwald indicate that he spent several months traveling. It can be surmised that Grindelwald chose to visit his aunt residing in Godric's Hollow, where, through the introduction of the magical historian Bashida he encountered the equally gifted Albus Dumbledore. In Bashida words, these two children, having tasted the vicissitudes of life far too early, felt an instant connection. They were as fated as fire and pot. Albus fell deeply in love with Grindelwald, captivated by him. Although Grindelwald was equally enchanted by Albus, he was willing to take away everything from him to draw him closer. The two forged a blood pact in a barn, vowing never to harm one another. These two young souls, irresistibly drawn to each other, planned to establish a wizarding organization and seek out the deathly hallows for a greater cause. It was a sentiment shared between them in their youth. Thus, a conflict arose between the brothers, leading Albus to draw his wand. At that moment, Grindelwald, already infuriated, deemed Albus a foolish child for obstructing his grand designs with Dumbledore, and cast the Cruciatus curse upon him. Albus attempted to thwart him. In the ensuing chaos, the innocent Ariana was harmed, resulting in her tragic demise. Grindelwald fled, later stealing the Elder Wand from Gregorovic and training an army, thereby rising to infamy as a dark wizard. Grindelwald is a complex figure, idealistic and immensely talented, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his ambitions. He enacted reforms outside the bounds of law and, alongside his followers, committed numerous atrocities. His influence spread across America and Europe, establishing a power base in a castle named Nurmengard in Central Europe. In 1945, Dumbledore responded to the pleas of many wizards and confronted him in a legendary duel, ultimately defeating him. Grindelwald was then imprisoned within the fortress he had constructed. Unknown to all, After Dumbledore triumphed over Grindelwald in that fateful battle, the sky suddenly tore open, and a flying train erupted from the rift, crashing before them. A bloodied and severely injured mysterious wizard staggered from the wreckage. Dumbledore saved him. In gratitude, the enigmatic wizard imparted the mystical arts of Kamar-Taj to Dumbledore. Subsequently, the wizard vanished, as though he had never existed in this world. Albus observed the figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds with a complex expression. Despite the differences in features and hair color, he was certain it was indeed himself. Moreover, the individual bore a familiar pendant around his neck, stained with blood, which Albus instantly recognized as the Eye of Agamotto. And what of the two mysterious figures, the one and the next, who emerged during the Second Wizarding War? The truth became increasingly elusive. For the first time, Albus felt a profound strangeness in the magical realm before him. That wizard from years past, it was you, Ivor. Dumbledore's voice resonated in Albus's ear. Even without legitimacy, he discerned Albus's thoughts. Albus remained silent, merely nodding, needing a moment to gather his thoughts. The silvery glow emanating from the pensive illuminated their faces as they both sat in silence, lost in contemplation. At last, it was Dumbledore who broke the silence, nodding. "Is it that pendant?" Albert formed an unusual gesture with his hands, curling his thumbs and pinkies while extending the other 3 fingers. The middle fingers and ring fingers of both hands touched, creating a peculiar sign. As he separated his hands, the Eye of Agamotto at his chest began to rotate slowly, revealing a center filled with intricate magical runes set in emerald. Dumbledore inclined slightly forward, his broken nose nearly brushing against Albert's chest, his piercing blue eyes scrutinizing the pendant. A remarkable piece of alchemical craftsmanship. Time is perhaps the most enigmatic and elusive realm within magic. Yet, I can feel the power of time within this pendant. It is called the Eye of Agamotto, Professor. Dumbledore gradually strolled to the window of the headmaster's office, where the moon hung high in the night sky, and the distant landscape appeared cloaked in a silvery frost. The death of Ariana had always been the greatest anguish in his heart. Dumbledore sighed. Albert's appearance illuminated a glimmer of hope for him, akin to a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. He was unwilling to relinquish even the slightest chance to save Ariana's life. Albert furrowed his brow, "But Professor, my current magical powers are only sufficient to reverse time for less than 10 seconds. I cannot fathom how long it will take to achieve that level." Dumbledore understood Albert's thoughts. "Evo, I know this is a selfish request, yet I still hope you will agree. As for your concerns regarding insufficient magical power, I will find a way to assist you." Dumbledore spoke with a tone of earnest supplication. "I can impart all my knowledge to you, as long as you are willing to help me." Upon noticing Albert's silence, Dumbledore refrained from pressing further. After a prolonged contemplation, Albert finally nodded. "Professor, I promise you." A smile blossomed once more on the elder's face. This centenarian, who had nearly lost all hope for life, reignited his yearning for existence. Driven by concern for the safety of the magical world, he longed for the day he could see his sister, Ariana, again. Chapter 42. Indeed, you are more cunning. "I apologize, Evo, I was a bit too eager just now," Dumbledore said, placing his hand on Albert's shoulder. Albert felt no discomfort. In the original narrative, Voldemort transformed the heirloom ring of the Gaunt family, embedded with the Resurrection Stone, into a Horcrux, casting numerous powerful curses upon it, all in the hopes of seeing Ariana once more. Albert understood well the reason behind the elder's momentary lapse. Even if it meant enduring an irreversible curse, there would be no regrets. "I can empathize with your feelings, Professor. Initially, I intended to guide Harry step by step to become the savior in everyone's eyes. Even if it meant sacrificing myself, that would be of no consequence. But now, it seems I have a better option." The elder's tone returned to its former lightness. "Me?" Alberte felt somewhat bewildered, pondering how an ordinary little wizard like himself had become entangled in Dumbledore's grand plan for salvation. It was not a matter of modesty. He contemplated suggesting that perhaps a more capable individual should be sought. Indeed, if he were to master time magic adeptly, Dumbledore reclined in his chair, his long fingers interlaced. "Then Voldemort would pose no threat to you whatsoever. You are our final line of defense and our most crucial safeguard." With such an endorsement from Dumbledore, Alberte, initially preoccupied with mere survival, began to consider the possibility that under Dumbledore's guidance, his abilities would flourish at an accelerated pace. As the ultimate confrontation approached, mere self-preservation would not suffice. Alberte aspired to possess the power to reshape destiny itself. A person's fate relies on self-struggle, yet it must also account for the currents of history. Alberte recited a couplet. "If there is no benefit in a benevolent heart, What good is it to be virtuous alone? Dumbledore replied, excellent. That evening, Alberte engaged in a lengthy, confidential discussion with Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. Upon departing, Dumbledore imparted the password for the office and assured Alberte that he could seek counsel on any magical difficulties at any time. This was precisely what Alberte needed. Dumbledore was renowned as the White Wizard, having vanquished 2 consecutive Dark Lords. Although Alberte viewed the second Dark Lord as little more than a village-level terrorist, hardly worthy of the title, the formidable nature of Voldemort was undeniable. To receive one-on-one tutelage from such a great wizard was a rare opportunity indeed. The following morning, an owl delivered the day's edition of the Daily Prophet. The front page, emblazoned in bold type, declared, First Dark Lord Grindelwald escapes from prison. Alberte had not subscribed to the newspaper, but he caught a glimpse of the headline from fellow Slytherin's breakfast table. He had no interest in delving deeper. He had already learned of Grindelwald's escape the previous afternoon. Frankly, if Grindelwald wished to flee, no prison could contain him. Being held in Nurmengard was merely a self-imposed confinement. A figure as monumental as Grindelwald would not be so easily disheartened by a single defeat in a duel. The wizards rallying around him fought for freedom, truth, and love. How could the saints, united by these beliefs, abandon their ideals due to their leader's momentary setback? Alberte chose not to ponder further. Humans were complex creatures beyond his comprehension. He had more pressing matters to attend to. 20 minutes later, Alberte, accompanied by his companions, rapped on the wooden door of Hagrid's hut. The door did not open immediately. Instead, a cacophony of barking and the clattering of objects echoed from within. Hagrid, it's me, Ever. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Hagrid's bearded visage. Ah, it's you. Gulmine. Hagrid pulled back a large dog to open the door for them. As the group entered the cabin, they were astonished to discover that the dog had 3 heads. However, the creature was exceedingly unappealing. Despite Albert's familiarity with the portrayal of a 3-headed dog in films, he was once again taken aback by the creature's grotesqueness. Yet, its lack of beauty mattered little. What mattered was its formidable strength. Unlike the reluctance displayed by the others, Albert, filled with excitement, reached out to stroke the glossy, ebony fur of the beast. The arrival of the 5 individuals rendered the small cabin somewhat cramped. Hagrid invited them to sit on the stools before turning to prepare refreshments. Albert curiously examined Hagrid's humble abode, noting the hams and game birds hanging from the ceiling, and several thick tomes resting on the table. The Care of 3-Headed Dogs, How to Train Your Dog to Obey, an Interior Design Guide. The furniture bore numerous bite marks left by the creature, and shredded fabric lay scattered across the floor. Hagrid, what about Yaya? Albert inquired. Hagrid, pouring milk into a tin cup, replied, Yaya, I've tied him up near the Forbidden Forest. He seems a bit frightened of Livy. This apprehension likely stemmed from a bloodline suppression. May I feed Livy something? Albert rummaged through his pocket and produced a whole, prepared chicken, waving it enticingly before the creature. Hagrid approached, balancing milk and a rock cake rumored to serve as a shield. Of course you can. The others exchanged glances. Was Albert's pocket a 4th-dimensional space? How could he extract such items? Livy, seat. Instead of tossing the meat directly to Livy, Albert restrained the creature as it lunged toward him, baring its teeth in an attempt to snatch the chicken from his grasp. With swift reflexes, Albert conjured 2 magical shields, blocking Livy's claws with one hand while bringing the other down towards the creature's mouth. As Livy's teeth shattered, it let out a pained howl. Albert managed to pin the imposing 3-headed dog, approximately a meter tall, to the ground. You may growl, but do you dare to strike? His booming voice echoed, even reaching the players training far away on the Quidditch pitch. Faced with the menacing jaws and the grip around its throat, Livy chose to heed its instincts. Tucking its tail between its legs and rolling over to expose its belly to Albert, George leaned closer to Fred, whispering, Look at that fellow. He resembles a dog, even more than Livy. Chapter 43, Brawl at the Quidditch Pitch. Hagrid felt a pang of sympathy for Livy's rough treatment. Yet he was equally unwilling to witness Albert being harmed by the creature. Albert withdrew his wand and cast a healing spell upon the 3-headed dog. Although an adult 3-headed dog possesses formidable magical resistance, this particular creature was merely 1 month old, rendering it susceptible to the spell's effects. The lost canine tooth miraculously regrew. This time, Luwei refrained from baring its teeth at Albert, instead wagging its tail in a delightful manner, with all 3 heads affectionately nudging against Albert's knees. Albert once again brandished the unfortunate chicken, enticing Luwei with it. Luwei, seat. Obediently, Luwei settled down. Good boy. Albert tore off a chicken leg and tossed it to Luwei, who devoured it voraciously. The heads on either side attempted to snatch it away, but Cowed by Albert's imposing presence, they dared not move. Hagrid watched in astonishment. Was this truly his mischievous Lu Wei? Lu Wei, shake hands. Lu Wei, spin around. The ensuing moments transformed Hagrid's humble abode into a training ground under Albert's command. Come, Lu Wei, speak. George, too, found himself intrigued and joined in the training. Lu Wei's paw inadvertently slapped George's face. They paid no heed to the commotion within the small cabin. Cedric turned to Hagrid. Hagrid, have you spoken to Professor Dumbledore about keeping a three-headed dog? Hagrid scratched his messy hair, hesitating to respond. I don't know how to approach Professor Dumbledore about it. Cedric replied earnestly, my father works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. I am well aware of their regulations. Keeping a creature as dangerously high risk as a three-headed dog is strictly prohibited for private ownership. If discovered, Lu Wei would surely face execution. Hagrid's face turned pale. What shall we do? Professor Dumbledore must have a solution. With his capabilities, dealing with a mere three-headed dog should be a trivial matter, Cedric suggested. I could enlist someone to assist in applying for a license to keep a three-headed dog. After a lengthy tussle with a rock cake, Was finally spoke up. With the connections of the Reinhardt family, acquiring such a permit would be entirely feasible. I'm truly grateful to you, Was, Hagrid exclaimed, his spirits soaring like a child over 3 meters tall upon hearing that a resolution was at hand. However, your hut is not suitable for housing Lu Wei. You will require a space sufficiently spacious. Before long, Lu Wei will grow larger than your home, Was added. What about the Forbidden Forest? George proposed. Hagrid shook his head, replying, No, I have inquired with the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. The centaurs do not allow Lu Wei to reside there. They would kill him. Albert, who had been playing with the dog and had remained silent during the discussion, suddenly interjected, the undetectable extension charm. What? Hagrid was puzzled. With the undetectable extension charm, you can enlarge the box sufficiently. That way, you could house various magical creatures inside, much like Mr. Newt Scamander. However, without permission from the Ministry of Magic, misusing the undetectable extension charm is illegal. Albert gently rubbed Lu Wei's head, remarking, Isn't keeping Lu Wei also against the law? Hagrid paused, realizing that breeding a Roway had indeed become illegal. Did it matter if he added one more infraction? Crafting such a box was no simple task, Was reminded him. Albert stood up from the ground, hands on his hips, with a sense of righteous determination. Thus, we must seek Professor Dumbledore's assistance. Hagrid's resolve to approach Professor Dumbledore solidified. He had previously hesitated to face Dumbledore, but now, with the opportunity to care for a Roway before him, he knew he must seize it or regret it for a lifetime. Their pockets were filled with rock cakes and long loaves made by Hagrid. Having alleviated Hagrid's considerable burden of caring for the Roway, he was exceedingly warm in his hospitality, unable to refuse his generous offer. They accepted the edible weapons Hagrid had prepared, especially Albert, whose fourth-dimensional pocket could hold an extraordinary amount. Hagrid nearly stuffed all his rock cakes and long loaves into Albert's pocket. In future confrontations with Professor Fry, he would have nothing to worry about. He could simply adorn himself with rock cakes, rendering Frey's spells ineffective against him. Shall we go and observe the confrontation between Gryffindor and Slytherin? Was suggested, tiptoeing to glimpse the fray in the distance. Upon hearing that their own house was involved, the twins and Albert hurried towards the chaotic crowd. A few first-year wizards appeared somewhat powerless amidst the throng, exerting considerable effort to reach the center of the melee. Several Gryffindor students had been injured, with Charlie Weasley lying on the grass, bloodied and unconscious. The others, though sprawled on the ground and wailing, still had enough strength in their voices to indicate that their injuries were not severe. The twins rushed forward, and Albert hastily approached, drawing his wand to cast a healing spell on Charlie. Cedric and Was detained a Gryffindor student who was watching, inquiring about the events leading up to this incident. The matter was quite straightforward. It was merely a dispute between the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch teams over the usage rights of the pitch. As the argument escalated, Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, suddenly drew his wand and attacked Charlie, leveraging the advantage of surprise to topple the Gryffindor players. Though Charlie was formidable and capable of escaping, he chose to protect several second-year students, thus finding himself at a disadvantage against the Slytherin onslaught. The other Slytherin students, unlike Flint, were not as dishonorable. Yet none dared to speak against Flint. With his involvement, the Slytherin team quickly overpowered their Gryffindor counterparts. Albert rose from Charlie's side and strode directly to Marcus. Apologize. What did you say? Marcus snarled, gripping Albert's collar. You expect me, a noble Slytherin, to apologize to a traitor from a pure-blood family? Do you even remember which house you belong to? Albert maintained a calm demeanor. Only those familiar with him could discern that this was a precursor to his impending eruption. Cedric and Waz had discreetly gripped their wands, while the twins rose in fury, glaring at Marcus, their eyes glinting with a desire to devour him whole. The Slytherin students approached with malevolent expressions, and the Gryffindor students were equally defiant. A clash between the two houses was imminent. Chapter 44, The Gryffindor Knights. Albert and Marcus exchanged glances, suddenly breaking into smiles as they sheathed their wands. Marcus mistook this as a sign of Albert's capitulation, loosening his grip on his collar. A brilliant light erupted amidst the crowd. Am I to become light? This was Marcus's final thought before losing consciousness. A hefty baguette, crafted by Hagrid, struck Marcus squarely in the face, causing him to crumple to the ground. Many upper-year Slytherin students were momentarily blinded by the intense radiance, while the first-year students remained unscathed, having attended defense against the dark arts classes with Albert, where they had learned his combat habits. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor side had already prepared. Thanks to the warnings from the other four, Albert wielded a rock cake in his left hand, fortified by a Kamar-Taj magical shield, while his right hand brandished a baguette entwined with a magical whip. He charged forward, navigating through the Slytherin students as if they were air. However, this approach rendered him unable to use the blinding charm to disrupt his foes. Fortunately, the others were well versed in the incantation as well. The remaining four positioned themselves before the throng of Gryffindor students, erecting an unyielding defense with the shield charm. The upper-year students, reacting swiftly, joined them to reinforce and widen this barrier. In stark contrast to the organized Gryffindor formation, the Slytherin side descended into chaos. Albert, wielding a shield in his left hand and a stick in his right, pierced through their ranks repeatedly, thwarting their ability to mount an effective counterattack. Additionally, sporadic magical blasts from the Gryffindor side struck their faces, blinding them further. However, it wasn't long before the Slytherin students discovered a counter to the blinding charm. Waz took charge, orchestrating the Gryffindor battle formation, his leadership skills shining through at that moment. Students adept at the shield charm stood at the forefront, tasked solely with maintaining their protective barrier. Those lacking the charm positioned themselves behind the line, casting an array of spells towards the front. Heavy firepower. To bolster Gryffindor's defensive line, Cedric employed Transfiguration to erect a series of fortifications ahead of their ranks, alleviating the burden on the front-line students maintaining the shield. The twins, akin to firefighters, darted to fill any gaps that appeared. News spread swiftly, and an increasing number of Slytherin students rushed from other areas to provide support, while reinforcements for Gryffindor were also on their way. It must be said that the majority of the pure-blooded Slytherins exhibit a significantly higher level of magical prowess compared to the more heterogeneous Gryffindors. Even though they do not possess a numerical advantage, the Slytherins managed to organize an effective counterattack after the initial chaos. The pressure on Albert intensified. With the increasing number of combatants, it became impossible for him to charge through the crowd as he had before. After once again breaching the ranks of Slytherin students, Albert, caught between the two factions, conjured a large shield before him, providing cover as he gradually retreated towards the Gryffindor line. The light glinted off the shielded rock cakes, dislodging only a few crumbs, and one cannot deny the remarkable utility of the food Hagrid had prepared. It appeared that Slytherin reinforcements arrived more swiftly than those of Gryffindor, and what had initially been a favorable position for Gryffindor was now being steadily undermined by the relentless assault of the enemy. Finally, the Slytherins had the capacity to allocate some personnel to assist the wounded. Two individuals, bewildered yet compliant, transformed the earth into a battalion of heavily armored steeds, complete with saddles, reins, and stirrups. Albert emptied his pockets, spilling forth all the long loaves Hagrid had gifted him, which formed a small mound behind the Gryffindor troops. Without a moment to catch his breath, Albert paired the loaves, magically binding them into elongated bread lances. Those with courage, follow me. Mount up. Although Albert was a Slytherin, the Gryffindor students complied with his command, having just witnessed his formidable prowess against Slytherin. Just moments earlier, Albert had single-handedly toppled at least 20 Slytherin students. Rapidly organizing the cavalry formation, he anticipated the arrival of the professors, who would soon be drawn to the turmoil of such a grand event. Relay my orders. All troops don your armor. Albert, at the forefront of the Gryffindor cavalry, raised his bread lance and proclaimed, "Charge forth. Hogwarts forever." The mounted students donned the heavy armor crafted by Transfiguration, adjusting their tall, imposing helmets and grasping their lances. They then lowered their visors. The newly armed Gryffindor knights were eager and ready for the fray. Over 30 knights formed a tightly packed line, so cohesive that from a distance, they resembled an impenetrable wall. Concealed behind the Gryffindor formation, They gathered at the opposite end of the Quidditch pitch, hidden from Slytherin's view as they prepared their strategy. A boy gripped his lance, his hand trembling slightly. "Relax, Oliver. Just charge forward when the time comes," Percy reassured the boy beside him. Seeing that everyone was ready, Albert waved his hand vigorously. "All troops, advance! Hogwarts forever!" Albert tightened his legs, urging his steed onward, galloping towards the Slytherin formation. "Hogwarts forever! Gryffindor forever!" The valiant Gryffindor knights chanted in unison, their fervent spirits resonating through the heavens. They followed Albert's lead, leveling their lances, lowering their bodies, and entering a charge. The steed neighed, hooves thundered, and dust billowed around them. The commotion of the cavalry charge startled Professor McGonagall, who stood and peered through her office window, witnessing the terrifying spectacle. "Oh, Merlin!" With a flick of her wand, a silver-glowing tabby cat Patronus emerged, soaring through the office door and racing towards the headmaster's chamber. Even the distance from one end of the Quidditch pitch to the other seemed insufficient to match the speed of the Gryffindor cavalry, yet it was adequate. Unless they wished to incite calamity. "Is the ground shaking?" a Slytherin student inquired of their prefect. "No, it's..." The Gryffindor formation suddenly parted. "Cavalry charge!" The Slytherin students shrieked in panic, descending into chaos. Some sought to flee to the sides, while others attempted to retaliate. Spells ricocheted harmlessly off the heavily armored knights, eliciting no more sensation than a mere mosquito bite. The full-body armor rendered Slytherin's attempts to find a vulnerable spot futile. Resistance proved ultimately futile. They could not impede the Gryffindor cavalry's onslaught. "No prisoners, no merci," echoed the triumphant cries of the Gryffindor knights in response to Albert. Who? Who? The lances struck fiercely against the bodies of Slytherin students. Iron hooves trampled the ground, littering it with unconscious Slytherins and shattered wands. They encircled Albert, tossing him into the air and catching him again. Albert! Chapter 45. The debut of the third-generation Dark Lord. "What have you all done?" Flames ignited within the throng as Fawkes the Phoenix, accompanied by Dumbledore, appeared on the Quidditch pitch. The Gryffindor students froze, and, as they released their grip, Albert crashed heavily to the ground. Merlin's beard. In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never witnessed such an occurrence. Following Dumbledore's arrival were the tardy Hogwarts professors. Two houses, a mass brawl. Such a grievous event has never transpired in the history of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's countenance was grim, appearing more fearsome than an old bat. Ignoring his own injuries, Albert approached Dumbledore with a conciliatory smile. "Professor Dumbledore, I just happened to pass by when I saw the two houses fighting. You see, I have already diffused the situation." The Slytherin students, sprawled on the ground and wailing in agony, along with the shattered wands scattered about, rendered Albert's words lacking in credibility. Dumbledore's face was ashen as he surveyed the scene. The Quidditch pitch resembled a landscape from which a layer had been scraped away, with the ground pockmarked by numerous deep indentations wrought by spells. Nearly every student from both houses bore injuries. The Gryffindors fared somewhat better, while the Slytherins were left battered and bruised, their faces and bodies smeared with blood. Among them were several youthful faces, evidently first or second years, who had clearly joined in the fray. Taking a deep breath, Dumbledore endeavored to calm his tumultuous heart, while Albert, concerned for the elder's health, rummaged through his robes until he finally produced a vial of revitalizing elixir, weakly placing it into Dumbledore's hand. "Professors, please assist Madame Pomfrey in relocating the injured students to the infirmary." As for Albert Stokes, Dumbledore shot him a fierce glare, commanding, "Follow me to the headmaster's office." This was dire. Dumbledore had invoked his full name. Professor Snape's expression was extraordinarily grim, his gaze icy and laced with barely contained fury. What incensed him was not merely the brawl itself. Rather, it was the humiliating defeat suffered by the Slytherins at the hands of the Gryffindor ruffians, leaving none of the Slytherin students able to stand. Snape seized a Hufflepuff girl who had been spectating rather than participating, demanding, "Speak. What transpired here?" Poor Nymphadora Tonks, intimidated by the wrathful old bat, felt her legs grow weak. Was there danger even in watching? Desperately, she glanced around, noting that her fellow Hufflepuff companions had fled, leaving her the sole object of scrutiny. "Professor, as I passed the Quidditch pitch, I saw the two houses confronting each other. I'm not sure how it escalated into a fight. I saw a group of warhorses appear behind the Gryffindor ranks, and then their students mounted, formed ranks, and charged. After that, the Slytherin students were utterly vanquished." Professor McGonagall, who had been attending to Charlie Weasley's injuries, suddenly rose, exclaiming, "Severus, that is precisely what I wish to address. Gryffindor requires an explanation. According to the majority of witness accounts, It was Marcus Flint from Slytherin who initiated the ambush on our Charlie Weasley. Snape intercepted a Slytherin student, assisted by classmates en route to the infirmary, and asked, "Is this true?" The young wizard, despite his desire to deny it, ultimately nodded ever so slightly. Snape was nearly driven to madness. To be ambushed first and then completely annihilated was a humiliation too great to bear. He crouched to examine the injuries of his house's students, his oily hair almost igniting with the flames of his fury, especially when he learned that the leader of the Gryffindor Knights was none other than Albert. His hair ignited with fury. He strode among the injured students, wand in hand, roaring incessantly. "Fool! Fool! Fool! Professor! Professor!" The castle's caretaker, Argus Filch, anxiously reminded Professor Snape. "What is it?" Snape replied with a look of impatience. Filch pointed to the top of Snape's head. "Your hair is on fire." Ignoring Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin, Professor McGonagall knelt down to tend to the wounded Gryffindor students. Her eyes were red with concern, as nearly every upper-year Gryffindor bore the marks of at least 3 curses, while the younger students were comparatively protected, with only a few sustaining injuries. McGonagall felt a deep pang of sympathy for the scorched marks left on their bodies by the spells. In the headmaster's office, Albert assisted Professor Dumbledore into a chair, thoughtfully pouring him a glass of water. The dark clouds that had overshadowed Dumbledore's face seemed to lighten at Albert's gestures, though he still refrained from taking the restorative potion Albert had prepared for him. Dumbledore appeared somewhat dazed as he used legilimency to reconstruct the events from the minds of the students involved in the brawl. With a flick of his wand, he projected the filtered and organized images into the air. For particularly striking young wizards bustled within the Gryffindor ranks. Shield wall, prepare for defense. 30 meters ahead, spells unleashed. And most notably, the solitary figure charging through the Slytherin ranks, the scene blurring before shifting to the cavalry's charge. Dumbledore's expression grew distant as he beheld the fierce cavalry, almost believing he was witnessing the Knights Templar of the medieval papacy hunting down wizards. There, at the forefront, was the knight leading the charge, imbued with exceptional magical talent, charismatic authority, and flanked by like-minded companions. In Albert, Dumbledore glimpsed the shadow of an old friend. A headache began to form as he pondered how to guide Albert in the future. He could hardly endure the trials posed by a third Dark Lord. Quietly standing to the side, Albert feigned silence, discreetly grabbing a cockroach from the jar and popping it into his mouth, feeling the sensation of its legs moving within. As he munched, he watched the images Dumbledore conjured from his mind. "Am I truly this dashing?" Albert mused inwardly, channeling the spirit of Zhao Zilong. In a manor on the outskirts of Berlin, Grindelwald opened his eyes. "Ah, has that child begun his debut?" Chapter 46. Oh dear, it feels like love. Today's lesson was clearly not going to happen. Given the circumstances, there was no need for them to occupy precious medical resources. The infirmary at Hogwarts evidently lacked the experience of treating such a multitude of students in one fell swoop, resulting in a somewhat chaotic state. After a long afternoon of toil, many students had only received rudimentary care, with no further treatment administered. It was clear that Madame Pomfrey could not manage this burden alone. Numerous professors voluntarily stepped in to assist. Even the reclusive divination professor, the ever-dwelling Sybil Trelawney, set her beloved bottle aside to partake in the effort to heal the students. Professor Dumbledore, too, was occupied with mending the broken wands, for a shattered wand is no trifling matter in a magical realm. The doors of the great hall swung open, and a group of Gryffindor students entered, chattering and laughing, their faces still bearing bruises, yet their radiant smiles remained undiminished, in stark contrast to the buoyant spirits of Gryffindor. The atmosphere among the Slytherins was somber, their usual pride replaced by an eerie silence. One Slytherin girl could no longer endure the oppressive ambience and quietly wept. At the long tables of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, students whispered among themselves, noting that more than half of the seats at the other 2 tables were conspicuously empty. Those individuals likely remained in the infirmary, casualties of the recent turmoil. This oppressive atmosphere shattered with the entrance of a particular individual. Albert! Albert! The Gryffindor table erupted in enthusiastic applause. Students unable to contain their exuberance as they called out Albert's name. Standing at the center of the hall, Albert opened his arms towards the Gryffindor table, basking in the moment. He then waved his hands to beckon silence. "My brothers, my sisters, my friends," he began, and the hall hushed, all eyes fixed upon the wizard standing before them. "Your applause is not for me. It is for yourselves. Magic flourishes only in a select few souls. As noble wizards, we must embody the virtuous qualities befitting this rare gift." Albert turned his gaze towards Marcus Flint at the Slytherin table. as the first student to faint during the skirmish. He had been fortunate to receive prompt assistance from his peers, sustaining minimal harm, and now able to sit in the hall and partake in lunch. Albert then faced the Gryffindor table once more. I take immense pride in standing among you. Such despicable individuals are scarce. Before me stands a gathering of wizards with rare and noble bloodlines. Regardless of your origins, this blood once coursed through the veins of our ancestors. Now, it surges within us. Tell me, do you wish for it to be sullied? Marcus Flint, your actions are a profound disgrace. Albert approached the Slytherin long table, placing a foot on the chair beside Marcus, casting a disdainful gaze upon the furious, crimson-faced Marcus. If you deem my words to be an insult, then I challenge you to a fair duel with your wand. Do you dare? Albert enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis. Marcus clenched his hands tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers. Yet he ultimately lacked the courage to confront Albert in combat. He merely slumped despondently into his chair. Releasing his grip, Albert scoffed, disregarding the defeated one's inner turmoil, and departed from Marcus's side. Remember this. A wizard who resorts to ambushes and preys upon the weak is devoid of true substance. What we seek is not victory through such despicable acts, but the pride that comes with being a wizard. My brethren, wizards, long life. After a brief silence, the hall erupted with a thunderous roar. Wizards, long life. Outside the hall, Snape cast a grim gaze upon the unfolding events within. He then turned and walked away in a specific direction, despite being labeled a traitor to Slytherin. Albert ultimately took his seat at the long table. Several pure-blood students approached him, extending their hands in greeting. Albert, you are right. The honor of pure-blood nobility should not be tarnished by such vile conduct. Flint is a disgrace to purebloods. Albert, shedding his earlier aloofness, smiled warmly as he shook their hands. Does it hurt? A soft, delicate voice inquired from beside him. Turning his head, he beheld a girl with clear, gray-green eyes. She asked once more, your wounds, they hurt, don't they? Not too badly. While nearly everyone's attention was fixated on Albert's glorious achievements, only the girl beside him noticed the scars left by spells on his body. Her beautifully arched brows furrowed slightly, a hint of worry sweeping across her finely crafted features, enhancing her already extraordinary beauty with a touch of endearing charm. It was then that Albert realized there was such a lovely girl among his fellow Slytherins. What is her name? Albert inquired gently, gazing at the delicate visage before him. Elizabeth Olsen, she replied, as her hands glowed with a crimson light, magic coalescing within her palms. She took Albert's hand and pressed her palm against the scar on the back of his hand. In that moment, Albert felt as though he were enveloped in a soothing hot spring, all his pain dissipating in an instant. To his astonishment, the injuries that had only received minimal treatment vanished without a trace. Having healed Albert's wounds, the young witch beamed at him with a sweet smile. Albert felt his heart skip a beat. Oh no, is this what it feels like to be smitten? Indeed, it is the enchanting sensation of infatuation. Ah, my dear wife, as I complete my thesis, I will be able to provide 2 updates on Wednesdays and weekends when I am free from classes. On Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, I have classes, so I can only manage 1 update. Chapter 47. Let us engage in fencing. In the 8th floor of the castle, within the headmaster's office, Dumbledore addressed Severus. Severus, you truly ought to keep an eye on that student. Albus, I am cognizant of your concerns. I assure you, he shall not become the next Voldemort. Do not utter that name in my presence. Severus snapped, his teeth clenched, his body trembling slightly. Dumbledore sighed softly. After all these years, you are still unable to come to terms with Lily's death? The mere mention of Lily's name nearly shattered Severus's mental defenses, which he had maintained with utmost vigilance. Enough. I have no desire to revisit the past, Severus shouted, his emotions spiraling out of control. That child possesses friendships and bonds that the Dark Lord lacked. Perhaps you should heed his stirring address in the Great Hall. With his wand tip entwined with strands of silver, Severus strode towards the pensive in the corner of the room, casting in the extracted memories. He may not become the next Dark Lord, but whether he might emerge as the next Grindelwald remains uncertain. Dumbledore plunged his head into the pensieve. From Severus's memories, he beheld the confident figure standing in the center of the Great Hall, a golden-haired youth whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to a young Grindelwald. How can you still find mirth at a time like this? Severus exclaimed in exasperation. We must take action. His words faltered as he noticed the golden threads entwined around Dumbledore's wrist. Severus recognized them instantly. A binding vow. When did this occur? Thus, there is no need for concern, is there? That day in the headmaster's office, after reaching a consensus, Albert proactively proposed to Dumbledore the notion of entering into a contract before Dumbledore could speak. The two did not forge an unbreakable vow. The only wizard powerful enough to bind Dumbledore had long since vanished, and Dumbledore could not locate him. Hence, Albert unearthed a contract spell from the Book of the Vistani, one that bore similarities to an unbreakable vow but did not necessitate witnesses. It manifested much like an unbreakable vow, and Severus, not scrutinizing it closely, failed to discern any anomalies. The terms of the vow stipulated that Albert would exert every effort to save Ariana's life and would never commit any act that jeopardized Hogwarts. Well, it merely states not to endanger Hogwarts. There is no mention of not threatening the magical world. Both the elder and the younger foxes chose to selectively overlook this matter. Thus, whether the magical world would be thrown into turmoil remains uncertain. Observing Albert's current propensity for chaos, it seems plausible. The other party to the contract, Dumbledore, was tasked with protecting Albert until he matured, teaching him magic until he became a powerful wizard capable of standing on his own. Albert remained oblivious to the happenings in the principal's office, engrossed in a tender exchange with Elizabeth in the auditorium. What kind of magic is this? He mused. I am uncertain. This is my first experience since the magical surge. So, this is your innate talent? Albert's eyes sparkled with realization, recognizing it as a form of magic that could be wielded without a wand. The girl nodded. I can only manage a rudimentary application, yet I sense its power extends far beyond that. Do you not know how to harness it? Perhaps Professor Dumbledore could assist you. The girl seemed hesitant about consulting Dumbledore. After all, not everyone had the privilege, like Albert, of being summoned to the principal's office for tea 5 times within a few months of school, nor had they established some clandestine arrangement with the venerable headmaster. Indeed, 3 of those visits occurred within the first month of term. Such frequent visits to the principal's office, not the office, but to Hogwarts, might only be rivaled in the school's history by Elena, who would enroll 2 years later. Or perhaps you could join our group. We were merely a handful of novice wizards before our enrollment. Leaning closer to the girl's ear, Albert's breath brushed against her cheek, causing a slight blush to color her face. I shall confide in you that we have discovered an excellent place to practice magic at school. What place? A secret. I cannot divulge it just yet. Albert then stood, stating, I shall consult with them. He swiftly made his way to the Gryffindor table, where Waz and Cedric were gathered, engrossed in the twins' boastful tales, sparing him the trouble of seeking others at the 2 remaining tables. Listening to the lively chatter of the Gryffindors, Albert felt a twinge of exasperation. It did not take long for him to realize that he and his companions had unwittingly acquired the title of Hogwarts 5 Generals. What sort of absurd title is that? And what is this Gryffindor 30 Warriors nonsense? Why not call yourselves the Spartan 300? Hey, I am not some centurion of your Gryffindor. Hello, is anyone listening to me? The surrounding Gryffindor students were animatedly discussing the formation of a Hogwarts Knights, trampling Death Eaters underfoot. Even Percy, typically so rule-bound and serious, was enthusiastically engaging, aspiring to lead this so-called Hogwarts Knights. Albert surrendered to the chaos. After considerable effort, he finally managed to extract the other 4 generals from the center of the crowd. I wish to recruit a new member. Who? Albert pointed towards Elizabeth at the Slytherin table. The others followed his gaze, and as they noticed her, Elizabeth waved cheerfully. The faces of the 4 were soon adorned with mischievous grins. That is Elizabeth Olsen. She possesses a certain, Albert began, but was interrupted. Oh, they chimed in unison. This marks the first revelation for Albert, discovering that the seemingly serious Waz and Cedric possess a rather lewd side. It goes without saying. The brothers are well aware, wouldn't you agree, Fred? George nudged Fred with his shoulder. So, this must be the future sister-in-law, right? Compared to George, Fred was far more straightforward. Albert felt an overwhelming urge to cast a spell on Fred, wondering when he became your brother. Do you mind if I make a move on your territory, Ivor? Perhaps due to the fact that Slytherin and Hufflepuff had never attended classes together. Cedric had never noticed such a beautiful girl from Slytherin before. His eyes were nearly transfixed. A pair of semicircular magical diagrams materialized silently in Albert's hands. Cedric, let us duel. Today, it is either you or I that shall meet our demise. Despite having repeatedly asserted that women only hinder his wand-drawing speed and resolutely refusing to engage in romantic pursuits, Albert ultimately found himself enchanted. Should I prepare more drafts in advance, or publish them as soon as I finish writing? Chapter 48, The Olsen Sisters. In the Slytherin girls' dormitory, after nightfall, one girl quietly slipped out of bed. The dormitory door creaked open a narrow gap, and Elizabeth stealthily emerged from the room. A voice, ethereal in the darkness, echoed behind her. Elizabeth, where are you going? Ah! Startled by the sudden voice, Elizabeth let out a scream. A hand swiftly covered her mouth. Shoo, it's me. Recognizing the voice's owner, Elizabeth sighed in relief. Sister, you nearly scared me to death. The Lumos charm illuminated the faces of two girls, strikingly similar to Elizabeth. They were her sisters, Ashley Olsen and Mary-Kate Olsen, both twins and fourth-year students of Slytherin. Had I not followed? My dear sister might have been whisked away without my knowledge. Ashley playfully flicked Elizabeth's smooth forehead with her finger. Elizabeth covered her forehead. Howdy! Didn't we agree that you wouldn't flick my forehead after starting school? The two led Elizabeth toward the common room, while Mary-Kate reproached her. A first-year student who can't even master the disillusionment charm dares to sneak out at night. What gives you such courage? Your assertion is quite mistaken, my lady. In the center of the common room, a ripple in the air revealed Albert, having dispelled his disillusionment charm, standing before the trio. Ashley squinted, scrutinizing Albert. A first-year who can master the disillusionment charm. Impressive talent indeed. You must have indulged in quite a bit of nighttime escapades. They did not introduce themselves, but Albert deduced their identities from their striking resemblance to Elizabeth. Thank you for your compliment. Albert responded with a gentlemanly bow, for they were destined to be his future aunts-in-law, at least in his mind, and he must not forsake etiquette. So, it is you who intends to take my lovely sister on a nocturnal adventure? Mary-Kate's tone was unfriendly. How could she possibly regard this young wizard, who seemed intent on whisking away her sister, warmly? Indeed, Elizabeth possesses a rare talent that is uncommon among ordinary individuals. I cannot bear to witness such a gift being squandered. Albert straightened his posture, meeting Mary-Kate's gaze with a demeanor that was neither submissive nor arrogant. Exuding a sense of confidence, Ashley approached Albert, towering over him by nearly a head and a half, her commanding presence forcing him to avert his eyes. Whereupon, he could only see the impressive rise of her chest. Considering their appearances, they appear to be no older than 4th or 5th graders, merely 13 or 14 years of age, yet displaying such remarkable development. To the room of requirement. It is a place where magic can be freely unleashed, a splendid venue for practicing spells. Noticing Albert's discomfort, Ashley chuckled lightly, her tone softening slightly compared to before. Let us go. Lead the way. Once they exited the Slytherin common room, Albert adeptly guided the three ladies, skillfully evading the watchful gaze of the castle's caretaker, Filch. Even without the Marauder's map, this task was a breeze for Albert. After all, even if Filch were to catch him, what could he possibly do? It was merely a fleeting memory, and this was not Albert's first escapade. At this rate, one might suspect that Albert's proficiency in the Oblivion Charm would soon surpass that of Gilderoy Lockhart, navigating accurately through the constantly shifting staircases. Albert led them along the shortest route to the 8th floor of the castle, arriving at the tapestry depicting the troll being beaten by the giant. He explained to the Olsen sisters how to access the room of requirement, then pushed open the door that had suddenly materialized in the wall. Now, welcome to our secret gathering. With Albert's declaration, eerie green flames ignited along the walls of the room of requirement. Does this seem familiar? It should. Last time, this very trick was employed to dissuade two aspiring young witches from joining. However, this time, Cedric and the others were not attempting to deter new members, but rather to create a chilling atmosphere to provide Albert with an opportunity. As soon as Elizabeth became frightened, she would cling to Albert in terror. Had Albert been aware of their intentions, he would have been moved to tears, only to retaliate with a punch. Elizabeth's two sisters are right here. Are you trying to get me killed? As expected, the twin sisters drew their wands, casting Lumos spells into the room. The glowing orbs illuminated every corner, revealing the positions of the four. Despite the prank having failed, the four did not feel disheartened. Although they were puzzled by the unexpected addition of two individuals, they prepared to emerge confidently to welcome their guests. Another beam of light sliced through the air, striking the shield charm that was had instinctively cast, causing ripples to emanate. Draw your wands, and let me see your capabilities. Mary-Kate stepped forward, wand raised. Addressing the four in the room, Ashley's gaze remained sternly fixed on Albert. You too. Albert nodded slightly and approached his companions. The Olsen sisters also entered the room of requirement, making their way to the opposite side of the room. Just as Albert reached Waz and the others, he suddenly turned, and a magical shield illuminated, blocking a curse that had been stealthily cast from behind. This marked the commencement of the battle. George and Fred's left hands glowed with similar shields, albeit smaller than Albert's, effectively defending against the incoming spells while their right hands wielded wands to swiftly retaliate. Cedric and Waz positioned themselves behind the other three, occasionally interspersing their spells with transfiguration curses aimed at the clutter behind the twin sisters. However, The surprise attacks via transfiguration posed little disruption to the sisters. Among their peers, they were undeniably exceptional witches, effortlessly casting silent protective charms to guard against the attacks from behind. The Olsen sisters surpassed the 5 opponents in both spellcasting speed and potency. Not to mention their remarkable synergy as twins, as their telepathic bond was not solely a trait of the Weasley twins. Even though the durability of their magical shields was significantly greater than that of the ironclad charms, Albert and the Weasley twins still found their defenses quite taxing. Suddenly, all 5 of them paused in their spellcasting and directed a dazzling charm towards the Olsen sisters. Yet, the intensified flash charm had little effect on the duo, as they were well aware of their opponent's capabilities, having participated as students in the Quidditch Championship. They were not akin to Marcus Flint and his inept crew. As outstanding students of Slytherin, they would not falter against spells that had already been countered. "Boys, is this all you've got?" Ashley casually cast spells, even finding time to taunt her adversaries. Elizabeth gazed at her sisters in awe, astonished that her sisters could dominate the renowned champions of Hogwarts. Simply relying on defense would not suffice. "Albert, do something," George shouted, equally positioned at the front lines. Fred promptly retrieved a large bag from his trousers, causing Albert to question whether he had performed a disillusionment charm on his pants, for it was difficult to fathom how Fred had extracted such a bag from his clothing. Moreover, wasn't he concerned about the potential dangers of storing such items in that location? Fred hurled several vials from the bag towards the relentlessly attacking Olsen sisters. But whether flames or acidic liquids, they were all thwarted, clearly indicating that this tactic was ineffective. A hand reached from behind and seized the bag from Fred. "Broomstick, come." Cedric summoned a broomstick with a spell, grabbed the bag, and soared towards the Olsen sisters. Spells whizzed past him as Cedric executed a 360-degree spin on the broomstick, evading several incoming curses. Subsequently, he deftly maneuvered the broom through the air, weaving with serpentine grace. As the spells cast by the Olsen sisters failed to land a single blow upon him. In a particularly thrilling moment, a spell narrowly grazed his scalp. "Wow!" George exclaimed in astonishment. Such feats, even the players of the Quidditch team at the Academy would find challenging. This underscored Cedric's remarkable talent in the sport. Cedric, controlling the broom with one hand, charged headlong towards the Olsen sisters. His focus was unwavering as he observed the direction indicated by their wands, his body subtly swaying to evade the majority of their spell attacks. Only a few spells struck against the protective shield he had conjured, rendering them ineffective. As the broom drew ever closer, the Olsen sisters were compelled to dodge to the sides. Just as the broom was about to pass before them, Cedric flicked his wand, conjuring a cloud of dust, and with a swift motion of his left hand, executed a spectacular tailspin. At the closest point, the broom's tail was less than a meter away from the 2 sisters, enveloping them in a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. They both found themselves unable to suppress their coughing. While the armor provided protection against spells, it offered no defense against the fine particles of dust. George and Fred had dispelled their shields, gazing in astonishment at Cedric's solo performance. The sound of glass shattering was crisp and melodious, as flames coursed over the protective barrier conjured by the Olsen sisters. Another vial exploded, splattering a caustic liquid that began to corrode the protective shield with a hissing sound. Frost, flames, and acidic liquid alternated, occasionally interspersed with spells raining down from above, as Cedric single-handedly quelled the offensive onslaught of the Olsen sisters. This style of combat struck Albert as somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a character he had encountered in a previous life, a player known as the Magician in an online game. "Mage Scholar, say what you've seen. What are you still hesitating for?" Albert clasped his hands together, summoning a golden thread that elongated in his grasp, ultimately transforming into a 2-meter-long magical spear. With all his might, Albert hurled the spear forward. A glimmer of cold light heralded its approach, followed by the spear's swift exit akin to a dragon's flight. As Albert arrived, he grasped the tail of the spear, embodying a deity of battle, Aye of Autumn. The Olsen sisters, being pure-blooded Slytherins, had never experienced such close-quarters combat. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly, casting an unknown spell at one another. The spell struck them, lacking any extraordinary effects, merely propelling their bodies away and allowing them to evade Albert's attack. As pure-bloods from Slytherin, it was reasonable for them to possess a few family heirloom spells. Angry Dragon pierces the heart. The golden spear's tip radiated an increasingly brilliant light as Albert transformed into a streak of luminescence, hurtling towards Ashley. Ashley had just been struck by a curse. Crashing into the wall, frozen in place and utterly unable to evade the relentless onslaught that followed. No, Elizabeth, watching anxiously from the sidelines, shouted in desperation, fearing that Albert intended to take Ashley's life. The Weasley twins, wielding swords conjured from magic, charged at Mary-Kate. The shattering of a silver vial sent water splattering, while the clash of iron rang out like a battle cry. A flash of golden light streaked by as a spear grazed Ashley's cheek, embedding itself forcefully into the wall beside her. For a moment, Ashley believed her life was forfeit. Disarmed her weapons. A crimson light surged forth, and Ashley's wand was wrenched from her grasp, now held firmly by Waz, who simultaneously clutched Mary-Kate's wand. The spear disintegrated into a flurry of sparks. Trembling against the wall, Ashley slid down softly, her back drenched in perspiration. The Weasley brothers also relinquished their swords, revealing the undeniable truth. In close combat, wizards in this world were woefully inadequate. Having endured countless brutal encounters with Albert, the Weasley twins had learned a fair share of fighting techniques, and they swiftly overpowered Mary-Kate once the distance closed. Concerned for her sister's well-being, Elizabeth hurried over. Fortunately, both of her sisters were unharmed. It was merely the shock that had left Ashley's legs weak, rendering her unable to stand. After all, she was just a fourth-year student, despite her considerable magical prowess. She had never encountered such an intense battle. The overwhelming aura of malice radiating from Albert, coupled with the menacing spear he wielded, had nearly paralyzed her with fear. Elizabeth cast a disapproving glare at Albert, who awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Had he not restrained himself at the last moment? Furthermore, the fight had not been instigated by him, so why was he being blamed? He retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket, unwrapped it, and offered it to Ashley. "Sweets can aid in your recovery." "Thank you," she replied. In her mind, she had envisioned a scene where Albert's spear pierced the chin of the dragon he was destined to challenge. "Dragon, rise," Albert commanded, invoking the dragon's assent. At that moment, the commentator, Lee Jordan, erupted in fervent excitement from the commentary booth. Ha, shamelessly riding the coattails of the popularity of full-time expert. Chapter 50, Elizabeth's Astonishing Talent. Was casually summoned several sofas, and Elizabeth assisted her sister Ashley into one of them. "So, our magical abilities aren't too shabby, right?" Albert settled down across from the three Olsen sisters. Mary-Kate shot Albert an exasperated glare. "Are you really first-year students?" In that bizarre art of conjuration, such a combat style has never existed in the wizarding world. After consuming the chocolate, Ashley felt significantly better. "Would you like to learn? Joining the Akatsuki can teach you." In Albert's view, this organization, which is of somewhat trivial nature, merely serves as a collective for the sharing of knowledge and mutual advancement, a learning community. The criteria for new members are quite straightforward. They seek only the elite or individuals with exceptional talents in specific fields. There are no requirements regarding background. Loyalty is not demanded. Lineage is disregarded. And only prowess is considered. Perhaps attractiveness also factors in. Thus, after a brief acquaintance with the Olsen sisters, to the extent that they did not even know their names, the group hastily decided to invite the three sisters to join, as their capabilities had already earned their respect. "Shouldn't you introduce yourselves first, boys?" Ashley suddenly recalled that they were yet unfamiliar with one another. Albert Stokes, they took turns introducing themselves. "I am Fred Weasley, and this is George Weasley." "Get lost, George. I am Fred." The twin brothers continued their usual antics. "Cedric Diggory. Was Reinhardt. Is that the Reinhardt family?" Mary-Kate evidently recognized the prestigious name. "Indeed, it is the one you were thinking of," Was affirmed with a nod. "I'm Mary-Kate Olsen. Pleased to meet you all. This is Ashley, my twin sister. And our beloved younger sister, Elizabeth," Ashley interjected. Albert then produced a collection of rings from his pocket, each member adorned with a matching style. "Are you planning to propose already, having just met?" Ashley exclaimed in surprise. Albert suppressed the impulse to pierce her with a sharp retort and shot her a glare. "What are you thinking? These are the insignia of the organization. We all wear identical ones." They displayed the rings on their fingers. Realizing her blunder, Ashley felt no embarrassment. Instead, she pressed the accelerator further. "So you five are together?" Cedric nodded affirmatively. "Yes." George playfully slapped Cedric, who seemed dazed by the allure of beauty. "Why do I feel like our conversations always carry a hint of innuendo?" Albert sighed, covering his face. Ashley giggled behind her hand, while Elizabeth, sitting beside her, appeared bewildered. "What kind of riddle are they playing? I can't comprehend." Mary-Kate took the ring representing the organization from Albert's hand. After a moment of thought, she added, "It has to be custom-made, so it will take some time." "Are there so many benefits for new members?" Ashley inquired, donning the ring. Albert introduced the Olsen sisters to their organization, although there was little to elaborate on, primarily emphasizing the sharing of magical knowledge. Ashley and Mary-Kate gazed curiously at the shelves brimming with various thick tomes and study notes, their fingers gliding over the spines. Eventually pausing at a notebook that documented some of the secrets of Kamar-Taj, he merely recorded the methods of shaping weapons and shields with magic within that tome. Subsequent advanced spells, such as the illusionary doppelganger and the scarlet chains, were beyond Albert's grasp, and even if he were to master them in the future, he harbored no intention of adding them to his notes. One must always retain a degree of discretion in their endeavors. As they withdrew the notebook from a shelf, the two of them curiously perused its contents. Elizabeth peeked out from behind the sofa, her little head squeezed between her two elder sisters, eager to witness the peculiar magic that Albert had just conjured. Albert interjected, "The contents of that notebook you hold are incomplete." He produced another notebook from his robe. "This one must also be included." Elizabeth took the notebook from Albert's hands. The latter contained the foundational magical lines essential for constructing magical arrays, without mastering this portion first. The spells recorded in the former notebook would be mere conjecture. Perhaps wizards of exceptional talent like Dumbledore and Voldemort could deduce the methods from the later sections. But how many sorcerers in the magical realm could rival the likes of those Dark Lords? The little girl opened the cover of the notebook. The language of magic is as ancient as human civilization itself. The ancient sorcerers referred to its usage as incantation, for it embodies the source code that shapes reality. Wizards employ their magical prowess to cast spells, conjure shields, forge weapons, and create enchantments. This was the inscription that Albert had penned on the cover page. Turning past the cover, Elizabeth continued to peruse further and encountered the section on the formation of basic magical arrays. Observing the casting motions and techniques illustrated by Albert on the pages, her hands involuntarily stirred with excitement. She unconsciously mimicked the illustrations, pressing her palms together and then tracing a circle in the air. In tandem with her movements, a fully formed magical array materialized before her eyes. "Wow!" George and Fred exclaimed, rising in astonishment from the sofa. They had spent several days laboring to shape a complete magical array, which only became operational after more than 20 days of practice. Yet Elizabeth, with merely a glance, had effortlessly summoned a complete magical array. Feeling the collective gaze of her companions upon her, Elizabeth appeared somewhat bashful. With another flourish of her hands, a magical shield manifested in her grasp. "Isn't this quite simple? Miss Olson, this is by no means a trivial feat," was attempted to replicate the same casting gestures, but could only conjure a few sparks in his hands. Those sparks were scarcely enough to light a cigarette. Perhaps mastering the arcane secrets of Kamar-Taj required some elusive condition that he and Cedric had yet to fulfill. Questions that eluded understanding were best set aside for now, as Waz had elemental magic to study and lacked the capacity to delve into numerous topics simultaneously. Albert gazed intently at the golden magical shield still held by Elizabeth, realizing that this was no mere manifestation of talent. It was as though she were born from magic itself. Am I truly that remarkable? The praise rendered upon Elizabeth left her feeling even more bashful. Chapter 51. Unveiling the Secrets of Dark Magic. Following the battle at the Quidditch pitch, Hogwarts has finally returned to its regular academic routine. During potions class, the first action taken by Snape, who glided into the classroom like a great bat, was to approach Albert's desk and sharply tap the back of his head with his bat-like hand. After all, it was Albert who had led the Gryffindor team to vanquish Slytherin, and considering that Professor Snape refrained from binding him and subjecting him to various forms of punishment, one could hardly expect any warmth from him. The petty-minded Albert took note of this in his mental ledger. "Just wait. Once I acquire Voldemort's resurrection stone Horcrux, I shall see what manner of supplication you employ." In potions class, two young wizards were paired to brew potions. Previously, Albert had relied on his exceptional culinary skills, far surpassing those of his peers, to brew potions successfully on his own. Professor Snape made no comment on this. Today, emboldened, he squeezed past Elizabeth's roommate and sat beside the little girl. The girl was more than willing to facilitate an opportunity for Albert to interact with Elizabeth, and after accepting a set of League of Legends collectible skin cards, she merely sought another partner. Elizabeth felt a sense of helplessness towards Albert's actions, yet she tacitly accepted them, secretly harboring a flicker of delight in her heart. As night fell, the Olsen sisters, influenced by Albert, had also succumbed to the habit of nocturnal escapades. Upon their arrival at the room of requirement, Albert paused, refraining from entering immediately. "I shall return shortly." Without elaborating further, he turned and walked towards the headmaster's office. The grotesque stone beast guarding the entrance remained as hideous as ever. ascending the spiral staircase to a glimmering wooden door. Albert uttered the password, cockroach cluster. Dumbledore certainly had peculiar tastes. The last time he sampled a cockroach cluster, Albert could discern no flavor other than the overwhelming sense of nausea. To avoid appearing rude in front of the headmaster, he forced himself to swallow the concoction. He could not fathom how Dumbledore could treat such a delicacy as a snack, shoving one after another into his mouth. At his age, indulging in such sweets, did he not fear diabetes? Would Snape concoct potions for diabetes? It seemed he had not encountered such a potion in the Book of Vistan. The wooden door opened with a creak. "Albert, what brings you here at such a late hour?" The headmaster's desk was adorned with a half-finished glass of butterbeer and a slice of cake. Dumbledore waved his hand, causing the cake and beer to vanish. "Good evening, Professor." Albert produced a thick stack of parchment from his robes, containing various questions he had encountered while deciphering spells. Recent events had transpired rapidly, leaving him with no time to consult Professor Flitwick. Now, he had a far superior option, to seek counsel from Professor Dumbledore. "During my studies in the arcane arts, I encountered a myriad of challenges and earnestly hoped for your guidance to illuminate my path. While the pursuit of knowledge is indeed commendable, I must caution you that nocturnal excursions contravene the school's regulations." Dumbledore, while advising Albert, took the parchment from his hands. With but a cursory glance, he discerned the subject of Albert's research, an analysis of the principles underlying spellcasting, perhaps a tad ambitious, yet for a prodigious young wizard such as yourself, it merely presents a slight challenge. Dumbledore mischievously winked at Albert. As Albert awaited the completion of Dumbledore's perusal of the parchment, the process became somewhat tedious, prompting him to survey the towering bookshelves beside the desk. Revelations of dark magic? He glanced at Professor Dumbledore, who remained engrossed in the stack of parchment. Seizing the opportunity, Albert extended his mischievous hands, silently retrieving a book from the shelf and quietly opening the tome adorned with a grotesque cover. The text spoke of vicious curses, rituals necessitating the slaughter of innocent lives as offerings, and dark magic that distorts one's character. Most crucially, it delved into Horcruxes. The creation of a Horcrux requires a dark wizard to shatter their own soul through heinous acts such as murder, subsequently separating a fragment of that soul and encasing it within an object, thus the Horcrux. The strength required for soul division is immense. It cannot be achieved through mere slaughter alone, as its essence lies in the sheer malevolence of the act. This is why Voldemort crafted his Horcruxes in profoundly cruel manners, subjecting his victims to unimaginable torment before extinguishing their lives with the killing curse. He needed his victims to harbor overwhelming resentment as they approached death. Once a Horcrux is fashioned, the wizard can evade death, even if their physical form is destroyed, for a part of their soul remains intact in the world. However, the soul must remain whole. Its fragmentation is an abominable act against nature. Consequently, the vast majority of dark wizards eschew the creation of Horcruxes to evade death, preferring instead a swift passage into the afterlife. Once a soul is divided, it becomes exceedingly unstable, leading to a profound distortion of one's character. Most wizards find that a single division of their soul is the utmost limit. Yet, Voldemort managed to create 7 Horcruxes, an endeavor bordering on the impossible. The subsequent step after soul division involves selecting an appropriate object to infuse with the soul. Any object can be transformed into a Horcrux prior to such an infusion. It may appear utterly mundane, but once imbued with a fragment of a soul, it transforms into one of the most malevolent magical artifacts in existence. The process of creating a Horcrux demands an immense reservoir of magical energy to sustain it, which is why only the most formidable wizards possess the capability to forge their own. Additionally, the creation of a Horcrux necessitates formidable dark magic for protection, rendering it impervious to conventional means of destruction. In the book revealing the secrets of dark magic, it is mentioned that the material capable of destroying a Horcrux must possess an extraordinary level of destructive power, so formidable that the Horcrux can no longer be mended by magic. Albert wished to delve further into the text to discover the incantation for the Fiendfire curse, when a slender, emaciated hand pressed down upon the pages. "This is not a book for you to peruse at present." Albus Dumbledore did not express anger at Albert's clandestine examination of the dark arts texts. His tone remained gracious. "Very well, Professor." However, what Dumbledore was unaware of was that the Book of Visandus would catalog the contents Albert had read, incorporating any knowledge not originally contained within its pages and meticulously organizing it. In a brief moment, Albert had already absorbed 2/3 of the book's content. This visit to the headmaster's office proved to be quite fruitful. Chapter 52. The Fundamental Framework of Spell Models. Would you care for a drink? Just some lemonade will suffice. As Albert spoke, a cup brimming with lemonade materialized on the table. Perhaps a touch of ice as well? Ice cubes cascaded into the cup, creating a gentle splash. Albert knew that at this moment, a house elf was likely nearby, awaiting commands. I shall have a glass of lemonade as well, Dumbledore requested. And another cup appeared out of thin air. Professor, I have discerned 7 fundamental frameworks within the structure of spells. However, as I delve deeper, the requisite spell models proliferate. Setting his lemonade aside, Albert spread his hands, expressing a hint of regret. Clearly, the number of spells at my disposal is insufficient to sustain my research. Dumbledore regarded Albert with an approving gaze. You have identified 7 frameworks? I had presumed you would only uncover 3 or 4. Albert illustrated several of the frameworks in the air with golden lines. Dumbledore, smiling warmly, approached and added 5 more patterns to Albert's drawings. What is this? The remaining frameworks? Albert exclaimed in surprise, and Dumbledore nodded in affirmation. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on a somewhat aged tome on the nearby shelf, which detailed his own reflections during his exploration of spell structures, as well as numerous spell models he had devised. This may prove beneficial to you. Indeed, seeking Dumbledore's guidance was a wise decision. You seek to explore wandless magic, do you not? Dumbledore discerned Albert's innermost thoughts. I would advise against expending too much energy on this pursuit. Over the years, I too have sought ways to perform magic without a wand, but the resulting spells invariably lacked the potency of those cast with one. Albert nodded, understanding that Dumbledore, like him, had references from the secrets of Kamar-Taj, where magic could be wielded without the need for a wand. Given Dumbledore's counsel, he felt a renewed sense of direction. Albert resolved to conduct his own experiments. I understand. Thank you, Professor. The next challenge lay in devising a spell model using the 12 foundational frameworks without a wand. He contemplated integrating this with gestures. Albert shared his thoughts with Dumbledore. Integrating gestures, you say? After a moment of reflection, Dumbledore nodded slightly. That could indeed be a viable approach. Eventually, he paused once more before the bookshelf. I apologize, Albert, but I cannot recall the location of that book. What book? During my youth, I visited Africa, and that book contains my travelogue, with a section detailing the wandless magic of Ugandan sorcerers. Very well, Professor. Casting a glance at his nearly empty cup, Dumbledore issued a dismissal. Yet, he clearly offered no opportunity for further discussion. As Albert stepped out of the headmaster's office, he found himself in the Slytherin common room. Dumbledore must have utilized his authority to temporarily alter the spatial connection of the office door. The room of requirement was bustling with energy. In a bid for vengeance, Ashley called for a one-on-one duel with Albert. Waz and others exchanged glances of encouragement, settling on the nearby sofa with snacks and drinks to enjoy the spectacle. Albert wielded a broad-bladed sword, continuously parrying the spells Ashley unleashed. The sword, nearly as wide as his own body, was almost utilized as a shield. However, Ashley evidently denied him the opportunity for close combat. She had grown wary of Albert's fighting style and wisely maintained a considerable distance from him from the outset. Albert was compelled to substitute the massive sword for a shield, drawing his wand to engage Ashley in ranged combat. In this exchange, Albert was clearly no match for Ashley. Had it not been for the efficacy of the Kamar-Taj magical shield surpassing that of the iron armor spell, he would have been defeated long ago. He aspired to summon a broom, intending to replicate Cedric's strategy of overwhelming the Olsen sisters. Yet, before the broom could reach him, Ashley struck it down. Perhaps he could only wait for a moment when Ashley relaxed her guard after knocking him down to launch a surprise attack, akin to how he had unexpectedly knocked out Professor Fry. No, such a method was too despicable. Should he resort to that, the image he had cultivated before Elizabeth would utterly crumble. Grenades? RPGs? Mortars? Albert dismissed all these options. Was there truly no way out? He rapidly pondered a means to turn the tide. Seizing the moment Albert became distracted in battle, Ashley swiftly cast several powerful spells, shattering the magical shield before him. This is bad. A representative beam of red light, indicative of the disarming charm, flashed, and Albert's wand fell into Ashley's hands. Deprived of his wand, Albert found himself at a significant disadvantage against Ashley in their remote confrontation. Despite his efforts to reconstruct a protective shield, he had fallen into a passive state of being relentlessly assaulted, with Ashley refusing to grant him the opportunity to engage closely, persistently employing guerrilla tactics against him. However, a potential solution flickered in his mind, though its efficacy remained uncertain to him. Yet, he found himself devoid of superior alternatives. Mobilizing the magic within his body without the aid of a wand was undeniably a formidable challenge. Time was of the essence for Albert, as he had severed the magical energy supply to his shield. Now, the magical barrier before him functioned solely on the remnants of his power, teetering on the brink of collapse under Ashley's relentless onslaught. Albert strained with every ounce of his strength to maintain a stable flow of magic, wagering all his hopes of defeating Ashley on this singular maneuver. Chapter 53. Who Repairs a Dam? With swift precision, Albert's hands danced through intricate hand seals, the speed of his movements creating afterimages in the air. As he completed the seals, the magic within him began to coalesce into a complex, three-dimensional structure. After executing over a dozen hand signs, the spell model at the source of his magic was fully formed. The magical shield before him was riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering. Upon finishing his seals, Albert struck his hands together decisively, palms pressed in unison. "Who repairs the dam?" he exclaimed. With cheeks puffed out, Albert unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth. The sheer force of the water column struck the magical shield with such intensity that it disintegrated into sparks before being utterly obliterated by the deluge. The shield could not withstand the onslaught of the water for even a fraction of a second. The torrent surged powerfully towards Ashley. Meanwhile, Albert remained in his prayer-like pose, continuing to expel vast quantities of water. Ashley's spells collided with the waves formed by the water, merely causing splashes without any further effect. At that moment, the triumphant air she initially possessed had vanished. What the? Ashley could scarcely maintain her composure, her thoughts racing as she abandoned any pretense of decorum, her mind consumed by expletives. Before she could fully articulate her frustration, the tidal wave, no, the tsunami, swept mercilessly past her, instantly engulfing her in the massive surge conjured by Albert. The water column erupted from beneath Albert, lifting him into the air. The room within the House of Requests, designed for practicing spells, was evidently insufficient to contain such a deluge, and the water level rose steadily, threatening to inundate the entire space. Not only Ashley, but also Elizabeth and Cedric found themselves struggling amidst the turbulent waters, the mighty wave rendering the room a chaotic whirlpool, concealing treacherous undercurrents that thwarted their attempts to maintain their buoyancy and breathe. Albert severed the magical energy supply to the spell model and swiftly dove beneath the surface, feeling his way toward the door of the House of Requests. The affinity of the water element, combined with the surrounding water altered by his magic, allowed him to navigate underwater with the grace of a fish. Upon discovering an outlet, an overwhelming surge of water rushed from the room into the corridor on the 8th floor of the castle. Oh no! This commotion was deafening. Once the water in the room had drained, Albert swiftly closed the door to the room of requirement. The others, drenched and gasping for air like fish out of water, were still soaking, their clothes dripping, and water cascading from their hair in streams. They had narrowly escaped being drowned by Albert in the room of requirement. The ruckus they had created would undoubtedly attract the attention of Felix and the professors patrolling the castle at night. Albert helped Elizabeth, who had been accidentally drenched by the tidal wave, her wet robes clinging to her form and accentuating her graceful curves. This was not something they could afford to have others witness. With a wave of his hand, Albert summoned warm winds to swiftly dry the little witch-s attire. "Thank you," she replied, her cheeks flushed. As for the others, they would manage to dry themselves without further assistance. Ashley, who had been hit hardest by the tsunami, was still recovering, while the others had begun to regain their composure. Cedric, drying off his clothes, casually scanned the room, when suddenly, his gaze was ensnared by an astonishing sight. At that moment, Ashley had just risen from the floor, her figure fully exposed before everyone. Such wickedness! It is well known that the greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational pull. The mass of an object is clearly proportional to its volume. When an object emits a gravitational force strong enough, even light can be ensnared, and gaze, in strict terms, could perhaps be considered a form of light. Cedric's attention was firmly captured by two objects that could be likened to celestial bodies of black hole magnitude. Having never encountered such a scene in his youthful innocence, he found himself utterly transfixed, his eyes wide with astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. Saliva began to pool in his mouth as he struggled to swallow. Following Cedric's gaze, Waz merely glanced and promptly closed his eyes, covering Cedric's eyes with his hands, repeatedly muttering, "Do not gaze upon the indecent." Though Waz spoke thus, the occasional crack of his eyelids betrayed him. Perceiving the boy's stares, Ashley's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly turned away. Outside the room of requirement, the patrolling professor and the castle caretaker, Felix, were drawn to the sudden flood. They followed the trail of water to the 8th floor of the castle, only to lose their lead upon arrival. After a thorough search with no clues in sight, they could only shake their heads and abandon the pursuit. Dumbledore stood in the corridor, facing the room of requirement, contemplating the watermarks on the floor with a pensive expression. It appears that we must spend the night in the all-responsive chamber. The group, unable to find sleep, encircled Albert, eagerly inquiring about the wandless magic he had just performed. Among them, Was exhibited the greatest enthusiasm. He comprehended that the magic Albert had conjured was far from a mere transformation of clear water into a spring. It was elemental water magic. In a moment of unintentional brilliance, Albert had transcended the limitations of elemental magic. Albert retrieved several tomes from his belongings, geometric illustrations, concepts and structures, statics, architecture, and complex high-rise structural design. The stack of books grew taller until it matched Albert's height, at which point he ceased his extraction. A multitude of question marks hovered above their heads. Were these tomes indeed magical? They represented foundational knowledge essential for mastering the spell he had just executed. The question marks loomed larger. If this was merely preliminary knowledge, how long would it take to fully grasp the magic? Professor Dumbledore had not mentioned that the notes he provided to Albert could be shared, so Albert had no intention of revealing them. However, the 12 foundational structures of spell models could be disclosed. This was no secret. Professor Dumbledore had stated that Professor Flitwick could assist in completing the 5 structures Albert had yet to uncover. As for the method of combining gestures with magical flow, it could only be attributed to Albert's fortunate serendipity. He had merely conceived a vague idea and unexpectedly succeeded. Waz's concerns regarding the limitations of elemental magic had made progress, though that would need to be set aside for now. In summary, the most significant matter remained the wandless casting he had just performed. Chapter 54. Penelope Crevate Morning. The Great Hall. Albert sat at the Ravenclaw table, quietly discussing something with Waz. Are you implying that my elemental magic lacks the presence of a spell model? Indeed, Albert affirmed, pulling his hands apart to summon a short sword entirely composed of water. He closed his eyes, attuning to its internal magical structure. Following Albert's suggestion, Waz shut his eyes and gently touched the water sword with his fingers. Moments later, he opened his eyes. Did you feel it? Yes, Waz exclaimed with excitement, mirroring Albert's earlier action. He conjured a short sword as well, but his was forged from fire. Flames danced in Waz's hand, yet he felt no heat. The crackling of the fire was far more pronounced than the flow of water, drawing the attention of those seated at the Ravenclaw table. Waz quickly extinguished the flames. A beautiful senior with long, curly hair from Ravenclaw rose from her seat and approached Waz. Hey, Waz. Hey, Albert. What was that magic just now? She greeted the two with enthusiasm, despite Albert not being acquainted with her. Good morning, Senior Penelope. Although, this is Penelope Clearwater, a third-year senior, Waz interjected, knowing full well that Albert had no prior knowledge of her. Hello, Senior Penelope. The discussion was momentarily interrupted by the arrival of a third person. It did not disrupt Albert and Waz's engrossed conversation about magic. After briefly explaining that the recent flames were conjured through fire elemental magic, the two resumed their exploration of advanced elemental magic theories. Penelope listened with keen interest, occasionally interjecting her thoughts. The atmosphere among the three was delightful. Unbeknownst to them, at the Gryffindor long table, Percy Weasley was on the verge of bending his spoon in half. Charlie glanced at his brother Percy, then at the Ravenclaw table across, and instantly understood. However, he felt it inappropriate to meddle in his brother's romantic dilemmas, so he left Percy to his own devices. Poor boy. He hoped he would not end up with a broken heart. In Charlie's view, romance was merely a waste of time. Instead of indulging in such frivolities, one should focus on claiming the Quidditch Cup. Having finished their breakfast just before the arrival of the delivering owl, Albert and Waz planned to leave the Great Hall. Penelope called out to them, may I join your group? Albert halted, retrieving a ring from his pocket and offering it to Penelope. At 9 o'clock, let Waz take you to the meeting place. Snap! Percy witnessed the moment Albert handed the ring to Penelope, causing him to break the spoon in his hand. As Albert and Waz continued their discussion while walking towards the castle, still ahead of class time, they decided to visit Hagrid and Pet Fawn. Percy looked at his two brothers. George, Fred, may I join you? For some inexplicable reason, George and Fred detected a distinct sourness in Percy's tone. They observed Fong enthusiastically bounding towards Albert, eager to lick him. Not wishing to be drenched in slobber, Albert halted Fong's advance and then began to vigorously rub his 3 heads. The somewhat rough method of petting, typically harsh for an ordinary dog, was perfectly suited for Fong's sturdy physique. Soon, he lay sprawled on the ground, exposing his belly. Six Eyes fixated on Albert, as if to say, scratch here, scratch here. Ignoring the playful antics of man and dog, was focused on a unicorn hare hanging on the wall inside Hagrid's hut. A unicorn tail hare, valued at 10 galleons each, was astonishingly transformed into a dusting brush here. More specifically, a unicorn hair duster, can you believe it? He then glanced down at the dusty carpet beneath his feet, seemingly made from some magical creature's fur, equally expensive. Hagrid, could you assist me in gathering some magical materials? Oh, of course. What do you need? Any materials will do. You know, the Forbidden Forest is still far too perilous for first years. Hagrid readily agreed. He did not even request a reward from Waz. To him, such trinkets were utterly worthless, mere baubles that held no significance. What value is there in gifting inconsequential items to friends? Nevertheless, just because Hagrid remained silent did not imply that Waz would refrain from offering assistance, for the quantity he required was considerable. Percy ultimately failed to join the organization. In the eyes of the twin brothers, Percy was an exceedingly rigid individual, unlikely to tolerate their transgressions of school rules, and might even resort to reporting them. It is essential to note that the first step to joining the organization involved violating school regulations by engaging in nocturnal escapades. Over the past few months, they had collectively breached hundreds of rules, whether it was sneaking out at night, slipping through secret passages to Hogsmeade, or pilfering magical plants from the greenhouse for a hot pot. These were mere trifles. They had even ventured into more audacious acts, such as using the disillusionment charm to infiltrate the restricted section and, when inadvertently caught by Filch, casting the oblivion charm on him, a feat solely accomplished by Albert. Each of these infractions amounted to the violation of numerous school regulations. If caught, expulsion would not be surprising. Should Percy have joined the organization, he could have led the heads of the 4 houses in a night raid against them, trapping them within the room of requirement, leaving no avenue for escape. Thus, Percy's pursuit of his dream girl faltered before it could even commence. Penelope, on the other hand, was elated to partake in the gatherings of the organization. For a Ravenclaw with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, the organization was akin to a celestial paradise. As a Muggle-born, Penelope had no access to magical knowledge beyond what was taught at school. The intricate potion recipes beyond the textbooks, elemental magic, the secrets of Kamar-Taj, and other family magics presented by her peers left her entranced, immersing herself in a sea of knowledge. Albert feared she might drown in her fervor. Fortunately, Penelope maintained some restraint and did not delve into her studies every night. Otherwise, Waz would have had to concoct several doses of the draught of living death, cunningly slipping it into her drink to coax her into slumber. Indeed, this was the infamous act of administering a potion. While learning from the magical knowledge shared within the organization, Penelope felt a tinge of embarrassment due to her inability to contribute anything substantial in return. The research topics pursued by Waz and Albert were beyond her comprehension. Some of the content was too advanced even for the Olsen sisters in their 4th year, let alone her, whose depth and breadth of knowledge paled in comparison to the 2 third-year wizards. She could only cherish their kindness and strive to enhance her magical prowess, hoping that one day she might be able to assist them. Chapter 55, The Final Examination. Time, like a fleeting shadow, slipped away unnoticed. Before long, the final examinations at Hogwarts were fast approaching. Ever since Penelope Clearwater joined the organization, no new members had been inducted. Everyone was preoccupied with their own endeavors. Albert and Waz spent their days immersed in the study of elemental magic. The former focused on wandless spellcasting, while the latter sought to transcend the limits of elemental magic's power. Their research complemented each other, leading to rapid enhancement of their abilities. Fortunately, his talent in transfiguration was commendable, albeit not on par with the other 4, allowing him to manage the coursework without concern for the upcoming final examinations. The Weasley brothers dedicated their energies to the arcane arts of Kamar-Taj, and through their sparring sessions with their twin sisters, they became acutely aware of their own limitations. In their leisure time, they also dabbled in the creation of prank items. Cedric continued his exploration of transfiguration. It appeared he was resolute in beginning his studies on animagus transformation in the 2nd year. Elizabeth was developing her innate magical talents. The twin sisters and Penelope had become close confidants, spending their days in a mysterious haze, engaged in some undisclosed research. According to Elizabeth, they aimed to restore a fragmented potion recipe, rumored to contain the secrets to an elixir of eternal youth, though its authenticity remained uncertain. The profits from the League of Legends had long since been pocketed. Even George and Fred, who collectively received a mere 20%, found their earnings substantial, let alone Albert, who claimed a staggering 40%. The Weasley brothers only dared to report a tenth of their income to their family. Yet even that amounted to over 170 gold galleons. The total profit from the League of Legends exceeded 8,000 galleons. The golden coins stacked neatly in the center of the room of requirement, dazzling the Weasley brothers' eyes. They had never witnessed such a wealth of galleons in their lives. Had it not been for the booming sales of the League, their parents might have suspected their sons had resorted to robbing Gringotts. Unsurprisingly, the reported sum was confiscated. Albert gleefully pocketed his share of over 3,000 galleons. It was an astonishing amount. Cedric looked at the mountain of gold in disbelief, feeling hesitant to accept it. However, in the end, he succumbed to temptation. A wise man from the East, named Wang Jingze, had long ago discovered that no one could escape the law of irresistible allure. Months passed, and the British Ministry of Magic remained on edge, vigilant against potential attacks from the One, while the entire European magical community was unsettled by Grindelwald's escape from confinement. In such a climate, even the slightest disturbance could send the various ministries into a frenzy. Rumors surfaced of suspected Voldemort activity in the forests of Albania, prompting the newly appointed British Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, to consider resigning in terror. The minister's role was perilous. He would rather not descend into hell, leaving such fates to those who wished to embrace them. Yet ultimately, the anticipated attack failed to materialize, with the One and Grindelwald vanishing into obscurity after their brief appearances, while Voldemort's whereabouts seemed to be a mere figment of imagination. Aurors scoured the Albanian forest for a considerable time, but uncovered nothing of consequence. As the final examinations drew near, the atmosphere within the castle grew increasingly tense. The library, which had primarily been occupied by the Ravenclaw Eagles, gradually welcomed a few students from other houses, all seeking refuge in their studies due to the mounting pressure of impending assessments. Madame Pants, the librarian, wielded her feather duster with a somewhat irritable demeanor. Harboring a deep disdain for those young wizards who borrowed books without exhibiting the requisite care, yet feeling utterly powerless in the face of it. After all, the library could not simply refrain from lending out its treasures. Were it within her power, Madame Pants would indeed prefer to keep her beloved tomes safely on their shelves. Professor McGonagall expressed her dissatisfaction with Albert and Waz's lack of progress in Transfiguration, though she refrained from voicing her concerns. In contrast to the two students, who displayed little interest in the subject, her fondness for Cedric, a student brimming with enthusiasm for Transfiguration, continued to grow. For the vast majority of students, the final examinations were undeniably a source of great anguish. They would rather face Professor Snape's scowling visage in potions class than confront the parchment laden with exam questions that awaited them. Reluctantly, the finals arrived amidst the students' collective lamentations. The first examination, conducted by Professor Flitwick, involved the enchanting task of making a pineapple perform a tap dance across the table. Albert, unfamiliar with the intricacies of tap dancing, waved his wand and, employing the duplication charm, transformed one pineapple into three, adorning them with limbs and kimonos, as they executed a delightful rendition of Pure Land upon the table before Professor Flitwick. Had he been more musically inclined, he would have considered transmuting nearby objects into instruments, hoping to impart the essence of an earworm to the professor. Such a splendid display of silent, wandless magic was indeed commendable. This was likely the pinnacle of a first-year student's prowess. Professor Flitwick did not hold back in his praise for Albert, and it was certain that he would receive an outstanding. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration examination required students to transform a mouse into a snuff box. Successful transformation alone would suffice for passing. However, the more exquisite the snuff box, the higher the score awarded by Professor McGonagall. Upon hearing the exam prompt, Albert felt somewhat bewildered. A snuff box? Yet another unfamiliar object. With a flick of his wand, he transformed the mouse into a stunning piece of blue and white porcelain. Professor McGonagall nodded, her expression revealing neither approval nor discontent. Albert felt confident that his transfiguration skills had reached a commendable level, ensuring a satisfactory grade. As for the potions examination, there was no cause for concern. Were it not for time constraints and the absence of materials, Albert believed he could have concocted the Polyjuice potion for Professor Snape. He was aware of the content for others' defense against the Dark Arts finals, but he knew he was in for a dire predicament. His examination consisted of defending against Professor Gray's attacks for 5 minutes. What a futile endeavor. Should Professor Gray unleash his full strength? Albert doubted he could endure even a minute. Perhaps it would be best to salute and surrender with a French flourish. No one knows what transpired within the confines of the Dark Arts defense classroom that day. The young wizards awaiting their examination outside could only hear a cacophony of anguished screams and the sound of explosive clashes emanating from within. When the classroom door finally swung open, A torrent of water surged forth, sending the waiting students tumbling in disarray. The room was marred by char-black marks, with shattered desks and chairs strewn about, indicating a fierce battle had taken place. Albert, his face swollen like that of a pig, limped out of the classroom, his features nearly unrecognizable, yet adorned with the smile of a victor. In stark contrast, Professor Fry stood at the podium with a grim expression. His robes tattered and his hair transformed into a chaotic mess. One side of his face was notably swollen, and a deep gash marred his thigh. Though the bleeding had ceased, the surrounding fabric bore the stains of blood. Albert's attentive companion, Elizabeth, tended to his wounds, while the eternally single Professor Fry had no choice but to endure his condition as they proceeded with the remaining examinations. The final subject was the history of magic. When Professor Binns announced the end of the examination, declaring pens down, a jubilant cheer erupted from all the young wizards, heralding the arrival of their long-awaited holiday. Chapter 56, The End of the Term. That evening, Hogwarts hosted its end-of-term feast. As anticipated, the House Cup was awarded to Slytherin once again. Dumbledore, brimming with enthusiasm, delivered a spirited speech from the dais. Another year has passed. Before indulging in the sumptuous feast, I must trouble you to listen to the platitudes of an old man. Albert was still replaying the encounter with Professor Fry in his mind during the Dark Arts Defense examination. It must be said, as the professor of dark arts at Hogwarts, Emerson Fry was fortunate to have survived to the end of the term and even managed to oversee the examination. In the preceding 16 years, only 2 professors had successfully navigated an entire term without either meeting a grim fate or ending up in Azkaban. The other 14 either sustained serious injuries midway through the term or succumbed by its conclusion. The most tragic case involved a professor who, upon accepting the position, was struck down by an unknown dark wizard with an Avada Kedavra curse before even arriving at Hogwarts on the day of the new student's enrollment. It seems I have digressed. Albert's dual defenses of the iron armor charm and a magical shield crumbled under Professor Fry's relentless onslaught within mere seconds. Departing from his usual practice of suppressing his own power while simultaneously demonstrating techniques to the students, Professor Fry unleashed his full might. Albert, maintaining a scant supply of magical energy to sustain his defensive spells, skillfully formed hand signs to conjure elemental magic. Just before his shield shattered, he unleashed a powerful wave of water to alter the terrain. It is worth noting that Albert's elemental affinities were water and lightning, and water, as we know, is a conductor of electricity. Although Professor Fry created a platform beneath his feet using a freezing spell, the elevated water level in the classroom rendered him unable to fully isolate himself from it. Albert conjured a bolt of lightning with his hands and directed it into the water, successfully giving Professor Fry a frizzy hairstyle. Temporarily incapacitated by the electric shock, Professor Fry halted his offensive, providing Albert with a rare opportunity to draw his wand. With a swift motion, another flash of lightning shot from the tip of the wand, striking Professor Fry's protective charm. Even in such a state, he remained committed to maintaining the shield's incantation. Abandoning his wand, Albert harnessed the flow of water to propel himself closer to Professor Fry. A massive broadsword, as large as a door, materialized in Albert's grasp, not conjured by magic, but a tangible weapon. The sword was inscribed with intricate runes, sharp, resilient, capable of dispelling magic, and protective. Among them, the most crucial rune was the silencing one. This sword was the culmination of Albert's arduous efforts, especially the last rune, which proved exceptionally challenging to engrave. After exhausting enough materials to forge over 20 swords, he successfully crafted the one he now wielded. The silencing rune endowed the sword with a formidable ability. Anyone struck by it would be silenced for varying durations, depending on their magical prowess. Albert braved Professor Fry's onslaught to close the distance between them, enduring significant blows along the way, but the outcome justified his struggle. With the first strike, the shield shattered. With the second, silence ensued. One was silence, the other, the cycle of life and death under the broadsword. Albert swung the massive sword towards Professor Fry. Just as the blade was about to sever the professor's neck, Albert suddenly twisted his wrist, turning the blade into the hilt, delivering a heavy slap to Professor Fry's face, knocking out several of his teeth. The wand slipped from Professor Fry's grasp, sent flying as he stumbled to his feet on the icy surface, furious. Enough! Professor Fry bellowed at Albert. I'm a professor. You fool. I won't be bested by a first-year wizard. Suddenly, a magical whip ensnared Professor Fry's feet, executing a series of 5 consecutive falls. Lying on the ice, dazed by the impact, Professor Fry emitted meaningless groans. What a weak professor, Albert scoffed, spitting disdainfully after dispelling the heavy spell. After tending to the gash on Professor Frey's thigh inflicted by the broadsword and resting for a considerable time, Albert finally submerged himself, opening the tightly shut door of the classroom. This led to the scene witnessed by the little wizards outside. Albert felt himself straying further along the path of a battle mage. While other wizards faltered without their wands, he found himself being battered with a wand in hand. And once he discarded it, he was the one delivering the blows. Perhaps it was time to reconsider the art of wand crafting. To forge himself a staff over 2 meters long, with a metallic body and a sharp tip, aptly named the Wand of Rebellion. The total amount of magic is an issue that requires urgent attention. Although Albert has rapidly increased his magical capacity over the past few months through frequent consumption and restoration of his magic, it remains but a drop in the bucket. After casting a water wave spell powerful enough to fill a classroom, he finds that only about 40% of his magic remains. Before unleashing this spell, he must first employ a defensive incantation to buy time for his hand gestures, shaking his head to dispel the strange thoughts swirling in his mind. He realizes that Dumbledore's speech is nearing its conclusion. Now, the awards ceremony for the House Cup commences, with the specific scores of each house as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff, with 545 points. 3rd place, Gryffindor, with 587 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 620 points. And 1st place, Slytherin, with 652 points. A thunderous cheer erupts from the Slytherin table, celebrating their 5th consecutive victory. While the students from the other houses feel a tinge of disappointment, they are not overly saddened. Among the 9 members of the group, for hail from Slytherin. And given that Slytherin also secured the Quidditch Cup, it is commendable that the other 3 houses managed to bring the score gap down to such a small margin. This year, all 4 houses achieved notably higher scores than in previous years, marking a historical high. After Headmaster Dumbledore announces the winner of the House Cup, a variety of delicious dishes appear on the tables, and each student joyfully indulges in the food before them, excitedly discussing their plans for the summer. Thus, Albert's first year at Hogwarts concludes on a delightful note during the year-end feast. Chapter 57, Summer Life. As they bid farewell, Cedric hands Penelope a long wooden box. "What is this?" she inquires. "It's a wand I crafted myself, untraceable. You can practice magic with it while at home, though it may not feel entirely comfortable to use." "Thank you." Penelope accepts the box, gently pecking Cedric on the cheek, causing the young wizard to blush instantly, bewildered by matters of romance. Percy, standing beside George and Charlie, witnesses this exchange, his teeth gritting in frustration. Charlie glances between his brother Percy and Penelope, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. "Don't forget to keep in touch over the holidays for our research topic," Albert states succinctly. "Understood." The little girl, Elizabeth, waves her delicate hand before Albert, exclaiming, "And me. Remember to write to me." Her 2 older sisters glare at Albert as if he had just offended their cherished cabbage. "All right." Elizabeth beams with joy at his promise. The group parts ways on the platform, and thus begins their splendid summer adventure. Albert kicks open the door to the Stock family home. "Uncle, I'm rich. I've struck it big." Uncle Brad did not come to the station to greet Albert. After all, he is old enough that there was no real concern of him getting lost. He was busy preparing dinner at home, and an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, Uncle Brad emerged from the kitchen, brandishing a kitchen knife and inadvertently damaging my door, demanding a compensation of 100 gold galleons. Albert promptly drew his wand and cast a green luminescence towards Uncle Brad, only to have it blocked by the knife. "Do you really think that a mere luminescent spell can intimidate me?" He chuckled. Albert scratched his head, slightly bemused. Later that night, Albert lay in bed, restless and turning over thoughts. This year had truly allowed him to immerse himself in the enchanting world of magic. He had learned a plethora of peculiar spells at Hogwarts. Although he could not precisely explain the origins of the Kamar-Taj spell, that did not deter him from mastering it. Its efficacy was all that mattered. He had also made numerous friends, and the mere thought of Elizabeth and her fiercely protective sisters brought a smile to his face. Albert was awakened by the sound of his owl, Z, pecking at the window, delivering his report card for the Hogwarts end-of-term examinations. The ruckus also stirred up his canine companion, Yake. Albert promptly restrained the overzealous dog and opened the window. His grades in the core subjects of spells, transfiguration, and potions were all outstanding, marked with an O for outstanding. Even Professor Fry, who had been rather harsh, begrudgingly awarded him full marks. As for herbology, given his background from the Agrarian Empire, how could he not achieve full marks? He felt embarrassed to let down the agricultural lineage. His understanding of herbs was limited to whether a plant was edible, how to prepare it if it was, and whether it could be made edible through some form of processing if it wasn't. He barely scraped by with an E, exceeds expectations, which was still an acceptable outcome. Albert stroked his chin, pondering whether Professor Sprout had noticed his escapades in the greenhouse. He was pleasantly surprised to receive an O in History of Magic, a subject reminiscent of the philosophy courses he had ignored in his past life, making the excellent grade a delightful surprise. He casually set aside the report card, not feeling the need to show it to Uncle Brad, who would hardly care about his grades. After freshening up, grooming his hair into a more adult-like appearance, and having breakfast, Albert bid farewell to Uncle Brad and stepped outside with an air of independence. According to their arrangement, Dumbledore would personally instruct Albert in magic during this holiday. The faster Albert's abilities grew, the shorter Dumbledore's visits with Ariana would be, and the greater the hope for their future. They had agreed to meet at Dumbledore's previous residence in Godric's Hollow. Albert's current task was to rendezvous with Professor Dumbledore. From the outside, Dumbledore's abode appeared decidedly non-magical. The interior of the house was devoid of enchantment, lacking any seamless extension spells or magical artifacts. It was an ordinary dwelling, indistinguishable from those inhabited by regular muggles. When Albert knocked and entered, he found Professor Dumbledore standing beside a dusty desk, gazing vacantly at a photograph. The image depicted a radiant young girl, Ariana Dumbledore, the sister of Albus. "Professor? Oh, my apologies," Albert, the elderly man, said, wiping his eyes with a hand. "Let's commence. Given the surroundings, it is evident that this is not an appropriate place for practicing magic." Albert grasped Dumbledore's hand, and with a flicker of apparition, they were transported to a secluded countryside. "Where are we?" Before Albert stood a lavishly adorned manor, the two of them positioned at its grand entrance. Through the intricately designed gates, the verdant garden could be glimpsed, adorned with vibrant flowers, leading to a splendid villa constructed from granite and marble. The magical radiance of the gate flickered and then opened automatically. An amiable elderly gentleman, his hair and beard entirely white, emerged. "Welcome to my estate," he said, winking at Albert. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nicholas Flamel. You are the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, the greatest alchemist of the last 6 centuries, Mr. Flamel." Despite having anticipated the identity of the man before him, Albert could not suppress his excitement. The elegantly dressed elder donned a pair of sunglasses that had been pinned to his collar, adopting a cool demeanor. "Indeed I am. Thank you for your previous assistance. I am your idol." "Oh no, I meant to say I am a fan of yours." "No, wait, what I mean is I hold you in the highest regard." Albert, overwhelmed with excitement, stumbled over his words, feeling as if Oscar owed him a small golden statue. Dumbledore glanced at the theatrics of Albert, bemused. After all, they were both seasoned wizards, engaging in a rather whimsical exchange. Today's lessons are numerous, so just one update. Chapter 58, Nicholas Flamel. In the bright living room, Flamel warmly welcomed the two. "Would you care for a drink?" "The usual?" Dumbledore nodded, and a glass of chilled lemonade appeared before him, indicating a close relationship between the two. "Chilled watermelon juice, please," Albert requested, holding the drink as he quietly listened to the conversation between the two elders. "Simply borrowing my estate is not sufficient. You wish for this old man, who hasn't lifted a finger in over half a century, to teach him alchemy? His talent in alchemy rivals his gift for spells." Flamel chuckled. "The League of Heroes is indeed entertaining, though aside from Paranal, I have no one to play with, and the house elves have been rather lenient. Are you not concerned he may become the next Grindelwald?" Nicholas inquired, his question candid and unreserved regarding Albert. He and Dumbledore had corresponded well before the summer, so he was fully aware of the remarks Albert had made in the Great Hall. Dumbledore reined in his smile. Speaking earnestly, "I truly hope he can inherit my will for the greater good." Albert, who had remained silent until now, chimed in. "I do not wish to become the next anyone. I only desire to be myself. I have no intention of becoming a Dark Lord. If I must be anything, let it be a white wizard like Professor Dumbledore." Upon hearing Albert's words, Nicholas burst into laughter. Dumbledore's expression darkened instantly. He was aware that some in the outside world used the title of White Wizard to tarnish his reputation, yet there was no need to voice it openly. Realizing he had misspoken, Albert quickly covered his mouth, panicking at having unwittingly revealed his true thoughts. What if Dumbledore sought retribution while teaching him magic? How could he survive before the most powerful figure in the magical realm after offending him? "I'm quite anxious about this. Such a brave lad. It is my first time witnessing a wizard daring to speak thus before Albus," Nicholas mused. Were it not for his advanced age and the pursuit of tranquility, Dumbledore, in his youth, would have surely strung Albert up for such insolence. Even for an old friend's request, Nicholas did not immediately agree to teach Albert alchemy. The League of Legends is a collaborative effort of 5, and Nicholas was unaware of the role Albert played within it. He needed to assess Albert's alchemical prowess himself. Their conversation about alchemy flowed seamlessly, transitioning from the League of Legends to weapon enchantments, and then to magical modifications of Muggle war machines like tanks and fighter jets, as well as ancient magical scripts. Eventually, Albert produced his magnificent sword, imbued with a silencing enchantment. Nicholas tapped his sunglasses twice, transforming them into a pair of gold-rimmed reading glasses. He scrutinized the sword before him with great seriousness. A commendable weapon, albeit the alchemical techniques appear somewhat naive, he remarked, for a young wizard who had been in school for less than a year. Successfully inscribing a silencing rune, one of considerable difficulty in ancient scripts, and making it effective was quite impressive. Although this silencing rune would only activate for a few seconds upon striking an opponent, and the stronger the adversary, the shorter the duration of silence, perhaps even less than a tenth of a second against a formidable sorcerer like Dumbledore. If Nicholas were to inscribe this rune, using a philosopher's stone as the source of magical energy, and provided the material could withstand it, the silencing field could encompass a radius of 2 kilometers, remaining effective until the stone's magic was exhausted. However, doing so would leave Nicholas as nothing more than a frail old man, the kind whose bones would shatter at the slightest touch. Other wizards would be reduced to mere mortals, finding even a single wand insufficient for their needs. The limitations of the silencing rune are immense, indiscriminate between friend and foe, which is precisely why, apart from aberrations like Albert, no one in the magical community delves into its study. Moreover, the more formidable the silent adversary, the swifter the depletion of magical energy. To maintain silence against a wizard as powerful as Voldemort for an extended period, one would require at least double the total magical capacity of Voldemort himself to endure the energy consumption. With such an immense reservoir of magic, Albert would have long since subdued Voldemort, rendering the need for silencing spells obsolete. Therefore, it is impossible to depict a suppression magic array that reduces an opponent to the level of a Muggle and then vanquish them through extensive combat experience. At best, it would be akin to Garen's greatsword, silencing the opponent for just a few seconds. Perhaps in the future, Albert's combat style might evolve into something like this. Demacia, clad in resplendent heavy armor, Albert would leap from the underbrush to silence his foe, then unleash a whirlwind strike, ultimately delivering a fatal blow with a descending greatsword. Nicolombe's voice interrupted Albert's daydream. I acknowledge your potential. You are worthy of being my student. Albert rose, bowing solemnly to Nicolombe. Master. Nicolombe smiled warmly at his gesture. I may need to send a house elf to fetch some luggage. Very well, master. Nicolombe then guided Albert through the ancient villa. Externally modest in appearance, its interior rooms have been extensively enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. A training room spanning over 1,000 square meters, a dining hall as splendid as Hogwarts Great Hall, and a library with seemingly endless shelves of books awaited. Gazing at the vast sea of tomes, Albert pondered that it would take decades of diligent study to exhaust their contents. After touring the library, Nicolombe led Albert to a long corridor lined with empty rooms. Choose any room to reside in. Albert glanced down the corridor, noting at least 20 or 30 doors on either side. Was this a villa or a luxury hotel? Eventually, they arrived at Nicolombe's alchemical laboratory. Albert had anticipated a space brimming with magical artifacts, shelves laden with flasks of various potions, bubbling cauldrons, and peculiar specimens reminiscent of those found in Hogwarts Potions classroom. Instead, he encountered a modern-style laboratory. Had he wandered in the wrong set? Noticing Albert's astonishment, Nicolombe chuckled and explained. Muggle scientific laboratories possess their own merits. Today is a friend's birthday. We celebrated by moving the goalposts of a soccer field 2 meters back, he added proudly. Hands on hips. Chapter 59. The training life begins with adversity. Despite the perpetual amiable smile on Dumbledore's face, he was more cunning than anyone. This was undoubtedly a vendetta. To become a powerful wizard, a wealth of combat experience is indispensable. These were Dumbledore's exact words. He had already equalized the power and casting speed of spells to match Albert. And through the seamless integration of spells and the flexible application of transfiguration at an equivalent level, he had Albert gasping for breath. Most of the spells mastered by Albert were acquired to analyze their structural intricacies, rendering him ill-equipped for combat. Casting without a wand? Yes. Before Dumbledore, Albert had no opportunity to perform any incantations. As for the formidable sword capable of nullifying magic, the moment Albert drew it, he found his hand ensnared by ropes conjured through transfiguration, followed by a crimson beam that swiftly relieved him of his prized weapon. Dissipate your magical shield and retrieve your wand. Avu. What you require most at this moment is practice in spell application. Complying with those instructions, Albert soon found himself pinned to the ground, thoroughly bested. Professor Fry, relying on his shamelessness and wielding a level of magic far superior to Albert's, dominated the encounter, albeit with some leniency for the sake of instruction. Still, Albert lacked the capacity to resist at the outset. Nevertheless, this approach bore fruits. Albert's prowess escalated rapidly. During the final examination, he cleverly exploited Professor Frey's unfamiliarity with his new spell and the sword's silencing effect, managing to thwart the professor's efforts. Had Professor Fry unleashed his full potential, a single incantation of Incendio would have left Albert in a mere casket. Even so, Albert felt immense satisfaction with his progress. It was not until today that Dumbledore showcased the true limits of what a wizard of Albert's caliber could achieve. Utilizing only the shield charm, disarmament charm, and obstruction charm, and merely conjuring a few ropes through transfiguration, Dumbledore rendered Albert's efforts more arduous than facing Professor Fry during the finals. The shield charm was scarcely employed. More often, Dumbledore countered Albert's assaults with spells, allowing only a few stray attacks to breach his defenses. He did not maintain the shield charm at all times. It flared only when danger approached. The obstruction charm deftly hindered Albert's attempts to close the distance, leaving him increasingly frustrated. Dumbledore appeared entirely at ease, even taking the time to mentor Albert, rectifying his poor combat habits. Do not always seek close-quarters engagement. There will be moments when such an approach is impossible. As we see now, following the lesson on ranged spellcasting, they transitioned to close combat. Dumbledore was equally adept in numerous Kamar-Taj spells. With a sly grin directed at the centenarian opposite him, Albert felt no doubt that in melee combat, Dumbledore would prove no match for him. The old man's half-moon glasses glinted with a cunning light. The battle commenced. Albert lunged forward, gripping his magical shield, intent on delivering a decisive blow to Dumbledore. Yet, in an instant, the old man vanished from his sight. Blast! Apparition! The old man had no regard for martial ethics. A large hand seized the nape of Albert's neck. Bang! Albert's face made an intimate acquaintance with the floor. Apologies, for I have aged, and my mobility does not match that of your youthful vigor. Without the aid of apparition, I could not have evaded your punch. Though uttering words of regret, Dumbledore's tone bore not a hint of contrition. Albert lifted his head, bitter tears streaming from his nostrils, leaving 2 crimson trails upon his face. At that moment, he found himself less inclined to accept Dumbledore's one-on-one magical tutelage, overwhelmed instead by a sense of nasal discomfort and a desire to weep. What a trying morning it was. In the afternoon, Nico's alchemy class proved to be rather straightforward. Within the alchemical laboratory, he merely handed Albert a lengthy piece of parchment before immersing himself back into his experiments. It was a reading list. The house elf responsible for managing the library of the LeMay family had procured the books listed for Albert, all of which pertained to the fundamentals of alchemy. Nico intended that Albert would not receive formal instruction until he had thoroughly perused the entire list. Previously, Albert had relied on self-study for his alchemical knowledge, which was rather rudimentary and lacking in foundation. At the center of the tranquil library lay a reading area, furnished with a massive table and several plush sofas. Albert settled into a comfortable position on the sofa, summoning an elf to bring him a delightful beverage, and spent the afternoon enveloped in the reading room. Many of the alchemical texts were authored by Nico LeMay himself. Most of the books on the list were early works from his youth, a time when Nico's alchemical prowess was far beneath that of his current self, yet they were well suited for beginners. After 6 centuries of studying alchemy, he had long since transcended traditional techniques, but Albert could not afford such liberties. A novice must commence with the basics, only to progress to advanced and intricate methods once sufficient proficiency is attained. After all, one cannot learn to run before mastering the art of standing. In the evening, Albert secluded himself in his room, tinkering with his wandless spell-casting techniques. To execute the water blast, he required a total of 18 hand seals, yet a mere second allowed him to form only 4. In the presence of Dumbledore that morning, he had not even a 2-second respite. How could he possibly find the time to complete all 18 seals? Originally, he had hoped to alter the terrain with the water blast, envisioning a glimmer of victory. However, reality proved Albert's aspirations to be overly ambitious. The path to increasing seal formation speed seemed unreliable. Albert felt that 6 seals per second was near his limit, and any faster was implausible. Thus, he resolved to simplify the sealing process, ideally achieving a method where a mere clap of his hands would summon forth what he desired. Chapter 60. The New Application of the Ring of Dawn. In the ensuing days, Albert led a fulfilling life, rising early to run several laps around Nico's estate. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, the splendid day commenced with Dumbledore's one-sided sparring. While practicing the Kamar-Taj spell, Albert was also challenged by Dumbledore's elusive apparition. Under the relentless onslaught of Dumbledore, it remained uncertain whether Albert's spellcasting skills had improved. However, he discerned that his evasive maneuvers had become increasingly adept. The afternoon was dedicated to reading, and after accumulating a parchment filled with inquiries, he sought the guidance of his instructor, Nicole May. The elder provided clarity on many of Albert's confusions, and in the brief span of just over 2 weeks, Albert's alchemical prowess had soared remarkably. On this particular day, following the morning lessons, Albert requested a leave of absence from his 2 mentors. In his leisure, he did not neglect to correspond with Waz, sharing the advancements in elemental magic research. Waz mentioned he would be arriving from Europe that day. Before he could finish his thought, both understood his implication. They harbored no concerns for Albert's safety, should he encounter any reckless dark wizards. Their concern would rather shift toward the safety of that dark wizard and the subsequent implications of a Wisingamot trial. Those unfamiliar with Albert's combat style would hardly withstand the dazzling combination of blinding strikes and silent swordplay. It was conceivable that they would need to devise a plan to extricate Albert from Azkaban should he inadvertently commit manslaughter. At Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Albert languidly stirred his honey water with a spoon. Originally, he was meant to meet at the Leaky Cauldron, but when he arrived, Old Tom refused to serve him any drinks, even turning down butterbeer. Thus, Albert had no choice but to patronize another establishment. Before leaving, he reminded Old Tom to inform a certain daft young wizard that he was at Florian's. Suddenly, a wand pressed against his back. Such a mundane greeting could only belong to Waz. "That hurts. Let go," he exclaimed. "Eliza, what brings you here?" The young witch stood up, her cheeks flushed with indignation, and promptly stomped on Albert's foot. Clutching his injured foot, he hopped around the bar, feigning agony until Elizabeth's ire dissipated. "My father brought me to Diagon Alley for shopping, but he had some matters to attend to in Knockturn Alley, so I was left to wait here." Albert chuckled awkwardly, relieved that his future father-in-law was not present. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits. The young girl's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. "Where's the letter you promised me?" "Ah, so Waz is indeed the leading lady." "Ah, well, Albert stumbled over his words, and as Elizabeth threatened to stomp on his other foot, he swiftly retrieved an item from his pocket and presented it to her. "A gift for you. Perfect for winter warmth and summer coolness, and essential for outings." In the distance, Waz emerged from the Leaky Cauldron, catching sight of Albert flirting with the young girl. The ring on Albert's finger suddenly grew warm. "Huh, has Waz arrived?" He turned his head to scan the surroundings, but saw no sign of Waz. The ring heated up again, then cooled, only to heat up once more. "Are you sending Morse code?" "Wait, Morse code?" Albert deciphered the alternating warmth of the ring into a long signal in Morse code, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he unraveled Waz's message. "You continue. I'm heading to my humble abode." Albert was taken aback. Could the ring serve such a purpose? Suddenly, Elizabeth sprang from her chair and waved at a figure in the distance. "Dad, over here." A handsome middle-aged man approached them. He wore black, wide-brimmed glasses, and his piercing eyes sparkled behind the lenses. No wonder Elizabeth was so striking. Her beauty was evidently inherited. "Mr. Olson, good day. You must be Albert. Elizabeth has mentioned you quite a bit," the man said with a warm smile and a calm voice. Elizabeth flushed slightly. "Dad, can we?" Evan Olson quickly discerned his daughter's intentions, letting out a sigh. How swiftly they grow up. "Go on, but don't stay out overnight." Elizabeth gleefully tugged at Albert's sleeve, dragging him away in a flurry. Since Waz had his own affairs, spending time with Elizabeth was a delightful prospect. Albert tousled Elizabeth's hair affectionately and suggested, "Shall we explore the Muggle world?" The Olsen family hailed from the magical realm, well acquainted with all its wonders. Thus, a stroll through Diagon Alley would not be a fitting choice. Seeking out Waz and Cedric? That was out of the question. It was a rare opportunity for solitude, and he had no intention of inviting others to play the role of a third wheel. The Muggle world it would be. Elizabeth nodded enthusiastically, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Exiting Diagon Alley led them to Charing Cross in London, and it must be said, Muggles excelled in entertainment far beyond wizards. From sugary sodas to amusement parks and cinemas, the wizarding world lacked such diversions. Apart from Quidditch, it seemed wizards had little else for amusement. Albert couldn't help but wonder what it was like for Soviet wizards and their European counterparts to play Quidditch while riding on large trees. He recalled the first time he introduced soda to the wizarding community, sharing it with a few friends from magical backgrounds in the room of requirement. Their astonished expressions still vivid in his mind. Chapter 61. In Silence. At around 8 in the evening, Albert emerged from the cinema with Elizabeth. He cradled a bucket of popcorn in one hand and held a cup of Coca-Cola in the other, while the little girl's face was filled with reluctance. Albert had spent most of the day exploring London with her, and she had thoroughly enjoyed the amusement park. After dining at a seemingly upscale Muggle restaurant, he had taken her to the movies. "All right, we'll have to do this again sometime," he said, soothingly coaxing the wistful Elizabeth, who was reluctant to part from the Muggle world. Without boarding the night bus, the two individuals proceeded step by step toward Charing Cross. In a dark alley, a well-dressed couple passed by, accompanied by a delicately featured little girl. They had just attended an opera at the theater, but the child seemed disenchanted with the performance and begged her parents to leave. "Hand over all your valuables." A man brandishing a gun blocked their path. All right. I will give you everything. Just please don't shoot." The man in the suit raised his hands, shielding his wife and daughter. The woman, flustered, tossed her wallet to the menacing robber. And the necklace. Trembling, she removed the pearl necklace from around her neck and handed it to him. The armed man snatched the necklace with such force that the string broke, scattering the pearls. A gunshot rang out, and the couple collapsed into a pool of blood. The robber hurriedly gathered the scattered valuables, but then his fierce gaze fell upon the still-crying little girl, and he aimed his gun at her. The trigger was pulled. "Stop!" A burst of light struck the man's gun hand. Yet, it was too late to prevent the shot. The bullet veered off, piercing the girl's shoulder and spraying blood. Just moments ago, Albert had heard the gunfire from the alley and rushed to the scene with Elizabeth, but they were too late. The girl's parents were dead. A wisp of dark energy began to envelop the girl, faintly visible in the night's obscurity. "This is bad." The moment the dark mist began to surge forth, Albert quickly retreated with Elizabeth. In the next instant, the robber was consumed by the overwhelming black mist. A swirling mass of dark energy screamed across the London night sky. Areas ravaged by the dark fog were left in ruins. The brick walls bore deep scars from the mist's caress, while the debris silently narrated a tale of destruction. A colossal billboard crashed to the ground, and the terrified crowd screamed in panic, fleeing in all directions, yet unaware of where to escape. The dark entity flew without a discernible path, leaving the people to scurry like headless flies. Albert focused intently, his right hand forming a gesture with his index and middle fingers raised, while his left hand traced an arc in the air before him. Casting the spell was no trivial task for him. The fabric of space was sliced open, revealing a shimmering portal crackling with sparks, connecting to the rooftop of a nearby building. "Hurry, stop!" Albert and Elizabeth stepped through the portal, arriving near the dark entity wreaking havoc on the streets of London. The rampaging force paid no heed to their words. Albert could only draw his wand and cast a spell at it. Oh, this is not good. His attack evidently provoked the entity, which swiftly turned and charged toward them. The aperture behind them had closed, leaving Albert no choice but to embrace Elizabeth and leap off the rooftop. A direct collision would be fatal. The rooftop abruptly crumbled, and during their rapid descent, Albert forcefully twisted his body, positioning himself beneath Elizabeth. This way, even if they fell to the ground, Elizabeth would suffer minimal injury. Fugitum Leviosa. The two landed safely. M.O. ran, silently advancing towards them, found Elizabeth conjuring a crimson glow in her hands, erecting a protective barrier before them. A torrent of black mist, laden with debris, crashed violently against the barrier, which remained steadfast. "Stand back." Albert flicked his wand, releasing a beam of light from its tip. The gentle radiance enveloped M.O. ran entirely, with shimmering stars floating within the beam, exuding a soothing power. M.O. ran ceased to thrash. The black mist condensed into the form of a small girl. Albert hurried forward to catch the unconscious child. With a couple of explosive sounds, two robed wizards appeared before Albert in an instant. Tension coursed through Albert as he swiftly drew his wand towards them, while Elizabeth's hands glowed ominously red. "Relax, child." A dark-skinned man raised both hands, signaling he meant no harm. "We are Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. What has become of the recently manifested M.O. Ran?" Another man added. The two young wizards breathed a sigh of relief. Albert gazed at the small girl he held. Indeed, she was the one. "You cannot take her just yet." Hearing Albert's words, Elizabeth stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of him. This is not a decision for a mere young wizard to make. The other Auror aimed his wand at them. "Then may I decide?" Drelith's voice resonated from behind the two Aurors. "Professor Dumbledore, what brings you here?" "I was informed to come at once, by end of week." Albert's hand, cradling the girl, had, unbeknownst to him, produced a double-sided mirror, a rare alchemical item used for communication in the magical world. "If it's you, then of course it is permissible." Kingsley, a member of the Order of the Phoenix. would undoubtedly side with Dumbledore, and without a second thought, he agreed. Kingsley glanced at Drellith. Let us go. The great Dumbledore can handle this matter. The commotion caused by M.O. Ran was too significant. Many Muggles had witnessed it, and the personnel from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes were utterly insufficient. We must assist. After a moment of hesitation, Drellith followed Kingsley. Albert entrusted the small girl to Professor Dumbledore, traced a circle, then grasped Elizabeth's hand. And together they stepped through the aperture, instantly arriving at the entrance of the leaky cauldron. Well, stay safe. Passers-by sensed danger and turned to flee. Obliviate. The spell glimmered with the proficiency of a novice. Albert felt himself inching closer to Azkaban. Soon, he would be able to study there, followed by a doctorate at Nimungard. Chapter 62. The Jinchuriki Creation Plan. As Albert stepped into Nicolam's estate, a house elf materialized before him. My master has sent me to guide you to him. Thank you. Following the house elf, Albert arrived at a closed wooden door and gently pushed it open. Professor, how is the situation? Physically, she has not sustained any severe injuries, but mentally, the circumstances are quite different. As Nicodemus rose from beside the little girl's bed, he continued, I have just administered a calming potion to her. The gunshot wound on the girl's shoulder had been healed by Nicodemus. Witnessing the death of her parents was an unbearable trauma for a child of her age. Dumbledore sighed, feeling sorrow for the girl's plight. Standing at the door, Albert, feeling frustrated, struck the doorframe lightly. If only I had arrived sooner. It is not your fault, my child. Nicodemus comforted him, gently stroking his hair. What do you plan to do with her? Stepping out of the room, Albert sank despondently onto the corridor floor, beside two coffins. Dumbledore glanced at Nicodemus, remaining silent. Oh dear, it seems I, an old man already on the brink of the grave, must take action again. I wonder if my frail body, along with Perennials, can withstand the burden of a Jinchuriki. Nicodemus grumbled discontentedly, for Dumbledore's gaze unmistakably indicated he should adopt the Jinchuriki girl. Nicodemus, you are well aware of the dangers associated with Jinchuriki. No one is more suited to take her in than you. Nicodemus recognized Dumbledore's compliment regarding his formidable strength, and, with a hint of pride, turned away, intent on crafting a device capable of suppressing the Jinchuriki's magical surges. Albus, come here and assist. Nicodemus spoke without hesitation. Dumbledore shrugged in resignation. Take good care of that little girl. If anything arises, let the house elf inform us. Albert merely nodded. Pulling the eye of Agamotto from his collar, he delicately toyed with the pendant. Is it possible? His power was still woefully insufficient. At this rate of magical growth, it was uncertain how long it would take to support time travel. If only he could substitute a sufficiently potent magical source to serve as the target for the eye of Agamotto to extract power from. Wait, the Philosopher's Stone. Hep. A house elf clad in servant attire appeared before Albert. Look after that little girl. I will be away for a while. In a laboratory, Nicodemus raised his head from his work. Do you wish to borrow the Philosopher's Stone? Yes, if I had the Philosopher's Stone. Here. Before Albert could finish his explanation, Nicodemus pulled a misshapen red gem from his pocket and tossed it into Albert's hands. You're just giving this to me? Although I am uncertain of your intentions, this Philosopher's Stone has nearly exhausted its magic. It is now merely a worthless rock. Upon hearing Nico's words, Albert's flickering hope was extinguished in an instant. Casually placing the Philosopher's Stone onto the adjacent table, he turned his gaze towards Dumbledore, who nodded in acknowledgement. With the esteemed professor's consent, Albert removed the pendant from around his neck. The Eye of Agamotto, an artifact that grants its wielder dominion over time. Nico halted his tasks, but lamented that his magical power was insufficient to sustain its prolonged use, allowing only for a fleeting acceleration or deceleration of time in his vicinity for mere seconds. If only I had access to a sufficiently powerful external source of magical energy to replace myself as the conduit for its power. Dumbledore articulated the very thought that had crossed Albert's mind. Albert nodded in agreement. Nico, visibly agitated, approached Albert, scrutinizing the pendant resting against his chest. Albert handed the pendant to the elderly man. Professor, is there truly no other way? Nico shook his head, stating that unless another Philosopher's Stone could be created, it was impossible. You must understand, the essence of alchemy lies in equivalent exchange. The price to forge another Philosopher's Stone of such magnitude is far too great. Although Nico's words remained unspoken, Albert grasped their meaning. A method existed to save the girl's parents, yet it was thwarted by his own limitations. Seated at the edge of the bed, Albert gazed tenderly at the little girl still lost in slumber. In his past life, he had taken many lives, but witnessing a child of comparable age to his own daughter, orphaned, stirred a pang of compassion within him. The Philosopher's Stone was rendered useless. Then, would it be possible to alter his own bloodline? That seemed perilous. Sacrificing a magical creature? A magical creature? Suddenly, Albert recalled the basilisk that resided beneath Hogwarts. Having lived for over a millennium, perhaps its amassed magical energy could suffice to activate the Eye of Agamotto. The tome Revelations of Dark Magic detailed that the sacrificial rite was exceedingly malevolent, and Professor Dumbledore would undoubtedly forbid such an act. Thus, what if he were to seal the basilisk within his own body using sealing magic, and then create an opening in the seal to draw upon its magical power at will? This echoed the concept of creating a tailed beast Jinchuriki within the Harry Potter universe. This might indeed be a viable approach. Yet by the time he completed his studies on the sealing array, how much time would have elapsed? Would the magical energy provided by the basilisk be adequate? Utilizing his body as a vessel, merely sealing the basilisk within himself was not overly challenging. The most formidable aspect lay in the ability to extract its magical energy smoothly after sealing it, and to find a means to manipulate this energy that was not inherently his own. What if he were to first alter his bloodline, merging the basilisk's lineage with his own? Such an act might imbue both their magics with a semblance of shared essence. The matter had grown increasingly complex. Entering the realm of his consciousness, Albert began to peruse the section on sealing magic within the Book of his Aunt. The sealing magic had long been unlocked in the tomes, yet Albert had previously underestimated its significance. It now appeared that the possibility of attaining wealth hinged upon it. With ninjutsu acquired and tailed beasts at hand, it was evident that bloodline techniques such as wind release and boil release were mere fusions of elemental magic. I needed to contemplate how best to arrange the bodily bloodlines. Chapter 63. The Orphan of the Wayne Family. The girl stirred from her slumber. Was it a dream? She pinched her arm, the sharp pain confirming the reality of her situation. Father, mother, tears streaming down her face, she threw off the covers and dashed out. Just as she exited her room, she collided with a sturdy figure. On the brink of falling, a pair of hands gently caught her. I'm sorry I cannot save your parents. The girl wept uncontrollably in Albert's embrace. Let me take you to see your parents one last time. The sorrowful child remained silent, merely nodding in response. Albert led her to a room where her parents lay in the center on a bed. The bullet wounds on their bodies had been tended to by Albert, and their faces were devoid of the terror that often accompanies death. Instead, the girl beheld serene smiles gracing her parents' faces. Silent tears streamed from her eyes, tracing down her cheeks and pooling at her chin before falling to the ground. Albert's hands glowed with a warm light as he placed them upon the girl's shoulders. What is your name? Vivia Wayne. Do you have any other family? The little girl shook her head. To spare Vivia from further anguish, Albert cautiously inquired about her family background. The Wayne family was an esteemed lineage in the Muggle world of England, sparsely populated, and following the demise of the Waynes, only Vivia remained as the last scion. Apart from a few maids, there was only an old butler named Alfred in the household. Nico had dispatched a house elf to fetch butler Alfred. Poor Alfred, upon hearing of the tragic demise of the Waynes and Vivia's disappearance, nearly lost his sanity. The house elf swiftly brought him to Nico Manor. The Wayne family cemetery was shrouded in dark clouds, with a light drizzle falling from the sky. A throng of individuals clad in black formal attire gathered solemnly in the clearing. Alfred conducted the funeral of the Waynes with meticulous care. Under a distant tree, 3 figures, 2 tall and 1 short, stood silently beneath an umbrella. As the grave was sealed, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Vivia and Alfred standing by the tomb. Albert approached. It's time to go, Vivia. Child. A kind elderly woman enveloped Vivia in her embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon hearing about Vivia's situation, Nico's wife, Perina LeMay, promptly traveled from France to England, wishing to provide warmth and solace to the child who had lost her parents. After exchanging a simple greeting with Perina, Auntie Albert delved into the library, concerned about his physical condition, yet unable to persuade him otherwise. Dumbledore could only ensure that Albert would collapse at the end of each training session, hoping that he might enjoy a restful nap and ample time for recuperation. The magical array to seal the basilisk within was not particularly difficult, and Albert quickly mastered it. He brought his dog, Yak, from home and commenced some rather gruesome and indescribable experiments on the poor creature. Albert enlisted Professor Dumbledore's assistance in procuring several magically endowed beings, and Dumbledore dispatched a letter to the renowned magizoologist Newt Scamander. Soon, a large dog rumored to possess the bloodline of a hellhound arrived by mail. Observing the canine, which was even more grotesque than Louis, Albert expressionlessly opened the cage. The formidable dog lunged ferociously, but Albert deftly slid beneath it, delivering a powerful punch to its soft underbelly. With a yelp, the dog collapsed, frothing at the mouth. From a distance, Yak watched his ferocious master and attempted to flee, only to have a rope ensnare his leg. Bark! Woof! Albert tossed the hellhound into a pre-drawn magical array, the luminous barrier illuminating and imprisoning it within. Chanting an elaborate incantation, Albert waved his wand, causing the great dog to contort and transform within the array, ultimately condensing into a sphere of light that was pressed into Yak's belly. Runes symbolizing the binding materialized on Yak's abdomen before vanishing from sight. In his mental perception, Albert suddenly sensed an additional source of magical energy within Yak. The sealing array had succeeded. He meticulously modified the runes to create an opening, enabling him to extract the magical essence of another dog from within Yak. However, upon altering a single rune, the entire sealing array collapsed. The sphere of light erupted from Yak's belly, reverting to its original canine form. The first experiment had failed. Anticipating the complexity of the magical array, Albert was not disheartened. Rather, the initial failure invigorated him, affirming that his ideas were indeed feasible. The library of Nico Manor housed a myriad of tomes, within which Albert discovered numerous accounts of bloodline fusion. The methods for such fusion varied widely, with daring wizards directly injecting the blood of magical creatures into their own bodies, often resulting in tragic ends. This avenue was evidently unviable. Thus, the most reliable approach remained the use of potions. Albert couldn't help but speculate whether the Phoenix's appearance in times of need for the Dumbledore family signified that their ancestors had once merged with the bloodline of a Phoenix. Otherwise, why have there been so many remarkably gifted wizards throughout the annals of magical history? Yet the Phoenix specifically chose the Dumbledore family. Chapter 64. The Bloodline Fusion Potion. Albert successfully discovered several recipes for bloodline fusion potions within Nicholas's collection, yet they appeared rather dubious. After all, how could Nicholas, who had lived for over 6 centuries, not have heard of any successful cases of wizards merging their bloodlines? Thus, Albert had no choice but to seek assistance from Was. Bloodline fusion potion? I have indeed heard of it. You cannot possibly intend to use that, can you? Was directly arranged to meet Albert. The two sat outside a cafe on the streets of London, where passers-by overheard their conversation and merely perceived them as two overly dramatic youths engaging in nonsensical chatter. I truly need to use that potion, Albert stated calmly. You must be out of your mind. There has never been a successful case in all these years. Was exclaimed incredulously at Albert. Albert smiled widely. Indeed, I have lost my senses. Will you accompany me in this madness? Was and Albert exchanged glances. Seeing the resolute and unwavering determination in Albert's eyes, Was suddenly chuckled. It appears I too have succumbed to madness. Their hands clasped tightly together. During the remaining days of summer vacation, Albert and Was once again entered that frenzied state reminiscent of their earlier studies on the League of Legends. Unyielding morning runs. Professor Dumbledore's rigorous training, the vast ocean of alchemical knowledge, ancient magical texts, and the intricate challenges of bloodline potions consumed Albert's every waking moment. In addition to diligently delving into elemental magic, Was managed to carve out substantial time to investigate bloodline potions. Failed experiment, Herb, record the experimental data. The house elf, known as Herb, complied without question. This marked the 31st time Albert had sealed the poor hellhound within the confines of Yark. The two dogs now harbored psychological scars at the mere sight of Albert. One could only speculate whether Newt, upon discovering how Albert was mistreating his cherished magical creatures, would soar across the Atlantic on his Thunderbird to confront him. No matter how Albert modified the magical runes, he never succeeded in extracting the magic from the hellhound, even once. The opening was too small, and the channel for extraction insufficiently large, resulting in an utterly inadequate amount of magic being drawn in a given time. However, if the opening were enlarged, the sealing formation would collapse. It was a conundrum with no solution. Albert had also contemplated merging the magic sources of the two dogs, but the repulsion of their differing magical natures rendered this an impossible endeavor. Any forced fusion would result in the demise of both. Having extracted considerable amounts of blood from both dogs, Albert conducted numerous bloodline fusion experiments in Nicholas's laboratory. The most promising result occurred when the cells barely survived the rejection response. Alas, they ultimately perished. It remained uncertain whether it was due to the cells reaching their division limit or the animosity between the two. However, this experiment unexpectedly yielded significant insights for Albert regarding the fusion of magical powers. It became evident that harnessing magic not inherently one's own through the means of bloodline fusion was entirely feasible. After extensive research, Albert's proficiency in potion making was sufficiently advanced for him to undertake the OWLs. Yet the section on potions in the Book of Ascanti remained frustratingly dormant. Albert felt an overwhelming urge to shake the author of this tome vigorously, lamenting the absence of new content despite his acquisition of fresh knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, a page within the potions section dimmed its veiling glow as his studies deepened. For context, OWLs, or ordinary wizarding level examinations, are standard assessments faced by fifth-year students at Hogwarts, akin in significance to a junior high school examination. The LeMay couple, Albert's grandparents, swiftly guided Willia out of her shadow. At merely 10 years of age, Willia possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the concept of death. Although the loss of her parents profoundly saddened her, life must inevitably progress. The life at the estate, coupled with the company of others, rekindled the smile upon Willia's face. One cannot help but envy the seemingly inexhaustible magical power of the Obscurial. In the film Fantastic Beasts, The Crimes of Grindelwald, the Obscurial Credence casually shattered a substantial portion of a mountain with a mere flick of his wand. Albert had also contemplated borrowing the Obscurial's power to cast time magic, but it proved utterly impracticable. His own magical capacity was insufficient, and the conduits through which his magic flowed resembled a mere trickle, incapable of accommodating the vast torrent of the Obscurial's magic. Had he not enlisted Nicholas to supervise, Albert would have been overwhelmed by the sheer force of the Obscurial's magic. To assist Willia in venting her magical energy and preventing any detrimental buildup, Nicholas encouraged her to frequently cast spells. He even crafted a wand from a metal harder than wood, capable of withstanding the Obscurial's power, which he entrusted to Willia. One day, Dumbledore, in a rare moment of enthusiasm, sought to spar with Willia. In an instant, a flash of light erupted as Dumbledore, wielding the Elder Wand, deflected Willia's strike. The gentle smile that typically adorned the Elder's face faltered. What on earth is this? If that had struck me, I might not even have left behind ashes. Willia, possessing no knowledge of spells beyond the simple gathering and releasing of magic, was nonetheless formidable. Although it was not his first encounter with an Obscurial, Dumbledore was still taken aback by the potency of her magic. As Willia prepared to unleash another spell, the Elder instinctively clutched his heart, his expression contorting in pain as he collapsed. "Grandfather Albus, what has happened to you?" Willia exclaimed in a flurry, rushing to assist Dumbledore. With trembling hands, he retrieved the emergency heart potion that Albert had previously bestowed upon him. "No worries, dear grandfather. This is merely an old ailment that will be alleviated with some medication." Under the shade of the tree, Nico and Perennial chuckled at the scene, finding it amusing to witness the white wizard Dumbledore in such a disheveled state as he sought excuses to retreat after a playful exchange with a little girl. Meanwhile, the weary Villia turned her gaze towards the eager dog, Yak, who was shamelessly begging for scraps from the two elderly gentlemen. The Siberian husky felt an unsettling chill creep up its back, as though it were being scrutinized by something ominous. It understood that disobedience was not an option. Defying Villia could lead to an unwelcome fate on the experimental table of her brother, Albert, while other dogs were cherished as beloved companions. It found itself serving as silent master and facing the prospect of being dissected by a mad scientist. Heaven forbid, it could no longer endure this household. It yearned for escape. Scanning its surroundings, it noticed that everyone's attention was diverted elsewhere, and with a surge of determination, the husky dashed towards the open gates of the estate. Onward, the dawn of freedom was within reach. Just as Yak's front paws met the soil beyond the estate's threshold, fate once again tightened its grip around its neck. Albert's sinister voice echoed in the husky's ears. "It is time for your experiment." Woof. Chapter 65, The Dispute in the Carriage. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, it was the commencement of yet another academic year at Hogwarts. One could only wonder which unfortunate soul would assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor this year. As they departed from Nico's estate, little Villia's large, watery eyes brimmed with reluctance. The one who rescued her during the ambush was Albert. The first person she encountered upon regaining consciousness was Albert. The one who comforted her during her moments of sorrow was also Albert, and despite his own exhausting training schedule, he still found time to play with her. Unbeknownst to her, Villia had begun to regard Albert as the most significant person in her life, surpassing even the old butler Alfred, who had watched her grow up. This realization left the old butler feeling as if he had just bitten into a lemon. "Will I be able to attend school like my brother?" Villia inquired, tilting her head back in an effort to hold back her tears. Perennial gently wiped the droplets from the corners of her eyes. "Next September, you will be able to enroll at Hogwarts. What about Elizabeth? Isn't she with you?" Waz shot a glance at Albert, his teasing expression prompting Albert to consider stuffing a sock in his mouth. She's gone to the prefect's carriage with her sister. Mary Kate is this year's female prefect of Slytherin, Albert replied, giving Waz a light kick. Now, let's get down to business and assist me in locating the potion ingredients listed here. Upon hearing the call to seriousness, Waz immediately regained the poise befitting a noble gentleman. Receiving the sheepskin parchment handed over by Albert, Waz scrutinized the extensive list of potion ingredients inscribed upon it. Have you discovered the formula for the bloodline fusion potion? The materials listed here are rather elusive. Waz crossed his legs and shifted the topic. By the way, are you truly intent on pursuing Elizabeth? Albert brandished his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, in front of Waz. Just tell me if you can procure these materials. Faced with Albert's intimidation, Waz chose to concede. In the confines of the cramped compartment, he stood no chance against Albert should he wish to unleash his wrath. Most of the potions should be found within my family's collection, though I am uncertain if we possess a few of the exceedingly rare ingredients. Waz folded the parchment neatly and tucked it away, contemplating before adding, where will you find the basilisk's blood? Basilisk? What basilisk? The door of the compartment swung open, and Cedric and George entered. Is it just the two of you? Where's Fred? Albert glanced behind the two, for the twins were not known to be separated. George, resembling an irate baboon, waved his arms indignantly. He went to find Angelina. We had a pact of brotherhood for life, and he goes off to chase after a woman. Subsequently, George, feeling betrayed by his brother, began to vent his grievances to the other three, lamenting how during the holiday, Fred had become infatuated with Angelina, neglecting their pranks, and instead spending his days writing love letters, which significantly delayed the progress of their prank equipment development. The other three exchanged glances, realizing that this sibling matter was beyond their resolution. The three, now serving as George's sounding board, felt quite awkward. Cedric turned to Albert. Did I just overhear you discussing basilisks? In the final week of summer vacation, the Book of Vistan finally unlocked the contents regarding the bloodline fusion potion. However, the lengthy formula, encompassing over 80 potion ingredients, and the note indicating it would take more than 2 months to brew, nearly dissuaded Albert from proceeding. Well, only the Felix Felicis can compare to it. The Felix Felicis has yet to be unlocked in the Book of Vistan, likely because Albert has not yet met its learning requirements. When you search for the abbreviation FLJ for Felix Felicis, what is the first thing that appears? As long as Waz acquires the potion ingredients, Albert can venture into the Chamber of Secrets constructed by Slytherin at Hogwarts to extract blood from the basilisk. The first documented basilisk was bred by the vile Wizard Herpo, a Greek dark sorcerer who spoke Parseltongue. After numerous experiments, he discovered that incubating a rooster's egg beneath the body of a toad would hatch a dangerously powerful serpent. The basilisk is a strikingly green serpent, capable of reaching a length of 50 feet. The male basilisk sports a vivid red feather upon its head. Its fangs possess an extraordinary venom, but its most perilous attack is its yellow eyes, which upon locking gaze with any target, will result in instant death. If food is abundant, this serpent creature could enjoy an exceptionally lengthy lifespan, as it consumes all mammals, birds, and a variety of reptiles. As early as the Middle Ages, breeding these serpents was deemed illegal, and in modern times, this has been codified in the legislation prohibiting the domestication of animals for experimental purposes. However, even dark wizards seldom contravene this law, for only Parselmouth possessed the ability to control such creatures. Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts, was himself a Parselmouth, and somewhere deep within the castle, he kept a serpent creature. This notion is utterly preposterous. Cedric leapt from his seat, flailing his arms in the center of the compartment like a baboon. What gives you the idea that 2 second-year students could confront a serpent creature? A creature that has lived for over 1,000 years. Madness? Waz and Albert exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their laughter. This is Sparta, Albert exclaimed, giving Cedric a swift kick that sent him tumbling out of the compartment. Calm down, said. Albert patted Cedric on the shoulder. Neither he nor Waz had anticipated Cedric's intense reaction upon learning of their intentions. As the most adventurous member of Gryffindor, George also refrained from endorsing their plan. Gryffindors may be reckless, but they at least comprehend their limits. The thought of 2 second-year wizards attempting to draw blood from a serpent creature transcends mere adventure. It borders on suicide. We will devise a meticulous plan, Waz asserted, his carefree demeanor replaced by earnest concern for his friend's safety. That is unacceptable. That creature is on par with dragons in terms of danger. No matter how you phrase it, we cannot support your endeavor, Cedric declared resolutely. Albert and Waz, however, remained steadfast in their determination to procure the serpent's blood. The atmosphere in the carriage grew oppressive. Chapter 66. With this topic, I find myself wide awake. Observing his friends locked in heated debate, George, whose resentment towards Fred had nearly dissipated, spoke up. Perhaps you could seek the professor's assistance? No. This matter must remain concealed from the professors. We must handle it ourselves. Albert shook his head, dismissing George's suggestion. Both Dumbledore and Nicholas were aware of his research into blood fusion potions, but they could not have anticipated that Albert would set his sights on the serpent creature in the Chamber of Secrets. If the professors were to discover that a millennium-old serpent dwelled beneath Hogwarts, its fate would be sealed. They would surely dismember it, stripping away all useful components for materials. Yet Albert hoped to capture it alive, sealing it within himself and becoming its vessel. I beg you, Cedric, George. I require the serpent's blood. Albert gazed at Cedric and George, his azure eyes filled with pleading. Only by obtaining the serpent's blood could there be hope for saving Villia's parents. His voice was soft, yet his resolve was unwavering. Upon hearing about Villia's parents, Cedric fell silent. During the summer, the group corresponded frequently and were aware that Albert was residing at the Nilly Manor, where he had rescued a quiet little girl. They all felt a deep sense of sorrow for Villia's loss of her parents. Now, a possibility had arisen that could allow the young girl to reunite with her parents. And none of them could bear to extinguish that hope, even if it meant confronting a serpent creature and risking more lives. The private room fell into a prolonged silence until Fred emerged from Angelina's tender embrace and entered their compartment, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Hey mates, what's going on? Why the gloomy vibe? At the sight of Fred, it was evident he had not yet faced the harsh realities of society, oblivious to the serious discussions at hand. George signaled Fred to remain silent for the moment, promising to explain later, and Fred obediently took a seat. Albert fixed his gaze on Cedric for a second, then two. Suddenly, a smile blossomed on Albert's face as he extended his hand. Then let us embark on a grand endeavor. Waz placed his hand atop Albert's, and Cedric followed suit. Though Fred understood only fragments of their conversation, he eagerly joined in. A grand endeavor. The 5 hands stacked together pressed down firmly in unison. With their agreement reached, the atmosphere in the compartment lightened once more. Fred and George regaled the others with tales of their summer travels through Europe. With the profits from the sales of the Hero League, the Weasley family's circumstances had significantly improved. At the very least, Ron would not need to use his brother's old wand when he enrolled next year. Charlie's old wand, with its unicorn hair core nearly exposed, raised concerns about whether it could be safely used for spellcasting. Initially, Mrs. Weasley intended to save this sum of gold, but after George and Fred assured her that this was merely the first windfall and that they would continuously receive shares as long as the Hero League remained in demand, she reluctantly agreed to spend the galleons. She purchased the alchemical materials Mr. Weasley had long desired to modify their T-34, but had been unable to due to financial constraints, scraping together a few materials from his monthly salary. Now, however, everything fell into place. Charlie bought a new broom, and George and Fred secretly slipped him additional galleons to procure a better one, fueling his dream of leading the Gryffindor team to victory in the Quidditch Cup. This year, Charlie was in his 7th year. If he did not secure the cup now, he would lose his chance. As for poor Percy, the twins were not particularly close to their older brother, but Mrs. Weasley treated all her children equally. The moment Percy received his galleons, he rushed to the Leaky Cauldron to purchase the book he had long coveted, How to Become a Prefect. In the twins' words, Percy's choice to spend their hard-earned galleons on such a dull book was a veritable affront to their laborious efforts. Ron has acquired a new robe to wear, no longer needing to don his brother's old garments. However, he evidently does not attract as much affection as his sister Ginny. Without the knowledge of Mrs. Weasley, Fred and George clandestinely took Ginny to the Muggle clothing store, where a single robe cost the duo 50 galleons. Should Mrs. Weasley discover this secret stash of their funds, the twins would surely face dire consequences, including a thorough reprimand and the confiscation of their inheritance. Well, Ron could simply procure a robe from Madame Malkin's. After all, what need do boys have for such fine attire? As the twins conversed, their topic veered towards jesting about their brother Percy. Speaking of Percy, it seems he harbors feelings for Penelope, Fred whispered conspiratorially. Upon hearing this juicy tidbit, the other 3 immediately perked up, their attention fully captured. Albert, who had been somewhat drowsy from lack of rest, suddenly became animated. Now that you mention it, I'm wide awake. Do tell. Waz's face gleamed with curiosity. Leaning forward, Albert directed his teasing tone at Cedric, who sat across from him. Someone has their eye on your lady. Can you endure that? Cedric's face flushed crimson as he stammered. What do you mean, my lady? That is pure nonsense. In that moment, Cedric felt a surge of anger towards Albert. Had the booth not been so cramped, he would have drawn his wand. George and Waz sat flanking Cedric, their hands playfully resting on his shoulders. Still denying it? Before the break, Percy only gifted Penelope, while we received nothing. Furthermore, she even kissed you. Though not twins, George and Waz exhibited a remarkable synchronicity, bantering back and forth to tease Cedric. The four of them erupted into laughter. Cedric could hardly bear the taunts and stood up abruptly. I do not like Penelope. I merely thought, unlike us, she cannot practice magic freely at home during the holidays. Albert ceased his mockery of Cedric, glancing towards the booth's entrance. Senior. Cedric jumped, startled, and turned to the door, relieved to find it was merely a false alarm. Laughter ensued once more, filling the booth with a joyous atmosphere. Chapter 67. Cedric is just a dork. In truth, Cedric does not possess romantic feelings for Penelope. His sentiments towards her are more akin to that of a brotherly affection. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that Cedric is somewhat enamored with older sisters. Although his feelings for Penelope are not of the romantic kind, Cedric feels quite irked by Percy's pursuit of her. If someone like Albert or Waz were to chase Penelope, it might be acceptable, but Percy? Does he truly deserve her? Percy may be the twins' brother, yet even they believe he is unworthy of Penelope. The two brothers, delighting in mischief, incited Cedric to confront Percy. Waz and Albert, munching on sunflower seeds and peanuts, watched the unfolding drama with great interest, as family dramas are most entertaining. Cedric, inflamed by the twins' words, rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge out and confront Percy. With fury coursing through him, he flung open the door and stepped outside, nearly colliding with a girl of ebony hair. Apologies, Cedric stammered, momentarily frozen upon recognizing her features. You are Diggory Senior, are you not? Hey, Cedric. Refrain from gazing at the young lady with such a lascivious look, the twins teased. At that moment, Cedric was already envisioning names for future children. The girl before him possessed bright, clear eyes, elegantly arched brows, and long lashes that fluttered ever so slightly. Her smooth, dark hair cascaded naturally, exuding a hint of exotic charm. At least, in the eyes of the other four, Zhang Zheming, with her Asian heritage, indeed radiated an alluring mystique. Albert, however, held a different perspective on beauty, finding Zhang Zheming's attractiveness rather mundane. Penelope asked me to convey to you that Slytherin and Gryffindor are about to clash again. The girl said, her tone tinged with urgency. As a newly admitted young witch, who had yet to be sorted into a house, the prospect of witnessing such a brawl left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Penelope, sharing a compartment with her, had sent Zhang Zheming to find Albert and the others while she herself headed toward the confrontation between Slytherin and Gryffindor, concerned for the well-being of the Olsen sisters amidst the fray. Upon hearing of the impending brawl and clarifying the direction, the group hastened toward the carriage. What has sparked another fight? Albert mused, a hint of excitement bubbling within him. Even more exhilarated was Cedric, eager to impress the girl by showcasing his prowess. When they arrived, chaos reigned within the carriage. Injured students lay strewn across the floor, yet the fighting had seemingly moved to the front carriage. In his overzealous excitement, Cedric led the charge, forgetting even to cast the shield charm, and plunged into the fray of combatants. Then there was silence. He was struck unconscious by a spell from an unknown source. This was truly disappointing. Inside the carriage, most students engaged in physical confrontations, relying on fists and feet rather than wands. A few unruly ones discreetly brandished their wands, though their aim was woeful, often casting spells that struck their own comrades instead. A throng of bodies jostled together, rendering it impossible to discern which student belonged to which house. The scene was exceedingly chaotic. The Olsen sisters, alongside Penelope, stood at the opposite end of the carriage, helplessly observing the turmoil before them. They were at a loss to quell the unruly students. After all, they could not simply use spells to incapacitate them all, although they were certainly capable of doing so. Waz stood motionless at the carriage entrance, as Albert had already ascended. The twins leaned against the carriage wall, observing Albert's solitary performance, fully aware of his prowess in close combat. This narrow passage was perfectly suited for Albert's abilities. However, Albert had no intention of using his fists. Throughout the summer, he had endured relentless defeats at the hands of Dumbledore. Although his strength had rapidly increased, his spirits remained low. After all, who could maintain a positive outlook after countless losses in League of Legends? He had harbored this frustration for far too long, and now, at last, he had a reasonable excuse to assert his dominance. Yet, the situation was hardly one that could be subdued by mere words. He was neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort, whose mere names could silence an infant's cries. With a swift motion, he formed hand seals. Water release, Grand waterfall technique. Waz and Mary-Kate stood at either side of the carriage door, waving their wands to erect a barrier, preventing the water from spilling out. Estimating that the timing was right, they lowered the barrier, guiding the water to flow out of the windows. The unfortunate students lay sprawled across the floor, completely drenched, gasping for breath as they expelled water. Zhang Zheming, trailing behind, stared in disbelief at the sight of so many wizards laid low by a single individual. Could this be real? One person had taken down this many wizards. Cedric wept mournfully within the carriage. It's over, it's over. Was my performance truly that abysmal? The others, exasperated, silently nodded in agreement. Waz, ever the opportunist, added a sharp remark. You were indeed poor just now, but this pitiful display is even worse. Cedric's sobs abruptly ceased, and he helplessly buried his face in his hands, collapsing onto the seat, exuding the aura of a defeated dog. I can't believe I embarrassed myself in front of the goddess of my dreams. I don't want to live anymore. Albert, drying his clothes, could no longer bear to witness Cedric's despair. He delivered a firm slap to Cedric's thigh. What you fell in love with at first sight wasn't her, but your own shame. Cedric's expression shifted to one of panic. Waz shrugged, indicating that if he wished to invite her into the organization, he should do so himself. They were not going to assist him. In another compartment, Zhang Zheming, the Olsen sisters, and several other girls gathered together. Senior Albert is so amazing, so powerful, and so handsome. Zhang Zheming's eyes sparkled with admiration. Elizabeth, however, eyed Zhang Zheming warily, her small fists emanating a faint crimson mist. Sensing the tension, Ashley quickly grasped Elizabeth's hand. Of course, it was primarily Albert's striking visage that played a significant role. Even with his hair plastered to his scalp from the water, his attractiveness remained undiminished, and the dampness only heightened his allure to the opposite sex. If it had been Voldemort with his grotesque visage, the effect would have been entirely different. Chapter 68. Nightmare Dragon? 5 minutes earlier, within the carriage where the brawl had erupted. The recent altercation was predominantly physical, with only a few unfortunate souls, such as Cedric, succumbing to spells, having been felled by an inexplicable stunning curse. A cursory glance revealed that the ground was littered with boys, prompting Albert to forego even casting a healing charm for them. Such laborious tasks were better left to the prefects. His purpose was merely to mediate the fray. Amidst the sprawled bodies, Albert promptly recognized the unmistakable, protruding teeth of Marcus Flint. Why is it always you? He mused. Crouching down, Albert playfully patted Marcus's face. Well, if it isn't Marcus. Haven't seen you in months. You've certainly let yourself go. Marcus glared at Albert with palpable disdain, his expression seemingly entreating him to leave. He then resumed, violently expelling water. Finding the scene utterly uninspiring, Albert stood up, dusted off his trousers, and prepared to depart. Mary-Kate, who had hoped to enlist Albert as a laborer, shot him an exaggerated eye roll, but it was to no avail. Albert was already turning away, leaving her with nothing but the sight of his retreating figure. Mary-Kate stamped her foot in frustration, feeling slighted even by her older cousin, and could hardly fathom how he expected to win over her younger sister. Albert was no fool. While he harbored affection, he would never play the sycophant. Moreover, if he were to seek favor, it would be with Elizabeth. As long as she held a liking for him, winning her over would be a matter of mere moments. As the train gradually approached the platform of Hogsmeade, it was evident that the professors within the castle were already apprised of the brawl. As the young wizards disembarked, they were greeted by the stern expressions of Professors McGonagall and Snape. The temperature in England during September was already moderate, yet the presence of the two frosty professors on the platform sent shivers through all the students. Thank you, Albert. Professor McGonagall expressed her gratitude, evidently aware that he had intervened in the scuffle, albeit in a rather brusque manner. No need for thanks, Professor McGonagall. It is my duty to maintain harmony among the houses. Snape, hearing this, felt an urge to retaliate. Harmony, indeed? Who was it that had instigated the brawl at the Quidditch pitch a few months prior? Albert, oblivious to Snape's inner turmoil, would have readily placed the blame on Marcus Flint, who had provoked the altercation, as he detained Cedric, who was eager to join the first-year students. Albert took his leave from the professors, eager to witness the appearance of the Thestrals. First-year students had to traverse mountains and cross rivers by boat, a tradition of Hogwarts. In contrast, students from other years were spared such arduousness and took an alternate route. At the journey's end, at least 100 carriages awaited, curiously devoid of any visible means of propulsion. Only those who had encountered death could perceive the ethereal creatures, the Thestrals, that pulled them. They possess no flesh. Their black fur tightly adheres to their skeletal frames, each bone distinctly visible. Their heads resemble those of dragons, with eyes devoid of pupils, glaring vacantly. From the raised area between their shoulder blades sprout large, dark, and resilient wings, seemingly suited for colossal bats. Superstitious individuals deem these creatures ominous, believing they bring dreadful misfortunes to those who behold them, marking them as harbingers of ill fate. Yet, Albert's singular desire at this moment is to pluck a few tail feathers from the nightmares, as they serve as excellent materials for crafting wand cores, if possible. He even yearns to extract some blood from the nightmares. In the dense darkness of the night, this peculiar group of nightmares stands silently, creating an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Tentatively, Albert extends his hand towards one nightmare, which, with its entirely white, colorless eyes, curiously observes the young wizard before it. "You can actually see them?" Cedric inquires in astonishment, watching Albert's actions. The nightmare, a powerful and perilous magical creature, can only be seen by those who have witnessed death, Waz explains to the two. Gently stroking the nightmare's bony head, it surprisingly appears docile despite its dangerous classification. As it senses Albert's touch, it extends its rough tongue to lick his hand, offering a gesture of goodwill. Only a half-giant like Hagrid could tame such nightmares. Retrieving a piece of raw meat he had prepared earlier, Albert presents it to the nightmare's mouth. The others watch in curiosity as the raw meat vanishes into thin air. "Let us go," he says, and after tidying up, he hops onto the carriage. He offers a small tuft of nightmare hair to Cedric, unsure if a random clump plucked from its neck could serve as a wand core. He had intended to pluck a tail feather, but the nightmare faced him, leaving him no opportunity. "Wow, no thief leaves empty-handed? Forget it, don't return it to me." Thank you." Cedric quickly accepts the nightmare's hair. Leaning against the carriage, Albert contemplates how he might procure the nightmare's blood. He wonders about the prospect of magically merging the nightmare with a dragon. Nightmare dragon, perhaps? The idea sparked a glimmer of excitement in Albert's mind. When he had watched How to Train Your Dragon, Toothless had immediately captivated the childlike wonder in this older man. Now an innovative idea suddenly occurred to him, nearly overwhelming his restraint to slice open the nightmare, pulling the carriage. Sensing the malicious intent behind him, the nightmare halts, its expansive white eyes blinking at Albert. As if his thoughts had been laid bare, Albert awkwardly rubs his nose, tossing another piece of raw meat to the nightmare. Next year, Hagrid would acquire a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg. No, a gentleman does not covet another's beloved. Should he then rely on Waz, this affluent friend, to leverage the Reinhardt family's influence for assistance? That would not be ideal. It is always a burden to trouble friends for favors. A mere dragon egg, entrusted to me. I possess a dragon breeding facility in Romania. When would you like the egg delivered? I can arrange for its transport. Goodness, a wealthy individual indeed. Do you require a charm to adorn your thigh? The affluence of the Reinhardt family has once again reshaped Albert's understanding of nobility. He had previously considered the Malfoy family to be the epitome of aristocracy, yet in comparison, they now appear merely as nouveau riche. Chapter 69. The New Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. A few of them arrived at the Great Hall ahead of the first-year students by carriage. However, arriving early served little purpose, as they still had to wait for the newcomers to partake in the feast. Albert reached into his pocket and produced a sandwich for Elizabeth, crafted by Mrs. Weasley. Upon hearing Albert commend her culinary skills, Mrs. Weasley had prepared extra sandwiches for the twins to share with others on their journey, ensuring no one would suffer hunger before the sorting ceremony concluded. It seems Mrs. Weasley was quite experienced regarding the discomfort of waiting with an empty stomach during the Hogwarts opening feast. As they conversed about the recent skirmish in the carriage, they remained oblivious to the increasingly dark expressions on Ashley and Mary-Kate's faces. Predictably, it was Marcus behind the mischief. Ever since the last Quidditch pitch brawl, he had been clandestinely maligning Albert as a traitor to Slytherin, though his attempts bore little fruit, as the second-year wizards were well aware of his actions, bringing shame upon him within Slytherin House. Nevertheless, the animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin continued to escalate following the group altercation. One must admit, Marcus's reckless behavior knows no bounds. He dared to slander their leader Albert before the members of the Gryffindor Knights, only to be met with immediate retaliation. Fortunately, his regular Quidditch practice had rendered him strong enough to withstand the initial onslaught. Even as a disgrace to Slytherin, he could not allow himself to be bullied by Gryffindor. What could the Slytherin students do but step in to assist, albeit reluctantly? Then Albert arrived, casting a powerful flood spell that engulfed the entire carriage. An intense mediation ensued. As they continued their conversation, the sorting ceremony commenced. Soon, it was time for Cho Chang. Cedric stood by the Hufflepuff table, fervently chanting, "Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff." "Ravenclaw," Cedric exclaimed in frustration. He then turned his gaze toward Waz and silently conveyed a message. Keep an eye on my future wife. I cannot allow anyone to steal her away. Waz blinked in confusion, utterly perplexed by Cedric's intentions. Who could enlighten him on Cedric's true meaning? Waz sat at the Ravenclaw table, shrouded in bewilderment. Excitedly, Zhang Xiao found her place beside Penelope, her heart tinged with a hint of regret. If given the choice, she would have preferred to be in Slytherin, alongside her senior, Albert. If Albert were to discover her true feelings, one could only wonder how he might react. Perhaps this was one of the drawbacks of his striking good looks. Marietta Edgecombe, Ravenclaw. Terrence Higgs, Slytherin. Eddie Carmichael, another Ravenclaw. This year's freshman, aside from Zhang Xiao, failed to captivate much attention. Resting her chin in her hand, Albert idly poked at his empty plate with his fork. Why had the announcement of the defense against the dark arts professor not yet been made? He was eagerly awaiting the meal. Finally, the moment arrived. Let us welcome this year's new professor for defense against the dark arts, Bradstock. Albert nearly choked on his own saliva. Surely, Uncle Brad was not here to court disaster. The grand hall doors swung open once more, revealing the flamboyantly dressed Brad. Many students speculated about the connection between the new professor and the notorious figure of Slytherin, while those seated near Albert directly posed the question. Standing at the faculty table, the mature visage of Brad was adorned with a perfectly timed smile, revealing just the right number of teeth as he waved to the students below. The charming demeanor of Brad immediately ensnared the hearts of the young ladies. Only Albert, reading his lips as Brad faced the Slytherin table, discerned the words, "Surprised, little brats? You must not know my relationship with Hogwarts' most formidable ally. Just wait. I'll be bringing old Dumbledore to your office for tea in no time." Galen, the other four founders of the organization, were well acquainted with Brad. Unlike Albert's confrontational nature, they mused, this year, a familiar face is teaching, so surely there will be no shortage of permits for the restricted section. Moreover, we could convince Brad to help us explore the chamber of Slytherin. How perfect. After the feast, Albert, having roamed the castle countless times, was more familiar with it than even Brad. He arrived at the office of the defense against the dark arts professor before Brad could even cast protective charms. With a simple Alhambra, he gained entry. Seated in Brad's office chair, Albert casually propped his legs on the desk, adopting an air of arrogance as he awaited Brad's arrival, as if he were the professor of defense against the dark arts himself. Upon opening the office door, Brad was greeted by this spectacle, a frown forming on his brow. He approached and seized Albert by the collar, lifting him from the chair. "I demand a permit for the restricted section," Albert declared, hands firmly on his hips and brimming with indignation. "What purpose would that serve you? Professor Dumbledore mentioned that you've been using the disillusionment charm to sneak into the restricted section since your first year." Brad was meticulously organizing the items he would need for class the following day, showing not even a trace of interest in Albert. To his surprise, old Filch seemed aware of their misdeeds. It remained uncertain whether he had discovered their use of the forgetfulness charm on him. Poor castle caretaker. His memory was deteriorating by the day. This led to the conclusion that when the time came, obtaining a note could be as simple as approaching Professor Dumbledore directly. Albert, feeling both indignant and emboldened, lamented the exhaustion of maintaining the disillusionment charm while also being wary of Mrs. Norris and Filch. Brad casually snatched a piece of parchment, scribbled a hasty line, and tossed it to Albert. "Get out." Albert swiftly caught the note and turned to leave, exclaiming, "Congratulations on becoming a professor. Such a lack of courtesy." Brad muttered under his breath, "If you don't show you some respect in class, I'll change my name to Stock." With the note granting access to the restricted section in hand, Albert did not rush to the library. It was nearly closing time, leaving him insufficient moments to peruse which books to borrow. Learning that Dumbledore was aware of their intrusion, yet had not punished them, allowed Albert to breathe a sigh of relief. Now, with this note, he could easily forge several, avoiding the need to seek the professor's approval. He could simply place the blame on Uncle Brad or Dumbledore. Both would surely shield him. It was time to welcome the new member. Chapter 70, The Art of Disillusionment. The Room of Requirement. Cedric stood before the mirror, obsessively adjusting his hairstyle. Was it too greasy? Would a side parting look better? Or should he go for a middle part? After the dinner, Cedric had rushed to Ravenclaw to invite Cho Chang. Initially, she had declined, but upon hearing that the Olsen sisters, Penelope, Albert, and others were members of the organization, her interest in joining became palpable. Penelope would not bring Cho until after 9, leaving only a few fellows in the room of requirement. To Albert, Cedric's incessant preening resembled a lovesick peacock, poised to display his plumage in courtship when Cho arrived. Could he not learn to be as composed as I? Albert nearly succumbed to the urge to cast a thunderclap charm on Cedric's head, giving him a wild hairstyle. He was currently rummaging for the new rings to distribute among the members of the organization. The old, shabby rings lacked even the basic function of transmitting messages, which had forced Woz to use the ring's temperature fluctuations to convey Morse code during the summer. Only Albert understood Morse code. The others in the organization would be utterly lost. Thus, the communication feature was imperative. His teacher, Nico, had gifted him a pair of double-sided mirrors during the holidays, which he had already dismantled into numerous pieces. The double-sided mirror was a rare alchemical artifact. 2 mirrors magically linked to facilitate swift communication across distances. This rarity pertained particularly to ordinary wizards. In the estate of Nicodemus. This particular item occupies the lowest tier of Nicodemus alchemical creations, available in abundance. His mentor even kindly inquired whether a single piece would suffice for his research, or if he desired additional samples. Such items are plentiful in the S.M.A.S.H estate. If absent, crafting a few would be a trivial task for Nicodemus. The basement of the S.M.A.S.H estate is replete with numerous trivial contrivances that Nicodemus whimsically created during his experiments. To him, anything casually piled in the basement holds little significance. What may be deemed precious by external alchemists, the casual creations of the alchemical master, are freely dismantled for study by Albert within the estate. Additionally, there exists an inexhaustible supply of alchemical materials, a veritable treasure trove amassed over 6 centuries by Nicodemus. Even if dozens of alchemists were to utilize these resources, they would not deplete them in less than a decade. One might inquire, which apprentice in a magical realm possesses such indulgence? This is the advantage of having a powerful ally. In Nicodemus' eyes, only those items he deems worthy of his collection possess true value, coveted even by the likes of Dumbledore. The principle of the double-sided mirror is not difficult to decipher. Its rarity in the magical community stems from its raw materials. Undoubtedly, Nicodemus monopolizes a vast majority of alchemical resources within the wizarding world, which has caused the prices of external magical materials to soar. The original ring was rendered obsolete, as its materials could not sustain the multitude of functions it was designed to carry. Albert removed a considerable number of alchemical materials from Nicodemus' vault, including magical metals like mithril, various gemstones capable of storing magical energy, and elemental crystals formed from high-purity elements. He filled 2 bags, enhanced by the spell of silent extension, without noticeably depleting the warehouse's stock. This is merely one of the warehouses belonging to the S.M.A.S.H estate. One must wonder, what treasures has Nicodemus amassed in the magical realm over these 6 centuries? The ring's base, crafted from mithril, is adorned with a gemstone inscribed with arcane runes. The inner side of the ring bears the names of each individual. The newly added long-distance communication feature in this ring is notably sophisticated. Members of the organization need only input their magical energy into the ring in a specific manner, and it will convert their energy into a unique wave, transmitting it to the main ring, crafted from even more advanced materials held by Albert. Upon receiving this wave, Albert's ring amplifies it and projects it as an illusion in specific locations, namely, anywhere a ring of the organization exists. Albert refers to this as the illusory projection technique, a new magic developed after disassembling several remote communication alchemical devices and consulting Professor Dumbledore regarding the Dark Mark. Building upon the illusory projection technique, Albert has also conceived ideas for subsequent improvements to the League of Heroes, realizing that with slight modifications, this spell could enable remote multiplayer functionality for the League. Nico has long lamented that League of Legends can only be played solo with Paranail, and it seems the release of a new version must be expedited. Under Nico's guidance, Albert expended considerable effort to learn how to inscribe and solidify the magical runes onto the gemstone embedded in the ring. This gemstone typically absorbs the magical energy dissipated during a wizard's spell casting, storing it within. It can also gather stray magical energy from the air, albeit with minimal efficiency. The runes etched onto the mithril base serve the purpose of absorbing this magical energy. Consequently, when they employ the spell of projection for long-distance communication, they shall not deplete their own magical reserves as much. This spell does have certain limitations. Firstly, members must grasp the basics of the projection spell, specifically how to convey their intended messages through magical energy. Fortunately, this spell is rather straightforward, and given the considerable aptitude of those present, it can be mastered in less than an hour. Secondly, there are restrictions on the communication range. However, it suffices to cover the entirety of the British Isles, provided Albert remains within this territory. Moreover, The projection obscures the attendees' faces, revealing only their eyes and a vague black silhouette adorned with a shimmering, multicolored aura. Nevertheless, this is adequate, as it allows members of the Akatsuki to convene meetings anytime and anywhere. According to the twins, it is preferable that the projections do not reveal faces, as this enhances the aura of a nefarious organization lurking in the shadows. Albert felt a pang of frustration. Wasn't he the original intention of establishing the Akatsuki to create a knowledge-sharing learning community? How had it begun to resemble a terrifying cult akin to the Death Eaters? Within the school, they engaged in nocturnal escapades, trespassed into restricted areas, pilfered public property, such as vegetables from the greenhouse for Hot Pot, assaulted the castle's disciplinary committee, and even raised a three-headed dog. Albert had even enlisted Waz's assistance to procure a dragon egg. Outside the school, they violated magical laws during holidays, assaulted muggles, and unlawfully manipulated muggle artifacts. Goodness, unbeknownst to them, they had amassed a considerable list of transgressions, surely enough to warrant a decade's imprisonment in Azkaban. Perhaps it would be prudent to organize a team-building event for the Akatsuki soon. How about a day trip to Azkaban, with a Dementor as a free tour guide? No less. Chapter 71. Your saliva is almost dripping into the cauldron. Tonight, all members of the Akatsuki gathered at the Room of Requirement. It had been quite some time since they had convened in full. Typically, only half of the members would be present. Penelope and the new member, Zhang Zheming, were the last to arrive. On the first night of the new students' enrollment, they had already broken the school rules by venturing out at night, which left Zhang Zheming feeling somewhat apprehensive, yet she ultimately decided to join. Each young wizard possesses traits from more than one house. Perhaps Gryffindor would suit her well. In the corridor on the 8th floor of the castle, Penelope lifted the disillusionment charm from both of them. After explaining how to enter the Room of Requirement, she demonstrated personally, causing a door to materialize abruptly on the wall. Now, you may enter, Penelope said with a smile, giving Zhang Zheming's shoulder an encouraging pat. What about you, Penelope? Zhang Zheming felt a twinge of anxiety within her. Why wasn't Penelope entering with her? As Penelope pinched Zhang Zheming's cheek, the smile at the corner of her mouth became even more pronounced. This is your welcome ceremony. The thought of what awaited her soon nearly made Penelope burst into laughter. Zhang Zheming nodded, somewhat understanding yet still apprehensive, and with a sense of fatalism, she pushed open the door to the Room of Requirement. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness. Here it comes again. Senior? Senior. This only heightened her fear. The corridor on the 8th floor was desolate, devoid of any presence, save for the gusts of chilling wind that howled through the windows, adding a sinister ambience to the already terrifying atmosphere. Zhang Zheming felt a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Suddenly, a flame erupted within the Room of Requirement. With no retreat in sight, Zhang Zheming gritted her teeth and rushed toward the sole source of light. She burst through the barrier of darkness and arrived before the flame. Exhaling in relief, the fire suddenly expanded, nearly singeing her bangs, prompting her to take a few steps back. The enlarged flame split apart, transforming into serpentine tongues of fire that darted in all directions, illuminating the torches on the walls. Thanks to the flickering light, Zhang Zheming could finally discern the surroundings of the Room of Requirement. 9 shadowy figures, each radiating a spectrum of colors, had encircled her unbeknownst to her. Frightened, Zhang Zheming instinctively opened her mouth to scream, but Penelope spoke first. "Zheming, it's me." Penelope. Recognizing Penelope's voice, Zhang Zheming managed to calm herself slightly. "You scared me to death. Senior, I apologize. This adds to the sense of ceremony. I experienced the same during my initiation," Penelope explained. Zhang Zheming was not very familiar with Albert's voice, but she recognized the speaker by the blue eyes on the shadow's face. As the light illuminated every corner of the Room of Requirement, the torches on the walls, having lost their role in creating a menacing atmosphere, extinguished. Zhang Zheming then noticed the other 9 members, either standing or sitting, dispersed throughout the room. The shadows surrounding her were mere phantasms. What kind of magic is this? It's the illusory projection technique, a form of long-distance communication magic, akin to the dark mark of the Death Eaters, Waz explained. Lounging on the couch with a book in hand, the conversation abruptly shifted to the Dark Lord, causing Zhang Zheming to shiver. Even a novice which knew of the Dark Lord and the infamous Death Eaters. "Let me handle this." Cedric abruptly snatched the item from Waz's grasp. The trio of Weasley, who had been observing the spectacle from the couch, wore mischievous grins. Penelope also led her 2 close friends away, granting Cedric and Zhang Zheming a moment of privacy. Elizabeth squatted beside Albert, watching him brew potions with keen interest. Nico's collection contained several potion ingredients, but it paled in comparison to his vast array of alchemical materials. If it were Nico's residence in France, perhaps he could gather all the necessary potions required for the bloodline fusion elixir. However, within this estate in Devonshire, the resources are regrettably insufficient. The potion demands an extensive array of over 80 ingredients, more than half of which are considered rare treasures within a magical realm, with a select few being exceedingly scarce. Fortunately, the formula does not necessitate any discontinued potion components. Otherwise, Albert would truly be driven to madness. After all, the preparation of potions requires a lengthy duration of over 2 months. Some ingredients can be pre-processed or handled concurrently, provided that the crucial steps for the primary materials are executed in order. Albert's expertise in potion making liberates him from the rigid adherence to the recipe's sequential methods, although this liberty is confined to the simpler potions. As for more complex concoctions like the compound decoction, Albert currently lacks the capability to enhance its brewing methods, let alone modify the recipe for more potent effects. Eliza? Eliza? Albert's voice jolted Elizabeth from her daydream. She wiped her mouth, nearly letting drool drip into the cauldron. Upon hearing Albert's words, Elizabeth hastily cleaned her face, only to realize that Albert was teasing her. Infuriated, the young witch contemplated giving Albert's arm a sharp pinch. Yet, observing his earnest diligence, she hesitated, unwilling to disturb him. In the distance, Zhang Zheming looked at Elizabeth with a twinge of envy. How she longed for a boyfriend as dashing and capable as Albert, but it was evident that he was already taken. Turning her gaze to Cedric, she noted his decent looks, but recalling his behavior during the afternoon's quarrel in the carriage, she silently deducted points from him. Should Cedric wish to pursue Zhang Zheming, he has a long and arduous path ahead. Chapter 72, The Art of Dark Illusion. As Albert placed the final potion atop the cauldron and ignited the flame, he stretched languidly. The previous potion materials had been manageable within mere minutes, yet this last concoction required a week of brewing. He set it aside to simmer, intending only to check on occasionally. Just moments ago, he had felt no fatigue while focused. Now, relaxation ushered in a wave of aches across his body. The gentle Elizabeth, noticing his discomfort, promptly employed magic to alleviate his fatigue. Thank you. A sphere of water materialized in Albert's hand, shifting and transforming until it ultimately took the form of a rose. A chill emanated from his palm, freezing the water into a stunning ice rose. The crystalline flower sparkled beautifully under the light. With one hand grasping the rose and the other forming a single-handed seal behind his back, he intoned illusionary dark art. This spell was a newly developed magic based on the countercharm of the Lumos spell, Nox. It possesses the ability to extinguish the ambient light, creating an environment devoid of any illumination. Just moments ago, in the 8th floor corridor, the encroaching darkness that gradually approached Zhang Zheming was conjured by this very spell. Furthermore, after a summer of diligent study, Albert successfully simplified the casting process, now able to perform it with but one hand. The surroundings plunged into darkness, leaving only a beam of light cascading down onto the positions occupied by Albert and Elizabeth. With a gentlemanly bow, Albert presented a rose to Elizabeth, who accepted it with a beaming smile. Ambitiously, Albert sought to bestow a kiss upon her hand, but before he could execute his intention, a delicate hand emerged from the shadows, grasping his attire. The darkness abruptly dissipated. Mary Kate stood with her hands on her hips, casting a disapproving glare at Albert, who seemed to harbor ulterior motives toward her sister. Why did they ardently support Cedric and Zhang Zheming's flirtations, yet regard him and Elizabeth with the disdain of someone who owed them a fortune? Albert was left utterly perplexed. You must hear my defense, Ashley declared, her arms crossed over her chest, enhancing her imposing presence, making Albert hesitant to meet her gaze. Attend to the potion and then come over, she stated, and with that, the twin sisters turned and departed. Since the last time the Olsen sisters joined forces and clashed with several founders, a tradition had emerged within the Akatsuki organization. Whenever a new member was inducted, the veteran members were required to split into groups and engage in a display match, ostensibly to showcase their prowess before the newcomers. Should the new member feel confident in their abilities, they could challenge the veterans to a duel. Zhang Zheming, being a mere novice witch, would undoubtedly be no match for any present, though perhaps she could extend a challenge to Cedric, who would likely go easy on her, if not entirely relent. The last time Penelope joined, the Olsen sisters had decisively bested the 5 members on Albert's side, with Elizabeth single-handedly overpowering the opposing 5. Elizabeth's magical aptitude was nothing short of astounding, her power levels significantly surpassing those of her peers. Her magical capacity was already on par with that of an average adult wizard. She seemed to be a natural spellcaster, having never learned a whispering or wandless casting technique. She mastered it effortlessly after a single demonstration by Albert. Whatever incantation she learned, she could master with remarkable speed, her extraordinary magical talent leaving Albert envious. Imagining that with such gifts, he could have bested Dumbledore by his 3rd year and kicked Voldemort by his 4th. However, conventional spells offered little aid to Elizabeth. Her chaotic magic, which she wielded at will to conjure magical energy projectiles, proved far more effective. Since the last encounter, where he was forcefully subdued, Albert has aptly named Elizabeth's unique magical talent as chaos magic. The distinct crimson chaotic energy that emanates from Elizabeth appears to be of a significantly higher tier than that of other sorcerers. When Cedric channels an equivalent amount of magical energy, his devastating strike against the magical shield of Kamar-Taj merely shatters a small corner. However, a single bolt of chaos magic effortlessly obliterates the shield. The protective barrier constructed from chaotic energy remains impervious to their combined assaults, standing firm against the fierce onslaught of the transformed Momo. How could they possibly hope to breach it? Conversely, their own defensive spells crumble under a single blow from Elizabeth. In comparison to her innate gift, Elizabeth's combat awareness is not particularly remarkable. During practice with conventional magic, she often fumbles, and in moments of panic, she might even forget to cast the Iron Shield charm in the face of an incoming spell. This begs the question, when Merlin opens a door for you, does he also close a window? Fortunately, Albert is quick to react, possessing sufficient control over his magical power. With a deft flick of his wand, he diverts the spell away. In this round of group combat, Albert, emboldened by the development of new magic, feels quite confident. Do you need me to handle the 3 of you? Penelope provocatively beckons to the 5 boys. In response, they all brandish their wands in unison. It seems assistance is unnecessary. The other girls also pull out their wands, except for Elizabeth, who remains empty-handed. Standing at the forefront of the formation, Albert discreetly gestures with his left hand behind his back, and the other 4 immediately comprehend his intent. With a single-handed incantation, he casts the illusionary dark arts. Instantly, the room transforms into a pitch-black void. It appears that Zhang Zheming will not witness their display. Enveloped in darkness, Penelope and the Olsen sisters remain unperturbed. Their first instinct is to cast the Lumos charm. Typically capable of illuminating the entire room with a single flick, the charm falters in this instance. A faint glow flickers at the tip of their wands before extinguishing. Don't waste your efforts. My improved spell is not without its defenses, Albert muses. The twin sisters, recalling the position where Albert and his companions stood, unleash several spells into the darkness, but the faint light merely illuminates the empty space. Fiery blaze. Just as a flame ignites at the tip of Penelope's wand, it is forcefully deflected by 4 spells striking from different directions. Do not reveal your position. Mary-Kate is the first to react, loudly warning her teammates. She shouts while diving aside, narrowly evading the 4 spells that hurtle toward her. Chapter 73, The Quake Wave Sword. Despite being struck simultaneously by the 4 spells, Penelope suffers minimal harm, as the boys show restraint in their magical assault. Shaking her head to regain her composure, she rises from the ground. Her foremost concern now is to locate the Olsen sisters and regroup with them. Suddenly, a hand grasps tightly over her mouth from behind. A dagger glided across her pristine neck, leaving behind a crimson mark. Of course, it was the blunt side. Albert whispered softly into Penelope's ear, "Senior, you have fallen." Although somewhat irritated, Penelope adhered to the rules of the wizarding duel, slowly retreating to the wall of the wishful house and settling against it, choosing to withdraw from the fray. The dark arts are spells that do not distinguish between friend and foe. To accurately discern the enemy's position in the shadows, Albert had developed another spell, akin to the ultrasonic waves emitted by bats. However, instead of ultrasound, it utilized specific frequencies of magical fluctuations, for Albert's ears could not perceive the former. Walking in darkness, serving the light, we are assassins. Ashley and Elizabeth stood back to back, maintaining an all-encompassing defensive spell against the onslaught of curses from all directions, vigilantly attuned to the sound around them. Mary-Kate had just dodged an attack by leaping aside, but in doing so, she lost contact with the other 2. Now, she stood in the darkness, holding her breath and focusing intently on the faint sounds that seemed to linger in the air. From behind, by the time Mary-Kate sensed the movement, it was too late. Albert employed the same tactic once more, the dagger again slicing through the artery of the intended victim. Mary-Kate fallen. The sound of the air being cut pierced the silence, as Elizabeth instinctively unleashed a surge of chaotic magic. The chaotic energy collided with the unknown object approaching, erupting into a massive burst of flames. The fire briefly illuminated their surroundings, revealing a shadow in Ashley's line of sight. "I've got you." She immediately wielded her wand, launching a flurry of spells towards the shadow. What Ashley took pride in the most was her casting speed. Among all in the Akatsuki, she was the swiftest in the art of spellcasting. Light penetrated the shadow. Oh no, it's an illusion spell. The iridescent halo surrounding the shadow made Ashley realize the dire situation. A spear suddenly appeared between her and Elizabeth, sweeping across and forcing both to retreat. As the flames dissipated, darkness enveloped them once more. Ashley lost contact with Elizabeth. The foremost concern was to ascertain Elizabeth's position, just as she began to move. A sharp object pressed against her back. It was Albert's dagger. "Ashley, fine." Elizabeth's delicate features turned pale. Within the wishful house, visibility was nil, and the silence was deafening. The absence of Ashley, who had been by her side moments ago, filled her with trepidation. A demon-slaying dagger sliced through the barrier she had conjured with chaotic magic. The dagger and barrier scraping together, creating a piercing noise. The crimson glow that should have radiated from the magic became imperceptible under the dark arts, and a magical projectile shot fiercely towards the dagger's direction. Yet, having already sensed the magical fluctuations, Albert evaded the attack, retreating swiftly. He changed direction, charging once more towards Elizabeth. I bloom amidst the carnage, akin to a flower in the dawn. With each successive assault, Albert's perception of the magical fluctuations grows increasingly acute and adept. Elizabeth finds herself devoid of any means to break the deadlock, and in her vexation, she stamps her foot, exclaiming, "Scoundrel!" Yet, Albert remains oblivious to her words, as he is ensnared in a peculiar state. His mind is consumed solely by the ebb and flow of magic, his body operating on instinct alone. As he attunes himself to the magical oscillations, a sense of clarity envelopes him. He feels as though he can command this rhythm. With a mere thought, a hefty sword materializes in his grasp. Once again, evading the magical projectile launched by Elizabeth, Albert wields the sword with both hands, executing a sweeping upward strike. The ground-shattering wave, an invisible ripple, rends the floor of the wish-granting chamber, hurtling towards Elizabeth, the wave obliterating the barrier before her. Caught in a stupor, Elizabeth stands motionless, devoid of the awareness to conjure another shield. Fortunately, the magical force of the wave has been largely dissipated by the barrier, and by the time it reaches her, it merely tousles a few strands of her hair. A hand emerges from behind her, resting upon her head, tousling her hair into disarray. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is my own. A voice, somewhat eerie in the oppressive darkness, resonates in Elizabeth's ear. Still dazed, she struggles to comprehend the unfolding events. How could she have lost? Seizing the moment of darkness and her bewilderment, Albert surreptitiously pinches her cheek, a mischief he had long desired to enact. As the darkness recedes, Elizabeth is seen flailing her tiny fists, striking Albert's chest in frustration. Ashley and Mary-Kate, witnessing this, brandish their 40-meter-long blades and charge forth. "Dog of a man," they cry, furious that he dared to flirt with their cherished sister in their absence. Due to Albert's shadowy tactics, what was meant to be a demonstration of prowess before the new members has devolved into a solitary exhibition of assassination artistry. Waz and the Weasley brothers, after 2 waves of concentrated fire, choose to remain passive, silently observing the spectacle. Zhang Zheming, having seen nothing beyond the initial barrage of spells, is left in the dark, while Cedric cannot tolerate such an indignity. He has yet to showcase his strength to Zhang Zheming, and thus he grips the Weasley brothers, preparing to demonstrate what it means to execute a limitless 1-against-2. In Zhang Zheming's blind spot, Cedric frantically signals to the Weasley brothers with his eyes, "Make sure I win next time. Once I succeed, I shall reward you handsomely." It is merely a matter of throwing the match, and the Weasley twins are well aware of Cedric's little scheme, throwing themselves into the performance with fervor, casting only ordinary spells instead of their more formidable ones. Albert had little interest in the ongoing battle. What pleasure could be derived from a mere sham contest? His thoughts were consumed by the sword strike he had executed against Elizabeth moments prior. After the clash, he endeavored to replicate the stroke that had come to him so intuitively, yet the heavy sword in his grasp produced nothing but the sound of air being sliced, devoid of any remarkable effects. In Chapter 74, titled The Phantom Sword Azura, Albert contemplated how to extract blood from the serpent monster without blinding it, all while ensuring his own escape. His ambition was to control the creature for his own purposes. The Book of the Emperor of Vishan held within its pages a master-servant contract capable of enslaving magical beasts, far more potent than Voldemort's ability to command serpents through Parseltongue. Albert aspired to wield this contract to subjugate the serpent left behind by Slytherin in the chamber. However, he was uncertain whether blinding the creature would render its eyes irreparable. Should that be the case, the serpent, intended as his battle companion, would likely lose much of its combat prowess. Thus, the necessity of preserving its eyesight posed a significant challenge to their endeavors. Nevertheless, he had devised an alternative means of perceiving the world without the use of sight: the fluctuations of magical energy. This spell had initially been developed to navigate the pitch-black environments created by the shadow-walking technique. Now it seemed that all participants in the Serpent Capture Initiative would be required to master this magic before being granted permission to join. Indeed, Albert had dubbed it the Wavelength Sword, signifying a technique that harnessed the vibrations of magical energy. After much futile experimentation, Albert found himself unable to reproduce that singular sword stroke. Thus, he resolved to adopt a different approach. He retrieved a strip of cloth and blindfolded himself. "George, Fred, lend me your assistance," he called out. The twin brothers, having been bested by Cedric in a solo confrontation, were currently sprawled on the sofa, nursing their wounds. Despite their earlier fierce engagement, during which spells flew and shattered tiles in the request room, the twins had barely exerted half of their capabilities. Unless it was a one-on-one match, their strategy of employing one for long-range harassment while the other engaged Cedric closely with Kamar-Taj techniques would lead to Cedric's south-swift defeat upon close quarters. Having deliberately held back, Cedric too refrained from delivering a full-force attack, leaving both twins' injuries feigned. George tilted his head at Albert, inquiring, "What are you up to?" Standing confidently in the center of the room, sword in hand and blindfolded, Albert exuded an aura of mastery as he casually instructed, "Attack me with a spell." After a brief pause, he added, "Be gentle," and cast slowly. Exchanging knowing glances, the twins smiled at one another and stealthily positioned themselves about 10 meters to either side of Albert, silently drawing their wands. Unbeknownst to them, every movement was laid bare to Albert's magical perception, albeit with a degree of ambiguity. He could still discern their every intent. "Disarm, both of you." Albert merely took a step back, deftly evading the spells cast by the two individuals. Two beams of crimson light intertwined before him, racing towards the twins. Unbeknownst to them, Albert's swift maneuver left the twins vulnerable, as they were struck by their own spells and sent sprawling. He planted his heavy sword into the tiled floor, tilting his head and raising his hands in a gesture that seemed to convey, "Is that all?" A torrent of spells surged forth like a tempest. Yet Albert wielded his sword with such precision that it formed an impenetrable barrier. Although formidable, it was not entirely foolproof. At least 1/3 of the spells breached his defenses, striking him and forcing him to retreat in disarray. 5 minutes later, after Elizabeth had tended to his wounds, Albert stood once more in the center of the room, blindfolded. Previously, against the twins' rapid-fire casting, he had managed to endure for 11 seconds, intercepting 2/3 of the spells. This time, he was determined to surpass that limit. Elizabeth, with a look of tender concern, healed Albert's injuries. After another 5 minutes, he found himself once again in the room center. This time, he lasted over 20 seconds, successfully defending against all spells within the first 5 seconds. "Will more come?" he mused. "No more for now. Let us practice again tomorrow." Creating a sufficiently vivid image was simply too taxing. His eyelids were heavy, and all he craved was sleep. Had someone offered him a pillow at that moment, he might have succumbed instantly. Elizabeth sat beside him, producing a fragrant handkerchief. Like a gentle and virtuous spouse, she wiped the sweat from his brow. "Thank you, Elizabeth," Albert said, accepting the handkerchief with great care, folding it delicately, and stowing it away. Albert's inner monologue. Returning something so precious is simply impossible. Perhaps sensing Albert's fatigue, Mary-Kate and Ashley refrained from voicing any objections. As night deepened, others began to prepare to leave. In a forest somewhere in Albania, an autumn rain began to fall. The soft patter of raindrops cascading from the canopy above. The rain diligently washed away the bloodstains on the ground. Recently, a fierce battle, or rather a massacre, had erupted here. Several black-clad sorcerers lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of wounds or marks, their terrified expressions telling tales of the horrors they had encountered in life. Silence reigned in the forest, save for the relentless sound of rain. A slender black snake, no thicker than a finger, slithered out from the underbrush, its movement masked by the sound of the falling rain. Unlike typical serpents with slit pupils, this black snake possessed blood-red eyes, brimming with a cruel, murderous intent. It glided to the side of the corpses, its elongated tongue flicking out as if assessing its satisfaction with the fallen prey. At last, It paused beside one of the corpses, seemingly quite satisfied with its choice. The black serpent slithered into the gaping mouth of the lifeless body, which, despite being devoid of warmth, convulsed wildly. After a brief moment, the body finally ceased its spasms. With an awkwardness in its movements, the corpse rose from the ground. This body is truly subpar. A hoarse, emotionless voice emanated from its lips. Chapter 75, Escape. Brad had prepared himself for a stern reprimand. Yet, as this young man settled into his seat, the bell for class rang. Clad in a meticulously tailored wizarding robe, with his short hair impeccably styled, Brad's appearance surpassed that of Severus in terms of attractiveness. Thus, it stands to reason that wizards should elevate their standards of attire. Do you comprehend? Allow me to tell you, in his youth, Brad navigated through a myriad of romantic entanglements, having engaged in light-hearted banter with countless beauties during his travels across various lands. Many girls in the classroom gazed dreamily at Professor Brad, only to subsequently turn their infatuated glances towards Albert. Both were undeniably handsome. Yet Albert's charm eclipsed Brad's by a significant margin. However, Brad possessed a mature allure that Albert lacked, were it not for the mismatch in hair and eye color. One might almost assume that Albert was Brad's son, as good looks are indeed hereditary. Take out your wands. Defense Against the Dark Arts is a course that emphasizes practical application. In my class, there will be no tedious theoretical knowledge. All else is inferior. And only practical experience holds merit. Brad's gaze swept across the small wizards seated before him, ultimately resting upon Albert. Here we go again. Every year, the instructor for Defense Against the Dark Arts seems intent on targeting me. As anticipated, not 2 minutes into the lesson, Brad called upon Albert. Mr. Stock, would you please come to the front and demonstrate for everyone? Albert stared at Brad impassively, while Brad maintained a smile, locking eyes with him. Albert en Brett. With an expressionless demeanor, Albert approached the podium, his left hand clasped behind him as he drew forth his wand with his right hand. Next, we shall conduct a practical demonstration. To clarify, you may only utilize the spells inscribed on the blackboard, Brad announced loudly to the students. He then left Albert, poised for battle, as he elaborated on the incantations and techniques for the students. Now, do you recall the etiquette of dueling, Mr. Stock? Brad positioned his wand before him and bowed. Albert mirrored the gesture, raising his wand before bowing as well. And then, darkness descended. Let us make our escape. It would be foolish not to run. As he passed by his former seat, he did not forget to pull Elizabeth along. And the two dashed out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. When the lights in the classroom were restored, Albert and Elizabeth had already vanished down the corridor. Only Brad remained, his face darkened, standing at the podium. 20 points deducted from Slytherin. Let them deduct. Albert was indifferent. But was this truly appropriate? Elizabeth, who had frequently followed them in breaching numerous school regulations, now found herself anxious over a mere act of skipping class. After a moment's contemplation, Albert added, "If your concern is about leaving a poor impression on the professors, there is absolutely no need for that. I am well aware of Uncle Brad's character, having been raised by him." As they raced through the castle, they encountered Peeves around a corner. Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, had existed since the school's inception. Renowned for his penchant for pranks and chaos, he had long been a source of exasperation for the school and its inhabitants, particularly for the caretaker, Argus Filch, as only the formidable Bloody Baron and Albus Dumbledore could manage him. The disorder he intentionally created often consumed an entire day for the caretaker to rectify, shattering vases, overturning potions, and toppling bookcases, among other mischiefs. Peeves relished appearing mere inches from people's noses, hiding within suits of armor, or tossing objects at individuals during class breaks, which provoked vehement reprimands from the more timid. "Look who I discovered, the notorious leader of the Bad Eggs, Albert, during class hours," Peeves exclaimed. Albert greeted him with enthusiasm. First, a flashbang to the face, followed by a water jet to rinse his mouth, and finally, he brandished a sword as wide as a door, striking Peeves like a tennis ball, sending him flying down the corridor. It was indeed time for his rendezvous with Elizabeth, and he could not allow Peeves to interrupt. Peeves remarked, "I see how it is. You two are quite the indulgent pair." Albert naturally took Elizabeth's hand, leading her at a brisk pace to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "Where are we headed?" Elizabeth inquired, her cheeks flushed from the exertion of running with Albert holding her hand. Albert had brought her to this desolate place. Could it be he intended something untoward? Should she resist or feign reluctance? "Let me introduce you to a friend." Unbeknownst to Albert, Elizabeth's mind was racing with all manner of wild thoughts. He placed 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled towards the Forbidden Forest. Moments later, rustling sounds emerged, and a magnificent steed appeared before them. However, This creature was unlike any ordinary horse. It boasted a colossal eagle's head, legs resembling sharp talons rather than typical horse legs, and powerful wings that, when unfurled, spanned over 20 feet. An eagle-headed, winged beast. Elizabeth's hands glowed with a scarlet light as she assumed a battle stance. Albert hurriedly positioned himself in front of her, declaring, "This is the friend I told you about." A friend? The crimson glow emanating from Elizabeth's hand dissipated, yet her expression remained one of vigilance. The moment the winged beast with the head of an eagle stirred, she would not hesitate to strike. "Isla, do not be anxious. This is Buckbeak," Albert reassured, gently patting Elizabeth's hand, which was tightly gripping his. He gestured for her to relax before turning his attention to Buckbeak. "Buckbeak, this is Elizabeth." Elizabeth released her hold on Albert's clothing. Albert retrieved a piece of raw meat from his pocket, waving it enticingly before Buckbeak. The creature's eyes sparkled with interest as it approached, lightly taking the bloody morsel from Albert's hand and happily tearing into it. Upon finishing a piece, Buckbeak affectionately nudged its large head against Albert's chest, the force of which caused Albert to take an involuntary step back. Then, with wide, innocent eyes, it gazed expectantly at Albert. "Here," he said, stroking Buckbeak's fluffy head while offering it another piece of meat. Elizabeth stood by, astonished. Was this truly the legendary and fearsome carnivorous creature, the hippogriff? It appeared more akin to an oversized, affectionate feline. Watching Albert adeptly pet Buckbeak's eagle head, she felt an irresistible urge to join in. Chapter 76, The Sky Knight. The first step was to meet his gaze. Albert stood beside Buckbeak, instructing Elizabeth on how to interact with the creature. "Now bow, and remember, do not blink. It may perceive this as insincerity." Trusting Albert implicitly, the young witch complied. Buckbeak proudly raised its head, observing the bowing girl with keen interest. "Come, you may approach him now." Albert took Elizabeth's hand, guiding her to gently place it upon Buckbeak's head. Elizabeth eagerly caressed Buckbeak's feathers, and the creature seemed to relish the attention from the young witch. "Magnificent creature," Albert mused internally, pondering how Buckbeak had not displayed such delight when he petted it, despite having fed it copious amounts of meat. Last semester, he frequently visited Hagrid to pet the three-headed dog, Fong, and on one occasion, he fortuitously encountered Hagrid petting Buckbeak, thus forging a deep friendship with the hippogriff. Subsequently, he often ventured to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to feed Buckbeak, and over time, all he needed to do was whistle, and Buckbeak would come trotting over eagerly. It was also possible to ride atop Buckbeak's back, allowing him to soar above the castle. Observing Elizabeth simply petting the creature, Albert could not resist offering a reminder. At his words, Elizabeth's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, as she compared her height to that of Buckbeak, she suddenly felt a dilemma arise. How would she mount? Traditionally, at this moment, Buckbeak would lower its body to facilitate Albert's ascent. Yet today, the creature remained steadfast, motionless. Albert crouched down and looked up at Elizabeth, declaring, "I shall lift you up." Before Elizabeth could decline, he grasped her small legs and, with a sudden surge of strength, hoisted her to the level of the horse's back. As she clumsily climbed onto Buckbeak, a deep crimson blush spread across her cheeks, nearly resembling a drop of blood. This was due to Albert's unintended contact with an indiscreet part of her when he lifted her onto the saddle. Grasping his neck, Elizabeth remained momentarily bewildered while seated behind Buckbeak. Albert, noticing her predicament, kindly prompted her to hold on. Following his advice, she complied. He then patted Buckbeak's hind leg, causing the majestic creature to raise its front claws and unfurl its expansive wings, launching forth like an arrow into the sky, carrying Elizabeth skyward. As Elizabeth and Buckbeak's figures diminished in the distance, Albert suddenly pondered whether it would have been a more prudent choice for them to ride together. What had caused his intellect to falter so abruptly? "Hey, I haven't mounted yet." Elizabeth, clutching Buckbeak's neck and feeling the invigorating wind rush past her, experienced a surge of exhilaration. Drawing a flying broom from her bag, she forcefully propelled herself off the ground, prompting Albert to follow suit. The wind rustled the willows of Hogwarts as the magnificent creature soared above the castle. Buckbeak circled the towering spires of the castle with Elizabeth aboard before veering towards the Black Lake. Albert skillfully maneuvered his broom alongside Buckbeak, matching its pace, and the creature, understanding his intent, stretched its wings, ceasing to flap and instead gliding gracefully. Standing on his broom, Albert maintained his balance with utmost care. With a step, he placed his foot on one of Buckbeak's wings, and the powerful appendage only dipped slightly, readily supporting his weight. As Albert's foot hooked backward, he managed to regain control of the broom that had begun to plummet. Concerned for his safety, Elizabeth clutched his wizarding robe tightly. Seizing the moment afforded by her grip, Albert positioned himself behind Elizabeth. His arms encircled her slender waist, securing him firmly on Buckbeak's back, while the young witch sat blushing in front of him, their proximity undeniably intimate. Elizabeth felt akin to a princess from a fairy tale, cradled in the embrace of her own noble steed. With her legs resting against Buckbeak's belly, her center of gravity tilted slightly to one side, prompting Buckbeak to turn in response to the shift, carrying them towards the Quidditch pitch. "Hey, Charlie," Albert called out as he spotted Charlie Weasley leading the Gryffindor team in practice. He waved in greeting. Charlie halted the training, soaring on his broom to hover near Buckbeak. "Hey, Alva, what is this?" he exclaimed, astonished. "A hippogriff. Cool." Charlie marveled. "I must return to training the players, so I want to interrupt you further." Before Charlie redirected his broom, he mischievously winked at Albert, revealing him to be quite the seasoned trickster. As Buckbeak spread his wings, his grounded legs scampered forward a few paces, halting any forward momentum, and he landed gracefully on ground. Albert dismounted, gently lifting Elizabeth down from the saddle. Cradled in Albert's arms, Elizabeth appeared somewhat reluctant to part ways, a rosy blush still adorning her beautiful visage. The little witch was evidently overjoyed. "Can I come back to play with Buckbeak again?" She gazed at Albert, her eyes brimming with hope. "Of course you can," he replied. "Not only that, but you must come often," although he left the latter part of his thought unspoken. Chuckling softly, Albert absent-mindedly touched the spot on his face that Elizabeth had just kissed. Stealing a glance back at him, Elizabeth felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Taking the little witch's hand, Albert smiled, and together they strolled towards the distant Hogwarts castle. The British sky, a rare sight of clarity, bathed them in the warm, gentle light of September. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Chapter 77. The Venom Sac of the Venomous Leopard. The curriculum for second-year Transfiguration was not significantly more advanced than that of the first year. Albert was filled with questions. Was the first lesson of the new term really less challenging than the previous semester's final exam? Did Professor McGonagall, concerned that they had squandered their summer learning, intend for them to start anew with simpler material? During the final exam last semester, Albert had to wield his wand to poke at a mouse to perform the Transfiguration spell, yet now he couldn't even be bothered to draw his wand. He had kept in close correspondence with Waz over the holiday, further honing his ability to perform wandless magic. The powerful Water Blast spell had been streamlined from 18 hand seals to 13, with only a slight reduction in potency. Aside from Albert, none could perceive this diminishment, rendering its impact negligible, except for a few spells with more intricate structures that required two-handed seals, such as the Dark Arts. Albert was capable of executing one-handed intricate seals with ease. Fixating on the beetle sprawled across the table, its legs flailing aimlessly, Albert made no movement of his hands, merely parting his lips. Henshin. The beetle morphed, twisting into the shape of a button. While he was not adept at transforming inanimate objects into living beings, turning a tiny beetle into a button seemed straightforward enough. The twins, upon hearing this, felt the urge to reprimand him. Was this truly what he described as a lack of talent in Transfiguration? Elizabeth, however, was far more decisive, maintaining a floating charm without a wand, causing the beetle to levitate before her. It morphed effortlessly according to her thoughts, transforming into a miniature replica of Albert or into a scene of her and Albert riding Buckbeak. Last semester, Professor McGonagall had become almost numb to awarding points to the two of them. Witnessing their current performance, she merely bestowed a point each with a look of approval. Before the potions class, Waz and Albert encountered each other in the corridor. Waz retrieved a small cloth pouch from his pocket and presented it to Albert. "The potion ingredients you requested are all here, except for the venom sac of the blistering leopard. Is it the only item missing?" Albert inquired as he accepted the pouch, simultaneously producing a bag of gold galleons and handing it to Waz. Despite their friendship, Waz understood the importance of compensating for the effort involved in procuring such items. Regardless of his family's wealth, Waz did not hesitate to accept the galleons. The blistering leopard was exceedingly rare, and its venom sac was seldom sought after as an ingredient. Moreover, subduing such a creature required the combined efforts of over 100 wizards, rendering the potential rewards disproportionate to the effort invested. Consequently, the market rarely offered materials derived from it. Just as Albert was about to speak, Waz continued, "I have already commissioned a hunting party for my family to track one down in Africa, though accustomed to asking others for significant favors." Even Albert felt a twinge of embarrassment at the extent of his request. The more Waz considered Albert's approach, the more dubious he became. Even if Severus Snape had such a material, would he willingly part with it? Purchasing it? Snape, being a master of potions, was not in need of money. He would likely reprimand you loudly unless you offered an exorbitant amount. The two parted ways in the corridor, heading to their respective classrooms. In the dim, damp dungeon of the potions classroom, Professor Snape was instructing the young witches and wizards in the art of brewing the swelling solution. Albert's desk was cluttered with a variety of peculiar potion ingredients. The Weasley twins recognized only a few, such as the horn of Horcrump and mandrake root, among others. The remaining dozens of ingredients were entirely unfamiliar to them. Albert methodically sorted through the materials, determined not to squander his precious time on the rudimentary swelling solution. Instead, he aimed to prepare the components for the more complex bloodline fusion potion. When he glanced up, he met Snape's piercing gaze. Albert remained unfazed. The deathly stare proved ineffective, and Snape shifted his focus to scrutinizing Albert's potion preparation technique for faults. After a moment of intense observation, Snape conceded, "While I must admit, there is nothing to critique." Albert even employed several advanced techniques typically reserved for potion masters. Snape then turned to the other students in the classroom, particularly addressing Gryffindor. "What are you all waiting for? The brewing process is outlined on the blackboard. Must I remind you to read it and brew the potion yourselves?" The complexity of crafting the bloodline fusion potion clearly exceeded the capabilities of Hogwarts students, even those in their 7th year, who would not dare claim superiority over Albert in the field of potion making. Despite his exceptional mastery, Albert still found himself pausing periodically to consult the instructions in the Book of S.M.A.S.H. The higher the grade of potion, the more intricate the brewing steps became. In contrast, the swelling solution occupied at most half a page in the Book of S.M.A.S.H. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining a neat layout, leaving ample white space and illustrations depicting the ideal form of potions, the swelling solution would likely occupy merely 3 or 4 lines in the Book of Vishen. Conversely, the bloodline fusion potion astonishingly spans over 50 pages, despite the dense formatting. It is perplexing how the Book of Vishen manages to encompass such vast knowledge, the recorded spells, potions, and alchemical practices, all combined, must exceed 10,000 pages, yet the material presented before Albert is scarcely thicker than a single upright coin. This is without even considering the enlargement of the pages. Perhaps this is the essence of magic. During the summer, Albert frequently wrote to Professor Snape, pestering him with queries. While Snape may not have been intimately acquainted with Albert's proficiency in potion making, he had a general understanding of his level. He was acutely aware that Albert could not concoct the potion independently. Consequently, while Snape engaged in administering venom to the Gryffindor lions, he would also monitor Albert's progress. Although unaware of the specific potion Albert was brewing, Snape could deduce a few things from the properties of the potion ingredients, and when Albert paused to consult the recipe, Snape would even offer him guidance. The Master of Potions, indeed, lived up to his reputation. Chapter 78, The Arcane Summoning at Hogwarts. Under Professor Snape's tutelage, Albert managed to complete this segment of potion making just as the bell rang. As the final bell echoed, the other young witches and wizards, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere of the subterranean classroom, hastily gathered their belongings and departed, leaving only Albert behind. "Professor, do you possess a venom sac from a venomous tentacula?" he inquired. "Indeed," Snape replied, his attention fixed on notes he was taking with a quill, his gaze never lifting. Albert's spirits soared, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Snape continued, "However, it is not possible for you to have it." Albert felt a lump in his throat. Fortunately, he had a secret weapon at his disposal. He waved his hand, and with a resounding bang, the classroom door slammed shut. He also cast several defensive spells to prevent any unexpected intrusions or eavesdropping. "Professor, the sensation of losing one's dearest is quite unbearable, is it not?" Snape's pupils constricted as he abruptly raised his head from his writing. Albert slightly parted his lips, uttering the name that shattered Snape's heart, especially the surname that followed, Lily Potter. Snape leaped to his feet, furious, lunging at Albert like an enraged bat, pinning him against the wall. "How do you know this?" Albert maintained a facade of ease. "Professor, do not be agitated. I can allow you to see her once more." He extended his hand, brushing aside Snape's wand aimed at his chest, tilting his head innocently. "If you were to kill me, you would lose the chance to see her again." As a master of the mind arts, how could Snape not be adept in the art of legilimency? He possesses a plethora of methods to extract his desires from Albert's mind. Legilimency. Albert stood there, watching Snape engage in futile efforts. During the summer, how could he not allow Dumbledore to teach him how to guard against legilimency? He was far from mastering the art of mental occlusion. Relying solely on it would not suffice to withstand Snape's probing. However, he had an advantage. His mentor, Nico, had bestowed upon him several valuable items, including an alchemical tool to fend off others' intrusions into his memories. Thus, Snape's attempts to extract Albert's thoughts through legitimacy were destined to fail. As the light illuminated, Snape found nothing to read. Just as Snape was about to employ another spell, intending to lift him and administer a beating, followed by a dose of Veritaserum, Albert swiftly drew his wand and pointed it towards the door, unleashing his most potent spell, the ultimate summoning charm of Hogwarts. Dumbledore was on his way. Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Snape momentarily faltered. Seizing the opportunity of Snape's distraction, Albert formed the sigil of the dark arts with his other hand. In the shadows, Albert's voice resonated from all directions. "Professor, let us not be so hasty. A calm discussion would benefit us both. I merely seek a venom sac from a venomous leopard." Caught off guard by the mention of Lily Potter, Snape's mind quickly regained its composure, aided by his masterful mental occlusion. "You only desire the venom sac?" He found it hard to believe that Albert would not seize this opportunity to demand more. Observing Snape's distrustful expression, Albert revealed his final trump card. "What if, in exchange for a venom sac, we could secure an unbreakable vow, using the chance to see Lily Potter one last time, Professor?" Snape stared impassively at Albert, who held his gaze firmly. Suddenly, Snape lunged forward, seizing Albert by the back of his collar and roughly hoisting him, striding briskly towards the classroom door. It appeared Snape intended to take him to his office to retrieve the venom sac. Yet why not allow him to walk on his own? After all, he had legs. As Snape dragged him along the corridor, other students cast curious glances at the pair. Albert, with a resigned shrug, smiled at them. "Oh no, Albert has been taken by Professor Snape." Zhang Zheming, witnessing the scene, hurried off to find other members of the organization, unceremoniously tossing Albert onto the floor of his office. Snape opened another door, stepping into his collection room. For the venom sac, Albert had yet to dine in the Great Hall, and with an empty stomach. He preferred to sit rather than stand, settling onto the floor as he awaited Snape to procure the desired item. Moments later, Snape hurled a bag towards Albert. Nearly collapsing onto the floor, Albert instantly sat up, his demeanor lively once more. All protections in place, safe and secure, as sturdy as a fortress. After casting a protective enchantment on the office door, Snape sat expressionlessly behind his desk. "May I speak?" Albert leisurely completed his examination of the goods before slowly beginning to speak. "Surely you are aware of the legend of the Deathly Hallows, Professor." Brushing the dust off his clothing, Albert pulled a chair closer and sat down in front of the desk. "It is not merely a legend, it truly exists. The Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows, is in Dumbledore's possession. Do you know the whereabouts of the Resurrection Stone?" Snape immediately grasped what Albert was implying, the means by which he could see Lily one last time. Among the Deathly Hallows, only the Resurrection Stone possesses the great power to bring back the deceased. Rising to his feet and leaning forward, Albert regarded Snape with an air of condescension. "The ring of the Gaunt family. The stone upon it is the Resurrection Stone. You are aware of the location of the Gaunt family manor, I presume?" Upon hearing this, Snape wordlessly strode towards the office exit. Albert had underestimated Snape's love for Lily. The truth of his words was difficult to ascertain in the moment. Even if Albert were deceiving him, Snape resolved to investigate the Gaunt Manor, as apparition was prohibited within Hogwarts and there was no connection to the Floo network. He would first need to travel to Hogsmeade before proceeding to the Gaunt Manor. "Wait, Professor, do not touch the ring directly. It is a Horcrux of your former employer, Voldemort." Snape abruptly halted, turning around with a piercing gaze fixed on Albert. "Why are you staring at me like that? In these times, who doesn't harbor a few secrets? Just be cautious not to get carried away the moment you see the Resurrection Stone, and simply reach for the ring," Albert cautioned. "Voldemort has placed exceedingly powerful curses upon his Horcrux. Anyone who touches it meets a grim fate. Even the mightiest of wizards, like Dumbledore, cannot escape such a fate," Albert earnestly explained, fearing that Snape might impulsively seize the ring and place it upon his finger. It was likely that Hogwarts would need to prepare for a banquet hosted by Snape, prompting Dumbledore to hastily summon Horace Slughorn to resume the position of Potions Master at Hogwarts. Albert's intention was to alter Snape's tragic destiny, not to hasten his demise. Upon hearing Albert's words, Snape finally regained a semblance of composure. He stepped out of the office without uttering another word, making his way directly to Hogsmeade. Chapter 79. The Resurrection Stone. Snape departed, leaving Albert alone in the office. After Snape's exit, Albert's gaze drifted toward the door of the collection room. Should he seize a few treasures while he was at it? Albert felt as though two little figures were at war within his mind. The mischievous one urged, "Plunder everything," while the virtuous one replied, "That would not be proper. Take only a little." The mischievous one retorted, "Just leave Snape the scraps." The virtuous one conceded, All right. That sounds fair. Ultimately, Aberforth refrained from exploiting Professor Snape's collection, as Nicholas's treasures surpassed Snape's by an immeasurable distance. What materials could one desire that Nicholas did not possess? After all, he was Nicholas's disciple, and the collection was open to him, allowing free access to its contents. In the vicinity of Hog's End, at the old Gunter estate, Snape arrived at the location etched in his memory. Before him stood a dilapidated wooden shed, its door adorned with a nailed S-shaped serpent. Snape was certain he had not erred in his search. The walls were cloaked in moss, and many tiles had fallen from the roof, exposing the beams within. Thick nettles surrounded the house, their heights reaching the diminutive windows, which were heavily coated in layers of ancient grime. This crumbling abode bore the weight of all Snape's hopes. Should Aberforth deceive him, he would not hesitate to kill him, even if Dumbledore stood in his way. No one could dare mock Lily before him. As he approached the old estate step by step, his anxiety intensified. Snape knelt amidst the rubble, fervently searching, oblivious to the jagged stones that cut his fingers, drawing blood. At last, he uncovered a ring concealed beneath a tangle of overgrown grass and debris. With a frenzied expression, Snape reached out to seize the ring directly. Typically stoic, he could no longer restrain himself, his face alight with uncontainable joy. The Resurrection Stone. With the Resurrection Stone, Lily could. Just as his bloodied fingers were about to graze the ring, Aberforth's warning echoed in his ears. Hey, Professor, do not touch the ring directly. It is a Horcrux of your former master, Voldemort. He drew his wand and cast a spell, sending the ring flying. Snape hurried forward to inspect its condition. However, not only had he failed to separate the Resurrection Stone from its base, but the ring bore not even a scratch. The eerie blue flames ignited, burning for several minutes before Snape ceased. The ring remained pristine, without a single trace of blackened marks. Voldemort's protective enchantments had thwarted the flames, preventing them from even grazing the ring. Frustrated, Snape contemplated resurrecting Voldemort only to vanquish him once more. For the hope of reuniting with Lily lay tantalizingly close, yet utterly out of reach. He retrieved a box capable of containing magical items and, without touching the ring, delicately placed the Resurrection Stone within before vanishing from the sight. I have acquired the venom sac, Aberforth exclaimed upon entering the Great Hall. Eager to share the news with Waz at the Ravenclaw table, Waz appeared incredulous. You truly obtained it from Snape? If the Reinhardt family had intervened, Snape might have granted them a favor, selling them the venom sac of the Nundu. Yet, Waz preferred not to owe such a debt, opting instead to send a hunting party to Africa. He could not comprehend how Albert had deceived the old bat to acquire the venom sac. Surely, you did not assault Professor Snape and plunder his collection, did you? Waz cast a doubtful glance at Albert. Do I strike you as that sort of person? My mentor is the greatest alchemist of the past 6 centuries, far wealthier than Snape. What is he, after all? As Albert and Waz conversed, they settled at the Ravenclaw table to dine, an experience not unfamiliar to the members of the Dawn organization. For reasons unknown, while others had enjoyed their meals at the Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Eagle tables, none had ventured to the Slytherin side. Was Slytherin truly that despised by the other 3 houses? Percy vehemently condemned the mingling of tables by the members of the Dawn, having previously admonished his 2 younger brothers for similar behavior. In truth, Percy's ire stemmed from the sourness of the lemons he had been forced to consume, which made him yearn to join Ravenclaw at the table, primarily to engage in jovial conversation with Penelope. Each time he witnessed Cedric and Penelope sharing laughter at the same table, it gnawed at him with frustration. The house elves had reported multiple instances of cutlery being maliciously broken to Chef Albert. Time was of the essence. The bloodline fusion potion was not merely a matter of completion. Unlike other potions, its efficacy required a protracted period for the body's transformation to manifest. Only through the passage of time would the potion's effects gradually reveal themselves in the modification of the bloodline. Furthermore, the sealing magic circle capable of extracting the magical essence from sealed objects had yet to be developed. Albert's research had stagnated after encasing magical creatures within, and he speculated whether the foundational structure of the sealing magic circle was the issue, a hypothesis that would necessitate extensive time to gather experimental data for validation. None of this could be accomplished in haste. Having toiled in the room of requirement until past 2 in the morning, Albert finally completed the potion, after which no further actions were necessary with the cauldron. He merely needed to maintain automatic stirring and the flame's continuity, allowing it to brew for 2 months before adding the basilisk's bodily materials. The Weasley twins, who had intended to seek his counsel, hesitated to disturb him. Noticing his relentless busyness, Albert stretched, rose, and prepared to take a bath before retreating to the room of requirement for the night. Fortunately, he had no classes the following morning. The bloodline fusion potion did not impose stringent requirements on the bodily materials from the fusion subject, as any shed materials could serve as ingredients. However, materials such as hair or scales, if included, would not yield an optimal fusion result. Albert could not possibly tolerate such an outcome. Not only did he intend to procure the serpent creature scales, but he also aimed to extract its venom and remove its fangs, ideally securing a piece of flesh as well, ensuring the potion's efficacy would be flawless. Chapter 80, Rider System. The following day, Albert remarkably slept in until well past noon. This was the first time, after completing his League of Legends, that he had missed his morning exercise due to a late night of cultivation. Each evening, Nico would concoct a soothing potion for him, allowing even just 2 or 3 hours of sleep to provide him with ample energy the next day. Eschewing the dining hall, where no food would be available at this hour, Albert made his way directly to the kitchen. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted by the house elves, who surrounded him with enthusiasm. In the annals of Hogwarts, such esteemed regard from house elves was perhaps only rivaled by Helga Hufflepuff. Albert penned a note and handed it to one of the elves, requesting assistance in delivering it to the Weasley brothers of Gryffindor. The elf felt immensely honored to serve their beloved chef. Having observed the Weasley brothers the previous night, it was evident they had matters to discuss with him. However, engrossed in potion brewing, he had been unable to attend to them, and they, with great understanding, refrained from interrupting. This left Vilya with a favorable impression of her yet-to-be-met brother's friends. She had heard that the Weasley brothers mentioned the weather had turned cooler, and that Mrs. Weasley had knitted a sweater for Vilya and sent it over. Albert leisurely savored the brunch meticulously prepared by the elves. Just as he was engaged in a delightful struggle with a crab meat bun, George and Fred arrived. The exquisite combination of tender crab meat and finely minced pork created an unparalleled flavor. The savory essence of the pork, the delicacy of the crab, accentuated by the richness of the crab roe, enveloped in the pure aroma of wheat, was simply divine. The filling was tightly wrapped, yet upon chewing, released a delightful broth. George and Fred had only recently finished breakfast and intended to decline, but the tantalizing aroma of the crab bun swiftly altered their resolve. "What was it you sought me for last night?" Albert inquired. The twins exchanged glances, and George spoke first. "I plan to focus on the magic of Kamar-Taj, and I shall delve into elemental magic," Fred added. "One of us will specialize in close combat, the other in ranged, creating a complementary dynamic." Albert nodded appreciatively. "That's a splendid idea. Is there anything you require my assistance with?" Fred turned to him. "I wish to learn your wandless elemental magic." Albert understood immediately. Fred sought his help due to his struggles with the tomes on civil engineering. However, there was no shortcut to grasp the construction of spell models. Fred would need to tackle the lengthy reading list Albert had prepared. Mastery was not the goal, but at least a fundamental understanding was essential. A lackluster student was unworthy of mastering magic. Unless you comprehend the texts I presented that day, you will not progress far along the path of elemental magic. I can only offer guidance when you encounter difficulties. The path of magic offers no shortcuts. After a moment of deep contemplation, Fred slowly nodded. "I understand. Yet, there is another matter. I have chosen the art of close combat, but my fighting skills are not as refined as yours. Do you wish for me to train your combat prowess?" George nodded and then shook his head. "No, even the most skilled fighters can reveal vulnerabilities." Upon hearing George's words, Albert recalled the chaotic brawl at the Quidditch pitch, where, despite the protective magic shield of Kamar-Taj, numerous stray spells still managed to strike him. I pondered whether it would be possible to create a lightweight and easily portable armor that could provide sufficient defense without hindering my combat abilities. George articulated his thoughts. "Dragonhide?" Fred shook his head. "Dragonhide does not withstand the killing curses of dark wizards." Albert chuckled softly. "Fred, let's begin with the basics. You should first consider how to defend against ordinary spells." Taking out a sheet of paper and a pencil, Albert began to sketch. The initial alchemical creation should not be overly complex. Crafting a complete suit of armor is still beyond your current abilities. The difficulty of a helmet is manageable. I suggest you design a helmet that fully encases the head, utilizing high-transparency gemstones for the eye area, which, when inscribed with spells such as the Eagle Eye Charm, would enhance your battlefield awareness. The armor should encompass only the upper body. A full-body suit that is both lightweight and does not impede movement is, frankly, beyond your current skill level. Therefore, an upper body armor suffices, which can be crafted from metal. Metal possesses a respectable resilience to magic and is sufficiently sturdy. And you might incorporate a small amount of mithril, given the revenue from League of Legends. Do not tell me you cannot afford it. Defensive runes like the Ironclad spell can also be inscribed upon the armor. George and Fred nodded vigorously in agreement. A base layer can be constructed from multiple layers of tan dragon hide, although it may not withstand killing curses or powerful dark spells, such as the Fiendfire curse. Dragon hide offers considerable resistance against ordinary spells. Moreover, due to its multi-layered nature, the defensive capacity is quite formidable. Albert paused, scrutinizing his sketch. He felt something was amiss. A belt. A belt. Inspiration suddenly surged within his mind, and Albert continued to write. Additionally, a belt could be crafted, embedded with a gem capable of storing energy to power the defensive runes on the armor. Furthermore, the belt could feature a compartment for storing the armor, allowing the wearer to don it instantaneously during unexpected combat. Satisfied, Albert set down his pencil. Gazing at the final creation depicted on paper, a smile crept across his lips. I intend to name it Kamen Rider Kuga. After some contemplation, the brilliant alchemist Albert remarked that subsequent designs of more sophisticated and powerful armor could be encapsulated within a belt. We may refer to this as the Rider system. George and Fred stared in disbelief at the draft paper in Albert's hands. They had merely sought to inquire about the feasibility of the proposal. Yet Albert had already conceived the entire approach for crafting the armor, including its essential functions and material choices. A scholarly powerhouse, indeed, how formidable. Chapter 81. The Mad Wizard's Experimental Notes. Having dispatched the twins with a sheet of paper and a concept for alchemy, Albert remained hunched over the kitchen table. Engrossed in his work, he was intrigued by the spontaneous creation of the Rider system, yet the moment was not opportune for such research. The previously devised sealing magic array, after countless experiments and adjustments, had proven unsuitable for sealing the serpent creature. This may be attributed to the fact that earlier mages focused solely on fortifying seals, concerned solely with preventing the sealed entity from escaping. However, what Albert required was not steadfastness. He needed to create an aperture within the sealing array to extract the serpent's magical essence for his own use. What Albert needed to do was to dismantle the entire sealing array and reconstruct it from the ground up, rewriting the magical inscriptions to forge a new sealing array. Even with a robust foundation in magical arrays acquired through extensive study, the creation of a new sealing spell could not be achieved in a mere day or two. The tools, Hellhound and Arc, had been brought to Hogwarts and were temporarily housed in Hagrid's cottage. Only once the new sealing array was designed could they continue their roles as experimental hounds, fulfilling their purpose. While researching bloodline fusion potions, Albert also delved into numerous texts regarding biological modifications through dark magic. After Arc assisted him with the sealing magic experiments, Albert decided to express his gratitude by subjecting Arc to a bout of dark magical transformation. Arc, I thank you, but do you have to be so outrageous? The kitchen was evidently not an ideal workspace. Shortly after the twins departed, the house elves began bustling about to prepare lunch. Albert tidied up his belongings and set off towards the library. Just beyond the kitchen door, he spotted Mary-Kate emerging from the Slytherin common room, a joyful smile adorning her face as she linked arms with a boy waiting for her outside the lounge. They strolled down the corridor together. Albert recalled that the boy was likely this year's Ravenclaw prefect, perhaps named White, though he couldn't quite remember. What he did recall was that the boy possessed an androgynous appearance. Upon their first encounter, he had mistakenly thought the lad was a girl. Were they in a romantic relationship? Did Mary-Kate have a penchant for that type of boy? It is uncertain whether Ashley, upon discovering the truth, would storm into the Ravenclaw boys' dormitory in the dead of night, brandishing a knife, and fatally wound the unfortunate boy. The twin sisters. What if, on an ill-fated day, that boy mistakenly identifies the wrong person and ends up in the wrong bed? Albert swiftly quelled the wicked thoughts coursing through his mind. Should he continue to indulge in such fantasies, he would risk being eradicated by the deity of harmony. It had been quite some time since Albert attended a class on the history of magic. Naturally, he dared not skip the lectures of Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick. While he wouldn't dare to avoid McGonagall and Flitwick's classes, Snape's lectures were another matter. After submitting the permit for the restricted section to Madame Pants, she scrutinized him with an air of suspicion. Which talented individual had granted permission for a second-year wizard to venture into the restricted section? Oh, it was the defense against the dark arts professor, who would soon depart after this year, rendering him inconsequential. Once Madame Pants had thoroughly verified the permit and confirmed that Brad's signature was authentic, Albert was finally granted access to the restricted section. Books from a restricted section were not permitted to be removed from the library. Before he entered, Madame Pants issued a stern warning to Albert. Unfazed by her admonitions, he had already perused secrets of advanced dark magic in Dumbledore's office. Did he truly need to concern himself with this? He retrieved several tomes pertaining to souls and magical power, eager to discern whether magical power was tethered to bloodlines or to souls. If it were the latter, Then Albert could extract both the basilisk's soul and magical essence, sealing them within himself. He had discovered that the intricacy of the sealing array required to confine a corporeal magical creature and extract its power was far more complex than that needed merely to seal a soul. Thus, the initial plan to retain the basilisk's full combat capability may require revision. Rather than preserving the basilisk's peak prowess, Albert would prefer to simplify the sealing array, once he attained a level comparable to Dumbledore or Voldemort. Even a millennia-old basilisk would be but a mere beast to subdue at will. Regrettably, in the world of Harry Potter, wizards and magical creatures alike possess their powers within their bloodlines, making it entirely impossible for Albert to seal the basilisk's magic within himself while discarding its physical form. Souls, having lingered within a body for an extended period, inevitably absorb some magical energy, albeit in limited quantities. Thus, even Voldemort's fragmented soul, while capable of casting spells in its spectral form, wields limited power and risks depleting his dwindling soul strength, necessitating his possession of Quirrell. Nonetheless, the restricted section was not devoid of rewards. As he perused the texts, Albert also attuned to the flow of magic within his own body, reminiscent of the internal martial arts practices depicted in the martial arts novels of his previous life. Previously, Albert discovered that by consuming pure magical energy and subsequently restoring it before consuming a large amount once again, he could enhance his internal magical reservoir at an accelerated pace. For an entire year, the individuals within the organization known as Shao employed this method to cultivate their magical capacity. However, this technique proved to be markedly less effective for Ashley and Mary-Kate, now 5th graders who were once 4th graders. Thus, the question arose, could one actively circulate magical energy along a specific pathway within the body to further strengthen it? According to Eastern philosophies, this practice aligns with the concept of internal force cultivation. If this notion contradicts the conventional thinking of Western wizards, it may alternatively be termed as a form of meditation. This indeed presents an intriguing dilemma. Elizabeth, seated beside Albert with a tome in hand, found her thoughts utterly consumed by him rather than the text. Initially, she would surreptitiously steal glances at Albert's flawless profile. Upon realizing that he remained oblivious to her subtle admiration, she boldly gazed at him unabashedly. Contemplating the feasibility of her plan, Albert extracted a thick leather-bound notebook from his robe. Bypassing the densely scribbled pages at the front and inscribing a line on a blank page towards the back. Preliminary concept for the creation of wizard meditation techniques. The earlier pages, which he had skipped, were filled with a myriad of bizarre ideas that had sprung forth from Albert's imagination. Hybrid experiments between night steeds and fire dragons. The creation of magical creature hosts, utilizing lightning magic to generate mild electrical currents for cellular enhancement. Biological modifications combining Muggle technology with magical creatures. Design sketches for the 20th version of a supercharged rocket-propelled flying broom. Concepts for resurrecting the deceased using resurrection stones and clone bodies. And initial designs for a night system along with subsequent upgrade plans. Perhaps this notebook could aptly be dubbed the Mad Wizard's Experimental Journal. Chapter 82. The Privatization Plan for Gringotts. Perhaps due to the tedium of the contents within the book, or perhaps due to the intoxicating aura emanating from Albert. Combined with the library's serene atmosphere conducive to slumber, Elizabeth gradually succumbed to sleep, inadvertently resting her head upon Albert's shoulder and nuzzling against him. Observing the soundly sleeping Elizabeth, Albert could not help but smile helplessly. With gentle care, he retrieved a cloak with his other hand and draped it over her. As if sensing his movements, Elizabeth not only leaned against his shoulder, but also clutched his arm tightly. In order to ensure Elizabeth's comfort during her slumber, Albert was compelled to maintain an awkward posture, using his free right hand to continue writing and sketching on the parchment. Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding seats gradually emptied. Perhaps because other students visiting the library found the public display of affection distasteful, choosing instead to discreetly avoid the two. Indeed, this way Elizabeth can rest more peacefully. While Albert was engrossed in his writing, he suddenly felt a dampness on his shoulder. Turning to investigate, he found that Elizabeth had not only fallen asleep, but had also drooled. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, having departed from the kitchen, hastened to the O'Leary. They had now become quite the little tycoons. Sales of League of Legends had recently stagnated, and the market for the accompanying merchandise had reached saturation, with no remote battle version yet released. Character cards, skin cards, and other items were not consumables. Simply introducing a few new heroes and skins would not significantly boost sales. Fortunately, the allure of lottery draws and microtransactions helped sustain their profits. Each twin managed to earn at least 100 galleons a month, and their accumulated savings were sufficient to procure enough materials for crafting their first set of Kamen Rider armor. Thus, they made their way to the Ollery to compose a letter ordering some alchemical materials from Diagon Alley. Among all the materials, the enormous energy crystal for the belt and a small portion of mithril to be mixed with other metals constituted the bulk of the expenses. While a considerable amount of dragon hide was required for the base protective suit, the total cost was still less than that of the small quantity of mithril. Albert's ability to forge their Akatsuki rings from a magical alloy comprising over 80% mithril hinted at the vast wealth of the LeMay family. Lacking inspiration for designing the sealing magic array, Albert reached for a book on soul studies, also retrieved from the restricted section. The restricted section housed a plethora of dark magic tomes, many accompanied by vile curses, including the one currently in Albert's hands. As he opened the cover, a grotesque, anguished face emerged from the pages, roaring at him. Albert reacted swiftly, conjuring a magical shield that he thrust towards the face. With a resounding puff, the terrifying visage dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. However, Elizabeth had already been roused from her slumber. Mortified by the drool stain on Albert's shoulder, she wished to vanish into the earth. It was utterly embarrassing to drool in one's sleep, and she dared not meet Albert's gaze. "Let us go. It's time for class." Albert wiped the drool from his clothing and gathered the forbidden book from the table. The shy little witch kept her head down, timidly following in Albert's footsteps towards the charms classroom. During the class, Albert's mind was not focused on the lecture, and Professor Flitwick did not admonish him. The professor was quite understanding. In his view, students as talented as Albert were better suited to self-directed study, and attending class was merely a waste of time. He would not have minded if Albert chose not to attend. However, out of respect for him, Albert still attended the class, and even though he was not paying attention, Professor Flitwick was quite pleased. What a teachable child. The loud incantations from the surrounding students distracted Albert from his thoughts on the subject in his experimental notebook. It was too noisy. He could not concentrate. As he was lost in thought, Albert suddenly recalled that December of next year marked the dissolution of the Soviet Union. At that time, the value of the rubles that Russian citizens obtained in the bond market had depreciated to 1,100, leaving them with little more than a few $100s. The collapse of the social market price system had devalued the life savings of many to 1,100, significantly impacting the Russian national economy. In 1998, the ruble market swiftly and predictably collapsed, with people hastily exchanging every ruble they possessed for dollars. At this juncture, American financial experts suggested a currency reform, replacing 1,000 old rubles with 1 new ruble, and establishing an exchange rate of 5 new rubles for $1. Following the implementation of this effective measure to halt financial turmoil, the old ruble depreciated to an astonishing 114,000. By this point, the results of the 500-day privatization plan indicated that some international capital marauders had purchased the wealth accumulated over 70 years by the people of the former Soviet Union, valued at $28 trillion for merely a few $100 million. This included all state-owned enterprises, mines, and resources throughout Russia. The combined wealth of Albert, the Reinhardt family, and his mentor, Nicodemus, was sufficient to shake the very foundations of Europe. Moreover, if Dumbledore were to offer Hogwarts Castle as collateral, and if one could strategically navigate the dissolution of the Soviet Union, perhaps they could acquire the entirety of Gringotts. The simplest method would be to seek a loan from Gringotts, borrowing vast amounts of rubles, with an agreement to repay in rubles upon maturity. As long as the rubles borrowed from Gringotts were exchanged for dollars or pounds before the collapse of the Soviet Union, they could wait for the ruble to depreciate, ultimately reaping financial rewards. If the loan term were sufficiently extended, dragging into 1998 with an exchange rate of $1 to 14,000 rubles, for instance, borrowing 14,000 rubles before the dissolution could yield $333, and by 1998, one would only need a single dollar to settle all debts. If the loan agreement included a clause for Gringotts to pay as much as possible in galleons when issuing the loan, once the ruble's exchange rate collapsed, Albert and his companions could completely deplete Gringotts. At that point, the economic lifeblood of the wizarding world would be firmly in their grasp. Had Grindelwald achieved such a feat, he would not have languished for so many years in Nurmengard. As a wizard, controlling a few muggles would surely be a trivial matter. Chapter 83. The Supercharged Jet-Propelled Flying Broom. With over a year remaining until the dissolution of the Soviet Union, it was not too late to start planning. However, Albert had forgotten that Woz and the others also had classes, specifically Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. A shadow coalesced beside Woz, and as Albert opened his eyes, his consciousness projected onto the phantom. He encountered the stern visage of Professor McGonagall. Her gaze pierced through the illusion like a knife, and even from several floors above. Albert felt a shiver run down his spine and a prickling at the nape of his neck. The phantom dissipated. It was best not to provoke her. He decided to retreat for now and perhaps engage Woz in conversation during the evening's gathering at the House of Requests. Recently, the four houses of Hogwarts were also beginning their recruitment for the Quidditch teams. Quidditch is a fast-paced, perilous, and exhilarating sport, regarded as the most significant athletic pursuit in the wizarding world. Everyone pays close attention to Quidditch. Like ordinary matches, it takes place on a pitch encircled by spectators, featuring 3 50-foot golden poles at each end, each crowned with a hoop. Contestants are divided into 2 teams, flying on broomsticks, with each team comprising 7 players, 1 keeper, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, and 1 seeker. As a ball sport, Quidditch employs 3 distinct types of balls. A red ball, similar in size to a soccer ball, known as the quaffle, which chasers pass among themselves, attempting to throw it through the opposing team's hoops to score 10 points, while the keeper guards their own hoops. 2 slightly smaller, aggressive black balls called bludgers fly about independently, seeking to knock players off their brooms, while the beaters protect their teammates from these bludgers and aim them towards the opposing players. The smallest ball, akin to a large hazelnut and equipped with silver wings, is the golden snitch, which flies with the speed of lightning. The seeker's task is to catch it. When the golden snitch is captured, the team that secures it earns 150 points, and the match concludes. Albert held no interest in Quidditch itself, yet he was profoundly fascinated by the craft of broom-making. The moment he laid eyes on the Weasley family's T-34 tank, he envisioned the potential for merging Muggle technology with magical artifacts. During the summer, he created his first broomstick that integrated Muggle technology at Nicodemus's estate. His initial concept involved affixing a rocket engine to the rear of the broomstick. For an alchemist, liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen were readily accessible. While Muggles found the preparation and storage of these substances quite cumbersome, he could effortlessly produce several tons, with storage posing no issue. Regarding high-temperature, high-strength metals, under Nicodemus's guidance, Albert also managed to procure them with ease. The metals crafted by alchemists using magic far surpassed the performance of Muggle aerospace materials. After acquiring several books on rocket construction from the Muggle world, Albert embarked on an ambitious overhaul of the Nimbus broomstick. Fortunately, his rationality prevailed, and he refrained from assuming the pilot's seat during the initial trial. Otherwise, Nico would have to calculate how far the fragments of Albert's body could be propelled by the explosion of several hundred kilograms of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen at several hundred meters in the air. He placed a magical automaton, capable of remote control through the attachment of thought, into the cockpit of the flying broom named Blackbird, where Albert commanded the automaton to activate the broom's engine. The engine's exhaust flames evaporated a substantial amount of water from the pool below, and the resulting steam condensed into a white mist that enveloped much of the Lumet estate. Then, halfway through the flight, the broom exploded. The detection array on the broom had gathered sufficient experimental data, which Albert meticulously recorded for future improvements. Subsequently, the incident involving Villia's parents being attacked transpired, after which Albert devoted nearly all his energy to the human pillar manufacturing project. Thus, after all this time, the 20th version of the flying broom remained merely a design on paper. The rocket engine had various shortcomings, and Albert decided against further use of it for the broom's propulsion, deeming it unsuitable. Instead, he turned his attention to the underdeveloped scramjet engine. A scramjet engine is characterized by the combustion of fuel within supersonic airflow. When utilizing hydrocarbon fuel, the scramjet can achieve a flight Mach number below 8. But when using liquid hydrogen, its Mach number can soar to 625. The supersonic or hypersonic airflow is compressed in the intake to a lower supersonic speed of Mach 4, after which the fuel is injected from the surface or protrusions within the airflow, mixing and combusting with air in the supersonic combustion chamber. And finally, the combustion gases are expelled through a divergent nozzle. The challenges faced by Muggles in researching scramjet engines, such as the extreme thermal loads of hypersonic propulsion systems and the necessity of cooling various components during operation, are trivial from the perspective of an alchemist. The magical realm possesses materials capable of withstanding the searing temperatures of thousands of degrees, and cooling tasks can be managed by magical arrays. Freed from these considerations, Albert sketched the design for the second generation of the Blackbird flying broom during the summer. However, The first generation retained half of the broom structure, provided that the front airspeed tube was regarded as the broomstick. Perhaps, when riding the broom with another person, the passenger could perch atop the airspeed tube. The pilot, however, would still need to remain in the cockpit. The second generation of the Blackbird eliminated the airspeed tube's design. Do you really call a missile with a cockpit a flying broom? Is there a misunderstanding regarding the definition of a flying broom? With its slender, matte-finished fuselage, streamlined aerodynamic design, X-shaped fore-tail fins, intake on the belly, and vector nozzles, can you truly label this as a flying broom? The fire crossbow, set to be launched in the coming years and touted as the most perfect and representative of the highest craftsmanship in competitive flying brooms, cannot even reach supersonic speeds. Yet, the second generation of the Blackbird achieves Mach 1. Do not speak of mere Mach 1. Even speeds beneath Mach 5 are an affront to its prowess. One wonders if it will ever grace the Quidditch pitch. Imagine soaring above the pitch astride it, unleashing a sonic boom that leaves the other Quidditch players dazed. A mere flick of its tail, and its fiery plume could bring about great mischief. But what of it? Albert cares little for such trivialities. His joy is paramount. He is indeed a man of Hogwarts, as swift as the wind. Death, like the wind, is ever at my side. Once again, I beseech for votes. Chapter 84, The Mirror Dimension. Under the cover of night, Albert and Woz convened in the kitchen for a profound discussion. The matters at hand were of utmost importance, and Albert intended to keep them from prying ears, even from Elizabeth. He confided in Woz as he sought to involve the Reinhardt family in their endeavors. Dismissing the surrounding house elves, Albert and Woz cast protective charms against eavesdropping. The dimly lit kitchen took on an eerie ambience, the flickering oil lamps casting half of their faces in light, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. As the primary heir of an ancient noble family, Woz possessed a far greater acumen in finance and economics than Albert. He had studied various Muggle economic theories, which stood in stark contrast to the near void of economic awareness among wizards, who had foolishly entrusted their financial fates to a band of rebellious goblins. Albert merely hinted at the impending collapse of the ruble's exchange rate in the coming years, and Woz immediately devised a strategy to revel amidst the ruins of the bear's carcass. However, the gravity of the situation rendered them skeptical. No one believed that the seemingly unbreakable alliance could dissolve overnight. Even with their trust in Albert, his solitary word was insufficient to spur the Reinhardt family into action. Woz's profit strategy amidst currency devaluation would bear no fruit. Such notions alone could not sway the Council of Elders. He shook his head in resignation. Then let us cast them aside and pursue our own path, Albert declared, resting his chin upon his crossed hands, gazing intently into Woz's eyes. The remote combat, matchmaking, and ranking features of League of Legends were nearing completion, poised to usher in a significant surge in sales. Woz paused, realizing the implications of his words. In their initial design of the game's sandbox, they had opted for inferior materials to keep costs low, thus hindering their potential. Now, as they sought to upgrade the sandbox, the original models could not be integrated into their online combat network. They were relegated to solo or face-to-face play. Woz's mention of soaring sales referred to this impending windfall. Do you intend to use League of Legends as collateral for a loan from Gringotts after the version update? Albert suddenly grasped Woz's intent. Though he recognized that such funds would only be a drop in the bucket, the entire League of Legends package would barely fetch a few 100,000 galleons. To fully seize Gringotts, not only the one in the United Kingdom, but also its branches worldwide, one would require a loan of at least 7 or 800 million galleons. This estimate was derived by Woz after a rough calculation of the economic landscape of the wizarding world. I possess some private assets, yet even in the most favorable scenario, I could only liquidate nearly 1 million galleons. After assessing my holdings, Woz arrived at a figure that was vastly insufficient. Since aligning with the lucrative Nicole May, Albert experienced, for the first time, the sensation of financial scarcity. He rose from his seat. I shall write to my mentor to ascertain how much he might be able to provide. Additionally, he silently contemplated persuading Dumbledore to mortgage Hogwarts. This matter must remain undisclosed to your family, and to others as well. Upon hearing Albert's words, Woz merely waved his hand in acknowledgement and departed the kitchen. Albert did not leave. He intended to indulge in a late-night snack while delving into an intriguing new spell outlined in the Book of Asander. The Mirror Dimension, as described in the text, is an eternally existing space that goes unnoticed, a reflection of the real world. Events occurring within the Mirror Dimension do not influence the tangible realm, allowing wizards to hone their magical skills and engage in perilous experiments. Should a wizard master the magic of the Mirror Dimension sufficiently, they could distort and manipulate everything within it, crafting a battlefield to their advantage. Thus, Albert's intention to banish Voldemort to the mirror dimension was rendered impossible. Although he could not imprison Voldemort there, the mirror dimension served as an exceptional escape mechanism. Once activated, none could apprehend him. Such a potent spell was not something Albert intended to share. Currently, he possessed a plethora of life-saving spells. The Book of Isander had already unlocked advanced spells, such as the Crimson Chains of Satarak, the Form of Icon, and the Thunder of Bozat. Yet Albert had only mastered the Seraphim Shield, a spell surpassing the ordinary magical barrier. Prioritizing defensive spells was essential for survival. Next, he aimed to learn a teleportation spell, complemented now by the concealing capability of the mirror dimension. It is only natural to fear death. Even the formidable Voldemort crafted 7 Horcruxes to preserve his existence, only to ultimately falter due to a minor misstep on the left. With an ample array of protective spells, Albert felt confident that, unless caught off guard by a surprise attack, he could escape from Voldemort's grasp. Therefore, he was eager to master the Crimson Chains of Satarak, but for now, he would first explore the mirror dimension. Clenching his fists and crossing them over his chest, he struck outwards with force, creating fissures in the air. At that moment, he was Albert Edward Newgate's talk. Is this the mirror dimension? As he traversed the cracks resembling shattered glass, Albert curiously surveyed his surroundings. Everything appeared indistinguishable from the realm of reality. Albert positioned himself in the path of a domesticated sprite, only for the sprite to glide through his legs as if he were invisible. Undeterred, Albert dashed in front of the sprite and made a face, yet received no response. Was this truly what the tomes described? A practitioner could hone their magical skills and conduct experiments within the mirror dimension. The ever-answering room was still concocting the bloodline fusion potion, and Albert found himself pondering where to procure the materials for crafting a flying broom. As the school year approached, his instructor, Nico, had gifted him a box enhanced with a seamless expansion charm, akin to that used by Newt Scamander, and essential for the illicit care of magical creatures, which could be utilized to create a flying broom. However, he had no means to test its flight capabilities. According to the theory of the blackbird's flight velocity, Albert feared that he would soon collide headlong with the box's walls. Now, however, the mirror dimension's expanse mirrored that of the external world, boundless in height and width. Even venturing beyond the atmosphere was feasible, provided the blackbird could achieve it. Chapter 85, The Serpent's Eye Project. There remained 2 months until the completion of the bloodline fusion potion. Although 2 months seemed ample, the reality was that time was of the essence. Basilisks were not easily subdued, and aside from studying the sealing array, Albert needed to enhance his proficiency in the spell's econ form and the Scarlet Chains of Satarak. The complexity of these 2 spells rivaled that of developing a sealing array. To date, Albert could only manage to cast them. Effectively employing them in battle hinged on whether Waz and the others could secure sufficient casting time for him. Yet, Albert never placed his entire trust in others. The most prudent course of action was to elevate his mastery of magic, ensuring he could wield it adeptly in combat. Econ form was somewhat more manageable. This spell conjured a tangible doppelganger imbued with an awareness independent of the caster, possessing a degree of resilience, to produce a manifestation capable of sustained existence. Albert would have to channel half of his magical energy into it. Thus, the reason he only created 1 doppelganger was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a limitation of capacity. In contrast to econ form, which could be utilized in advance of battle, the Scarlet Chains of Satarak presented an even greater challenge. The deep crimson chains could bind even ancient dragons. The Book of Visan Empire had already attested to their reliability, never exaggerating a spell's potency. Even if Albert's Scarlet Chains could not reach their theoretical maximum strength, subduing a basilisk was certainly within reach. Currently, casting the Scarlet Chains required an extensive incantation prelude, and his control over magic was insufficient. He could not chant the spell before the basilisk appeared. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. As the deep crimson chains threatened to extract over 65% of Albert's magical power, it became evident that, as a principal figure in the Serpent's Eye plan, he could not hope to subdue a serpent creature with less than half of his magical strength. Thus, the only viable option was to enhance his proficiency with this spell, enabling him to deploy it swiftly during combat. Initially, Cedric and his companions intended to seek Brad's assistance. However, after considerable deliberation, Albert resolved to bring only Waz and Elizabeth into the chamber. The notion that more participants would yield better outcomes was misguided, given the confined space of the chamber, which was clearly unsuitable for a large contingent. Cedric and the Weasley brothers lacked the requisite strength to engage in such a formidable battle. and Albert harbored doubts about his ability to safeguard all three of them against the creature's onslaught. Only Waz and Elizabeth, possessing sufficient strength for self-preservation, would not divert Albert's attention. While advancing the capture of the serpent creature as part of the Serpent's Eye plan, Albert also found time to experiment with the flying broom in the mirrored space alongside his doppelganger. Speed and passion epitomize the essence of man's romance. In just 2 weeks, Albert, in collaboration with his duplicate, conducted several exhilarating ignition tests for the scramjet engine within a mirrored realm. Alchemy proved to be an extraordinary asset in metallurgy. Those difficult-to-process materials could be shaped freely according to the alchemist's design. Components that would necessitate high-precision machinery in the Muggle world could be effortlessly crafted by Albert's hands. By wielding his mental prowess to control the precision of the parts, he surpassed the capabilities of conventional machinery. Furthermore, the scramjet engine, which could not ignite on its own while stationary, required a boost to reach a certain velocity for effective operation. Its issues at low speeds were perfectly resolved. It is noteworthy that Albert's original design for the Blackbird was a flying broom. The scramjet merely served as a booster. With no concerns regarding mass production, Albert felt free to lavish any fine materials onto the Blackbird broom. This allowed the Blackbird to achieve velocities of 600 kilometers per hour solely due to its innate flying abilities, easily outpacing the so-called fire crossbow, which boasted acceleration to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds. Once the speed was achieved, he could activate the engine. As long as it did not explode, Albert was confident he could ride it beyond the atmosphere, with lunar cultivation within reach. During these 2 weeks, Professor Snape, having obtained the Resurrection Stone Ring, remained mysteriously ensconced in his office, preoccupied with undisclosed endeavors apart from attending classes. Even during mealtimes, the Great Bat was conspicuously absent from hall, opting instead for house elves to deliver his meals directly to his office. Most astonishing was the fact that, in Potions class, he did not deduct points from Gryffindor. A truly shocking turn of events. Speculation arose that the eternally single Professor Snape had perhaps acquired a complete set of Lube, leading him to seclude himself in his office. Single dog, single all the day. CAV, strike the plane. Professor Snape, take care of yourself. Rumors have been circulating throughout Hogwarts, and even some female students from Slytherin have prepared to send nutritional supplements to Professor Snape. In fact, Snape's office is cluttered with an array of dark magic tomes, while parchment lies strewn across the floor, all concerning curses and counter-curses. Regrettably, his efforts have proven futile. Damn Voldemort, damn Albert. After yet another failed attempt to remove the Resurrection Stone from the ring, Snape vented his fury upon Voldemort, cursing Albert, who had shown him a glimmer of hope, yet rendered it unattainable. However, he could not seek Dumbledore's assistance with the ring in tow. Now, he could only place his final hope in Albert, the one who had informed him of the Resurrection Stone's whereabouts. Perhaps Albert might possess a means to unravel the curse on the ring. Chapter 86. The Seal of the Four Symbols. The air outside Hogwarts Castle was exceptionally humid. In the morning, tiny dewdrops gathered on the leaves, glistening like radiant pearls scattered across the foliage. The sound of footsteps on the lawn rustled the grass, causing the dew-laden leaves to shed their shimmering droplets. Passing through the fence, Albert arrived outside Hagrid's hut. Hagrid's first dog, the timid Fong, was lying at the door, curiously toying with a beetle on the ground. Upon seeing Albert approach, Fong eagerly rushed over, licking him with a doggy grin. After patting Fong's fluffy head, Albert knocked on the wooden door of Hagrid's hut. "Hagrid, it's me, Eeyore." It seemed that this was not the first time he had done such a thing. Unlike the last visit, which had been chaotic due to Rue's antics, Hagrid's hut had returned to its former state. The three-headed dog was no longer present, replaced by an unassuming little suitcase. Ever since acquiring a magical creature suitcase akin to Newt's, Hagrid had spent most of his time within it, bonding with Rue. Aside from his routine patrols of the Forbidden Forest, poor Fong had been relegated to the sidelines by his owner. Even Aragog, the eight-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest, lamented that Hagrid had not come to visit them for quite some time. As Albert stepped onto the suitcase, the sensation beneath his feet informed him that he was standing on a ladder. Before fully entering the suitcase's space, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, along with Rue's heavy breathing. Leaping down from the ladder, Albert landed firmly on Rue's back. Rue, Hagrid. Hello, Eeyore. Hagrid did not seem displeased by Eeyore's unannounced entry into his suitcase. In fact, it was Hagrid who encouraged such visits. As he embraced Rue's large head, it was evident that Rue had grown since the last time, no longer the mere meter-tall pup from 10 months prior. The current Lue stands a staggering 2 meters tall, ample enough to accommodate 3 Albert riding upon its back. Perched atop Lue, Albert produced 3 chunks of succulent beef, each of which he fed into Lu Wei's 3 enormous mouths. And what of Hagrid, Yake, and the Great Black? Dismounting from the dog, Albert looked up at Hagrid, who towered impressively, standing next to the 2-meter Lu Wei. Hagrid's height only reached Lu Wei's waist. Together, man and dog resembled a typical human of 1 meter 80 owning an Alaskan Malamute. Oh, they're over there. Have they had breakfast? Would they care for some rock pancakes? The last time those were brought out for a brawl, a single strike left a portion of the pancake shattered. Hagrid, are you certain this is not meant for entertaining foes? Unable to decline Hagrid's warm hospitality, Albert begrudgingly took a seat at the table. Hagrid donned his gloves and retrieved a steaming rock pancake from the oven. It was a rough, hard surface adorned with what appeared to be raisins, resembling unevenly shaped little cakes. Its hardness rivaled that of actual stones, and it could not be softened with tea. A magical array illuminated Albert's mouth as he bore an expression of resolute determination, taking a hearty bite. Crack! The magical array shattered. Hagrid, do you have any warm milk? Only cold. I can heat it up for you. Ivo, would you like more rock pancakes? Albert quickly shook his head, insisting, no, thank you, I'm already full. Accepting the steaming milk from Hagrid's hands, Albert sipped from the cup, already familiar with Hagrid's culinary skills. Milk and tea were the only 2 items palatable in this abode. The 2 dogs, the husky and the hellhound, had a rather indifferent reaction upon seeing Albert. Neither growled nor bared their teeth. They had grown numb to being subjected to experiments. The husky Yake fared slightly better. Since being brought to Hagrid's, it had been well fed and well treated, enduring minimal suffering during experiments, eventually becoming accustomed to them. The Great Black remarked that it had endured a similar routine until Albert's schooling began, which reduced the frequency of experiments, thus providing a semblance of relief. Now, upon the arrival of the formidable Albert, it could hardly muster the energy to resist. Life, after all, was akin to a relentless force. If one cannot fight back, one might as well endeavor to enjoy it. Before Albert could grasp the napes of their necks, Yake and the Great Black obediently rose and ambled to Albert's feet, nuzzling their heads against his legs in a gesture of goodwill. Well then, let's begin the experiment. With merely a lift of his hand, Yake willingly lay down, exposing its belly and gazing intently at Albert, skillfully molding the Great Black into a radiant orb. Albert pressed it against Yake's exposed belly. Subsequently, Albert bit into the tip of his right thumb, allowing blood to flow from the pad of his finger, tracing across his palm and dripping onto the ground. For symbol seal, with blood-stained palms pressed against Yake's abdomen, black runes emanated from beneath the hands, forming an extraordinary magical array upon Yake's belly. The dark symbols vanished into obscurity, leaving only specks of crimson marring the pristine white fur of the husky. Clear water flowed like a spring, swiftly healing the wounds. After washing away the blood, the injury gradually diminished under the influence of the healing spell until it was entirely gone. Placing his hand on Yake's abdomen, Albert probed the inner workings of the magical array. Yake displayed no resistance towards Albert, his master. Even when Albert infused his magic into Yake's body, Yake remained obedient. Due to Yake's cooperation, Albert effortlessly manipulated the magic within Yake, accompanied by the power of the Hellhound. He successfully drew forth the magic from the sealing array without any signs of instability in the 4-symbol seal. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Albert realized he had succeeded. The preparation of the bloodline fusion potion was nearing completion, and it was time to hasten into the secret chamber. Chapter 87. The Serpent's Eye Plan is initiated. On this day, the 3 executors of the Serpent's Eye Plan gathered together. Coincidentally, it was Hogsmeade weekend, and the number of students in the castle was significantly reduced. Cedric, along with Zhang Zheming, stealthily ventured to the village of Hogsmeade through the underground passage, a route discovered only after they deciphered the secrets of the Marauder's map. Regrettably, the map was deciphered too late. Apart from Zhang Zheming, the other members of the Akatsuki were already thoroughly familiar with most of the castle, to the point that they could navigate it with their eyes closed. Thus, the map was entrusted to Zhang Zheming, and it seemed Harry would not encounter it during his 3rd year. Whether this would alter the course of events was of no concern to Albert. Ever since acquiring the Eye of Agamotto and realizing he had traversed back in time, he understood that the current narrative had unraveled beyond recognition. After consulting a book in the restricted section and acquiring the necessary phrases in Parseltongue to unlock the secret chamber, the trio arrived at the entrance of a long-unused girls' lavatory. Are you certain the entrance to the chamber isn't a place like this? You aren't merely looking for an excuse to invade the girls' restroom, are you? Elizabeth cast a skeptical glance at Albert. Do I strike you as that sort of person? Let us proceed. Maintaining the disillusionment charm, Albert took a step forward. only for the air before him to ripple like the surface of water. The figures of the Weasley twins blocked their path. "Take me with you," George said, lifting the cloak draped over him to reveal a Kamen Rider belt at his waist. Disabling the disillusionment charm, Albert reached for the belt at George's side, scrutinizing it carefully before making a decision. "Fred stays behind. George comes with us." With the belt at his disposal, George's combat prowess would undoubtedly be formidable, providing significant support for the mission. As for Fred, he would obediently remain behind, awaiting their triumphant return. He certainly did not wish to be the one to deliver Fred's lifeless body into Mrs. Weasley's hands. Without further ado, Albert returned the belt to George and, accompanied by 3 others, entered the lavatory. The ghostly figure of the Weeping Myrtle was nowhere to be found, presumably hiding in one of the toilets, while they maintained the disillusionment charm, wishing to avoid any interaction with her. After circling around the faucets, Albert swiftly located the one adorned with a small snake relief on its side. A hissing, muted sound escaped Albert's lips as he activated the mechanism. A thunderous noise erupted, causing several sinks to shift and part, revealing a dark, seemingly bottomless pipe in the center of the lavatory floor. The cacophony startled Myrtle, prompting her to peek out from stall. Clutching the invisible Elizabeth, Albert leaped directly into the inky abyss, the howling wind from below rushing past his ears, mingled with a faint, unpleasant odor. Using the levitation charm, he landed lightly on the ground, dispelling the disillusionment charm, as Waz and George gradually became visible behind him. The group stood speechless before the several-meter-long snake shed that lay before them. Did Albert truly intend to capture this creature? Was this not tantamount to courting death? Observing Albert's demeanor, it was apparent he felt no fear. Rather, he seemed invigorated. What manner of person was he? "Let us commence the eye of the serpent plan," Albert declared. Rather than recklessly charging ahead, he proceeded with caution, channeling a fraction of his magical energy to cast the Achen form, creating a doppelganger to scout ahead. The doppelganger approached a stone door etched with 2 intertwining serpents, emitting a hissing sound reminiscent of snake speech. A dull thud resonated from the walls as the mechanism activated, and the stone door swung open with a resounding boom, allowing the doppelganger to advance boldly within. Beyond the door lay a narrow path paved with green bricks, flanked by shallow pools of water. The moss on the walls shimmered vibrantly in the reflection of the pools. Numerous stone pillars adorned the water, each carved with grotesque snake heads, mouths agape as they appeared to spit out serpentine tongues. An ancient aura emanated from the pillars, one that seemed impervious to time. The rhythmic sound of dripping water echoed in the air, occasionally interrupted by glistening droplets cascading from the ceiling into the pools on either side. Upon reaching the deepest recess of the chamber, the doppelganger stood before a statue, having encountered no threats. Gazing up at the statue of Slytherin, Albert could not help but note the peculiar ugliness of the aged figure. Its face resembled that of a decrepit monkey, with a sparse beard trailing down beneath the stone-carved robe, and 2 large, ashen feet planted on the smooth floor of the room. How egotistical must Slytherin have been to erect such a statue for posterity to admire? "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest among the 4 founders," he recited in Parseltongue. After uttering the incantation, the doppelganger turned and fled, while the other 3 regarded Albert with disdain. "Are you truly this cowardly?" He had no desire to experience that again. The statue of Slytherin gaped, the sound of its scales scraping against the tiled floor resonating sharply within the tranquil chamber. "Close your eyes. Utilize the magical waves I have instructed you to sense. The basilisk depicted in the film possesses a certain grandeur. I implore readers to envision that image, for I truly cannot fathom the hideousness of a serpent's head adorned with a comb as described in the original text. The serpent's vision is not particularly acute. It primarily relies on its heat-sensing organs to detect the warmth emitted by living beings, and employs its forked tongue to discern the sense of its surroundings, thus achieving an awareness of the external world. Consequently, the art of darkness holds little sway over the basilisk. Albert had no intention of employing it, as this battle left no surplus of magical energy to squander. George tentatively cast a few spells, but the light merely sparkled upon the basilisk's hardened scales, accomplishing little more than igniting a few sparks. These spells only served to incite the basilisk's wrath. The forked tongue flicked out, seeking the position of its adversaries, and the creature lunged violently toward the group. Was formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A conflagration erupted from Waz's mouth, swelling into a massive orange fireball in the air. George joined in, inhaling and exhaling seamlessly. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The wind augmented the flames, enhancing the intensity of the fireball as it surged toward the basilisk. However, it proved ineffective. The basilisk tore through the flames, creating a path amidst the inferno, and the fireball left no trace upon its scales. The basilisk opened its cavernous maw, charging menacingly toward the group. Chapter 88. Come and Fight. Bitter Melon. A crimson glow emanated from Elizabeth's hand, chaotic red magic entwining around the basilisk, slightly impeding its momentum. Ugly Rabbit. Lightning coalesced in Albert's palm, emitting a sound akin to 1,000 birds chirping. As the current condensed, the cacophony gradually diminished until only the faint crackle of electricity piercing the air remained. Albert transformed into a streak of blue lightning, his palm, sharp as a blade, hurtling toward the basilisk. Lightning Release. Lightning Cutter. The fierce wind tousled Albert's bangs as he swept past the basilisk's gaping maw. To the basilisk, with its limited vision, only a flash of lightning was discernible. Albert's form materialized behind the basilisk, barely halting its charge. The severed fangs fell, encased in Elizabeth's chaotic magic, drawn into the witch's grasp. The basilisk's fangs were secured. With its fangs severed, the basilisk let out an even louder roar, whipping its tail toward Albert with a whoosh. Subtle currents of electricity coursed over Albert's body, activating his cells with the lightning to enhance his agility, allowing him to deftly evade the basilisk's strike. Missing its target, the basilisk redirected its assault toward the most hated Albert, and it seemed he would soon find himself ensnared in the creature's maw. Water Release. Great Serpent Bullet Technique. Who feels pain? The gaping maw is ready to consume. A shark, entirely formed from condensed water, surged directly into the throat of the serpent creature. You certainly have a mouth. Now it must be choking. A magical circle emerged beneath their feet as Albert leapt high, thrusting his spear forcefully into the serpent's back. Sparks flew, yet it failed to pierce through the defenses, resulting in an awkward situation. The previously low rumble of a roar transformed into a somewhat comical cough, as the serpent, measuring several dozen meters in length, lifted its head high and lunged aggressively at Albert. The tank held the creature at bay. The mages in the rear quickly unleashed their spells. Elizabeth unleashed a long-anticipated magical projectile, striking the serpent's side with a resounding impact, causing its scales to shatter and blood to pour forth from the wound. Was alternated between rapid binding spells and transformation incantations to conjure heavy iron chains, intending to restrain the serpent. However, the serpent's scales were too slippery. The bindings proved largely ineffective as it consistently slithered free from the chains. Recognizing the futility of his bindings, Was swiftly altered his strategy, opting to create obstacles to hinder the serpent's movements, thereby alleviating Albert's burden of distraction. Although Elizabeth's attacks bore greater damage, Albert's taunts were evidently more insulting, thus maintaining the serpent's enmity firmly fixed upon him, compelling the creature to pursue Albert relentlessly. George clenched his left fist at his waist while raising his right hand, fingers together, in front of his left side, pulling to the right-hand shin. Radiance emanated from his belt, enveloping his entire being. A ruby, intricately sculpted into the shape of compound eyes, adorned his head, along with a golden headpiece resembling the horns of a stag beetle, splitting into two protruding points on his forehead. His pristine white armor bore no excessive embellishments, save for a circular metal piece, infused with a hint of gold, installed at the shoulder, inscribed with arcane magical patterns that shimmered with golden light. His arms were similarly clad in pure white bracers. The sturdy black dragonhide base layer endowed the wearer with formidable magical resistance and physical defense. Golden control rings adorned his wrists and ankles, enabling the wielder to infuse magical energy into foes through melee strikes, resulting in explosive effects. A massive circular energy crystal was set in the center of his silver belt, now glowing a dim crimson hue from being filled with magical power. Surrounding the crystal were intricate magical circuit patterns, channeling energy to the armor, where the magic flowed brilliantly. Kamen Haida Kuga. Here I come. George, with a swift motion of his chin, charged towards the serpent, delivering a powerful punch right into the wound Elizabeth had just inflicted. The serpent writhed in pain, twisting wildly. But thanks to the myriad of enhancement runes, such as swiftness, brutality, and resilience affixed to his armor, George leaped aside, deftly avoiding the creature's savage charge. The role of the tank instantly shifted from Albert to the robust George. Observing the serpent's imperviousness to conventional weaponry, Albert adapted his combat strategy accordingly. Attacking the basilisk's wounds up close, as George attempted, proved futile. A mere crushing blow from the creature could easily reduce Albert to a pulp. Against such a foe, armored in impenetrable scales, The optimal strategy lay in wielding blunt instruments. A succession of shattering spells erupted from the tip of the wand, striking the vaulted ceiling of the chamber, shattering the sharply pointed stalactites that hung precariously above. Under the influence of gravity, these stalactites plummeted swiftly, crashing down upon the basilisk and inflicting significant damage. Suddenly beset by the weighty stones, the basilisk quivered in pain. Its once smooth and delicate scales now marred with deep indentations, reminiscent of the pockmarked surface of the moon. In its agony, the creature thrashed violently within the chamber, shattering the serpent-headed statues flanking the pools of water, while its tail lashed against the surface, sending up a colossal splash. The frantic movements of the basilisk compelled the others to retreat. Yet George remained steadfast, clinging to a critical point on the creature's back, delivering powerful punches. Waz and Albert stood ready to assist whenever the basilisk attempted to roll over and crush George or throw him against the walls. Their conjured ropes would swiftly pull him aside. A stone pillar was sent hurtling through the air, resembling a heavy truck barreling toward the trio. A crimson mist enveloped the pillar, driven by Elizabeth's force, as it whistled past the three. The ropes tightened around George's waist, yanking him to the side. In a fleeting moment, a flash of red light darted past. The pillar collided with the basilisk's head, producing a thunderous crash that reverberated through the chamber, shaking everything nearby. Debris scattered across the ground. This assault had nearly obliterated the creature's dense array of teeth. One side of the basilisk's face caved in deeply, likely fracturing its skull in several places. Had it not been for Albert's timely intervention, pulling George away from the creature, George would have been crushed to a pulp by the stone pillar, relying solely on the defensive prowess of his Kamen Rider armor. Seizing the opportunity, George crouched low, extending his arms to either side before launching himself upward with a powerful push from the ground. The engraved runes of agility on his armor bestowed upon him unparalleled leaping ability, allowing him to reach the chamber's ceiling with a single bound. In midair, he twisted his body, landing on the ceiling, and with a powerful kick-off, he descended rapidly towards the basilisk below. Extending his right leg, the magic energy from the storage crystal surged forth, stirring the air and conjuring a fierce whirlwind. "Rider kick," he shouted, as flames of magical energy ignited around his foot. The rider kick landed heavily atop the basilisk's head, driving it forcefully downwards and creating a notable dent in the floor. The struck area flared with a radiant white mark before erupting in an explosion. Harnessing the force of the knight's kick, George propelled himself upward, executing a flawless front flip before landing gracefully on the ground. An explosion of energy enveloped the serpent creature's entire head in flames, while the knight's silhouette, framed against the inferno, appeared strikingly heroic. In Chapter 89, the novice protection period has ended, and the consequences are dire. Rising smoothly from a crouched position, George's face behind a mask broke into a radiant smile as he instinctively reached out to give his teammates a thumbs up. However, the serpent creature, with its menacing head, broke through the barrier of flames and clamped down on George's torso with a powerful bite. "George!" Waz exclaimed, his voice filled with alarm. Struggling to brace against the creature's formidable jaw, George found himself unable to resist the immense biting force. The armor on his body creaked under the pressure, and the belt at his waist began to splinter, while the serpent's fangs pierced through his dragon skin. A little deeper, and the venomous fangs would penetrate his flesh, injecting toxins into his system. Driven by the serpent's strength, George's feet involuntarily slid backward, his heels carving two deep grooves into the stone-paved ground. A crimson mist, born from chaotic magic, coiled around the sides of the serpent's mouth, desperately trying to pry it open. Waz, surrounded by a shroud of dark energy, recited an ancient and arcane incantation. The beads of sweat on his forehead indicated that casting this black magic was no simple task. Two doppelgangers detached themselves from Albert. Lightning surged through their forms, enveloping them in a torrent of electrical energy. However, such a potent current could not sustain itself for long, given the limited magical power allocated to the doppelgangers. Strengthening their bodies with the power of lightning, they donned an electrified armor. Lightning body technique, lightning armor. The violent currents entwined the two doppelgangers, though the spell remained imperfect in Albert's hands. Any forced usage would only inflict harm upon himself, leading him to risk using it solely on the doppelgangers. The two doppelgangers charged toward the serpent from opposite sides, like twin bolts of lightning wreaking havoc on the ground. Suddenly, the lightning around the sides of the serpent's head paused and bent, directing itself with lethal precision toward the creature. Lightning release, thunderplow. Let us go for strike. With arms outstretched, the body surged toward the foe, utilizing immense wrist strength to deliver a devastating blow. This was the thunderplow. In the serpent's blurred vision, the scene was instantly filled with lightning, as the two doppelgangers unleashed the thunderplow with an overwhelming force against the creature's jaws. The tremendous backlash tore the doppelgangers apart, causing Albert to grimace in pain as he knelt on the ground. "Can you still fight?" Waz extended his hand to help the half-kneeling Albert rise. "What's wrong? Are you fatigued?" Albert grasped Waz's hand, standing up and feigning ease. Yet, he felt a lingering ache throughout his body. Though it might be mere illusion, it was nonetheless excruciating. "Ouch, that really hurts." George clutched his waist. The sharp sensation of the serpent's venomous fangs pressing against his skin still vivid in his memory. He nearly believed he would perish in the confined chamber. Albert vigorously shook his head, striving to expel the feeling of his body fracturing from his mind. Before he could alleviate the pain, the tenacious serpent once again rolled over a bed of debris, lunging toward the group. After being bombarded by the massive shark's projectile and chaotic magic, the serpent had learned its lesson. It refrained from roaring with its gaping maw and instead utilized its physical prowess to launch a direct assault. Elizabeth, acutely aware of the deteriorating condition of those behind her, conjured a barrier to shield her companions, her expression tinged with gravity. Only her chaotic magic could inflict sufficient damage upon the serpent, and having expended a considerable amount of her magical energy as the primary source of offense, summoning a robust barrier capable of withstanding the serpent's attacks was no trivial task for her. Sensing the fatigue of her allies, the serpent, not lacking in cunning, seized the opportunity to mount a relentless assault, determined to leave no respite for the group. Its immense form collided with the crimson barrier, producing a series of jarring, grating noises. "Damn it, is this never-ending?" An orange magic circle ignited in his hands, and Albert poured his magic into it without restraint, disregarding the need to conserve energy to ensnare the serpent with crimson chains. As Albert performed his incantation, the ambient energy in the air coalesced around him. Lightning danced within the magic circle, not in the ordinary blue-white hue, but radiating a cataclysmic orange-yellow aura. With a forceful slam of the magic circle onto the ground, two colossal yellow thunder serpents surged forth, leaping and charging toward the serpent. Bozat thunder. Just before the lightning struck, Elizabeth withdrew the barrier before the serpent. The terrifying thunder serpents collided violently with the creature, and amidst their onslaught, the serpent emitted a foul odor of singed flesh. Electricity coursed through its body, diminishing progressively. When the lightning dissipated, a charred giant serpent lay motionless in the center of the chamber. Despite its seared state, the serpent remained alive, its vitality still robust. Within the perceptible fluctuations of magical energy, the luminous orb that represented the serpent's life force continued to pulsate, showing little sign of weakening from its injuries. Though the serpent's wounds appeared grievous, the damage was merely superficial. It was paralyzed from the intense electrical current and could not move. Given ample sustenance, it would not be long before the serpent regained its peak condition. Releasing his Kamen Rider armor, George drew his wand and employed a transmutation spell to conjure sturdy iron chains that bound the serpent tightly. Waz was engaged in a similar endeavor, albeit with greater brutality, manifesting a colossal spike that pierced through the serpent's tail, pinning it to the ground. The still immobilized serpent merely trembled slightly before falling still once more. Elizabeth approached the serpent creature, the dagger forged from chaotic magic effortlessly slicing through the charred, carbonized flesh of the beast. Blood poured from the wound, collecting in a glass vial, while a succulent piece of serpent meat was also severed and carefully preserved. The most crucial material from the creature's body was now in her possession. Had she not feared that the intense pain might cause the serpent to break free from its paralyzed state, Elizabeth would have endeavored to extract a bone as well. With a hint of reluctance, she retrieved a vial of potion from her pocket and consumed it, feeling the surge of magical and mental energy rapidly restoring within her. Albert, bearing a wry smile, recalled how a single strike of the Bolset's thunder had drained him of all his magical energy and even left him somewhat overdrawn. Even now, a wave of dizziness occasionally washed over him, a testament to his depleted mental faculties. Originally, he had planned to exhaust the creature's stamina before ensnaring it with the crimson chains and ultimately sealing it within himself using the remaining magical energy. However, the group found themselves unable to deplete the serpent's strength as anticipated. Magical beasts, after all, were far superior to humans in terms of endurance. Before the serpent was completely drained of its energy, the group's magical reserves would likely be exhausted first, leaving them at the mercy of the creature. Chapter 90. The Birth of the Serpent Jinchuriki. At present, the serpent was merely incapacitated by the electrical current. If they did not seal it swiftly, all their efforts would be in vain once it regained consciousness. Albert was compelled to drink from the precious potion brewed from rare materials, designed to replenish both magical and mental energy. This elixir had been gifted to him by his mentor, and the materials used were so valuable that even the wealthiest in the magical community, Nicolome, considered it extravagant. The complex brewing process, which even his mentor found troublesome, attested to its rarity. If it were merely a matter of restoring magical energy, Nicolome could easily provide Albert with barrels of it. However, potions that could also rejuvenate mental energy were exceedingly rare, even Nicolome himself possessing only a limited supply. This was why Albert felt a pang of regret as he produced it. Summoning his resolve, he stepped closer to the serpent, which glared at him with its yellow, slitted eyes, brimming with malice. However, staring into the creature's intent was futile. The group had their eyes closed, their perceptions reduced to a monochromatic view of black and white, rendering them unable to discern the serpent's form. The world constructed by the fluctuations of magical energy was as crude as an unmodded version of Minecraft. In their minds, the serpent appeared merely as a long, cylindrical entity, leaving them incapable of identifying the position of its eyes or sensing the malevolence it exuded. Removing his dusty and muddy wizard's robe, Albert revealed a well-defined torso with six-pack abs. Even though Elizabeth could not see him, she instinctively turned her face away in embarrassment. Yet it proved futile. The perception of magical energy was omnidirectional and unyielding. The once motionless serpent creature began to stir slightly, prompting a sense of urgency. Bloodied hands pressed against its forehead. For symbol seal, with his upper body bare, a swirling vortex manifested upon Albert's abdomen, emanating an immense gravitational pull that drew the serpent's colossal form into the dark, profound whirlpool. The creature's body diminished in size as it was ultimately absorbed into the sealing array inscribed upon Albert's belly. However, the act of devouring the serpent left Albert in a dire state. A tremendous surge of energy assaulted his body, rendering him more perilous than a pufferfish on the brink of inflation, as if he might explode like an overfilled balloon, shattering into countless pieces. The agony of incessantly stuffing food into an already bloated stomach was a mere whisper compared to his current suffering, which was magnified 100-fold. The overwhelming magical force ravaged every part of his being, akin to a multitude of sharp blades scraping against his bones, flesh, cells, and even his spirit. Previously, the four-symbol seal had been tested on Yake without issue. The emergence of such an anomaly now could only indicate that the magical energy contained within the serpent far surpassed that of the hellhound, Dehay, rendering the seal insufficient to contain it entirely, resulting in this magical leakage into his body. Albert collapsed to his knees in agony, sensing the serpent's disappearance. The others opened their eyes. Elizabeth immediately noticed Albert's distress. "Albert, are you all right?" She knelt beside him, her expression filled with concern. Albert's face was etched with pain, beads of sweat dotting his spine. Enduring indescribable torment, he let out a hoarse, desperate growl as the magic rampaged within him. If he could not contain this leaking power, he would be crushed, reduced to mere fragments. "I cannot fall here." Summoning his strength, Albert rose unsteadily, pressing his hands against his abdomen as black runes re-emerged. "Bagua, Seal," Albert bellowed. "I refuse to fail." Another four-symbol seal layered upon the original runes, effectively blocking the magic that had begun to leak from the initial seal. The raging magical energy within him, deprived of its source, was swiftly annihilated by Albert's own power. Once the serpent had been completely sealed, the enigmatic array formed by the black runes gradually faded into oblivion. "Rejoice! The ruler of serpents is born at this very moment." Having inherited the serpent's power, transcending time and space, and possessing knowledge of both the past and future, he bore the name Albert Stock. Exhausted, he collapsed into Elizabeth's embrace, managing a faint smile as he whispered, "Do not worry, it is a success." At that moment, he lacked the strength even to reach out and wipe away her tears. "You have me so worried." Waz and George observed two individuals engaged in an intimate exchange, initially intending to approach and assist Albert, but wisely chose to halt their steps. They opted for silence, retreating quietly from the ravaged chamber. "Could you please help me put on some clothes? It's a bit chilly." Albert's words jolted Elizabeth from her reverie, reminding her that he was still bare-chested. Upon noticing the subtle, yet perfectly defined contours of his muscles, Elizabeth bashfully covered her eyes. As she relinquished her grip, Albert unfortunately met with the ground, his head striking the floor with a thud. "I'm so sorry." Elizabeth exclaimed in a flurry as she helped Albert to his feet. While assisting him in donning his attire, her small hands inadvertently brushed against his abdominal muscles several times, taking the opportunity to indulge her curiosity. With Elizabeth's support, Albert staggered to a relatively intact section of a chamber and sat down. After regaining some strength, he playfully tapped the back of the little witch's head. "What are you thinking about?" "I was recalling something joyous." The smile on the little witch's face left no doubt that she was up to mischief. Albert shook his head in resignation and retrieved a potion from his pocket to consume. In an effort to mask her embarrassment, the little witch stood and magically tidied Albert's wizard robes. "How do you feel now?" she inquired, tilting her head as she arranged his hair from behind. "I'm all right. The sealing array is quite robust. I merely underestimated the total magical energy within the serpent creature. I hadn't anticipated that a mere 4-symbol seal would be insufficient to contain it." With his palm resting on the sealing array on his abdomen, Albert sensed the situation within him, using his dwindling mental energy, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Outside the chamber, the two solitary figures squatted beside the discarded serpent skin, idly picking up small stones to toss at it, passing the time while listening to the sound of the stones striking the scales. "Why aren't they coming out yet? They wouldn't really be engaged in something, would they?" Waz chuckled lewdly, his tone exceedingly lascivious. George's expression was not much better than Waz's. "Should we sneak a peek?" he suggested. "I'd rather not be killed by Elizabeth." The memory of a magical energy blast striking the serpent and creating a substantial crater made Waz involuntarily shudder. Had a human been on the receiving end of such an attack, they would undoubtedly face a grim fate.